You merely scanned the QR code on a winning card from a snack, and instantly transmigrated to a blue star where everyone awakens and demonic beasts run rampant. Here, the demon race has 12 demon god temples, with 12 demon gods whose power reaches the heavens, and humanity hangs by a thread. But you, at the start, failed to get into a warrior university, resigned to being an ordinary person. Just when everyone mocked you for being dumped by the campus bell and utterly becoming a good-for-nothing, sorry, bro, I awakened the infinite system, capable of randomly activating a new system every week. Sometimes even a new system every day, enjoying an endless bombardment of new systems. And completing system missions earns substantial rewards. Ding! Congratulations on activating the evenly matched with anyone system. Ding! Congratulations on activating the infinite ultimate system. Ding! Congratulations on activating the defeated foe system. Ding! Congratulations on activating the summon goddess system. Not long after, while warriors of the same cohort were still attending Warrior University, you were already making headlines. What? That good-for-nothing slayed a god? No way. He slayed a god before we even graduated? Chapter 1 Infinite System activated. Congratulations to all students for successfully awakening and getting into your desired warrior universities. In the classroom, a male teacher swept his gaze across everyone, smiling as he spoke. Whoa! The students all showed excited expressions. Special commendation to students Jace and Rhea. Their talent is exceptional, having awakened the rare lightning and ice attributes respectively, and successfully getting into our Tianhua city's best, Tianhua Warrior Academy. Wow! Everyone cast envious glances towards Jace and Rhea. Rhea sat upright, head held high, a touch of pride on her face. Jace also smiled. It's all thanks to Teacher Wang's guidance. Teacher Wang nodded in satisfaction, then changed his tone, but his gaze turned to a male student sleeping with his head down in the classroom. Only one student in the entire class failed to awaken and didn't get in, Chu. Teacher Wang shouted. Everyone, with mocking expressions, looked towards that figure. Chu slowly sat up, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings in a daze. Did I just transmigrate, seriously? Chu had just bought a packet of crispy noodles on Earth, and inside was a small winning card. He took out his phone to scan the QR code on the card, intending to claim his prize. And then, he transmigrated here? Damn it! Has this transmigration business expanded again? It's no longer limited to car accidents, lightning strikes, and the like. It's simply impossible to guard against. Chu, why are you spacing out? Teacher Wang frowned and reprimanded. He then shook his head helplessly. Never mind, I know you're upset. Class dismissed. With that, Teacher Wang left the classroom. The others began discussing excitedly. Serves you right. Always messing around, this is heaven's will. What's the use of being handsome? Aren't you still a good-for-nothing who can't awaken and can't cultivate? From now on, when you see me, call me Brother Lu. This is what happens when you show off in front of us every day with girls on both arms. Haha, show off, keep showing off. Chu turned a deaf ear to their words, instead focusing on understanding this world. Azure Star, a world where everyone awakens and demonic beasts run rampant, is incredibly chaotic. The demon race is extremely powerful, with 12 demon god temples, and each demon god temple has a demon god presiding over it. The devil race has 8 great demon domains, each guarded by 8 devil gods. They are constantly encroaching upon human cities. The college entrance exam for humans is a crucial day. On this day, one can Jin Xing awakening through the awakening stone. For some people born into prominent families, they can Jin Xing awakening as children. However, even with an awakening stone, it doesn't guarantee a successful awakening in childhood. This is something only a very small number of people can achieve. Ordinary people, after successfully awakening during the college entrance exam, can Jinru their desired warrior university and formally embark on the martial path. They would then enhance their power level, cultivate their skill, and enter the demon realm to slay demonic beasts. But every year, many people fail to awaken. They can only give up on becoming warriors and instead live as ordinary people in this city. Clearly, Chu is currently in this situation. And this original body wasn't a good person either. At a young age, he committed all sorts of mischief. Relying on his good looks, girls chase after him madly, and among them are even some talented warrior girls who are enamored with him. This made the other boys grind their teeth in hatred. Oh, a good-for-nothing. Jace sat on the desk in front of Chu and said mockingly, "How can he be such a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate? He's been flaunting himself in front of us all day, cuddling warrior girls and showing off. Turns out he's just a waste." Ha ha ha. The surrounding classmates also burst into laughter. Jace continued, TSK, go work. My dad's company needs a security guard, how about it? I'll give you 3,005 a month. Chu chuckled, then backhanded him off the desk. UFING hit me. Jace glared at Chu with wide eyes. Look how cocky you've become. Have you forgotten how you used to call me Brother Xian? No matter how cocky you are, you're still a 0 power level waste. You probably don't even know how to release lightning abilities, right? Jace clenched his fists. Although Chu hadn't awakened, he practiced martial arts with his sister and was quite good at fighting. Especially with his girlfriend often being a warrior, no one dared to provoke him. Fine. You just wait. You can only gloat for these 2 days. Once my power level increases, I'll return today's humiliation. Jace roared, pointing at Chu. Today's humiliation, I'll repay it tenfold. You're still talking nonsense. Chu kicked him far away again. Chu then glanced at the boys who had just been gloating and kicking him when he was down. They all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chu's gaze. Chu chuckled, then stood up, ready to leave. Chu. At this moment, a girl who had been silent the whole time stood up. Oh, sweetie, come here for a hug. Chu spread his arms towards her. Rhea, the most beautiful girl in their school. Also Chu's current girlfriend. Rhea shook her head, took a step back, and said, let's break up. Chu raised an eyebrow. Rhea continued, after this, we won't be from the same world. Please don't pester me. Ha 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 ha. Chu, you're just a clown, ha ha ha. Jace got up, laughing with pure delight. Tisk. Chu scratched his head. That's strange. Weren't you begging me to be with you last week? Now you're saying I'm pestering you? Hearing this, Rhea's expression changed. Anyway, now you can't keep up with me. No need to meet again. With that, Rhea walked away, her head held high in pride. Chu didn't care at all. He glanced at Jace, then casually slapped him senseless. Then Chu strode away. You son of a bitch. You just wait. Jace's face was ashen, gnashing his teeth. On the way home, Chu was scrolling through his phone. Latest news, Linfeng City completely fell at 8 a.m. today and has now been occupied by the second demon god temple. Shocking. Yuna, daughter of the Divine Alliance Lord, displays an unprecedented 4 attributes. Dustin, young master of the tribunal, slays a demon dragon with 1 sword, shocking blue star. Video attached. Comments. Check my diploma, Dustin is so amazing, I really hope Dustin is my dorm supervisor, that way he can check my attendance. Milky Snow, as expected of someone high on the Heaven's Chosen list, he's only 22, yet already a tier 6 law powerhouse. Big Ox, TCH, Dustin, just a clown. If he were in front of me, I'd break his leg. Looking at these news articles, Chu sighed, feeling a bit envious. Classic weakling start, so by transmigration convention, shouldn't I be activating a system now? Chu muttered to himself. Ding. Infinite system, activated. Chu. Online novels, you never lie to me. Open system. Infinite system, a new system will be randomly activated every week. If a small system is randomly activated, it will only last 1 to 2 days. The host must feel overwhelmed by the sheer number of systems. Examples of activated systems include Invincible System, The World is Half and Half with Me System, Infinite Ultimate Move System, Goddess Summoning and Conquest System, etc. After a system is activated, completing its missions will earn rewards. 2. Holy cow! High-level system? Other transmigrators get just one system, but he gets a new one every week. If a small system is activated, it means the system isn't that powerful and will only last a day or two. Otherwise, its utility might be limited, so it's better to close it early to activate a more powerful system. Ding! The first system will be activated in 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 13 seconds. Please wait patiently. Chu, bring it on. I'd like to see what kind of system you can activate for me. Chapter 2 Your egg is burnt. Chu returned to his doorstep. A relatively high-end residential complex in Tianhua City. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. He opened the door. The aroma of food was already wafting over. You're back. A tall figure in an apron walked over. She naturally brought Chu slippers and put the shoes he took off into the shoe cabinet. Chu looked at the woman in front of him. She was very beautiful in his opinion. She was the prettiest girl he had ever seen. At this moment, she had simply tied her hair into a bun at home. Take off your jacket, I'll wash it for you. Oh. Taking Chu's coat, Lina walked towards the balcony, saying, Dinner's ready, eat quickly. Lina was adopted by Chu's parents when she was 10 years old. Chu could only sigh. A cliched transmigration. An old-fashioned script from 5-10 years ago. Starting as a good-for-nothing, parents deceased, with an adopted older or younger sister who was exceptionally beautiful. Cliched. So cliched. What era is this, and it's still this kind of plot? These days, if this kind of beginning were in a novel, readers would definitely complain. Back then, Lina seemed to have been attacked by demonic beast, and for a time, she couldn't remember anything except her name. Afterward, the family lived in Tianhai City, next to Tianhua City. Until Tianhai City fell, and Chu's parents both died there. 14-year-old Lina wandered with 8-year-old Chu to Tianhua City. Since then, Lina had been taking care of Chu. What was remarkable was that she had already awakened when his parents adopted her. After arriving in Tianhua City, she was invited to Jin into Tianhua Warrior Academy. Even now, she has been hailed as one of Tianhua City's strongest geniuses. She possesses dual attributes of ice and space. Lina herself was very reserved. It seemed she kept countless worries hidden. But she would only show a faint smile to Chu. However, the original owner didn't have a good relationship with her. When she was first adopted, she often locked herself in her room. When she did answer, it was usually just or okay. The original owner didn't like that at the time. Later, the original owner always believed that her parents' death was also her fault. That year, Tianhai City fell, and the family was fleeing. And Lina had gone to the demonic beast domain for training the day before, so she wasn't in Tianhai City. Chu's parents were attacked by demonic beast. Due to severe injuries, they both passed away. The original owner had always held a grudge, feeling that she was the only warrior in the family and that she had gone out to train, so Lina owed her. He gradually became an uneducated good-for-nothing. Lina, however, had always taken care of him, washing his clothes, cooking for him, and giving him money to spend. 10 years passed in a flash. Sigh. Chu sighed inwardly. Thinking about it carefully, what wrong did she commit? Lina walked over, her gaze falling on Chu, and softly said, Eat, I made 2 dishes today you haven't had before. All right. Chu nodded, then sat down in the chair. Lina glanced at Chu, then took off her apron, saying, You eat first. Just leave the dishes on the table when you're done, I'll clean up when I get back. I need to go out for a bit. Chu knew what she was going to do. Go to the demonic beast domain. Firstly, it was for self-training, and secondly, the demon crystal from killing demonic beasts could be sold for a good sum of money. Chu looked at Lina, who was putting on her shoes, and said, Be careful. Lina's delicate body suddenly trembled, her movements freezing in place. After 2 seconds, she let out a soft hum. Since arriving in Tianhua City, Chu had never shown a hint of concern. Lina took off the shoes she had just put on. "I'll fry you a poached egg I forgot just now." With that, she walked into the kitchen. "I'll do it." Chu also got up and walked in. "Can you?" Lina asked, a glimmer of light sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Chu, while cracking an egg, said, "It's just frying an egg, what's so hard?" "I'll fry one for you too." "I don't eat." Lina gently shook her head. "But I fried it myself," Chu said. "Then I'll have one." Chu smiled. Lina leaned against the wall, gazing blankly at Chu's back in front of her. After 2 seconds, Lina's red lips parted slightly, and she said, "Chu." Chu turned his head. Lina gently straightened Chu's clothes, saying, "I'll help you figure out a way to awakening." Clearly, she had already learned about Chu's failed awakening through her own means. And in fact, everything was within expectations. Years ago, Lina had already obtained an awakening stone for Chu to awaken, but it had failed back then. She still held out some hope that he could succeed during the college entrance exam. Chu smiled, "It's fine. I know what it means for a boy not to be able to cultivate, and I know you're not content with mediocrity. In my eyes, my little brother will definitely become that towering strong man. I'll never forget the day I first met you and Mom and Dad, when you firmly said you wanted to become strong and protect everyone." Chu smiled, "I've disappointed you, I haven't been serious about anything all these years." Lina shook her head, "No, I've seen that glimmer in your eyes, so I've always believed, and please believe me too, I will help you find a way." "Chu." Lina suddenly looked at Chu seriously. Lina said, "This world is inherently unfair, what we need to do is work hard to make everything relatively fairer." Chu nodded, then smiled, "I understand all this, but you really don't have to worry. Maybe I could awaken anyway?" Lina was taken aback by Chu's words. "Am I lying to you?" Lina showed a slight smile, Suddenly, she furrowed her delicate brows and quickly pointed forward. "Chu, your egg." "Ha?" Chu instinctively lowered his head. "Your egg, it's burnt." "Chu." After dinner, Lina left. Chu returned to his room. Open panel. Host, Chu. Age, 18. Little brother, 18. Race, human. Power level, none. Attributes, none. Strength 1-1, average human, 10. Speed 1-1. Physique 1-0. Mana 0. Spirit 8. Talent skill, none. Reward, none. His average attributes are slightly higher than an ordinary person's. Thanks to practicing martial arts with Lina all these years. Although their relationship wasn't good, the original owner wasn't foolish. Learning some self-defense techniques was always beneficial. I wonder what kind of system will activate. Chu sighed. Midnight. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Chu's mind. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations on randomly activating the defeated foe system. Chu raised an eyebrow. Chapter 3 System, are you exploiting my bug? Defeated foe system. Chu couldn't wait to open the system. Defeated foe system, while this system is active, the host will receive rewards for defeating anyone and making them your subordinate. The stronger the opponent defeated, the more generous the reward. System remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Ha! Seeing the system explanation, Chu was stunned. No. How can I, an ordinary person with 0 power level, defeat anyone? The stronger the opponent, the more generous the reward, but I can only defeat ordinary people. What kind of reward would that be? Chu fell into distress. All right. Fortunately, this system only lasted for 1 day. Wait. Suddenly, Chu thought of something. A slight mischievous smile appeared on his lips. System. Why do I have a bad premonition? Open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the awesome card. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Word of Truth card. Awesome card, as the name suggests. Uses: 1. Word of Truth card can only be used on others. Once used, what is spoken will come true, limited to 3 uses. Note: ineffective against those with a power level higher than Tier 3 Mystic Body Warrior. This. Chu was stunned for a moment. Is this system for real? It was a pity that this Word of Truth card had limitations. Otherwise, if he just told himself to raise his power level to the Heavenly Tao realm, wouldn't he be invincible? Ineffective above Tier 3 Mystic Body, but it's still enough. A series of ideas had already formed in Chu's mind. The power levels of Blue Star Warriors and demonic beasts are the same. Tier 1 Chi Refining, Tier 2 Aperture Opening, Tier 3 Mystic Body, Tier 4 Mystic Sky, Divine Power Realm, Tier 6 Law, Domain Realm, Celestial Venerable Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, and Heavenly Tao Realm. Each major power level is further divided into 1 to 10 stars. If one awakens around 18, being Tier 2 Aperture Opening 5 star at 20 is already sufficient. Reaching Tier 3 Mystic Body is enough to be called a genius. If one's talent is exceptional and they awaken at a young age, by the age of 20, they might even reach Tier 4 Mystic Sky. For example, Dustin, the young Lord of the Tribunal, awakened at 8 years old, and now seems to be Tier 6 Law. He is almost in a league of his own. Lina is also impressive. It's unknown how old she was when she awakened. She had already awakened when Chu met her at 10. Now, she is also Tier 4 Mystic Sky, on the verge of advancing to the Divine Power Realm. It's worth noting that even warrior instructors at Tianhua Warrior Academy might not necessarily have Tier 4 Mystic Sky power level. Tier 4 Mystic Sky is already considered exceptionally powerful. Therefore, Lina is right, this world is inherently unfair. What one can do is to make oneself stronger, striving to make everything relatively fair for oneself. The next day. You are mine, I am yours, who? One more glance and I'll explode, a little closer and I'll melt. Early in the morning, the alarm rang. Chu yawned, got out of bed, and then walked out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he saw that beautiful back busy in the kitchen again. Speaking of which, Chu felt quite distressed. She was in the prime of her youth. Yet she gave up so much and shouldered so much. Woke up so early today? Lina turned her head and spoke. Good morning, Lina, Chu grinned. What, Lina? Lina frowned slightly. I feel like calling you that is more intimate. Chu leaned over, took her hand, and said with a smile. Lina looked at Chu in front of her. Why did it feel like her younger brother had suddenly changed into a different person? That's too sickeningly sweet. Go wash up and prepare to eat, Lina said. Wait a moment, come here. Chu greeted her. Lina turned off the stove and walked towards Chu with a puzzled expression. Let's have a match, Chu said. Lina tilted her head slightly. Then you just pretend you're no match for me and concede defeat. Although she didn't know what Chu wanted to do, Lina still nodded. Then, Chu said, here I come. Come on, Lina said indifferently. Afterward, Chu pushed Lina. Lina clutched her chest, staggering back several steps. Then fell onto the sofa. Ah, you're too strong. I'm no match for you, I lost. Lina said. There was absolutely no acting skill. Her lines were incredibly stiff and devoid of emotion. Seeing her acting, Chu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. However, System, where's the reward? Where's the reward? Chu asked urgently in his mind. System, ah. Chu continued the conversation in his mind, reward. I've activated the defeated foe system, and I've defeated my sister now. Aren't you going to issue the reward? System. Chu, you're not going to renege, are you? Didn't I defeat my opponent? Hurry, reward. System. Arg arg arg. What kind of person is this? I'll give you a system to make you stronger. And you're exploiting my bug? Ding. Song. Congratulations to the host for completing the reward Gritting Teeth. For defeating a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 8-star opponent, you receive rewards: power level increased to Tier 1 Chi Refining 10-star, acquired Lightning Attribute, God Tier Cultivation Talent. Chu's eyes lit up. Wakaka kaka. So satisfying, so satisfying. Holy cow. Defeating a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 8-star, this reward is simply invincible. His power level reached the first major power level and is 10-star. One more step and he'll be Tier 2 Aperture Opening. He also acquired the rare Lightning Attribute and Divine Level Cultivation Talent. Taking off. Lina sat up straight, looking at Chu, who seemed to be fantasizing about something. It was just like playing house earlier. She didn't understand why either. But at this moment, Chu. He wouldn't actually think that this counts as him defeating a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 8th stage, would he? Idiot. Lina murmured, but a smile appeared on her face. Sis, I love you to death. Chu came back to his senses, picked Lina up directly, and even spun her around several times. Put me down. Lina patted Chu's shoulder. Only then did Chu put her down. Alright, enough talk, I'm heading out, ha ha ha. Chu put on his jacket, laughing heartily. Breakfast. Lina called out softly. Chu gulped down a bowl of porridge, grabbed 2 eggs, waved his hand, and ran out. How strange. Lina mumbled something. It seemed everything had changed from before. Outside Tianhua Warrior Academy, there were countless people coming and going. Graduation was yesterday, there was no so-called summer break, and today was directly the day for enrollment. After all, for a warrior, time is power level. Chu could also enter Tianhua Warrior Academy. Because last night, Lina gave him a Tianhua Warrior Academy badge. Simply put, Lina opened a back door for Chu. Although he couldn't officially enroll in Tianhua Warrior Academy, if the Academy's instructors agreed, he could still audit classes. After all, the principal of Tianhua Warrior Academy was Lina's teacher, so this small favor was no problem. Chu followed the crowd of new students and walked in. Oh? Chu? Is this a place you can come to? A mocking voice suddenly came. Jay stood in front of several new students, looking at Chu mockingly. Everyone, look! Someone has no shame. A useless person who failed to awaken and didn't get into university, yet tries to sneak in with the new students. Jace shouted mockingly. Immediately, countless people turned their heads. Chapter 4, When everyone thinks you're amazing, you'd better truly be amazing. Jace looked at Chu triumphantly. In the high school classroom, you, Chu, were used to being arrogant. But this is Tianhua Warrior Academy. What dare you, Chu, do? Do you still dare to hit people? Chu glanced at Jace. Damn it. Although he had activated the defeated foe system, he truly had no desire to teach Jace a lesson. He had just awakened, with no power level. What rewards could he get for teaching him a lesson? Jace laughed and leaned in front of Chu. Talking about you? Get out, why are you still lingering here? Jace's face was full of schadenfreude as he said another mocking remark. Slap. Chu backhanded him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 0 power level opponent, reward received, strength attribute point +5. I've found that some people are just asking for it. Don't they feel uncomfortable if they don't get beaten for a day? Chu glanced at Jace, who was covering his face with a grim expression, and said, Whoa! The surrounding crowd also burst into an uproar. Who is he? So arrogant! Daring to act like this in front of so many people, inside Tianhua Warrior Academy? But he's so handsome, oh my god! I've never seen such a handsome guy. Isn't he a student of our Tianhua Warrior Academy? Then could he be applying to be a dormitory manager? If he could be my dormitory manager, he could check my attendance. He's so handsome, help me up. Chu had nothing else, but his face was truly invincible. Otherwise, those warrior girls with high power levels wouldn't be chasing him. These girls indeed fell for him too easily when they saw him. You motherfucker! This is Tianhua Warrior Academy. You dare hit me? Jace covered his face, looking at Chu in disbelief. Is he crazy? It's one thing to be arrogant outside. This was Tianhua Warrior Academy, the most prestigious academy in Tianhua City. He never expected Chu to dare lay a hand on him here, in front of so many people. Chu walked over and kicked him to the ground. What's wrong with hitting you? Bang. Ah. What's wrong with me hitting you? Bang. So what if I just hit you again? Bang. With every word, Chu kicked him. Jace screamed repeatedly from the kicks. Pa, I told you, from now on, when you see me, you better bow your head. I didn't even see you, but you just had to get in my face. Chu spat. The girls around them all looked at Chu with adoration. Good hit, brother, good hit. A girl scurried over to Chu, also giving Jace a kick along the way, then clung to Chu adoringly. Brother, you're so handsome, so rough, I love it. Another girl squeezed closer. Get lost, I liked him first. Brother, can I have your number? Yet another girl pressed in. Brother, do you have time? You can come to my place, I'll give you a massage, oh. Jace gritted his teeth and clambered up, looking bewildered at Chu, who was surrounded by many girls. No way. He had just been beaten. Beaten in public. What are you all doing? Isn't anyone going to uphold justice? Is there no fairness left in the world? Please, everyone else move aside, the one offering the massage, you stay. Chu smiled and said. Yes. That girl showed a smile and naturally hooked her arm through Chu's. The boys nearby gritted their teeth, consumed by jealousy. Being handsome means you can be lawless? Damn it! However, they were all new students who had just entered campus, completely lacking in power level. They dared not do anything. TSK, I haven't seen such an arrogant freshman in a long time. A voice came, and a rather handsome man walked over, laughing, with a girl in his arm. Brother Kevin. Seeing who had arrived, Jace quickly ran over, pointing at Chu and saying, he is not a new student, he is a good for nothing without awakening, he snuck in. Oh? Kevin raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Chu. A good for nothing without awakening, daring to be arrogant in Tianhua Warrior Academy? After speaking, he glanced at the disheveled Jace. He hit you? Yes. Kevin then gestured with his chin towards Chu, and said indifferently to Jace, however he hit you, you hit him back the same way. This. Kevin smiled confidently, don't worry, he won't dare to fight back. If he so much as dares to retaliate, I'll cripple him. After that, Kevin looked at Chu, flashing a smile he thought was handsome but secretly vicious, and asked, right? Chu. Holy crap. Someone was acting cool in front of him? Then, Chu started laughing. What are you laughing at? Kevin watched Chu with interest. Chu, I'm laughing at how much of a pretentious ass you are. Don't you think you're so cool? And you're looking at me, smiling and asking me right? Right your ass? What are you trying to be all-powerful for? Clown. Put. Next to them, many people were indeed intimidated by Kevin initially. But upon hearing Chu's words, completely exposing his inner thoughts, they found it rather comical. Many people lowered their heads, stifling laughter. Kevin's eyes narrowed. Good. As arrogant as expected. It seems if I don't personally teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm a paper tiger. With that, he pushed away the woman in his arms, and a flame ignited around him. Aura. Tier 1 Chi refining 9 stars. The people around saw him release his mana and their expressions changed. Something big was about to happen. Ha ha ha. But Chu couldn't help but laugh again.
What the hell are you laughing at again? Kevin roared, pointing at Chu. My apologies, I couldn't hold it in. So you're just a tier 1 chi refining 9-star, huh? From your words and expression just now, I thought you were some kind of tier 4 mystic skymaster, expertly strategizing, huh? Put. The oil massage girl lowered her head and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll FK your mother. With that, Kevin cursed angrily, his fist burning with flames, and he charged forward. Wait. Chu smiled and reached out a hand to stop him. Scared? No, I just think it's too funny. Xiaoyu, come here. Chu waved at the girl he had just been embracing. Kevin. He looked at the girl in confusion. Xiaoyu pouted, then ran towards Chu, crying. Whoa, brother Chu, I missed you. I'm sorry, after you dumped me, I was so upset that I just wanted to find a boyfriend casually. I deliberately wanted to make you angry, whoa, I'm sorry. The crowd? Kevin. Cough. Kevin suffered a mana backlash, coughed uncontrollably, clutched his chest, and stumbled back 2 steps. Chu couldn't help but laugh. Ha, buddy, don't blame me for laughing at you. It's mainly because when I saw you walking over, embracing my ex-girlfriend whom I dumped, and you still had that arrogant look on your face, I found it utterly hilarious, ha. The people around them had already started to feel embarrassed and ashamed for Kevin. It's probably hard to find a more embarrassing situation in this world than Kevin's current one, isn't it? Too tragic. I'll F-King kill you. Completely humiliated, Kevin seemed to lose his mind. His flaming punch, disregarding whether Chu was an ordinary person or not, directly struck out. Zzz. Thunder coiled around Chu's body. The next second, the thunder devoured the flames, and Kevin was sent flying. Whoa! Everyone's eyes widened. Ha! Didn't that Jace say he was a good-for-nothing who hadn't successfully awakened? He defeated Kevin in one move? And he's lightning attributed? Jace was even more disbelieving. What? Tier 1 Chi refining 10-star? When did he become a Tier 1 Chi refining 10-star? Ding! Congratulations on defeating a Tier 1 Chi refining 9-star. You have received the reward, power level elevated to Tier 2 aperture opening 1-star, 50 free assignable attribute points. Shu walked over to Kevin amid the stunned gazes of the crowd. Remember, when everyone thinks you're great, you'd better actually be great. After speaking, Shu glanced at the bewildered Jace beside him. Jace's heart skipped a beat. Slap. Shu backhanded him with a slap. Jace screamed. Shu walked away. Chapter 5, he hit me, and he still wants to thank me. Shu was walking on the road to Tianhua Warrior Academy. Toyumi and Xiaoyu had both been sent away by him. But because he was simply too handsome, just walking like this, there were always some girls shyly coming over to strike up a conversation. He was used to it. Why did he come to Tianhua Warrior Academy? It's because of the defeated foe system. Tianhua Warrior Academy, where warriors gather. He wanted to defeat as many people as possible. The system only had one day, no time to waste. After defeating Kevin, his power level had risen to Tier 2 aperture opening, giving him more confidence. System, allocate 50 attribute points to strength. Ding! Assignment successful. Shu looked at his attributes again. Host, Shu. Age, 18. Little brother, 18. Race, human. Power level, Tier 2 aperture opening 1-star. Attribute, thunder. Strength, 253 Tier 2 aperture opening 1-star average, 200. Speed, 201. Physique, 200. Mana 2000. Spirit, 180. Talent skill, none. Rewards, thunder attribute, divine cultivation talent. With attribute points, his attributes could be far stronger than warriors of the same power level in the future. Currently, his strength was already a quarter stronger than those of the same power level. Well, now I have to defeat Tier 2 Aperture Opening to get more generous rewards. But then he thought, it's also fine if he can easily defeat someone weaker than himself. After all, the system had no limit on the number of people. Beginner Class 1. Chu pondered while looking at a classroom sign. The beginner class should be for warriors who enrolled within 1 year. New students would be in freshman classes. So, this entire beginner class 1 should all be Tier 1 chi refining. Chu walked to the doorway. A tutor seemed to be giving a lecture to 40 to 50 people inside. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turned to Chu. Chu glanced at them. What the hell? There were several familiar female classmates among them. Brother Chu. Seeing Chu suddenly appear at the classroom door, several girls in Class 1 showed surprised expressions. They all mistakenly thought Chu had specifically come to reconcile with them. Is something wrong? The tutor of Class 1 asked. Chu touched the tip of his nose and asked, "Excuse me, I'm asking, do you need a sparring partner?" Huh? Everyone looked at each other. The tutor asked, "What do you mean?" Simply put, I want to challenge the students in Class 1. I wonder if that's possible. If it's too much trouble, then forget it. As soon as these words were spoken, the boys in Class 1 of the beginners level couldn't take it anymore. Damn it! What's with this guy? So arrogant? Who does he think he is? Challenging me directly? I'll go. Don't stop me. Don't you dare stop me. No one's stopping you, go ahead. Ahem, just kidding, just kidding. The instructor frowned. Which class are you from? He asked. I'm a recent graduate from Detsai High School. The instructor laughed when he heard that. A freshman? No, I didn't get into college. Chu shook his head. Huh? At this, everyone was stunned. The instructor pointed to Chu's chest and asked, "Then what is that Academy badge on your chest?" Chu touched the badge and said, "My sister gave this to me, saying that if I wear it, I can Jin into Tianhua Warrior Academy, and if an instructor agrees, I can audit classes." The students exchanged glances. No, then what are you showing off for? You didn't even get into a warrior university, you probably didn't awakening successfully, did you? What do you mean? You don't accept your fate, you don't believe in evil? You want to test the strength of a warrior with mortal flesh? Damn, who are you looking down on? Instructor Lee, I'll go. A boy stood up. Instructor Lee nodded, all right, you go, but be mindful. Everyone else, continue with the class. Clearly, Instructor Lee didn't take Chu seriously. Please. Chu walked out with that boy. Instructor Lee, next, I'm going to talk about the toxic demonic beast on Blue Star, the most common ones. At this moment, a scream came from the doorway. Instructor Lee frowned, looking displeased, and shouted, "Zhang Meng, didn't I tell you to be careful? And you're still hitting so hard?" He then looked towards the doorway. Zhang Meng was clutching his chest, his hair electrocuted into an explosion perm. He said mournfully, "I've been seriously tricked, Instructor Lee. This guy was faking it. He instantly defeated me, damn it. Instructor Lee. Everyone. Whoa. Everyone in Class 1 of the beginners level burst into an uproar, all standing up and looking out the window. Chu walked over. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a Tier 1 Chi refining 8 star. You've received rewards, power level increased by 1 star, and speed attribute plus 20. Is there anyone else? Chu scratched his head and asked. Instructor Lee's mouth twitched, and he asked. Didn't you say you didn't get into college? Instantly killing a Tier 1 Chi refining 8th rank, and with lightning attribute? It's true. I was just humiliated at the Gene School gate, Chu said truthfully. Damn it. He's showing off too much. Oh my god. He's showing off way too much. I can't take it anymore. Screw it. I'm going in. Jia Huai, you're a Tier 1 Chi refining 10 star, take him on.
Instructor Li nodded. Alright, Zhao Huai, you go try. Zhao Huai walked out. Come on. Let's see what you're really made of. Zhao Huai immediately grabbed Chu's collar, intending to drag him out and teach him a lesson. No need. Chu said. Look, he knows I'm a tier 1 chi refining 10-star and got scared. Zhao Huai let out a laugh. Chu said, what I mean is, there's no need for so much trouble. How about all of you come at me at once? Everyone? Whoa. Holy crap. He's so arrogant. Fine. You said it. You said it, huh? Don't you dare regret it. Damn it. I can't take it anymore, he's showing off too much. Where did such an arrogant person come from? Come on. Don't regret it. Wow. Brother Chu is so handsome. A group of angry boys rolled up their sleeves and walked out. Instructor Li looked at his students. You guys? Instructor Li, you don't need to interfere, this concerns a man's dignity. Then the group of boys pushed Chu out. Come. How should we fight? They stood as a group in front of Chu. Just come at me all at once. Chu said. Holy shit. Fuck it, I'm done playing fair. Brothers, let's get him together. I'd like to see just how badass he really is. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Releasing their warrior mana one after another, they charged toward Chu. Lightning element. ZZZZZZZ. Lightning coiled around him, then surged forward. The first dozen or so boys, whether their attacks were fire or would attribute bindings, were instantly destroyed by the lightning. Mentor Li leaned there. Tier 2 aperture opening 2-star? And lightning attribute. No. Then why didn't he get into university? He really didn't understand. The overwhelming power level and the crushing destructive power of the lightning attribute made it impossible for them to contend. Instructor Li watched helplessly as his male students fell one by one. Tier 2 aperture opening 2-star, and lightning attribute, as long as he ensures he isn't attacked, there should be no problem. System prompts kept ringing in Chu's mind. Various attribute points increased. It also rewarded another power level increase, and his power level had already reached Tier 2 aperture opening 3-star. So exhilarating! Thank you, everyone! Chu cupped his fist at them. Ha! The boys defeated by Chu were all dumbfounded. Then they watched Chu simply walk away. Aha, damn it! What an utter humiliation! I got thrashed by him, and he's thanking me? Arg! Mentor Li frowned, watching Chu walk away. Then he watched with his own eyes as Chu knocked on the door of Junior Class 2's classroom. Instructor Li's mouth twitched. What was he up to? Was he planning to beat up everyone in the entire beginners division? A moment later, he watched helplessly as dozens of male students from Class 2 stormed out furiously. ZZZZZ. AH. Instructor Li shook his head helplessly. Tier 1 Chi Refining, Tier 2 Aperture Opening, Tier 3 Mystic Body, Tier 4 Mystic Sky, Divine Ability Realm, Tier 6 Law, Domain Realm, Heavenly Venerate Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, and Heavenly Tao Realm. Each major power level is further divided into 1 to 10 stars. Chapter 6. Later, I'll sit at the kids' table at banquets. The news of Chu challenging the junior class quickly spread throughout the entire Tianhua Warrior Academy. A large number of students gathered around. They watched with their own eyes as Chu single-handedly fought an entire class. Then, seeing those people all get beaten down, they were equally astonished. Damn it! Who's that? So fierce? What's so fierce about it? In the eyes of you new students, it's certainly fierce, but that's because he's Tier 2 Aperture Opening and has the lightning attribute. Isn't it easy to beat a group of Tier 1 Chi Refining? Indeed, there are only a few Tier 1 Chi Refining 7-star or above in a class. Any Tier 2 Aperture Opening can easily defeat them. A Tier 2 Aperture Opening freshman. Under a tree, a girl with a lollipop in her mouth watched with interest. Pop.
She pulled out the lollipop and muttered again. Interesting, could it be that he awakened early? A boy walked over. Ing, what are you looking at? He showed a gentlemanly smile. It was clear that he definitely liked this girl. Ing didn't look at the boy, and said lightly, just looking around. Song Shuhong smiled, then looked over as well, saying, This year's new students are quite interesting, causing such a big stir right after enrollment. Ing responded perfunctorily. Nothing to see here. Shall we go to the demonic beast domain for some training today? Song Shuhong asked. No. Song Shuhong smiled, then turned and walked away. A Tier 2 aperture opening, what's he showing off for? Beating a bunch of Tier 1 chi refining really gave him a sense of superiority? Among the crowd, several slightly older boys watching Chu showing off immediately became displeased. Hey, kid! Hank walked over. Chu turned his head and glanced at him. What kind of skill is it for a Tier 2 aperture opening to bully a Tier 1 chi refining? Hank said disdainfully. Wasn't it just to show off in front of everyone? He even attracted so many people to watch. And so many girls cheering him on. What the heck? Chu said, I was planning to go to the intermediate class, but they insisted on pulling me into a fight. It was indeed so. Chu had already challenged 3 classes in the beginner section. His power level had already reached Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star. As for his attribute points, he had no idea how many he had added. He was truly planning to seek out the Tier 2 aperture opening practitioners in the intermediate class. However, other classes found out about this, and, unwilling to concede, they proactively challenged Chu. This led to Chu fighting 2 more beginner section classes. Hearing this, Hank burst out laughing. Oh, you mean you want to challenge the intermediate class? Ah, you're really a idiot. What are you hawing for, idiot? Chu immediately cursed. Whoa! The surrounding crowd's jaws dropped. Damn! This guy is so arrogant. That's Hank, a senior from the intermediate class. I heard Hank is Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, right? Who is that guy? Is he from another school challenging our Tianhua Warrior Academy? I heard he didn't get into university. That's strange, he's Tier 2 aperture opening, and he didn't get into university? I don't understand. Who cares about him being arrogant? Let's see how Hank teaches him a lesson. The crowd broke into a flurry of discussion. Hank's eyes narrowed. You're courting death. Clown, you don't need to challenge the intermediate class. I accept your challenge. Fight me, then get the hell out of here. Chu gave him a sidelong glance. What league are you in? Hank. Damn it, you think you're hot stuff, huh? Hank roared. Another boy walked over, patted Hank's shoulder, and said, All right, don't bother with a clown like him. It's too demeaning in dirtying your hands. Brother Gene, I have to teach him a lesson. I heard this kid isn't from our Tianhua Warrior Academy. Let him act arrogantly in our Tianhua Warrior Academy? Bullying the beginner class really gave him confidence? Hank said unhappily. Gene glanced at Chu, then said to Hank, All right, deal with him quickly and make him leave. You got it. Hank then looked at Chu, come on. Chu pointed at Gene and said nonchalantly to Hank, You step aside, let him come. Whoa. The surrounding crowd was utterly shocked. Damn. He's so arrogant. I've never seen anyone this arrogant before. Someone dares to challenge a warrior from our Tianhua Warrior Academy, and even dares to speak to someone from the intermediate class like that? Hank is Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, placing him in the middle tier of the intermediate class. Gene, however, is one of the top 20 experts in the intermediate class. I heard his power level has reached Tier 2 aperture opening 7-star, right? What a fucking idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? I think you're the idiot, a girl shouted angrily at that person. Was I talking to you? What the hell does it have to do with you? The girl, you're not allowed to talk about him like that. Damn it, are you his girlfriend or something? What business is it of yours? The girl, it is my business. An ex-girlfriend is still a girlfriend. Shit. You think I'm afraid of one little ex-girlfriend? Another girl walked over. What if there are 10 of us? Ha! Sisters, someone's being disrespectful to Brother Chu. Beat him up. Then, from within the crowd, a dozen or so girls gave that guy a sound beating. Put. Jean chuckled. Truly ignorant of his place. Hank, break one of his arms, I'll take responsibility, Jean said indifferently. Alright, I was just waiting for Jean GE to say that. With that, Hank's fists became engulfed in flames. The surrounding temperature shot up. Kid, I know you have some skill, but Tianhua Warrior Academy is not a place for you to run wild. Swoosh. Hank charged directly. It's over. Seeing this, the crowd shook their heads one after another. Serves him right, I guess. He provoked someone he shouldn't have. Zzzzz. Chu's right fist was wreathed in lightning, and he swung it directly. With a scream, Hank flew more than 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd? Holy shit? What? Isn't Hank Tier 2 Aperture Opening 4-star? This guy is also Tier 2 Aperture Opening 4-star, and he didn't even use a skill. He KO'd him with one punch? Ha! This is too ridiculous, isn't it? No, wasn't this guy just Tier 2 Aperture Opening 2-star? Now he's 4-star? The crowd revealed expressions of shock. Ying's beautiful eyes lit up. He's that strong? The lightning attribute was indeed the most destructive. But they were at the same power level, so that shouldn't be possible. So handsome and so powerful, I should know who he is. Crunch. Ying bit her lollipop in half. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a Tier 2 Aperture Opening 4-star. You have received the reward, Rare Tier 1-star Skill Thunder Tribulation. Blue Star Skills and Spirit Weapons share the same grade. Yellow, Profound, Earth, Heaven. It was said there were ranks even above Heaven. Rare Tier Skills or Rare Tier Spirit Weapons are already extremely rare. As for Heaven rank, they were things that practically existed only in legends. And the reason Chu could so easily defeat others of the same power level. First, the lightning attribute. Secondly, he gained a large number of attribute points, and his strength value had nearly doubled that of others at the same power level. Chu glanced at Hank in the distance and said, I told you to scram, but you just had to get involved. After speaking, he looked at Jean, whose expression was no longer calm, and said, It's your turn. If you lose, you'll be sitting at the kids' table at all future feasts, got it? Chapter 7, Useless Teammate. What a useless teammate. If you lose, you'll be sitting at the kids' table at all future feasts. Chu's words echoed in everyone's minds. They all looked at Chu with expressions of shock. Whoa! That's insane. Seriously, at the same power level, with no skills released, it's just the difference between lightning and fire attributes, but there shouldn't be such a huge gap. Useless. He's showing off in front of Jean, isn't that just asking for trouble? The more he shows off now, the more embarrassed he'll be later. Wait, isn't that Chu? Chu? The name sounds familiar. Holy crap. My girlfriend broke up with me, saying she liked him. What the hell? Chu? Could it be that his sister is Senior Lina? Ying unwrapped another lollipop. Chu? That junior brother of Senior Lina, how strange. I remember several years ago, Senior Lina got him an awakening stone, but the awakening failed. Yet now he has a Tier 2 Aperture Opening power level. Ying muttered to herself. Jean stared at Chu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Good. Very good. The lightning attribute is indeed powerful, but... Zzzzz. Jean spread his right hand, and lightning coiled around his arm. Did you think you're the only one with the lightning attribute? Rare Tier 3-star skill, Thunder Roar.
In front of Jin, lightning condensed into the shape of a thunder dragon.
The ground around them instantly cracked. Many people in the vicinity immediately retreated. Let's see how arrogant this Chu can be now.
Tier 2 aperture opening 7-star, combined with a rare Tier 3-star lightning attribute skill, it could even take his life.
Damn it! I can't stand this Chu. Jin, teach him a good lesson. Showing off even in Tianhua Warrior Academy? Let's see how this Chu takes this move. Chu smiled. Perfect, I'll give it a try. Thunder Tribulation. ZZZZZ.
In an instant, lightning that completely overpowered Jin's erupted from Chu. The momentum of Jin's skill only caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. The force of Chu's move directly shattered the surrounding ground.
The gravel flew up with the lightning, hovering around Chu. The gravel flew up with the lightning, hovering around Chu. Jin's brow furrowed. Just putting on a show. Break for me. Roar. A dragon's roar, accompanied by a thunder dragon, charged towards Chu. And the massive lightning surrounding Chu met it with an unstoppable force. The moment the two powers collided, a powerful shockwave sent the closer students stumbling backward. The thunder dragon was instantly swallowed by Chu's lightning. Then, it surged towards Jin. Jin's pupils contracted. He never expected this. He instinctively released mana to block. However, bang! The lightning sent him flying. Whoa! The surrounding crowd stared with wide eyes. They were all utterly shocked. Holy shit! This? How is this possible? Who exactly is the Tier 2 aperture opening 7-star? Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, crossing 3 stars in power level, instantly defeating a 7-star? Are you kidding? At Tier 2 aperture opening, how can power levels be crossed so easily? This is insane. I'm his classmate. Just yesterday in class, they announced he was the only student who didn't get into a university. What is this? Everyone felt shocked, but to Chu, all of this was perfectly reasonable. Although he was a Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, his attributes had already reached Tier 2 aperture opening 7-star. And his skill was rare tier. It would be strange if he didn't dominate. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a Tier 2 aperture opening 7-star opponent. You have received the reward, unlock first system store. Chu then, under the gaze of the crowd, walked towards Jin, who had just managed to get back up. Bang! Then, Chu kicked him to the ground, and then, Chu's foot landed on his face. The onlooker's pupils constricted at the sight. He actually dared to step on Jin's head? You son of a bitch! How dare you do this to me? Do you know who I am? Pinned by Chu's foot, Jin roared with a distorted face. What were you saying just now? You were going to cripple one of my arms, was it? Chu asked indifferently. Let me go right now, kneel, and apologize, and I'll spare your life. Jin roared. Then, Chu pressed down slightly with his foot. Ah! He screamed repeatedly from Chu's foot. Chu asked indifferently, didn't you just say you were going to cripple one of my arms? Yes. What about it? Jin roared. What about it? Chu chuckled, then placed his foot on Jin's right arm. The crowd's pupils constricted. He wouldn't actually cripple Jin's arm, would he? How is that possible? He would never dare. This Jin's background was not simple. Hank limped over, pointing at Chu. Kid, what do you mean? You want to cripple brother Jin's arm? Then Hank continued to yell, if you have the guts, cripple one today and let me see. I dare you. UFING coward. Jin? Even with Chu stepping on his arm, he wasn't that panicked. He didn't believe this person would dare. But when he heard Hank's words, he panicked instead. Jin, no. That. Crack. Ah. Following the sound of a bone being crushed, Jin's scream followed. Hank stood there, utterly bewildered. Chu looked at Hank and said, "Sorry, but I happen to fall for reverse psychology." With that, Chu turned and walked away. He left behind a crowd of completely stunned onlookers. Holy shit! He's insane. He's absolutely insane. Someone from outside the school came to Tianhua Warrior Academy and broke Jin's arm. That's Jin. His father is from the tribunal. Even if he had no background, who would dare to do something like that in Tianhua Warrior Academy? Holy crap! That's insane. Just wait, even if he's not from Tianhua Warrior Academy, for this incident, the dean will definitely punish him. Handing him over to the tribunal wouldn't be excessive. Jin. Brother Jin. Hank quickly ran over and helped Jin up. Damn it! Brother Jin, he's too arrogant. He actually dared to cripple your arm. How could he dare? Hank said angrily. Slap. Jin slapped him across the face with his other hand. How could he dare? He wouldn't have dared. Fuck you. You pig, you're a fucking pig. I'm going to kill you. Brother Jin, what did I do wrong, Brother Jin, ah. Meanwhile, Tianhua Warrior Academy headmaster's office. Knock, knock, knock. Jin. A female instructor walked in. Dean. Qin Shanhai rubbed his temples, then nodded. Teacher Lu, is there something wrong? It's like this, Chu has come to our Tianhua Warrior Academy. Oh. Chu? What? Qin Shanhai's eyes widened instantly, and he stood up. Chu? Xiaoyao's younger brother? Yes. It's over, it's over, it's over. Qin Shanhai paced back and forth restlessly. Where's my granddaughter Yao Yao? Is she at the academy? Go find her quickly, don't let her see Chu. Dean, is it that serious? What do you know? Although that Chu is utterly useless, for some reason, almost every girl, young or old, likes him. If Yao Yao knew about such a person, my old Qin family would be finished. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The female instructor nodded repeatedly, yes. Oh, and... The dean asked again, is Yao Yao's mother at the academy? Teacher Qin? She is. Keep a close eye on her too, make sure she doesn't see Chu, better safe than sorry. The female instructor? Chapter 8, Spirit Peering Eye. Qin Shanhai sat down. Then he couldn't help but slap himself. Why did I soften my heart and agree to Xiaoyao's request for Chu to audit classes at Tianhua Warrior Academy? I shouldn't have agreed. He regretted it terribly. Mainly because Chu was uneducated and lacked skills. At the time, he thought that even if Chu could get in, he definitely wouldn't come. Unexpectedly, he actually came? He was truly afraid that both his granddaughter and daughter would be abducted by this person. Absolutely no exaggeration. The phone rang. Hello, this is Qin Shanhai. What? Qin Shanhai's eyes widened. Chu, crippled Jin's arm? Ha? You think I'm senile? Didn't you even fail to get into college? Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, lightning attribute? Wasn't Jin Tier 2 aperture opening 7-star? What? Defeated in one move? Qin Shanhai put down the phone. He glanced out the window. Am I still dreaming? The news of Chu wreaking havoc at Tianhua Warrior Academy also quickly became known to everyone. Not many people knew Chu personally, but far too many knew the name. The famous male god of Tianhua City. With a face that charmed countless girls, he was truly thriving. What made him famous at one point was a certain incident. Tianhua City has a total of 4 warrior universities. Coincidentally, the deans of all 4 warrior universities each had a granddaughter. This guy, he jilted the granddaughters of the deans of 3 of those universities. This once drew the dissatisfaction of these 3 deans. That day, these 3 deans planned to seek justice from Chu. However, their 3 granddaughters cried and made a fuss, begging them not to go, even threatening to take their own lives. The matter was thus dropped. He became famous for this battle. Even Chu's family's Jianshanyu residential compound in Tianhua City. A 10-kilometer radius around it was called a forbidden zone by many in Tianhua City. Many who had daughters, wives, or granddaughters would tell them that they could go out and play, but not to go near the Jianshanyu forbidden zone. They were scared. They were afraid their daughters would fall for that Chu. Because of this incident, the housing prices in the Jiangshanyu community once dropped by 20%. Chu walked along the road of Tianhua Warrior Academy. He claimed to be very innocent. It wasn't his doing. It was the original owner. He had transmigrated. He was a law-abiding citizen. Continue the challenge. The system only lasts one day, so there probably won't be many opportunities tonight. Seizing this time, he quickly challenged more students from Tianhua City. Could I challenge a Tier 3 mystic body? Chu thought about it, then shook his head. Difficult. After all, he was only Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star. Tier 3 mystic body was formidable. Chu arrived at the intermediate class area. Perhaps they knew that Chu had stomped on and broken one of Jin's arms. None of them dared to confront Chu and provoke him anymore. Excuse me, is there anyone willing to accept my challenge? Chu looked at the intermediate class students and asked. They looked at each other, speechless. Jin, who was among the top 20 in the intermediate class, was defeated in one move. Who among them would dare to go up? They didn't want to lose face. But if no one stepped forward, wouldn't that still be losing face? Is there no one? Chu asked. Still, no one spoke. Chu, well, if not, like with the beginner class, I'll challenge your entire class alone. Anyone up for it? The crowd? Damn. He's too arrogant. I can't stand it. Who can stand it? But seriously, even if we win, if it's a whole class teaming up to beat him, wouldn't that still be embarrassing? Is there really no one to deal with him? Seeing these girls swooning over him, it's worse than killing me. At this moment, a voice came. How come my Tianhua Warrior Academy intermediate class is full of such cowards? Someone is shitting on your heads, and yet not one of you dares to say anything, huh? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A boy walked over, embracing a beautiful girl. Chenyang. Finally, a truly powerful person has come to uphold justice. The top 3 in the intermediate class in terms of strength, their power level should already be Tier 3 mystic body. They'll probably be promoted to the advanced class ahead of schedule soon. With Chenyang making a move, there shouldn't be any more surprises, right? Oh? Chu raised an eyebrow. The girl in the boy's arms clung to him, smiling. However, when she saw Chu, her expression subtly changed. Chenyang glanced at Chu. You're Chu, right? I've heard of you. It doesn't matter how arrogant you are out there, but coming to Tianhua Warrior Academy and being so ostentatious, that's your problem. Chu ignored him, looked at Ria in Chenyang's arms, and chuckled, You settled for this kind of trash? Chenyang frowned. None of your business. Ria said something. She had just heard that a guy named Chu was challenging students from Tianhua Warrior Academy. She thought it was a namesake. However, when she first saw Chu, she was completely stunned. Wasn't he declared a failure at Awakening and unable to get into university just yesterday? How is he today? Chenyang laughed. I get it, a loser dumped by Qiushui, coming to Tianhua Warrior Academy to challenge others to venture resentment or to show off in front of Qiushui, right? Ha ha ha. Chu also laughed out loud, How strange, you're embracing a green tea who desperately begged to be with me, and you're treating her like a treasure. Chenyang frowned. No. He's lying, I broke up with him, so how could I have begged to be with him? He was the one constantly begging to be with me, Ria quickly explained. Chenyang smiled, looking at Chu, and said. So you're just being tough to save face, huh? This famous Chu, with countless girlfriends, it turns out his girlfriends were all licked into submission? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Many people nearby also bloated and mocked. Chu took out his phone and played a voice recording on speaker. Brother Chu, please be with me, okay? I can do anything, I'm willing to do anything, I just want to be with you. Brother Chu, I sent you 2 photos of me in uniform, do you like them? Brother Chu, you're so annoying, alright then, I'll change into a black silk outfit. You promised me, okay? Then you'll agree to be my boyfriend. Chu smiled and asked, there are many more, do you want to hear them? Ria's face drastically changed. Chenyang's face also turned ashen. Just as he was about to say something, Chu leaned closer to him, afraid you won't believe me, that I took someone else's voice? Look, this is her account, isn't it? Hiss. The surrounding people collectively gasped. Tui. Slut. What is this? She looks so good, but her heart is so dirty, right? She has no shame, what a thing, I spit on her. Some girls couldn't help but curse. Ria instantly became flustered. Chenyang gritted his teeth. Being humiliated like this in public made him lose all face, and he was instantly enraged. UFING bastard. Chenyang looked at Chu, cursed, and his aura instantly erupted, ready to strike. Swoosh. Chu immediately widened the distance, pointed at Ria, and said, just a reminder, this woman's is poisonous, okay? I haven't touched her, because any guy who touches her, that thing will explode. Chu said. Are UFING calling me an idiot? Take this. Chenyang roared and charged at Chu. However, he had only taken 2 steps. Bang. Suddenly, something on him seemed to explode. Exploding ding-dong card, self-explanatory. Usage 1. AH. Immediately after, Chenyang fell to the ground, clutching his pants and screaming. The crowd? I already warned you, but you didn't believe me. Sigh. Chu sighed. All the male students felt a chill below. Couldn't help but gasp. Holy crap! They looked at Ria blankly. Awesome! This is truly awesome! Ranxiu Shua looked utterly baffled. It wasn't me, she quickly explained to Chenyang. You. Chenyang, with trembling fingers, pointed at Ria, then at Chu. Hey, you can't blame me for this, do you really think I have the power to make it explode just like that? I don't believe it. Chenyang pulled it open and looked. It was gone. Gone. Truly gone. His brother. Come back. Please come back. Thud. Chenyang was so angry that he fainted on the spot and collapsed. Ding. Congratulations on defeating Tier 3 Mystic Body 1 star. You have received the reward, Spirit Gazer. Spirit Gazer can detect specific information of targets whose power level is no more than 10 stars higher than your own, including mana flow, mechanisms, traps, barriers, and illusions. Ying was absolutely thrilled watching the entire scene unfold. She took out her phone and made a call. Hello, Instructor Xiao, come to the intermediate class right away, it's super exciting. You absolutely won't believe it. The other party, no, I'm making money selling things I have to pay rent tomorrow, or I'll have nowhere to live. Ying, that was truly wonderful, Instructor Xiao. If you're short on rent, you can come sleep at my place tonight. The other party, no, your fingernails aren't even trimmed. Ying's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! Instructor Xiao, you're so lewd. Chu. At this moment, a loud roar came from the front. Everyone looked over. Dean Xinjianhai walked over quickly, filled with immense anger. He has finished. Many boys, seeing this scene, also started to gloat. Chapter 9, the Dean of Tianhua Warrior Academy is triggered. Xinjianhai was truly furious. You want to audit classes at Tianhua Warrior Academy? No problem. You want to challenge us? No problem. What the hell? You freaking stepped on Jin's arm and broke it. Now Chenyang is completely ruined. Are you crazy? How much trouble have you stirred up? How he is doesn't matter, Shin Jinhai couldn't care less. However, Shin Jinhai truly felt for Lina. He really didn't want to see Chu cause Lina any more trouble. Dean Chin. Chu saw the newcomer and flashed a fawning smile. Chu had a decent impression of Shin Jinhai. Although Shin Jinhai wasn't particularly friendly towards him, he genuinely cared about Lina and had provided a lot of help. You. Shin Jinhai pointed at Chu, then glanced at Chenyang lying on the ground, his hands trembling with anger. Chu, good. You're really good. Do you actually think Tianhua Warrior Academy is your home? I'm going to teach you a lesson today and then hand you over to the tribunal for disposal. Hearing this, everyone revealed schadenfreude smiles. Don't, Dean Chin, I didn't really do anything wrong, did I? I just came to challenge him, Chu mumbled. You broke Jin's arm, don't think I don't know. Shin Jinhai roared. Chu shrugged, Dean Chin, he kept saying he wanted to cripple one of my arms. That was self-defense, at most it's excessive self-defense, right? What about him, then? Shin Jinhai pointed at Chenyang on the ground. Chu raised his hands, heaven and earth are my witnesses, so many people are watching. Let alone releasing mana, I didn't even move my hands. That's right, Dean, I can testify that Brother Chu really didn't lay a hand on Chenyang. Yes, we were all watching, he indeed didn't make a move. It was that Rhea, she's poisonous and can explode. Exactly. In fact, Brother Chu even warned Chenyang, but it was no use. They must have already done something before, it's really not Brother Chu's fault. Shin Jinhai? Chu nodded repeatedly, Dean Chin, you see, everyone's eyes are sharp. What a Chu! Shin Jinhai pointed at Chu, seething with rage. He still underestimated his popularity among the girls. But if he, as the dean, didn't do something about this, would he have any face left? Shin Jinhai then shouted. Chu, arrogant and domineering, an outsider who has committed various sins within my Tianhua Warrior Academy. As the principal of Tianhua Warrior Academy, I have the responsibility and right to deal with this. My current decision is to punish this outsider, Chu, with a lightning strike, and then hand him over to the tribunal. Many people around them had their eyes light up. Serves him right. Zzz. Shin Jinhai was faintly surrounded by lightning. Cough cough. Chu cleared his throat and said, Principal Chin, don't do it. If you electrocute me, Yao Yao will be sad. Hearing Chu's words, Shin Jinhai shivered violently. His granddaughter, Yao Yao. Arg. Chu. What a Chu. You're actually threatening me. Arg. You. Shin Jinhai pointed at Chu, momentarily speechless. He then deflated and shouted. However, in light of the truth in Chu's words, and the lack of evidence that Chu was responsible for Chenyang's incident, I believe the matter of punishment needs further consideration. The crowd? Chu grinned, then bowed, the principal is wise. Shin Jinhai glanced at Chu. You rascal, follow me. After speaking, he looked at the other students and said, Go quickly find Instructor Lu and tell her to treat Chenyang with what attribute energy first. With that, Shin Jinhai turned and walked away. Chu happily followed him. There was no conversation along the way. In Shin Jinhai's office. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Chu. You scoundrel! Can't you give your sister a break? You heartless brat, how much has she given up for you all these years? How much has she lost? Do you know? Let me tell you, I'm only cutting you some slack because I feel bad for your sister. Chu nodded repeatedly. All right. Shin Jinhai waved his hand, I'll help you suppress this matter, but I can't guarantee what they'll do secretly. You just need to promise me one thing. Name it, Dean. Stay away from my granddaughter. Shin Jinhai said through gritted teeth. No problem. I absolutely won't appear in front of your granddaughter on my own initiative. Shin Jinhai nodded, then suddenly thought of something. And not in front of my daughter either. Chu. Fine. You are not allowed to appear at Tianhua Warrior Academy again. Chu said, Dean, you are the principal of Tianhua Warrior Academy. You can't deprive a student of their right to learn. Qin Jinhai? Damn it. You were never a student of Tianhua Warrior Academy, so where do you get the right to study here? Fine. Can't I just transfer my daughter and granddaughter? Qin Jinhai gnashed his teeth. Chu looked wronged. Qin Jinhai sat down, sighed, and said, after I transfer them, you can come to Tianhua Warrior Academy. I'll give you student status and make an exception for you. Chu shook his head. Your university wouldn't accept me before. If I enter Tianhua Warrior Academy, and then become famous, Tianhua Warrior Academy will benefit from my success, take advantage of me for free, and earn this honor for nothing? No, I don't agree. Qin Jinhai? You. Shameless. You scoundrel. Tianhua Warrior Academy wouldn't accept you? Didn't you fail to get in before? Whose problem is that? And he'll definitely become famous in the future. Tianhua Warrior Academy would take advantage of him? Put. Fine. Have it your way. Get out of here. Qin Jinhai said angrily. Chu was about to leave when Qin Jinhai called out to him. Wait a moment. With that, Qin Jinhai threw a letter to Chu. If you have a lightning attribute, when you have time, go to the Tianhua Warrior Academy convenience store and find Xiao Qiyue. She can help you. Don't bother me again, goddammit. He. Thanks, Dean. Chu grinned. He was about to leave, then he thought of something else. Still not leaving? Qin Jinhai glared at him. Chu touched the tip of his nose and said, Ahem, Dean, could you let me push you, and then tell me that you're not my match and you surrender, okay? Qin Jinhai? System. Ding. Host, please stop exploiting bugs. This behavior is shameful. It doesn't count. Ding. Doesn't count. This doesn't count. Ding. Host, please note, this does not count. In Chu's mind, system prompts kept ringing. Clearly, the system seemed a bit anxious. Chu ignored it directly. What do you want? Please, Dean, just one last thing. If you agree, I swear, I will absolutely never meet your granddaughter, Chu said. Who? Qin Jinhai took a deep breath. What's in it for you? The dean is a master, I can't beat him, but can I enjoy myself a bit in this way? I swear, I will never let your granddaughter see me again, Chu grinned. You rascal, you said it. If you go back on your word, I'll cripple you. Absolutely not. Chu nodded repeatedly. Come on. Then Chu reached out and pushed Qin Jinhai. System, ding. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Really doesn't count. Qin Jinhai then clutched his chest, fell back into his chair, and stiffly said, You are too strong, I am not your match, I lost. After speaking, he glared at Chu, Is that enough? Yes, thank you, Dean, I had fun, ha. Bye, Dean. Qin Jinhai watched Chu's retreating back. This kid probably got a big opportunity, otherwise, he wouldn't have changed so much overnight. Oh well, who told me I got such a precious student? Just consider it doing something for Xiaoya. Outside. System, reward. System. Ding. This system has already reminded the host that bug exploitation is disgraceful, it's cheating, and there will be no reward. Chu, you're right, but you should have told me in advance. With my sister's situation, although you refuted me, you didn't clearly set rules afterward. You just said it now. I ask you, can rules set on the spot count? Is it me who's cheating or you who's cheating? System. Chu, am I right? Are you cheating? We need to be reasonable, hurry up, reward. System. Ding! Ko!
Congratulations to the host for defeating an 8-star opponent in the supernatural realm, receiving rewards, God tier comprehension, space attribute, mana value increased tenfold regardless of power level. It is 10 times the normal warrior mana value, system value plus 1 million, feeling wronged.
Ding!
During the existence of the defeated foe system, the host needs to truly defeat emphasis the opponent to receive rewards.
Chu grinned. These rewards. God tier comprehension. He also gained the space attribute. Space and time are the rarest and most powerful 2 attributes. And the most difficult to cultivate. Normally, even cultivating space for hundreds of years might only achieve 50% mastery. And his mana increased tenfold. It's not just his current mana value increasing tenfold. He is tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, his mana value is 5,000, now it's 50,000. If he reaches tier 4 Mystic Sky, a normal warrior has 200,000 mana value, while he would have 2 million. That's what it means. His mana would be sufficient. He wouldn't run out of mana after releasing just a few powerful skills. 10 times more. Awesome. You're so cute, Shu said to the system. System #%? Then Chu happily walked towards the commissary. Tianhua Warrior Academy commissary. 2 girls were inside. Ying looked at Xiao Qiue, who was organizing the shelves in front of her. Mentor Xiao, you really missed out, that was truly amazing just now. Chapter 10, Are you seriously treating this fairy as a bug? Ying was still savoring the moment. She had to admit, regarding today's incident, she truly admired Chu. Although he was indeed a scumbag. He definitely had guts in how he handled things. As Ying spoke, her jade hand played with an exquisite dagger. The dagger flew around under her control. Xiao Qiue turned around, rolled her eyes, and casually caught the flying dagger in midair, saying, "Can amazing feed me? This fairy is starving to death. Also, watch your tone." Fairy mentor, Ying smiled. "That's more like it," Xiao Qiue beamed. Then she sat down, propping her chin in her hand, and mumbled, "How can an intelligent fairy like me worry about money? Ah, it's tough, it's tough." Ying stretched, then asked, "Fairy mentor, why would you quit being a mentor at the Tianhua Warrior Academy and come open a commissary? What were you thinking? Damn it! What do you know? No one is perfect, but they will go bankrupt. How much salary can a mentor earn? Only by starting my own business can I achieve financial freedom." Ying shrugged. "Are you sure it's not because you were constantly complained about by students and parents, and your salary was all deducted, which is why you opened a commissary?" Ahem, Xiao Qiue coughed. Xiao Qiue was Ying's mentor. Their ages were quite similar. Ying was 23, and Xiao Qiue was 25. She was said to have come from another city. As soon as he arrived at Tianhua Warrior Academy, he caused quite a stir. Because she was incredibly beautiful, and also a mentor. Which male student could resist? In daily life, she was carefree and lax, completely unlike a mentor goddess. She even let students call her fairy mentor. She would lead students in gambling, and if she lost money, she would tear up and feign pity. She even collected protection fees from students. She was complained about quite a bit. Complaints meant salary deductions. Although she was unreliable and improper, she was genuinely a good person. Even though she collected protection money, when things needed to be done, she actually got them done. A student was bullied outside of school, and she led the charge to fight back. She was overjoyed. But then she was fined again upon returning. Enough chattering, where's little Chu Xue? Call her over to support this fairy's business, Xiao Qiue said. No thanks, your merchandise here is ridiculously overpriced. Damn it! Where is this fairy's merchandise overpriced? Little Ying, don't talk nonsense, Xiao Qiue instantly became displeased. Ying pointed to a string of bracelets. These bracelets are at most 30 outside, but here they're 320. This fairy hand strung them. Note, it's hand strung by this fairy. It's worth the price. Ing pointed to another, saying, "This healing fluid is 1500 outside, but here it's 3000. This fairy concocted it herself. Besides being a healing potion, it also contains this fairy's overflowing love. Isn't it worth 3000? Xiao Qiyue grew anxious. Cough, 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 worth it, worth it, worth it. Ing nodded repeatedly. These students are really something. They're so lavish when wooing girls, but my fairy snack shop has been open for half a day, and they just glance and run off. What's the meaning of that? I haven't made a single sale yet. Xiao Qiyue looked aggrieved. Oh, right. Xiao Qiyue changed the subject and asked, wasn't there a pervert who kept bothering you before? He even came to your doorstep in the middle of the night wearing only a pair of shorts. What happened to him? Castrated him. Ing played with the dagger, speaking nonchalantly. Really castrated him? Yeah, it was so small and still dangling there, of course I had to castrate him, right? He's still in the hospital now. Xiao Qiyue, awesome. Just then, her phone chimed. Xiao Qiyue took a look. That stingy old dean said he arranged a student for this fairy and wants me to look after him, and I'll get 12,000 yuan a month. Wow! Is he actually that generous? Xiao Qiyue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Who is it? Ing asked curiously. Xiao Qiyue shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with little stars. I don't know, he said he'd come to find me later, wakakaka. I'm rich. I'm rich. Little fairy shop, this must be it. Just then, Chu's mumbling could be heard from outside, and then he walked in. Chu thought it would be quite good to have a lightning attribute expert give him private lessons, so he came to check it out. Ing saw Chu and raised her delicate eyebrows. It was him. And when Xiao Qiyue saw the person, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up. She quickly sidled up to Chu with a grin. Oh, little brother, buying something? Come and take a look, everything this fairy has here is genuine, low-priced, and fair to all. Chu looked at them, completely stunned. It really was the little fairy shop. These two girls, each more beautiful than the last. The one sitting in front of him, playing with a dagger. Beautiful chestnut long hair. Slightly purse-thin, cherry blossom-like lips, large, lively, yet somewhat mysterious eyes that were unfathomable, pink-tinged crystal earrings and a dazzling W pendant bracelet on her wrist, paired with white riding boots, made her captivating. This woman fawning over him. A devilishly alluring figure, a radiant cascade of golden wavy hair, and long legs clad in a goose-yellow dress, showcasing her perfect physique. If Chu were to name the most beautiful person in his memory, it would be Lina. Now, there were two more. Xiao Qiyue's enthusiasm left Chu momentarily unsure of how to react. I'm looking for someone, Chu said. Xiao Qiyue smiled as she helped Chu sit down on a stool. No rush, why don't you look around and buy something first? If you buy something, and let me make a sale, this fairy will help you find them for free, how about it? Xiao Qiyue said sweetly. All right. Chu then browsed the snack shop. Fairy mentor, that's him, Ing whispered to Xiao Qiyue. That's right. It's her. The first pot of gold on this fairy's entrepreneurial journey. Xiao Qiyue said with a beaming smile. Ing helplessly rubbed her forehead. Soon, Chu came over with a bag of spicy strips and asked. How much? Xiao Qiyue staggered. A bag of spicy strips? That's right. Xiao Qiyue's face darkened. 4 kwai. That expensive? Holy cow. What a ripoff. These spicy strips are 2 kwai everywhere else, aren't they? That's the price. Chu reluctantly pulled out a 5 yuan note and handed it over. Xiao Qiyue took it and glanced at it. No change. This lollipop is 1 kwai, making it exactly 5 kwai together, so I won't give you any change, okay? Xiao Qiyue said. 2. Then he shook his head, this lollipop only costs a few mao to make, right? And I don't want it, I just want my 1 kwai change. Xiao Qiyue frowned, then handed Chu a sausage, this sausage is 2 yuan each. I'm already losing 1 yuan on you. Is that okay now? Chu still shook his head. I'm not hungry to begin with, why would I want a sausage? Just give me back 1 yuan. Xiao Qiyue, big brother, I haven't even opened for business yet, I don't have any change. Chu, but I don't eat sausages. If you don't have change, surely you can transfer 1 yuan to me via mobile payment? Xiao Qiyue lowered her head and checked her account balance. 0.12 yuan. She sniffled, feeling wronged. How about this? 2 sausages, and I'm losing 3 kwai on you. Is that okay now? Xiao Qiyue said again. Miss, I told you I'm not hungry. Then you can feed stray cats. Chu, damn it. Why don't you feed yourself? I just want my 1 yuan. If you don't have change, is it that hard to transfer 1 yuan to me via mobile payment? You. Xiao Qiyue was fuming. I'm not selling anymore. Give me the spicy strips. She held out her hand to Chu. You're the one who asked me to buy, and you're the one who won't sell. I'm going to complain about you. Hearing Chu's words, Xiao Qiyue paused. You. Xiao Qiyue took a deep breath. She composed herself and said. Fine. Consider this very unlucky. I'll give you this bag of spicy strips, okay? I don't want your money. Xiao Qiyue said, handing the 5 yuan to Chu. Chu took the 5 yuan, you said it, you're giving it to me? Yes. Giving it to you. Go, hurry up and go. Xiao Qiyue gritted her teeth, ready to rush Chu out. Chu stroked his chin, then placed the 5 yuan note on the counter. What? Xiao Qiyue asked. Another bag of these spicy strips. Xiao Qiyue? The next second, she completely lost it. Are you treating this fairy as a bug to exploit? I'm going to kill you. Ah. Ing. Chapter 11, The Pie in the Sky King, Xiao Qiyue. Ing watched wide-eyed as Xiao Qiyue chased Chu out with a cleaver. Chasing him far away. These two, they really are a perfect match. Ying's lips curved slightly as he murmured to himself. Both of them were troublemakers. With these two colliding, the scene before them seemed perfectly understandable. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Xiao Qiyue walked back, rolling up her sleeves and huffing. He exploited this fairy's bug. Ah. I gave it to him for free, and he still wants another one. Holy crap. Xiao Qiyue, still fuming, turned around and shouted at Chu in the distance, don't let this fairy see you again. Otherwise, my little Ing will castrate you. Ing. Fairy mentor, he's the Chu I told you about. The one who didn't get into university and came here to challenge? That's right. And then? He broke Jin's arm and destroyed Chenyang's thing. Xiao Qiyue. Wow. I knew it. How could he be so reckless, daring to take advantage of this fairy? It pisses me off. Xiao Qiyue gasped for breath. Then the two walked in. Chu, from a good distance away, patted his chest. Damn it! Is it really necessary? Women are truly scary. So beautiful. But when they get angry, who can stand it? However, he still had to go in and find someone. Although Chu had a system, he wasn't sure what the system would reward him with later. He still needed formal learning in various aspects of this continent's knowledge, skills, combat, and spiritual tool usage. Especially the cultivation of the lightning attribute. He composed himself. Chu walked over again. Xiao Qiyue was chatting animatedly with Ing. Ing then suddenly pointed to the doorway. Xiao Qiyue looked over. They saw Chu's head peeking in stealthily. Damn it! You dare to come back! This fairy is going to beat you up for sure. Xiao Qiyue rolled up her sleeves and stood up. No, it was a joke, don't take it seriously, I'm here to find someone. Chu quickly said. Who are you looking for? Xiao Qiyue asked disgruntledly. I heard Mentor Xiao Qiyue is at the convenience store, and I only see this one convenience store, so it should be here, right? Xiao Qiyue sat down, took a sip of tea, and asked, What do you want with Xiao Qiyue? The dean introduced me, he wants her to mentor me. Cough cough. Xiao Qiyue choked directly. What? It's you. She looked at Chu, bewildered. Chu showed a puzzled expression. Ying revealed a smile. This is going to be fun. So, the student the dean asked Xiao Qiyue to take was him. This is really interesting. These two getting together. TSK. Tianhua Warrior Academy. Oh no, Tianhua City itself might be in chaos. No, absolutely not. Xiao Qiyue waved her hand. What's this? Handing such a troublesome person to this fairy for only 12,000 a month? Isn't that just shooing away a beggar? Chu also simultaneously mumbled, What the heck, that old geezer found me someone so unreliable? You dog of a dean. You're screwing him over. After saying that, the two exchanged glances. Holy crap! You're even looking down on this fairy? Xiao Qiyue immediately got agitated. Tutor Xiao Qiyue, it was a misunderstanding. Call me fairy. Xiao Qiyue rolled her eyes. Chu silently shook his head. Unreliable, unreliable. Oh, come on. Little Ying, he's even looking down on me now. What a huge disgrace. Xiao Qiyue said miserably to Ying. What then? Ying asked. This fairy is going to find the dean. This person, I don't want to teach, Xiao Qiyue said. But, you can't even afford your rent. Xiao Qiyue, who was about to grab her phone, froze. She sniffled pitifully. A tiger fallen on flat ground is bullied by dogs. I look up and sigh in vain. After sighing, she looked at Chu. Alright, let's just solve the rent problem first. You can follow me from now on. Chu was also a bit reluctant to follow her. He just felt she was unreliable. What knowledge can you teach me? Chu asked. Positions? Xiao Qiyue immediately looked at Chu warily. Pervert. Knowledge. It's knowledge. Chu repeated. Cough cough. Xiao Qiyue cleared her throat. I can teach anything, depending on what you want to learn. Alright then. Chu nodded. I heard you didn't get into university? Xiao Qiyue asked curiously. That's right. Chu sat down. Didn't you defeat Jean? How could you not get into college? And your Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, intermediate class level. Xiao Qiyue didn't quite understand. Chu shrugged and didn't say anything. Lightning element, what weapon do you prefer? Xiao Qiyue continued to ask. A sword. Xiao Qiyue extended her hand. A spatial wormhole appeared before her. She reached in, pulled out a sword, and threw it to Chu. Chu! Holy crap! Spatial master. With her methods, his sister Lina hadn't even grasped spatial abilities yet. It seemed he had misunderstood Dean Sheen. Take this for now, help me out with some odd jobs for the next couple of days. Based on your performance, if you do well, this fairy maiden will teach you my ultimate skill. What ultimate skill? Chu asked curiously. The sealed dust heavenly deduction art. Ying. Cough cough. Ying coughed. The master of pie in the sky promises, Xiao Qiyue. She had said the exact same thing to me back then. 2 years had passed. She never mentioned it again. How are you so familiar with me? You know my power level, my attributes, you wouldn't happen to like me and secretly investigate me, would you? Chu asked, looking at her. Put. Xiao Qiyue spat out a mouthful of water. Ask Ying. She's your little fangirl. Xiao Qiyue pointed at Ying. Chu looked at Ying. Hi. Ying smiled and waved at Chu. Chu shook his head. Sorry, we're not a good match, I like bigger. Ying's smile instantly froze. Put. Xiao Qiyue burst out laughing. Then she warned, I advise you not to provoke her. Little Ying has castrated people before. Chu. Ying took a deep breath. At this moment, 3 girls walked in hand. When they saw Chu, their eyes lit up. Wow! He's really here. Hi, can I get your contact info? Little brother, we finally found you. You're so handsome. We have a party tonight, full of beautiful girls. Would you like to come? You can be my date. I saw him first, I'm first. I invited him first, so it's definitely me first. They crowded around Chu, vying for his attention. Xiao Qiyue was about to say something. Several more girls squeezed into the canteen. Found him, sisters, he's inside. Come in quickly. Xiao Qiyue rubbed her delicate chin, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, you all. Xiao Qiyue called out. Fairy teacher. They quickly called out. Do you like this handsome student of mine? Xiao Qiyue asked with a smile. Wow. Is he your student? Yes, we like him. Absolutely love him. Fairy mentor, you don't know, on our Tianhua Warrior Academy forum, in just this short while, he's already #1 on the campus heartthrob ranking. A cliff-edge victory. Even though I know his reputation isn't great, we just like him. Xiao Qiyue's beautiful eyes lit up, then she revealed a smile. Come, buy some things. If you buy things, I'll let him give you his contact information, how about that? Wow. Good. Chu's mouth twitched. Chapter 12, Talent, Born Together, Not Died Together? The sky slowly darkened. And the fairy convenience store, such a small place. A long queue formed outside. All of them were girls. They all stood on their tiptoes, eagerly looking forward. Several notices were posted at the entrance of the fairy convenience store. For any purchase over 898 in the store, receive a handsome photo of Chu. Can be used as an avatar. For any purchase over 1898 in the store, receive an opportunity to take a photo with Chu. For purchases of 3,898 or more in our small shop, you can get Chu's contact information. Ying walked out. Everyone, please don't line up anymore. The store's items are sold out and haven't been restocked. Please come back tomorrow. The girls outside immediately showed disheartened expressions. Senior Sister Ying, please tell the fairy instructor that I won't buy anything. I'll directly transfer 3898 to her. I want junior brother Chu's contact information. Yes. I won't buy anything either. I'll directly transfer the money. Just give me junior brother Chu's contact information. Senior Sister Ying, please tell Chu that I have various uniforms at home, nurse, teacher, soccer babe, maid. Please. Ying's mouth twitched. Oh my god. She admitted that Chu was unbelievably handsome. But these girls were even more ridiculous. So crazy. She walked in. Xiao Qiyue sat there, her eyes full of greed, even a slightly perverted gleam, frantically counting money. Wahaha, I'm rich. Who says this fairy doesn't have a business mind? Chu twitched his lips. Damn it. He had boarded a pirate ship. Hee, Xu Xin, here you go. Xiao Qiyue handed Chu a wad of cash. It was probably around 10,000 yuan. For me? Of course. Then Xiao Qiyue handed Ying another wad of money. Xiao Ying gets a share too. You all worked hard. Follow this fairy, and I guarantee you'll have good food and drink. Then she looked at the sky outside. It's getting late. You all should go back and rest early. This fairy still needs to restock. We'll continue tomorrow. Continue? Chu looked at Xiao Qiyue, bewildered. Oh, my dear cash cow. Ugh, Chu Xian. Xiao Qiyue smiled and leaned close to Chu, linking her arm through his. The assessment period is 3 days, you know. Today's performance was already very good. You don't want to give up halfway, do you? I'm telling you, this fairy's sealing heaven's derivation art, no kidding, I'm the only one in the entire continent who knows it. What grade? Chu asked. What's the highest grade for skills and cultivation methods in this world? Saint Forbidden rank, right? This is Saint Forbidden rank. Chu looked at her with suspicion. Really, really? Xiao Qiyue nodded repeatedly. All right then. Chu said. He, have a good rest, moi. Xiao Qiyue even blew a few air kisses to Chu from a distance. Clearly, after spending the afternoon together, Chu was completely accepted by Xiao Qiyue. What a joke! An unbeatable money tree, she loved it too much. Then I'll head back first. Chu said. Bye. Ying said, then I'll head back too. I might not come tomorrow. Tonight, I might go on an adventure with Shi Chu Shui. Chu. Suck blood? Xiao Qiyue nodded, be careful. Ying and Chu walked out together. Are you very familiar with Shi Chu Shui? Chu glanced at Ying and asked. This woman is very dangerous. Don't let her frequent smiles and slightly carefree demeanor fool you. But she's definitely the ruthless type. Why? Do you know her? Of course, the universally recognized #1 beauty of the 4 warrior universities in Tianhua City. I haven't seen her yet. My goodness. So you don't recognize me? Ying rolled her eyes at him. Heard of you, too. You're probably 3rd or 4th, right? Seeing you today, it certainly makes sense, but you probably don't have many admirers. Ying looked at Chu. Why the hell not? Everyone likes ice beauties like Shi Chu Shui. A tomboy like you, forget about it. Ying. You think I won't kill you? Ying said fiercely. Then Xiao Qiyue will kill you. Chu chuckled. Get lost. Farewell. After speaking, Ying directly disappeared beside Chu. Holy cow! Are they all this powerful? Chu opened his mouth and muttered a complaint. At this very moment. Tianhua First People's Hospital. Jean lay on the hospital bed. One arm bandaged, his face pale. A middle-aged man stood beside him. Dad, that Chu is too arrogant. I'm going to kill him. Jean roared, his eyes red. Jin's father said, we certainly can't let him off easily for this, but Jinhai has suppressed it for now. The dean? How can he help suppress it? Jean asked, agitated. You started the trouble by trying to cripple his arm, which gave others a reason to suppress it. Even if there's punishment and compensation, it won't be much, it's meaningless. Damn it! Jean gritted his teeth. Don't worry, we'll find a way eventually. You need to take it easy. I specifically asked the vice president of the tribunal to treat this arm for you, otherwise, you'd be crippled. Jean clenched his teeth. At this moment, a nurse pushed a bed with Jean on it. The bed slowly stopped beside Jean. Jean turned his head and took a look. A familiar boy lay on the bed. At this moment, his eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. Chenyang? Jean frowned. Chenyang turned his head and looked at Jean absently. What's wrong with you? Then he looked at where Chenyang was bandaged. Hiss. Who did this? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Chenyang, eyes red, clenched his fists. Chu. He gritted his teeth and said. Jean. He couldn't help but sniffle. The two of them had always been at odds. But at this moment, there was a feeling of mutual appreciation. Good brother. Chu felt great today. He had initially thought this defeated foe system was a bit useless. But the rewards completely exceeded his expectations. Rare tier skill, spatial attribute, power level also reached tier 2 aperture opening 4 stars. Having gained a large number of attribute points, his tier 2 aperture opening 4-star stats had even reached that of others tier 2 aperture opening 7-star. Right, System Mall. Chu quickly opened the System Mall to take a look. First System Mall. Attribute exchange, can exchange for speed, physique, strength, and spirit. After exchange, the value doubles for 3 minutes. Same attributes cannot be stacked. Cost, 10,000 system points. Duplicity card, after using on a target, her answers and actions will be contrary to her inner thoughts. Cost, 10,000 system points. Evasion card, after use, the host will be in an infinite evasion state for the next 3 minutes, capable of evading all attacks effective below Celestial Venerable Realm. Usable once per day. Cost, 10,000 system points. Common attribute exchange, can exchange for wood, water, fire, earth attributes. Cost, 200,000 system points. Rare attribute exchange, can exchange for wind, dark, light, lightning, ice rare attributes. Cost, 500,000 system points. Super rare attribute exchange, can exchange for time or space attributes. Cost, 1 million system points. Fatal blow, after exchange, the power of the next move increases by 100 times. Cost, 1 million system points. Usable once per day. Talent exchange, after exchange, you will randomly acquire a talent. System value cost, 1 million. Usable once in a lifetime. Pink mist, can only be used on the opposite sex. System value cost, 2 million. King Yama's decree, after exchange, write a name on King Yama's decree. Relevant information about the person will appear in your mind. This will instantly erase them, regardless of power level or location. System value cost, 50 million. Ha! Chu was utterly stunned. He could accept the ones before. That last King Yama's decree, holy shit. Is this something that should even exist? My goodness. Isn't that too overbearing? An attribute exchange, did that mean as long as he had enough system value, he could possess all attributes? This? Talent exchange. Talents like these didn't exist on Azure Star. Warriors only had laws and domains. Above Tier 4 Mystic Sky was the Divine Ability Realm, and above the Divine Ability Realm was Tier 6 Law. Upon reaching Tier 6 Law, warriors could comprehend laws to assist them in battle. Talents should be something the system independently grants me, something others can't possess. They should be similar to laws. He currently only had 1 million system value. Which one to exchange? The most useful option right now is clearly an additional attribute or talent. Chu thought for a moment. Exchange talent. Ding. Are you sure? Confirmed. Ding. You have consumed 1 million system value to exchange for a talent. Ding. Talent is being randomly assigned. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent, live together, die apart. Chu. Chapter 13, A Sudden Urge to Slay Demon Gods. Chu froze in place. What the heck? Others live and die together. This talent is live together, die apart? What's the effect? Chu quickly checked. Shared life, not shared death, a talent skill bestowed by the system, ignoring power level. Upon use, it allows you to swap your status with that of a selected target within your line of sight. Cooldown, half a year. Chu. Holy shit? Chu was shocked. This talent is simply heaven-defying, isn't it? How to understand it? Suppose he is severely injured, even life-threatening. And the opponent is in peak condition. He uses this talent, and their states directly swap. His Chu became perfectly healthy, while the opponent was directly gravely injured. It's that overbearing. That brainless. Doesn't this essentially mean I get a death exemption token every 6 months? What the hell? And it even ignored power level. Now, if a heavenly Tao realm demon god were in front of him,
As long as the demon god doesn't kill him, but only beats him to the brink of death. He would just use live together, die apart. His Chu could instantly become lively and energetic. The demon god would instantly be on the verge of death. If worst comes to worst, he could even beat himself to near death, and then give the opponent a taste of live together, die apart. Just thinking about it feels great. This is too ruthless. Chu opened his mouth. Damn it! He felt an impulse to go slay the demon god. While his defeated foe system was still active, wouldn't he be invincible if he eliminated the demon god? But that was just a thought, clearly unrealistic. The closest to Tianhua City was the 5th demon god temple. That was deep within the demonic beast domain. He wouldn't even be able to get there alive. I wonder what new system will activate tonight. Chu was already looking forward to it. Click. Chu opened the door. Lina stood up from the sofa. She seemed to have been cultivating just now. She walked to Chu, skillfully picked up the shoes Chu had taken off, and brought out a pair of slippers. I didn't expect you to be back so late. The food's cold, I'll warm it up for you. After Lina finished speaking, she walked towards the kitchen. It's all right, Lina, I'll do it myself. Chu said with a smile. Hearing Chu address her again, Lina turned her head. That's too cheesy. I just like calling you that now. All right, Lina said no more. She must have known about what happened to Chu today. Although Chu made a mistake, the dean suppressed it. Compared to that, what made her happy was that Chu was actually a Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star lightning attribute warrior. This was a huge surprise to her. Have you eaten? Chu asked. I'm already Tier 4 Mystic Sky, so I don't get hungry easily, Lina said, shaking her head slightly. Then let's eat something together. After warming up the food, the two sat opposite each other. I heard about what happened to you today. Lina looked at Chu with her beautiful eyes. Chu scratched his head. I caused trouble again. Just be careful in the future. Now that you're Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star, you've officially stepped into the ranks of warriors. You can also unleash some stronger skills now. Work hard on your cultivation. Of course, Chu smiled. Did the dean register you for enrollment? Lina asked, taking a bite of her dish. I didn't join, but he found someone to teach me. Who? Lina asked curiously. Xiao Qi Yue. Mentor Xiao. I owe the dean another great favor, Lina mused. A great favor? Chu looked at her curiously. Lina nodded. Yes, although Mentor Xiao is about the same age as me, she's very powerful. In terms of spatial attributes alone, she's much stronger than me. In my knowledge, for someone her age, it's probably hard to find a second person on the entire Blue Star with her mastery of space. I consulted her a lot about space back then, and she helped me a great deal. Space is too difficult to cultivate. Although he acquired it, he just tried it. He could only perform a short-range teleportation of a few meters. Too difficult. The profundity of space is unimaginable. Spatial teleportation, spatial explosion, spatial collapse, spatial compression, 2-dimensional space, 3-dimensional space, etc. Once truly mastered, it's truly terrifying. She's that powerful? What power level? Chu asked. Lina said, she's at the divine ability realm, probably hasn't advanced to Tier 6 law yet. Divine power realm at 25? Isn't this going to be on par with a genius like Dustin, the young master of the tribunal? But she can defeat a Tier 6 law. 2. P.S. Tier 1 Chi refining, Tier 2 aperture opening, Tier 3 mystic body, Tier 4 mystic sky, divine ability realm, Tier 6 law, domain realm, heavenly venerable realm, divine emperor realm, and heavenly Tao realm. Each major power level is further divided into 1 to 10 stars. At that level of power level, a 1-star difference is huge. She can defeat a Tier 6 law at the divine ability realm? Chu was even more shocked. Yes, she saved my life once. Chu frowned. Lina recalled. Last year, I was training in the demonic beast domain when I accidentally encountered a Tier 6 Law Netherworld evil tiger. I tried to escape using spatial magic, but the Netherworld evil tiger shattered the space. Fortunately, I ran into Instructor Xiao then. I saw her repel the Tier 6 Law Netherworld evil tiger with her divine ability realm power.
That strong?
She has a set of cultivation techniques whose intensity exceeded my imagination. Under the activation of these techniques, her divine ability realm combat power could actually be boosted to Tier 6 Law.
It's very strong. She mentioned it to me once. It was called Fengchen. Lina became exceptionally serious when talking about cultivation.
Because she was a martial arts fanatic. In her world, there were only two things:
cultivation and Chu. Chu, Fengchen Tianyan Ju?
Yes.
Lina looked at Chu. How do you know?
She said she was going to teach it to me. I thought she was bragging, but it turns out she's really that amazing.
Chu was startled. Lina lightly coughed.
Apparently, she seemed to know that Xiao Qiyue was a big talker.
Lina did not continue the topic.
Tomorrow, I'll go to Tianhua Warrior Academy with you. I'll visit my teachers and mentor Xiao, Lina said.
All right. Can I put my arm around you as we walk around the campus tomorrow? Or you can link your arm through mine.
Lina's beautiful eyes blinked slightly, asking, why?
It gives me face.
Okay.
Lina answered straightforwardly.
Her personality was particularly laid back, particularly straightforward. She didn't say much to others, never lied, and never hid her true thoughts.
Yes meant yes, no meant no. Sometimes her straightforwardness was especially cute and innocent.
She remembered watching her in a martial arts competition before, where her opponent was a very strong boy. The boy said that if he lost to him, Lina would have to be his girlfriend.
Lina looked at him for a moment, as if thinking.
Then, with a calm expression, she shook her head slightly and said,
No, you're too ugly, I don't like you. Recalling this scene from memory. It was adorable.
Just so straightforward. Coupled with that kind of tone, where everything she said sounded very serious yet also very airy.
Oh, right. Lina looked at Chu. Don't provoke a few girls at Tianhua Warrior Academy. She knew Chu was a womanizer. He surely liked pretty girls. But she still had to give a warning where due. Who? Ying and Shi Chu Shiwei. Chu. What's wrong with them? They're powerful. I'm afraid you'll suffer. If you like them, consider pursuing them after you become stronger, especially Ying. Chu smiled. Why? She castrated boys.
Lina's tone was very flat, but she looked at Chu very seriously and straightforwardly as she said it.
Chu suppressed a laugh. Arg arg arg. This sister is too cute. Alright, by the way, I haven't even met Shi Chu Shiwei yet. Is she pretty?
Lina, beautiful, recognized as the #1 beauty across the 4 universities in Tianhua City.
I remember you were #1, Lina?
Tied with her, Lina said.
Then who do you think is more beautiful?
Chu asked, smiling as he looked at her.
Lina looked at Chu, blinking, without hesitation. Me. Put. So adorable. The key is that she absolutely wouldn't lie. Or rather, be unconvinced.
She must have been speaking from the heart.
I think so too. Chu smiled. Chapter 14, Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Late at night. Chu sat on the bed cultivating. Exactly 12 o'clock. Ding.
Defeated foe system, shutting down.
Ding.
Congratulations on randomly activating the philanthropy system.
Cough cough. Chu couldn't help but cough. What the heck?
This system was too broad. The previous one was the defeated foe system, and this one completely changed style, becoming the philanthropy system. Chu quickly checked the system's introduction. Philanthropy system, within the system's active time, if the host's actions cause emotional fluctuations in the opposite sex, or if the host's actions are philanthropic, rewards can be obtained.
The greater the fluctuation, the higher the reward.
Furthermore, the system will trigger corresponding tasks when suitable opposite-sex candidates are encountered, and completing tasks will yield rewards.
Remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. You call this the philanthropy system? I'm almost embarrassed to point out your deception.
Shu muttered to himself.
Another one-day system. If it were a week-long system, it would definitely be a big one. This one's okay too, I just don't know about the rewards. Shu then continued to cultivate. The next morning, Shu woke up early. Unlike before,
he felt exceptionally energetic and refreshed the moment he opened his eyes.
It was torture to wake up in the morning without a power level. Shu walked out of the bedroom. Lina had just finished making breakfast. Time to eat. Seafood noodles, one of Chu's favorites.
It was simply delicious yet incredibly fresh.
Shu looked at Lina.
Name, Lina, age, 24, system score, 99.1, attributes, ice, space, power level, tier 4 mystic sky 9 stars, affection, 90 life and death bond. This was a line of information Chu could see after activating the system.
Affection of life and death dependence. How many people in this world are willing to depend on you for life and death? Ding.
Target Lina found, triggering mission, Lina's affection. When the target's affection for the host reaches 30, 60, and 80, rewards can be obtained in sequence, effective even after the system ends.
Ding.
Since the target's affection for you has reached the system mission's upper limit, the mission has changed to, Overthrow 0W Lina.
Mission reward, 9 tribulations dark thunder. Chu. Ha? This system was absolutely improper. Oh my god. Pushed to 0? Ha? Can this be completed? The main thing is, even if it could be completed, I couldn't bring myself to do it, right? Wait a minute. Shu suddenly thought of something.
He revealed a mischievous smile.
System. Ha? This smile, why does it seem so familiar? My dear Lina. Come here for a moment. Shu smiled.
Lina's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she said, "That's even more nauseating, no, more disgusting."
But she still walked up to Chu. What about it? Let me push you.
Lina's head tilted slightly again in confusion.
Like yesterday morning again?
Yes, yes, yes.
But you don't need to say your lines this time. Lina nodded. She didn't know what Chu was going to do. But she just went along with it. Here I come. Then Chu pushed. Lina fell onto the sofa. System, system. Rewards, rewards.
Chu excitedly conversed with the system in his mind.
System. Ding. Host has not completed target Lina's mission, no reward will be given. Hey, cheating again? What's the task called? Ding. Overthrow 0W Lina. Chu, didn't I just push her down? System. Ding. This push down is not that push down, it doesn't count, doesn't count. Chu, playing tricks again? Isn't a physical push a push? Did I push her down? Did I complete your mission as instructed? Why doesn't it count? Are you messing with me again? It's the same mistake again, so why didn't you clarify it beforehand? Quickly, the reward, or I'll complain about you. System, oh. Ding.
See, congratulations to the host for completing the mission, you've received the reward, 9 tribulations dark thunder, gritting teeth.
Ding. Host, please note, physical to 0 will no longer count as completing a mission. Chu felt secretly pleased. So cute. Then Chu looked at Lina. Let's eat. After finishing their meal, Chu and Lina went to Tianhua Warrior Academy together. On the way, the two chatted as they walked. I guess I found a job. Chu said. What job? Lina asked.
Helping out with Xiao Chiyue, she even paid me 10,000 yuan yesterday.
Shu smiled. Isn't instructor Xiao very poor? Chu. Is Xiao Chiyue's poverty really that well known? And critically, she's so powerful, why would she be so poor? Not poor anymore recently. That's good.
At this moment, an old man by the roadside was pulling a trishaw. The trishaw was loaded with cardboard boxes, piled high, and it happened to be uphill.
Lina also took a look.
She had a very kind heart, so she walked over and helped the old man push from behind. Seeing this, Chu also went over to help push.
The uphill climb ended. Thank you, both of you. You are truly good-looking and kind-hearted.
The old man said gratefully.
You're welcome, Grandpa. You're quite old, but your body is still very strong.
You can even push such a heavy cart.
Chu smiled and said.
The old man smiled and said, of course, to be honest with you, young man, though I'm old, not even those 10 years younger than me are necessarily as healthy as I am.
Chu, that's amazing, Grandpa. You're so spry, why are you still collecting junk? Why don't you come work as a cashier at my convenience store?
The old man then smiled.
Oh, young man, to be honest with you, when I was young, what didn't I do? I'd been a white-collar worker, a salesman, a waiter, and even a teacher.
Just 2 years ago, I was still working as a flight attendant.
Chu's mouth dropped open. That amazing? You're not young anymore, and you were still a flight attendant just a couple of years ago?
The old man said proudly, that's right, but I've never been a clerk, as you said.
I can't do it anymore, my body can't handle it. Chu chuckled, I really need to learn from Grandpa.
You have such rich experience, you've done so many jobs.
The old man blinked, then scratched his head, huh? Young man, were you just talking about jobs? Chu. Holy crap. Awesome. Your grandpa is still your grandpa after all. Grandpa, you're awesome. I have to go now. Then Chu pulled Lina and walked away. What about it? Lina hadn't reacted and asked curiously. It's nothing, nothing. Chu said awkwardly. Oh. Soon, the two arrived at the university gate. Take my arm. Chu chuckled. Lina said nonchalantly.
Then she linked arms with Chu.
Ding. Feeling Lina's nervousness, system value plus 10,000. Chu glanced at her. Nervous? A little, but if you think it'll make you look good, I don't mind. Chu smiled. The two walked inside like that. Wow. So beautiful. Who is she? Holy crap. Chu. You bastard. You're going to gloat yourself to death. Damn it. Senior Lina? As expected of Senior Lina. She's too beautiful. Damn it. That hateful Chu. What makes him so special? Arg. I'm so jealous of him having Senior Lina's arm linked with his, boo-hoo-hoo. Lina, the demonic ice attribute warrior. It's said that the coldness of her ice attribute once broke the human race's record. Many top forces and academies offered her olive branches, but she rejected them all. Damn it! It's all because of this hateful Chu. If it weren't for him, Senior Lina would have taken off long ago. She'd be at least in the divine power realm now. Ding.
Feeling the infatuation of 32 female students, system value plus 150,000.
Ding. Feeling the jealousy of 107 female students, system value plus 310,000. Chu. Awesome. Two boys walked towards them. It's Tang Xiaosan, he's so handsome. Although Tang Xiaosan only has an ordinary wood attribute, his wood attribute is top tier. His signature move, wood entanglement, has been cultivated to perfection. Even fire attribute users of the same power level can be bound by him, unable to move. Wow! Tang Xiaosan from the advanced class. Never mind, I don't like him anymore, I like Chu now. +1, +1. Chu is the goat. Brother San, is that Senior Lina?
The boy next to Tang Xiaosan asked. Tang Xiaosan glanced at her, his eyes full of admiration.
It really is. It's been a long time since she came to Tianhua Warrior Academy. Why is she holding a man's arm? Tang Xiaosan frowned. It's Chu. So it's Chu. But that's not right either. Senior Lina has always been young Master Shen's internal choice for a woman.
Chu has no blood relation to her, and with young Master Shen's strong possessive nature, he definitely wouldn't be pleased if he found out.
Tang Xiaosan nodded, that's right.
I have to teach Chu a lesson for young Master Shen.
Maybe if young Master Shen is happy, he'll give me something good. But Senior Lina is right next to him.
Tang Xiaosan chuckled, as long as I have a reasonable excuse to indirectly teach Chu a lesson, she won't be able to interfere, right?
Then Tang Xiaosan walked straight towards them. Chapter 15, Brothers in Distress at the Hospital. For so many years, Lina had almost never gone out alone with Chu. Because Chu didn't like her. Suddenly, Chu's attitude towards her did a complete 180.
She didn't understand why, but she was very happy.
Lina also realized for the first time just how popular Chu was with girls. The two of them walked through Tianhua Warrior Academy like this. She could clearly feel the hostile glances from many girls around them. She also saw how excited those girls were when they saw Chu. Tang Xiaosan walked over with the boy next to him. Is that Senior Lina? Tang Xiaosan asked. And you are?
Tang Xiaosan, a friend of young Master Shen's, Tang Xiaosan said with a smile.
I've heard of her. Lina nodded slightly. Chu, on the other hand, remembered. This Shen Xianjun was one of the top 5 strongest individuals in Tianhua Warrior Academy. He was also among those, like Shi Chuxue, who were hailed as once-in-a-century geniuses in Tianhua City. And Shen Xianjun was Lina's #1 suitor. Tang Xiaosan was one of his flunkies. Leveraging Shen Xianjuan's influence, he was also doing very well for himself.
Tang Xiaosan, on the other hand, felt a bit honored.
I didn't expect Senior Lina to know me, but...
Senior Lina, I might be presumptuous.
Tang
Xiaosan looked at Chu, then explained. It's like this, yesterday Chu, as an outsider, challenged the junior and intermediate classes, but as a member of Tianhua Warrior Academy, I certainly have an obligation to get justice for Tianhua Warrior Academy.
Tang Xiaosan then smiled at Chu and asked, I wonder, Chu, do you dare to accept my challenge? Chu activated his spirit gaze.
Name, Tang Xiaosan, age, 23, attribute, wood, power level, tier 3 mystic body 1 star.
Chu then said, if I remember correctly, you're at the bottom of the advanced class in Tianhua Warrior Academy, aren't you?
Hearing Chu's words, Tang Xiaosan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he smiled, my ranking isn't high, indeed, but in other warrior universities, it would still be considered top tier.
Alright, I asked if it's at the bottom.
Just say yes or no, don't say not a high ranking.
People who don't know might think that even if it's not high, it can't be that low. Chu said. Lina glanced at Chu, saying nothing. You.
That Tang Xiaosan pointed at Chu, gritting his teeth, wishing he could tear him to shreds. The girls around them gasped slightly.
Wow. Chu is so handsome. He's so domineering, I love him to death. He's making me all tingly, hee hee. I really like him, I just like this kind of guy. TSK, you vulgar women.
He's showing off now, but just wait until Senior Lina doesn't interfere, and you'll see how Tang Xiaosan teaches Chu a lesson.
Exactly, what's he showing off for? Still acting up in front of a tier 3 mystic body? Does he really think Tang Xiaosan is like those people in the beginner and intermediate classes? Ha! You're good at showing off, but don't just talk big. Do you dare to accept? Tang Xiaosan then scoffed. Accept? What's there to be afraid of accepting a challenge from a good-for-nothing who doesn't even have a thingy? Ding. Word of truth card used successfully, remaining uses, 2-3. Tang Xiaosan's eyes narrowed. Don't be so presumptuous. did I say something wrong? You know Xiao Wu, right? My ex-girlfriend, what about her? She told me before, you're a eunuch. Shu chuckled. She's full of crap. Halfway through, Tang Xiaoshan gnashed his teeth, fine. You forced my hand. After speaking, Tang Xiaoshan looked at Lina and said, Senior Lina, I hope you won't interfere in this matter. I know how to handle it properly. Shu looked at a somewhat worried Lina and said, he's just a eunuch. The vines released by his wood attribute magic are probably all limp, even if he's tier 3 mystic body, it's useless. Ding. Word of Truth card used successfully, remaining uses, 1-3. Ha ha ha. Hearing Chu's words, the girls beside them all started laughing. Good. Another one who looks down on the wood attribute, huh? Tang Xiaoshan snorted coldly and said, then taste my ultimate technique. Wood entanglement. Then, dozens of hard vines instantly shot out, rushing straight towards Chu. You're not dodging? Tang Xiaoshan scoffed. However, the next second, everyone was stunned. As the dozens of rushing vines approached Chu, they suddenly went limp. Then, they all flopped limply onto the ground. The crowd? Tang Xiaoshan? Hey, get up, you guys. Tang Xiaoshan urged his wood entanglement. However, dozens of vines lay limp there, completely unable to be lifted. Get up! Attack me! Wood entanglement! Ah! Tang Xiaoshan released mana again to urge them on. The vines were still limp there. With the Word of Truth card in effect, his vines were naturally limp. The crowd? Pft ha ha ha! Holy cow! It's really like that, huh? Ha ha ha! So would attribute warriors are useless, and their vines are all limp? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. I thought Chu was just bragging, but it turns out it's true, ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, ha ha ha. Ding. Detected happiness from 33 members of the opposite sex. System value plus 100,000. You. What evil magic did you use? Tang Xiaoshan pointed at Chu, his hand trembling. Chu walked up to him, patted his shoulder, and said, go get that treated quickly. With that, Chu walked away, smiling, leaving behind a despairing Tang Xiaoshan. Third brother, you're not really. The younger brother came over to ask. Bullshit. I have it. I'm not a eunuch. Tang Xiaoshan roared. Then he glanced at the mocking looks and pointing fingers of the people around him. I have it. Then Tang Xiaoshan pulled down his pants and looked down. Tang Xiaoshan? It's gone? Ha? How is it gone? One could only say the Word of Truth card was too domineering. Ha? Where did it go? Where did it go? Hey, don't tease me, where are you? Come back. Holy cow, come back, ah. Tianhua City First People's Hospital. Jean and Chenyang lay in the infirmary. Ha? It just exploded? Suddenly exploded? Jean asked in confusion. Chenyang nodded, looking utterly dejected. How could this happen? Jean frowned. Then he said, but don't worry, I messaged Tang Xiaoshan from the advanced class last night. He's tier 3 mystic body 1 star, and I asked him to teach Chu a lesson for me first. Chenyang gritted his teeth, he must be taught a severe lesson. Absolutely. At this moment, a nurse pushed another bed over. On the bed, Tang Xiaoshan lay there, completely lifeless. Tang Xiaoshan? Seeing the newcomers, Chenyang and Jean widened their eyes. Tang Xiaoshan seemed to be in a daze. Nurse, what's wrong with him? Jean quickly asked. The same as the one next to him. The nurse said. Chenyang? Jean? Chapter 16, Shu, I swear to be your sworn enemy. Shu walked towards the fairy snack shop. Lina, meanwhile, went to visit the dean first.
This philanthropy system rewards based on heterosexual emotions, basically giving system points. Currently, I indeed need a large number of system points, so I can't let them go to waste. Shu pondered. Soon, he arrived at the ferry canteen. It was empty inside. Oh! Shu Xian is here. Come, have a seat. Xiao Qiyue eagerly came over. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission, Xiao Qiyue's affection. Rewards can be obtained when affection reaches 30, 60, and 80. This remains effective even if the system disappears. Name, Xiao Qiyue, age, 25, score, 99, attributes, thunder, space, power level, divine realm 5 stars, affection, 23 friendly. Shu raised an eyebrow. This system has incredibly high standards. Will quests only be triggered for scores above 90? Aren't you selling things today? Shu asked. The goods haven't arrived yet. You rest for a bit, I'll pour you some tea. Xiao Qiyue said with a smile. Where's senior sistering? Shu asked. She would definitely trigger a quest too. Little brother Chu missed me? Ying's voice came, then she walked in with a smile on her face. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the mission, Ying's affection. Rewards can be obtained when affection reaches 30, 60, and 80. This remains effective even if the system disappears. Name, Ying, age, 23, score, 98.7, attributes, dark, wind, power level, tier 4 mystic sky 7 stars, affection, 15 friendly. How come everyone is so powerful these days? They all have dual rare attributes at every turn? Didn't you go to the demonic beast domain? Shu asked. Don't even mention it. I wanted to go with Shichu Shue, but that girl is too competitive. She must be afraid that my power level would surpass hers, so she secretly went on her own, Ying grumbled. Xiao Qiyue, give me a break. Little Chu Shue is notoriously diligent. In the entire Tianhua Warrior Academy, when it comes to diligent cultivation, only Chu's sister can compare with little Chu Shue. Ying shrugged her shoulders. Well, if there's nothing to sell, I'll go take care of my own business, Chu said. What are you going to do? Ying asked curiously. Chu smiled, you'll know in a while. An hour later. The entrance of the ferry canteen was packed with girls. What's going on here? So many people? Chu, yesterday he was here, and so many girls came just to get his contact information. These women are really crazy. They have no shame at all. Is it really worth it? A passing boy grumbled, it's not for that reason today. Then what is it for? Chu is holding an open audition for girlfriends here. The crowd? What the heck? What kind of thing is that? I'm seriously baffled. And he's auditioning for a girlfriend for today. Just for today. It's ridiculously outrageous. So many girls came, they really have no sense of shame. Damn it! Can good looks really let you do whatever you want? I'm ridiculously jealous. This Chu is just too smug, It's making me so mad. Wait, why are there two guys queuing up there too? Are they even competing for this? The crowd broke into a flurry of discussion. Those boys watched the scene before them. They were gritting their teeth with hatred. But they were also incredibly envious and jealous. It was just too absurd. This is truly absurd. Brother Jen, these girls really have no shame just for a pretty face. A boy said. Zhao Dagan smiled and said, they're just ordinary women, no match for your sister-in-law. Exactly. Sister Tingting is beautiful, and a good person, and she's not vulgar. I really envy Brother Jen for finding such a perfect girlfriend. Zhao Dagan smiled, yes, I am indeed quite blessed. Brother Jen, look, is that sister-in-law? The younger brother suddenly pointed at a girl at the audition site. Zhao Dagan looked over. Damn it! What the FCK? Chu, I'm at odds with you. Lu Tingting, congratulations on passing the audition, skipping rounds 2 and 3, and directly advancing to the finals.
Ing handed Lu Tingting a promotion card.
Yay! She immediately showed an excited expression.
Chu was sitting right beside them. Ding. Feeling Lu Tingting's excitement, system value plus 30,000. Ding.
Host's actions are incredibly benevolent, system value plus 100,000.
Ding.
Feeling the tension of the girls, system value plus 100,000.
Ding. System prompts kept ringing in Chu's mind. He was simply a genius.
He was truly making the most of this benevolent system. The system value was piling up.
Ing was just curious, so she played along with Chu.
This was truly something she had never seen in her life.
Only Chu could do it. Amazing. So interesting. Chu said, "All right.
Everyone, next, please all those shorter than 163 centimeters leave first." Immediately, a group of girls stepped out from the long queue.
Ding. Feeling the girls' disappointment, system value plus 200,000. Ding.
Chu continued, "Next, please those weighing over 105 pounds leave, unless you are taller than 1.7 meters. Another group of girls walked away, disappointed.
Ding. Feeling the girls' disappointment. Chu, next, please those who are a leave.
The rest advanced to the second round, while C or above parachute into the third round.
Ding. Countless students gathered around to watch.
They were practically seething with rage.
What's going on? Song Shuhong walked over, lightly patting a male student's shoulder, and asked. Brother Song, holy hell. You wouldn't believe it, this Chu is F-King too cocky, I really want to kill him. Damn it.
The boy told Song Shuhong the whole story.
Ha, you don't need to be angry. He's actually quite good.
Coming to Tianhua Warrior Academy has made the academy much livelier, which is good, Song Shuhong said with a smile.
Suddenly, he frowned. Ing. Why was she with Chu? Brother Song, you're a humble and gentle heartthrob.
You're so perfect, I'm just an ordinary person, I don't have a broad mind like yours, ha.
Song Shuhong smiled slightly, then asked, is Ing there?
Yes, senior sister Ing is helping him with the tryouts. Song Shuhong still had that perfect smile on his face, but a flicker of something different passed through his eyes.
The woman he liked was actually messing around with Chu? Absurd.
Subsequently, Song Shuhong walked over.
Chu, everyone still has class, why don't you take a break too? Song Shuhong said to Chu indifferently.
A faint, composed smile still lingered on the corner of his mouth.
Seeing Song Shuhong, many people's eyes lit up. Wow! It's Song Shuhong. So handsome. Song Shuhong is senior sister Ying's suitor. He must have seen Chu and Ing getting too close. But Song Shuhong is the most gentlemanly and well-mannered master I've ever met. At most, he'll just remind Chu. One of the top 10 masters at Tianhua Warrior Academy.
He could easily teach Chu a lesson, but Song Shuhong is too kind, too gentle, a perfect male god.
Yes, I've never heard him swear.
No matter which student gets injured, even if it has nothing to do with him, he'll always enthusiastically go and help.
He's just too good. Chu glanced at Song Shuhong. Song Shuhong then looked at Ing, showing a smile, and asked, Ing, what are you doing here?
Helping Chu with the tryouts.
Don't you need to cultivate? Song Shuhong asked. This is so much fun, I want to join too, Ing said with a beaming smile. Clearly, she definitely didn't like Song Shuhong. She even disliked him. Really? Chu asked. Of course, Ing said. Then how about I just let you advance to the tryout finals? Chu chuckled. Wow! That's great! Ing asked. All right. Then you've advanced to the finals. Yay! Song Shuhong.
The humble, gentlemanly smile was still on his face.
Chapter 17, The So-Called Beast in Human Skin.
Song Shuhong adjusted his glasses.
Then he quietly said, "Junior brother Chu is really popular." "It's alright, senior brother Song, I've heard you're very popular too," Chu said. "Ha, not as much as you, not as much as you." "Alright, I won't bother you then. See you next time," Song Shuhong said. Then he turned and walked away. "You seem to dislike him quite a bit," Chu quietly asked Ing, who was beside him. From their recent conversation, it was clear that Ing was deliberately trying to ward off Song Shuhong. So Chu cooperated with Ing. "Yes." Ing nodded. "He's pretty good, isn't he? Although I don't have much affection for him, he's one of the few boys I don't dislike. I heard he's humble, enthusiastic, and even adopted many stray cats," Chu said. Ing shrugged her shoulders. "That's how it is." "Then why do you seem to dislike him so much? Even if you don't like him, it shouldn't be to the point of disliking him, right?" Ing said, "How should I put it? He's indeed been pursuing me, and he's a genuinely nice person, everyone likes him, but I just feel a sort of prickly sensation when he's around me. I just don't like it." "Possessive?" "Not really, but I suggest you stay away from him," Ing warned. "A woman's sixth sense? MHM. It's very accurate." Meanwhile, Song Shuhong, dressed in a suit, returned home. His home was a very beautiful small villa. The house was spotless. It was clear he seemed particularly clean. He kept himself very organized. In the living room, there were many cats. They were all stray cats. But they were very clean, obviously having been bathed frequently. The moment Song Shuhong stepped into the living room, the playing cats scattered. Meanwhile, Song Shuhong calmly walked into the bathroom and washed his hands. After coming out, he went to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and poured himself a glass. Then he sat on the sofa, gently swirling the red wine glass in his hand. Elegant. Song Shuhong swirled the red wine glass in his hand, seemingly thinking about something. Clatter. At this moment, a cat knocked down the remote control from his TV cabinet. Song Shuhong looked over, put down his wine glass, and then walked over to pick up the remote control and put it away. "You little rascal." Song Shuhong held the cat in his arms and then sat on the sofa. He gently stroked the cat in his arms, his eyes full of affection. The other cats, in various corners, were all staring at Song Shuhong. "You can't run or jump around in the house." Song Shuhong stroked the cat while speaking softly to it. "Kittens should be clingy, well-behaved, and obedient." Song Shuhong showed a faint smile. "If a kitten isn't good, no one will like it, you know." His voice was very soft and gentle, and a humble smile always lingered on his face. However, the force in his hands, however, grew stronger and stronger. Meow. The cat let out a desperate shriek, struggling incessantly. The cat gradually ceased to move. Blood flowed from between Song Shuhong's fingers. And his fingers were already digging into the cat's flesh. He was still pressing. Still pressing. The smile on his face gradually became distorted. Its internal organs had already been crushed by him. He was still pressing. After a while, Song Shuhong placed the cat's corpse on the ground, stroking it gently as he said, "Remember to be a good girl from now on." Then, he sat on the sofa, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his hands. "Chew." Song Shuhong looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You brought this upon yourself." After cleaning everything, Song Shuhong came to the mirror. His face was sinister and indifferent. The next second, he displayed the gentle smile in the mirror that everyone usually saw. As if he was practicing. Then, he walked out of the house. Afternoon. Chu and Lina returned home together. Today is the day the mentor takes the junior class to the demonic beast domain for experience. Actually, you could go with them. As a warrior, it's beneficial to see the demonic beast domain. Lina said. Forget it, I'm not a student of Tianhua Warrior Academy. People would gossip. Then you can ask Mentor Sha to take you out when there's a chance, or I can take you out too. Chu smiled and nodded, alright. If you want to go out, just tell me anytime. I'll make another trip to the demonic beast domain and be back tomorrow morning to make you breakfast. Be careful. After Lina left, Chu sat at home and began to cultivate. After a while, Chu opened his eyes. He felt like he was about to advance. Chu stretched out his hand. Zzzzz. In his palm, the lightning was dark gray. This was the 9 tribulation dark lightning he obtained from taking down Lina. He didn't know what the 9 tribulation dark thunder was. He only knew that there were some powerful heaven and earth spiritual objects in this world, such as some divine flames and divine thunders. If a warrior absorbed it, they could master these top-tier flames and lightning. Their combat power would greatly increase. For experts at the heavenly venerate realm and even above the heavenly venerate realm, these were treasures. Once a powerful divine flame or divine thunder emerged, it could even trigger a bloodbath. So, the 9 tribulation dark thunder should be the same. Chu looked it up on Baidu. So that's how it is. On the continent's divine thunder ranking, the 9 tribulation dark thunder ranked 3rd. A top-tier divine thunder. It was the most destructive of all divine thunders. And it had the effect of destroying mana. A warrior could release mana to form a defensive barrier around their body to withstand some force impacts. However, the 9 tribulation dark lightning could directly break through this mana defense. It could catch an opponent off guard. Then I can't easily expose it. Chu stretched out his hand without activating the 9 tribulation dark lightning. Ordinary blue lightning also appeared. Because once he exposed it, it would invite a deadly disaster. If he were killed, others could snatch the 9 tribulation dark thunder from his body. A hot potato indeed. Chu mused. Ding. Philanthropic system, closed. Ding. Congratulations on randomly activating the instant kill system. Instant kill system? Chu quickly took a look. Instant kill system. During the existence of this system, any attack from the host with murderous intent can instantly kill the target. For each target instantly killed, a reward will be obtained, and the reward will be proportional to the instant kill target's power level. Effective below the divine ability realm. Remaining time, 1 day, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. That awesome? Chu's mouth dropped open. Did that mean if a group of Tier 4 Mystic Sky 10-star warriors came now, he could easily instantly kill them? That's Tier 4 Mystic Sky. Lina is also only a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 9-star. A Tier 4 Mystic Sky warrior was already a powerful individual. One skill could even destroy a small mountain. To the demonic beast domain. Chu immediately had this thought. Otherwise, who would he kill to get rewards? I hope to encounter a Tier 4 Mystic Sky demonic beast that would be worth it. Tier 4 Mystic Sky demonic beasts are actually quite rare to see close to human territories. Most of them are basically Tier 1 Chi refining and Tier 2 aperture opening demonic beasts. Even Tier 3 Mystic Body are hard to come by. Otherwise, Tianhua Warrior Academy wouldn't let instructors take warriors who are only Tier 1 Chi refining or Tier 2 aperture opening out to train in the demonic beast domain. Let's go! Chu left home, scanned a shared bicycle, and rode towards the demonic beast domain. Chapter 18, First Entry into the Demonic Beast Domain. Approximately 2 hours later, Chu rode to the edge of Tianhua City. Over the years, the demon race has continuously encroached upon human territory. City after city has been conquered and occupied by them. Tianhua City is the southernmost city in Huagua, bordering the demonic beast domain. Further south is Tianhai City, Chu's hometown. However, it was conquered 10 years ago. If the 5th demon temple were to make another move, it would definitely be Tianhua City. It was also for this reason that property prices in Tianhua City kept falling. Many people also left Tianhua City. At least he couldn't stay in the city closest to the demon race, right? However, humans have a strong sense of territory. They know that one less city means one less city. Therefore, there are still many powerful individuals gathered around Tianhua City. Light energy barrier. Chu looked at the distant barrier that separated the entire Tianhua City from the outside demonic beast domain. This was one way for humans to protect their cities. Demonic beasts cannot easily enter human territory. It's a good thing that over the years we've had the protection of forces like the Divine Alliance, the Tribunal, and the Heavenly Domain, Chu sighed. There are several major human forces that are state-sponsored. The Tribunal is mainly responsible for judging criminal warriors. The Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain have countless powerful individuals. They also conscript soldiers every year. They protect the entire human race. Once upon a time, the original owner's dream was also to enter places like the Divine Alliance or the Heavenly Domain. Now, however, Chu doesn't really have much desire to join them. He arrived beside the light energy barrier. One could see many soldiers on guard. In the demonic beast domain outside, closer to human territory, there are also human sentinels at regular intervals. They are mostly warriors from the Heavenly Domain and the Divine Alliance. Should we go out? A member of the Divine Alliance looked at Chu and asked. Yes. Be careful, don't go too far. Thank you. Subsequently, Chu passed through the energy barrier and entered the demonic beast territory. The moment he crossed over, the scent of the air changed. Humans could pass through this light energy barrier freely and without obstruction. However, if touched by a demon race, it would trigger a powerful energy impact. Where should I go? Chu took out his phone. The signal was very poor. Once he entered the demonic beast territory, the signal would only reach a maximum distance of 3 kilometers. He had downloaded an offline map in advance. 3-mile slope, this should be the most frequent training ground for Tianhua Warrior Academy. Sanlapu was 5 kilometers away from Tianhua City's light energy barrier. He didn't want to run into those people. Because Chu activated the instant kill system to instantly kill demonic beasts and obtain rewards. I'll just go to Tianhai Jungle. Tianhai Jungle was in another direction. It was also a place ordinary warriors often visited. It was 7 kilometers from human territory. Chu then headed towards the Sky Sea Jungle. The city in his sight grew more distant, and it became darker. Luckily, today's moon was quite large. In his ears were the sounds of wind rustling leaves and some animals. Coming to a place like this made one involuntarily nervous. This demonic beast territory is indeed dangerous. I've only taken a few steps and already encountered such danger. Chu mused, looking at a monkey-type demonic beast hidden in a tree. Spirit Peering Eye activated. One-eyed demon monkey, attribute, none, power level, tier 1 chi refining 5 stars. Demonic skill, heart-piercing stab, the one-eyed demon monkey's most common method, usually hidden, accumulating mana, launching a surprise attack on the target's heart. Description: one-eyed demon monkey, a low-level demon race creature, one-eyed, agile, and violent. This spirit-peering eye is really useful. In fact, every warrior, in addition to common knowledge, learned mostly about the continent's lore during their schooling. What demonic beasts existed, their temperaments, and their common demonic skills. Including what attributes they generally possessed. And where their weaknesses lay. Whether their bloodline was strong or weak, and what maximum power level they could reach. The more you understand, the more likely you are to recognize things when you see them, avoiding being caught off guard. And under the spirit gaze, all this information is laid bare. Zzzzz. Chu condensed a bolt of lightning and flung it directly. Instant kill. Ding. Instant kill, one-eyed demon monkey, reward obtained, 5 assignable attribute points. Chu continued to delve deeper. After more than 10 minutes of travel, encountering 2 more very weak tier 1 chi refining demonic beasts along the way. Suddenly, a streak of flame whizzed past Chu's ear. It landed on the ground ahead, blasting out a fire pit. Chu turned his head. A red rat, roughly the size of an adult, stared at Chu with blood-red eyes. Its sharp teeth secreted some nauseating mucus. At this very moment, flames seemed to be burning on this demonic beast's body. Blaze Rat, Attribute, Fire, Power Level, Tier 2 Aperture Opening 1 star. Swoosh! The next second, the blazing rat charged at Chu. Its sharp claws seemed intent on directly slitting Chu's throat. Chu, however, threw the pebble he had been holding in his hand at it. The blaze rat didn't even bother to dodge. It was just a pebble, what was there to dodge? However, the instant the pebble touched it, the blaze rat was instantly killed. Its body slammed heavily onto the ground. Ding! Instant kill system triggered. Killed a Tier 2 Aperture Opening 1 star, blazing rat. Reward acquired, Thunder Attribute Power permanently increased by 0.1%. This is a good reward. Although it was only a 0.1% increase, it was permanent. After the power level increased, this 0.1% power boost was quite considerable. Chu walked over and drew the ordinary sword Xiao Qiyue had given him from his waist. He then cut open the blazing rat's head and extracted a small, fiery red demon crystal. This was the source of a demonic beast's power. Warriors could absorb and refine it to enhance their power level. They could also sell it. Having done all that, Chu continued forward. There were indeed many demonic beasts along this path. And this was still near a human city. Ding! Killed, demonic civet, reward obtained, 10 freely assignable attribute points. Ding! Killed, blue-striped demonic spider. Ding! Chu fought his way all the way to Tianhai Jungle. The outline of the Sky Sea Jungle also appeared in his line of sight. The latest news indicated that a Tier 3 Mystic Body 8-star demonic beast had been discovered in Tianhai Jungle. That's why Chu was heading in this direction. Preferably, he'd encounter a Tier 4 Mystic Sky. He could instantly kill it anyway. Suddenly, in the dark night, Chu faintly saw a streak of blue light at the edge of Tianhai Jungle. This glow was somewhat reminiscent of a will-o'-the-wisp. Chu frowned. He quickly picked up his pace and ran forward. Sky Sea Forest. The students of Intermediate Class 3 were undergoing training here. Good, well done. Everyone, learn from Yu Qianren. This is only his second time in the demonic beast domain, and he killed a Tier 2 Aperture Opening 5-star demonic beast, a demonized raccoon, with a Tier 2 Aperture Opening 4-star power. This deserves encouragement. Clap clap clap. Everyone applauded. Hee, I practiced a lot in the academy, Yu Qianren said, scratching his head with a smile. Instructor, so, why do we have you train diligently and practice combat skills at Tianhua Warrior Academy? Isn't it so that when you truly face demonic beasts, you won't be timid and will fight bravely? Especially you girls, when you see demonic beasts like spiders and rats that are bigger than humans, your screams rise and fall. If you don't overcome these fears, how will you fight even more terrifying demonic beasts in the future? Everyone nodded. Yu Qianren said, once I go back this time, I'm sure to make rapid progress. I'll definitely avenge the humiliation Chu caused us in the intermediate class. Good. I've been annoyed with Chu for a long time. Damn it. He's too arrogant. He's even auditioning for girlfriends at Tianhua Warrior Academy. I can't stand it. That gives me motivation. Train hard. Teach Chu a lesson. Teach Chu a lesson. Teach Chu a lesson. The male students shouted in unison. The instructor's mouth twitched slightly. This Chu has really stirred up public anger. Movement. Suddenly, the instructor's eyes narrowed, looking to the side. Everyone instantly became alert as well. Chapter 19, Netherworld Evil Tiger. The Sky Sea Forest is essentially a fairly large small forest. It's all trees. Visibility is very poor. Especially at night. Every rustle of leaves must be noted. All the students nervously looked in the direction the instructor was staring. There was indeed movement. It must be a demonic beast. Leave it to me. Flames enveloped Yu Qianren's sword. At this moment, a figure walked over. Chu. Seeing the person in front of them, everyone was taken aback.
Even the instructor was momentarily stunned.
I heard you shouting about teaching me a lesson from way over here. What did I do? Chu asked helplessly. What do you think? Weren't you the one who challenged Tianhua Warrior Academy? But I didn't challenge you, it has nothing to do with you. You Chenrun, what's wrong with me just not liking you? Is that not allowed? Alright. The instructor looked at Chu and asked, Are you here alone? Chu nodded.
Although you're not a student of Tianhua Warrior Academy, as a newly initiated warrior, coming to the demonic beast territory alone is too dangerous. Follow our class 3 for now, so nothing happens. Shu said, I just saw a blue light at the edge of the Tianhai jungle outside, but I didn't find it when I came over. The instructor said, That's normal, it's just will-o'-the-wisps, no need to be nervous. Then the instructor enlightened everyone.
The so-called will-o'-the-wisps are actually phosphorescence, a very common natural phenomenon. Human or demonic beast bones contain a lot of calcium phosphide. After death, the bodies are buried underground and decompose, undergoing various chemical reactions. Phosphorus is converted from phosphate to phosphine.
Phosphine is a gaseous substance with a very low ignition point. It will burn upon contact with air at room temperature, which is what everyone sees as will-o'-the-wisps.
Everyone nodded. The instructor continued, The demonic beast territory is full of demonic beasts, countless races. To survive, it's very normal for them to kill each other.
Therefore, you often see demonic beast corpses everywhere, and there must be a large number of already rotten corpses. So, if you see blue so-called will-o'-the-wisps in the demonic beast territory, don't be too nervous, it's generally due to this principle.
Everyone suddenly understood. Chu, understand? Chu nodded, understood.
Alright, everyone continue further in, stick close to your classmates, don't fall behind, continue your training.
Chu, you come along too. Yu Qianren said, Instructor Lu, why bring him along?
He'll affect our training.
Exactly, isn't he capable enough to come out alone?
Then let him continue by himself.
That's right, why bring him?
A group of people also grumbled.
Alright. No matter what grievances you have, once you're in the demonic beast territory, you're all humans, all brothers and sisters. Everyone must be united, the instructor said. Understood.
Yu Qianren turned his head and glanced at Chu, who was following behind.
Tisk.
Then he caught up with the main group. And the reason Chu followed them was not out of fear.
Instructor Lu was also right. He initially thought it was will-o'-the-wisps too. However, he seemed to see the will-o'-the-wisp moving. It might also be too far to see clearly. He was a little confused and wanted to see what was going on. Swish! A burst of flame suddenly shot towards them from the front.
Instructor Lu flashed forward, extended his hand, and blocked it directly. A Tier 2 aperture opening 3-star, fire attributed red flame mad lizard.
Yu Qianren, you handle this. Alright.
Yu Qianren showed a slight smile, grabbed his sword, and charged directly.
However, swoosh! The next second, Chu sped past him. What the hell? Are you trying to steal my kill? Yu Qianren's speed also surged. The two charged forward together. A flash of blue lightning.
The red flame mad lizard was instantly killed.
Ha! Yu Qianren's eyes widened. It just died? He looked utterly bewildered. Instructor Lu also frowned. Lightning attribute was indeed strong.
But Chu was essentially a Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star.
And it didn't hit a vital spot, so he couldn't have instantly killed it with a lightning strike, could he? Is his power that strong? You wouldn't have beaten it anyway. Chu said while collecting demon crystals. I wouldn't beat it? Are you kidding me?
Tier 2 aperture opening 6-star, you won't have it that easy, Chu said. Instructor Lu nodded, it was my mistake, I misjudged. I thought it was a 3-star, and it would be no problem for Chu to kill it.
Everyone's mouths hung open. A Tier 2 aperture opening 4-star instantly killing a 6-star? Is that real? Damn! I can cross ranks to kill a tier 2 aperture opening 5-star, so a 6-star is also possible. Yu Qianrun said unhappily. Alright, crossing 2 ranks is too dangerous. Chu also saved you. Tisk. Yu Qianrun snorted. Instructor Lu then said, Chu, any stronger ones, I'll leave them to you. For the weaker ones, let the students in my class get some experience. Understood. Chu nodded. At this moment, a girl pointed into the distance ahead and said, Mentor Lu, there's a will-o'-the-wisp. Everyone's gaze followed. Because it was too far and the visibility in the woods was poor, they only saw a blue light. If I were alone, I'd definitely be scared to death, but now I feel this blue light is quite beautiful. Yeah. I'll go check it out. A girl walked forward curiously. I'll go too. Be careful. Mentor Lu shouted. All right. The two girls walked over hand in hand. Their backs even showed a hint of excitement. Suddenly, in the dark night, the blue light burst forth violently. A blue breath surged out, instantly engulfing the girl on the left. What? Mentor Lu's pupils constricted. Chu's brows also furrowed sharply. Whoa! The other student's eyes widened. The girl on the right, still holding her hand, her hair constantly flying from the impact of that force, was completely stunned. She slowly and numbly turned her head to the left. The girl on the left had vanished. And her own hand. Still holding her warm right hand. Except, now, only a right hand and half an arm remained. The next second, she shrieked. Run! Mentor Lu roared and rushed over at his fastest speed. He yanked the girl back and shielded her. Go back! Quick! Mentor Lu turned his head and shouted at her. But the girl's whole body went limp. She tried desperately to run back but fell directly to the ground. She tried to stand up but couldn't. She could only cry and crawl towards the others. The students of Class 3 were all panic-stricken, their legs turning to jelly. Chu rushed over, helped the girl up, and quickly brought her back. Thank you. The girl cried as she thanked Chu. Go back quickly. Back to the academy. Chu! Mentor Lu roared. At the same time, that demonic beast also walked out. Its body length likely exceeded 5 meters. A tiger whose entire body was engulfed in eerie blue flames. A Tier 4 Mystic Sky Netherworld Evil Tiger. Mentor Lu's pupils constricted. Swoosh! The next second, he charged forward directly. Chapter 20 Divine Abilities Realm Netherflame Field. Chu felt that blue light moving at the time. But he wasn't sure. Especially when Mentor Lu said it was will-o'-the-wisp. He thought it might be. However, now he knew that it wasn't will-o'-the-wisp at all. It was a netherflame field. A powerful demonic beast that controls blue flames. Before, when Lina was saved by Xiao Chiyue, it was also a netherworld evil tiger. This is a demonic beast with a very strong bloodline. It can even grow to the celestial venerable realm. Get back quickly! Chu shouted at those in Class 3. You, aren't you leaving? Yu Qianrun looked at Chu and asked. What? Are you going to stay and accompany me? Chu asked. No. You're awesome. Yu Qianrun swallowed hard and quickly said. You lead everyone, go back the way we came, there shouldn't be much danger. A Tier 4 Mystic Sky Netherworld Evil Tiger. Instructor Lu's power level has probably only just reached Tier 4 Mystic Sky. It would be difficult to deal with. Alright. However, just as Chu turned around, intending to instantly kill the Netherworld Evil Tiger. Is that will-o'-the-wisp or? Behind him, a girl raised her hand, trembling as she pointed in the direction they came from, asking with a sobbing voice. Chu sharply turned his head back. His pupils also constricted. Another netherflame field. It had blocked their retreat. That nether flame field slowly walked towards the crowd. Roar! A beast's roar, echoing through the night, came. Thud! The next second, almost everyone's legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed onto the ground. Whoa whoa! Those girls cried in despair. I don't want to die. The boys also looked desperate. They watched in despair as the netherworld evil tiger walked closer and closer. Swoosh! Chu rushed in front of them. Kid, you're in trouble now that you've met me. Chu confidently threw a small stone at him. However, the stone hit, and the netherworld evil tiger roared in pain. Perhaps it didn't even expect that a stone thrown by a tier 2 aperture opening could cause it pain. Chu's pupils contracted. Oh no! A netherworld evil tiger in the divine ability realm. If it wasn't a netherworld evil tiger of the divine ability realm, under his instant kill system, he would have been instantly killed. Damn it! Why were there 2 netherworld evil tigers here? Before, when Lina encountered the netherworld demonic tiger, that was after venturing dozens of kilometers deep into the demonic beast territory. Roar! The netherworld evil tiger roared. Clearly, Chu had struck a painful blow. It was furious now. Holy cow! The next second, Chu directly slipped away. Swoosh! The netherworld demonic tiger completely ignored the other dozens of students, turning to chase after Chu. After a long time, the roar of the beast finally came from a distance. Only then did the students come back to their senses. Gulp! They couldn't help but swallow. Chu! Yu Qianran stood up, watching the direction Chu fled. Whoa whoa! The girls were still crying. Stop crying! Yu Qianran shouted, also wiping away tears that had appeared at some point. Hurry back and notify Tianhua Warrior Academy to save people. Yu Qianran yelled. Meanwhile, Chu couldn't outrun the netherworld demonic tiger at all. He had to dodge trees along the way. But the netherworld evil tiger just charged straight through. I give up. I give up. There are so many people over there, why are you chasing just me? Aren't you at a loss? Damn it! Chu cried out tragically. He had thought at the time that the netherworld demonic tiger was only tier 4 mystic sky, right? Just take a pebble and instantly kill it. Who would have thought this was a divine ability realm creature? Now that's just great, he had directly angered this netherworld evil tiger, which was now chasing him furiously. If he had known it was a netherworld evil tiger of the divine ability realm, he would have secretly fled long ago. Only an idiot would stand in front of those people and throw pebbles at it. Swoosh! Chu threw pebbles at the netherworld demonic tiger as he ran. Although the instant kill system couldn't instantly kill those in the mystic sky realm. However, his attacks were also boosted in power by the instant kill system. A simple pebble, landing on the body of a divine ability realm netherworld evil tiger, could cause it a certain amount of damage. And it could quite effectively hinder it from directly catching up. It might even be knocked flying directly. Otherwise, he would have been caught long ago. Is there any way to kill it? Chu mused to himself. I've got it. Chu suddenly remembered something. Evasion card. Evasion card. After use, the host will be in an infinite evasion state for the next 3 minutes, able to evade all attacks effective below the heavenly venerate realm, usable once per day. System value cost, 10,000. Using the evasion card, in a sense, made him invincible. But what about after 3 minutes? Could he kill the netherworld evil tiger within those 3 minutes? If he went to attack the netherworld demonic tiger and it wanted to run, how could Chu stop it? Because at this very moment, Chu wanted to take down this mystic sky realm netherworld demonic tiger. How many good things would that reward him with? There's another way. Fatal blow. After exchange, the power of the next move is increased 100-fold. System value cost, 1 million. Usable once per day. The first system shop had this item. The next attack's power is increased by 100 times. With the support of the instant kill system, 100-fold increase in power should be enough to instantly kill a Mystic Sky Realm opponent, right? System, is Fatal Blow feasible? Chu quickly asked. Ding. The instant kill system can instantly kill those below the Mystic Sky Realm. If power is increased 100-fold, it can instantly kill a Mystic Sky Realm opponent. That's good then. However, 1,000,000 system value. Such a loss. But there was no other choice. It was a matter of life and death. He could exchange for a fatal blow, then throw a pebble, and it would definitely instantly kill it. But this netherworld evil tiger, while chasing him, had already started dodging the pebbles he threw. If it didn't hit, wouldn't it be over? Exchange, speed doubled. Swoosh. Chu increased his speed again. This netherworld evil tiger was also very clever. It could clearly leap and jump directly in front of Chu. But it didn't. Because it knew that in mid-air, it couldn't counterattack. At that time, if Chu threw pebbles or did anything, it would still be sent flying. Swoosh. Chu threw out another pebble. This time, the instant kill system was not activated. The netherworld evil tiger instinctively dodged. Another one was thrown. It dodged again. Until the third stone hit it. The netherworld evil tiger was completely unfazed. It knew then that it could directly pursue him. No need to worry about these thrown stones anymore. Whoosh. Its speed picked up. Instantly arrived behind Chu. I've been waiting for you. Redeem, fatal strike. The next second, Chu threw another small stone. It didn't dodge. It hit. The next second. Thud. The netherworld evil tiger fell directly to the ground, instantly killed. Who would have thought someone was cheating? Ding, instantly killed a Tier 1 Divine Abilities, Netherworld Evil Tiger, gaining rewards, power level increased to Tier 3 Mystic Body Tier 1, Great God Origin Pill, randomly acquired 1 attribute and perfected, 1 random Spirit Talisman, system value plus 2 million. Chapter 21 How could he possess such noble qualities? Instantly killing a Divine Ability Realm expert, he was rewarded with so many things at once. However, Chu was a bit displeased. This was the Divine Ability Realm, after all. Previously, powerful rewards included Divine Cultivation Talent, Divine Comprehension, 9 Tribulation Dark Lightning, and the like. This time, 1 Spirit Pill, 1 Attribute, 1 Spirit Talisman, 2 million system value, and his power level only increased to Tier 3 Mystic Body. It didn't feel that exaggerated. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Fire Attribute. Ding. Fire Attribute perfected. Everyone needs to practice each attribute after acquiring it. For example, space and time are the most difficult to master. But once mastered, they are incredibly powerful. And once the fire attribute is mastered, fire control ability improves, and the power of fire attribute also strengthens. Now his is maxed out. But damn! The reward wasn't great, and the random attribute I got was fire. It's not that fire attribute is bad. When cultivating fire attribute, its sheer destructive power is second only to lightning. Of course, excluding spatial. Lightning also can't compare to spatial's destructiveness. However, to this day, no human can cultivate spatial to a degree where its destructive power is more terrifying than lightning. Therefore, generally speaking, lightning attribute has the strongest destructive power. What kind of spirit elixir is this? Chu checked it. Godly Origin Pill, effect, after consumption, even if only a breath remains, it can save the user. Chu. I'm sorry, I admit I spoke a bit loudly just now. Holy crap! This is a bit exaggerated. On the continent, when warriors heal themselves, besides wood and water attributes, the most common methods are healing potions and spirit recovery potions. Once the power level is high, the effects of healing potions and spirit recovery potions become negligible. This led to the creation of advanced healing liquids and so on. In fact, for healing, the most important are still wood attribute warriors and water attribute warriors. Therefore, a team needs such a healer. And on the continent, there's absolutely no such thing as elixirs or alchemy. So, this was a system-exclusive reward. This is good stuff. Chu carefully put it away. Immobilization Talisman selects a target and can immobilize them, rendering them unable to move or activate mana. Lasts for 1 minute. Effective below Tier 6 law. It's a good item too, I suppose. Chu also put it away. The power level is already Tier 3 Mystic Body 1 star. He was diligently catching up with those talented warriors. Chu walked over to the Netherworld Evil Tiger. That's what you get for chasing me. That's what you get for chasing me. He kicked the Netherworld Evil Tiger's corpse a few times, venting his anger. After venting, he expended a great deal of effort to extract the Netherworld Evil Tiger's demon crystal. After all, at the Divine Ability realm, physical strength is already very high. A Divine Abilities realm demon crystal possessed extremely high value. Just refining it would be enough to raise his power level by several tiers. Lacking a spatial ring, Chu crammed all these items into a small satchel that Jean carried with him. After I go back, I'll have to figure out how to get a spatial ring, otherwise there'll be nowhere to put my stuff. Chu stood up and glanced around. Where the heck is this? He didn't even know which direction he had run or for how long. He was now in a canyon. With the instant kill system active, he couldn't waste the opportunity. Continue hunting. He probably wouldn't encounter another Divine Abilities realm demonic beast, right? However, the appearance of a Divine Ability realm Netherworld Evil Tiger so close to human territory was indeed very unusual. But now Chu had an evasion card and the newly acquired Immobilization Talisman in hand. He could afford to take risks. Meanwhile, Tianhua Warrior Academy. I say, Dean, it's the middle of the night, and you've called this fairy to your office. Aren't you afraid of gossip? This fairy certainly is. Xiao Qiyue sat there, legs crossed, a spatial attribute released, and an apple flew from the table into her hand. She then began to munch on it. Xiao Qiyue. I was going to ask you, why aren't you going back in the middle of the night? What are you clattering around doing inside Tianhua Warrior Academy? Xin Zhenhai glared at Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue said with a giggle, hee, stocking up, I'm experienced now. Since business is so good, I have to stock up late at night, otherwise, it'll be too late to sell in the morning. You're a tutor at Tianhua Warrior Academy. Leading gambling, collecting protection money from students, instigating group fights, extorting students from other schools, I receive 100 complaints about you a day. And now, you open a small shop, and you're making such a huge commotion for me. Grandma, are you trying to say I'm not old enough? Xin Zhenhai was also exasperated. One Xiao Qiyue was enough to give him a headache. Now there's another Chu. There will be no more peace in Tianhua Warrior Academy. Regret, oh, the regret. Dean, I really have to thank you. Chu Xian is truly my cash cow, you know? In 2 days, my net income is 2 years' worth of salary. Xin Zhenhai's mouth twitched. Who would still want to be a mentor? Bang! At this moment, the office door was directly burst open. What in the world do you all want to do at this late hour? Xin Zhenhai roared at the person who rushed in. Dean, something happened. Xin Zhenhai and Xiao Qiyue both frowned simultaneously. What happened? Xin Zhenhai quickly asked. Class 3, who went out for practical training, encountered another evil tiger. Both their pupils constricted. What? Another evil tiger? Didn't they go to Tianhai Jungle? How could they encounter another evil tiger there? The tutor panted, it's the Tianhai Jungle, 2 of them, 1 Tier 4 Mystic Sky, 1 Psychic Realm. What? Xin Zhenhai's eyes widened even further. How could this happen? He looked dazed. The mentor said, it's news just sent by Yu Qianrun. Mentor Lu is currently fighting it. What about the others? Isn't there another Divine Ability Realm Nether Evil Tiger? Shu, Chu led it away, that's how everyone was saved. What? Both their eyes widened. Damn. He has such noble qualities? Xiao Qiyue grumbled, not daring to delay for a moment. With a spatial leap, she vanished from the spot. Quick, follow me to save them. Qin Shanhai called out. Meanwhile, after landing, Xiao Qiyue immediately rushed out of the demonic beast domain. Mentor Xiao, over here. Yu Qianrun waved frantically. He was running towards the psionic barrier with a group of students. Xiao Qiyue looked at the group of students and breathed a sigh of relief. Tutor Xiao, hurry and save Chu, he led the nether evil tiger away for us, Yu Qianrun's eyes were red. Which way? That way. Yu Qianrun pointed a direction. Is anyone hurt? Xiao Qiyue asked anxiously. We're fine, it's just Lu Yu. Xiao Qiyue patted Yu Qianrun's shoulder. Go back first, the Academies people will be here soon. With that, Xiao Qiyue released her spatial power. Dozens of people were teleported by her to the psionic barrier. Swoosh! Xiao Qiyue rushed to the combat location. Put! Mentor Lu spat out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. Damn it, beast! He gritted his blood-soaked teeth. Swoosh! The nether fiend tiger charged at him. I'll fight you to the death. Spatial lock. Suddenly, the charging nether fiend tiger was unable to move. Mentor Lu turned his head to look. Spatial detonation. Bang. A loud bang. Looking again, the nether fiend tiger had already been blown to smithereens. Mentor Xiao. Tutor Lu, the Academies people will be here soon, you rest first. Where is Chu? Chu? What happened to Chu? Tutor Lu quickly asked. Another nether fiend tiger at the divine ability realm was led away by him. What? Mentor Lu's pupils contracted. Never mind, I'll go look for him first. Xiao Qiyue sped off in the direction Yu Qianrun had pointed. You idiot, what power level are you, daring to provoke a netherworld evil tiger of the divine ability realm? Xiao Qiyue was full of worry. Meanwhile, Chu was just about to continue his killing spree, but then suddenly thought that if he didn't go back, everyone would surely be worried. Especially Lina. I should go back first. It would be great if there was a signal here, it would be simple to just say something. Just as Chu was about to leave. Roar! A heart-shaking beast's roar echoed from not far ahead. Damn it, what kind of demonic beast is it again? Is this fifth demonic god temple going to make a big move? Chu frowned. Chapter 22 Instant Kill God Realm 5-star. Chu was currently deep inside a canyon. The beast's roar seemed to come from the end of the canyon. It wasn't too far. He thought for a moment, then sped off. When he reached the canyon's exit, what he saw made him frown. Another nether flame feeled. However, this abyssal evil tiger was bleeding all over, looking badly injured. The surroundings were a mess. And beneath its massive front claw, a figure was pinned. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. The beast's roar just now seemed to be its victorious roar after a grueling fight. Under the abyssal evil tiger's claw was a girl, dressed in a blood-stained white dress. Severely wounded. Her face was covered in blood. Pinned by the abyssal evil tiger, another forceful push would naturally mean her demise. At this very moment, her head was turned towards Chu. She seemed to have caught sight of a person. Chu picked up a small stone. Swoosh! He threw it at the abyssal evil tiger. Instant kill! Instant kill! Chu mumbled to himself. Bang! The stone landed on the abyssal evil tiger. It was knocked back a few meters. Then instantly got up. Blood-red eyes glared at Chu. Chu! Another divine ability realm 1? Can't it be a tier 4 mystic sky one? Chu cried out tragically in his heart. Roar! The next second, the enraged netherworld evil tiger charged at Chu. Holy cow! I'm seriously fed up. Are you abyssal evil tigers out for a team building exercise or something? Damn it! Chu cursed and immediately ran away. Swoosh! The abyssal evil tiger chased after him. Stop chasing! Holy cow! You finally beat that person, Eater, why are you chasing me? Chu ran, throwing stones at it. Cough cough. The girl coughed, struggling to stand up. Her gaze fell upon Chu, who was being chased by the netherworld evil tiger. Tier 3 mystic body. She murmured. Her foot twitched, as if subconsciously wanting to give chase. But the next second, her wound caused pain to contort her face. She stood there, watching in that direction until she could no longer see anything clearly. Only the roars of beasts could be heard in the distance. Tier 3 mystic body. Facing a divine ability realm underworld demonic tiger. How could he possibly survive? It was him who saved her. He was a tier 3 mystic body, seeing her life hanging by a thread, and even throwing stones at the netherworld evil tiger he wanted to save himself. He succeeded, but he would surely die. Even while being chased, he was so desperate that he threw stones at the underworld demonic tiger as he ran. Why were you willing to save me? Aren't you afraid of death? She murmured, lost in thought. She turned around, biting her red lips slightly. In her mind, the image of her being trampled under a paw, turning her head to see that person throwing stones at the underworld demonic tiger. Perhaps she would never forget it in this lifetime. He was chased by the underworld demonic tiger, desperately throwing stones while fleeing. She would not forget that either. I'm sorry. Then, her figure staggered towards Tianhua City. No way, why the hell aren't you chasing anymore? Why did you stop chasing? Chu watched it chase, then fall to the ground, panting in pain, and immediately cursed. Because the underworld demonic tiger was already severely injured. It had been hit several times by stones from him, who possessed the instant kill system. Its injuries worsened. Finally, it couldn't hold on and collapsed. The underworld demonic tiger tried to get up. However, it failed. Screw you. Choose 9 tribulations dark thunder gathered. Divine ability realm is so great? I threw stones at you, what's wrong with that? You should just endure it, but you had to chase me. Damn it. Thunder tribulation. Boom. The rare tier 1 star skill Thunder Tribulation, empowered by the 9 tribulations Dark Thunder, combined with the high lower limit of the instant kill system. After 2 consecutive hits, he was killed. Ding. You instantly killed a Divine Ability Realm 5-star, Netherworld Evil Tiger, gaining rewards, Grand Turntable, Heaven Tier Skill Burning Sky, System Value plus 3 million, Lightning Attribute Power permanently increased by 20%. What the? A 5-star Divine Ability Realm. That person just now severely injured a 5-star Divine Ability Realm Netherworld Evil Tiger, is he that amazing? The one killed before was only a 1-star Divine Ability Realm. At this power level, a 1-star difference was significant. However, these system rewards are a bit trash, aren't they? Although the Heaven Tier skill is awesome, according to the system's usual generosity, it's not enough. 3 million system value is nothing. A permanent 20% increase in lightning attribute power is decent. But all added up, it's really not as good as the reward for killing the 1-star Divine Ability Realm 1. That time, there was at least a big item, the Great Divine Origin Pill. So this time, the big item must be the Grand Turntable. Grand Turntable, a Grand Turntable lottery can be conducted every 3 days, randomly drawing anything. So that's how it is. This Grand Turntable is indeed a big item. Skills, cultivation methods, spiritual artifacts, heavenly and earthly spiritual treasures, talents, attributes, and so on and so forth. Even the Great Divine Origin Pill might be drawn, and even things better than the Great Divine Origin Pill could be drawn. As long as luck is good. Chu felt it was reasonable.
This Blazefire is actually a Heaven Tier 10 star skill. Heaven Tier 10 star skill Blazefire, instant cast fire attribute skill. Can be released by channeling fire attribute energy and mana. Is that all for a Heaven Tier skill? No. Instant cast. Instant cast basically doesn't exist in this world. Even if you teleport, there's still a momentary release of space. If the opponent is strong enough, they can even shatter your instant teleportation while you're doing it. And as an offensive skill, it's instant cast. Heaven Flame. Chu immediately released it on a tree in front of him. Boom! The next second, the tree was instantly engulfed by the suddenly appearing flames. After all, it's Heaven Tier. Although the power wasn't as terrifying as imagined, it was definitely not small. The main reason for it being Heaven Tier is this instant cast. He was Tier 3 Mystic Body 1 star, and just simply released it. After his mana was increased tenfold, this still drained a fifth of his mana. If it were a normal Heaven Tier ultimate move, with his current Tier 3 Mystic Body 1 star status, he probably wouldn't be able to release it even if his mana was completely drained. So this Heaven Flame is indeed quite good. It's all about catching the opponent off guard. How can the opponent dodge? He seemed only able to predict, and only through prediction could he evade. Let's go back. Meanwhile, Dean. I'm sorry. Instructor Liu walked shakily to Jinxed, his eyes red. I failed to protect Liu Yu. It's my fault. If I hadn't agreed to her going there, she wouldn't have been hurt. Jinxed sighed and gently patted his shoulder. It's not entirely your fault. Go back and recover well. Don't think about anything else for now. Then two people helped him leave. Find him quickly. Find Shu for me immediately. Jinxed then shouted loudly again. Although, in his heart, he basically had no hope left. How could he survive at the hands of a Divine Power Realm Netherworld evil tiger? How was that possible? But why couldn't his body be found? After so long, that Divine Power Realm Netherworld evil tiger hadn't returned either. Strange. Logically speaking, even if he led the Netherworld evil tiger away, he should have been instantly killed. Swoosh. Xiao Qiyue's figure suddenly appeared here. Bang. With a loud bang, the corpse of the Netherworld evil tiger was also brought over by space, falling to the ground. This? The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Chu hasn't been found, but the corpse of the Nether evil tiger has been, and the demon crystal was taken, Xiao Qiyue said. Chu did it? No. Jinxed immediately dismissed the idea. Where was it found? More than 5 kilometers from here. Hearing this news, Jinxed's heart sank again. Under the pursuit of those in the divine ability realm, Chu couldn't have run 5 kilometers. Xiao Qiyue also knew this well. He likely met with misfortune. And this demonic beast might have just been taken care of by some passing expert. He's a hero. Without him, none of the 45 students in Class 3 would have survived. An instructor sighed and said. Yu Qianran walked over and just stood there, silently. He's not dead yet, search. Keep searching for him. Jinxed roared. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that Chu would definitely not survive. Just then, a voice came. Hey, over here. Over here. Everyone was stunned. They all looked into the distance in unison. Chu waved to them from afar. The crowd? Ha! Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 23. I originally wanted to beat him up as a villain. Everyone was flabbergasted. At this moment, it felt very unreal. Chu, who lured away the divine ability realm Nether evil tiger, actually survived. And he seems perfectly fine? Ha! Yu Qianran rubbed his eyes. Dean, it really seems to be Brother Xian. Am I hallucinating? Yu Qianran shouted, pointing in that direction. Swish! The next second, a spatial force directly brought Chu in front of them.
Holy cow! Yu Qianrun looked at Chu in front of him, his mouth agape. Damn it! Not a hallucination? Are you okay? Xin Shanhai quickly checked on Chu. Injured, it hurts like hell, Chu said. Where? Chu held out his hand. His arm was bruised. Xin Shanhai and Xiao Chiyue's mouths twitched. UFING bastard. Xin Shanhai slapped Chu directly on the head. What the hell is this? Damn it! Xin Shanhai couldn't help but curse. Compared to him being dead, this was nothing. Whoa! Isn't this an injury? Is this not considered one? Ha! Don't be so stingy, I still want to apply for Academy compensation. You're not from my Tianhua Warrior Academy, so what compensation are you talking about? Get lost. Xin Shanhai cursed. But he was secretly very happy. This brat. Xiao Chiyue looked at Chu with a smile. Ding. Xiao Chiyue's favorability towards you plus 12, current favorability, 35. Ding. Altruism system, favorability reached 30, rewarding, spatial control plus 5%. Chu's eyes lit up. Although the altruism system was closed, the favorability quests triggered by Xiao Chiyue and Ing were permanently valid. This reward is good. Space control plus 5%. Don't underestimate this 5%. A normal spatial warrior might not even master 5% after 10 years of training. Brother Xian. Yu Qianrun looked at Chu. Thud. The next second, Yu Qianrun knelt directly before Chu. Holy crap! You've got me stumped for a moment. Chu quickly helped him up. He was planning to treat him as a villain to fight. This really threw him off. Brother Xian. You saved my life. I'm sorry, I was wrong before, I spoke rudely to you and looked down on you. Thinking about it now, I was truly a fool. Brother Xian, this life is yours to give, and from now on, even if I, Yu Qianrun, have to repay you with my life, I will absolutely not hesitate. Alright, get up, Shu said. Brother Xian, really, I'm serious, my life is so precious. Shu said, whose life isn't precious? They're all the same. Yu Qianren shook his head, it's not the same. I have dozens of properties, dozens of luxury cars, countless beautiful women chasing me at home. If I died, I'd lose too much. I can't even imagine it. Yu Qianren cried as he looked at Chu, as if these were his genuine thoughts. Chu's mouth twitched. Get lost. Damn it. Xiao Chiyue, alright, hurry back. We need to have the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain investigate quickly to see if the demon race is planning any major moves. Chu nodded. Just then. In the distance, a figure descended. Lina looked at Chu in front of her. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with tears. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were also slightly messy. Upon learning that something had happened to Chu, it felt as if her world had collapsed in that instant. She frantically searched for Chu. She was scared, truly terrified. Seeing Lina, Chu's first reaction was joy. But then, seeing her appearance and thinking of the reason. A bitter taste filled Chu's heart. Lina ran towards Chu. Lina. Just as Chu was about to say something, Lina directly hugged her. Tears slowly streamed down. Very tightly, very tightly. As if clutching her most precious treasure, unwilling to let go. Chu could clearly feel Lina's delicate body trembling. I only have you. Lina's soft murmur, filled with grievance, fear, helplessness, and a sob, reached her ears. The sound was very faint. But it weighed incredibly heavily on Chu's heart. In that instant, Chu's heart was severely clutched. Chu gently patted her back with her hand. See? I'm fine. Lina still held her tightly, letting out a soft It was an filled with so much pity, helplessness, and grievance. Chu's heart melted. Tisk. Xiao Chiyue stood to the side, watching the scene unfold. She actually felt it was quite sweet. Xin Shanhai gave Xiao Qiyue a meaningful look. The two quietly prepared to leave. Xiao Qiyue nudged Yu Qianrun, who was standing nearby, watching them. Yu Qianrun snapped back to reality and quickly followed the two away. Don't worry, I won't make you worry again in the future. I'll never secretly go to the demonic beast domain alone again. Chu comforted her softly. Alright. You're known as the aloof ice queen of Tianhua City, why are you acting like a little girl? Chu said with a smile. Lina let go of Chu. Let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Chapter 24, Boys Are So Perverted. Back home. Lina eagerly checked Chu's injuries. When she found that Chu only had a bruise on her arm, she breathed a long sigh of relief. See? I told you, just a bruise on my arm, I'm really fine. Chu grinned. Lina stared at Chu, her red lips slightly parted. Don't do that again. Okay. Chu nodded repeatedly. You need to know that everything must be based on your own life. Sometimes being a good person isn't necessarily the right thing to do. Chu looked at her. And you're scolding me? You're so kind-hearted, don't you often save people too? Lina, that's on the premise of ensuring your own safety. In a situation like today, if I were you, I'd be foolish to do that. Actually, Chu was also wronged. He never intended to lure the nether evil tiger away. Because the netherworld evil tiger's power level was too high, the spirit glimpse I couldn't detect it. Chu thought, being so close to the human race, Tier 4 Mystic Sky would be the absolute limit, right? He wanted to instantly kill it to get rewards. Including the woman he later encountered who was almost killed by the nether tiger. He didn't throw the stone to attract the nether tiger's attention and lure it away. She really just wanted to trigger the instant kill system and finish it off in seconds. As for saving people, that was definitely just a byproduct. If she didn't have the system, he'd be an idiot. He wouldn't be the one to stick his neck out. Whoever wants to die can die, it has nothing to do with him. But it was just so awkward. Twice in a row, he encountered nether tigers in the divine abilities realm. He thought he could just throw a stone and instantly kill them. Who would have known? By some strange twist of fate, they came after him. They would have mistakenly thought that she had disregarded her own safety to save someone. Such high moral character, noble quality, and willingness to sacrifice. It made the world bow down. Oh, Lina, you know me. I'm just too kind-hearted, too noble in character, too great. If I were in a power like the Divine Alliance or the Heavenly Domain, they'd at least have to make me a minor leader. Lina gently stroked her delicate chin, her gaze fixed on Chu, and mumbled. But, for so many years, I've never noticed your character being so noble, it's really strange. Cough cough. Chu couldn't help but cough. I said, Lina, in the future, you can hide your straightforward remarks from me a little. Lina looked at Chu with her beautiful eyes, and nodded seriously, okay. Then she continued, I've always thought your character was especially great since I was little. Chu. Lina saw Chu's look and nodded, really? Alright. Chu had a smile on his face. So adorable. Arg. Oh, right. Lina thought of something. A divine ability realm demonic beast chased you, how did you escape? It was even killed. Chu had already thought of an explanation. Good luck, I met an expert who conveniently dealt with it. Oh, by the way. Chu took out the divine ability realm demon crystal. That master was really showing off, but he was also genuinely handsome. He left after the deed, hiding his merits and fame. He instantly killed the netherworld evil tiger and just left, didn't even want the demon crystal, so I took it. Perhaps that's heaven being moved by your noble character, not wanting anything to happen to you, Lina said. Exactly. Chu nodded repeatedly. Hurry up and rest, refine the demon crystal. Your power level can still increase. Okay, you rest too. Lina nodded slightly. Chu then returned to his room. Lina walked to her parents' portraits. "Dad, Mom," she murmured. "Chu has grown up. He's become responsible and accountable. He's even willing to sacrifice himself to save others. You can rest assured." In the room, Chu held the Divine Ability Realm Demon Crystal and began to refine it. A stream of mana was continuously absorbed by Chu. Tier 3 Mystic Body refining a demon crystal is too extravagant. After absorbing for a while, Chu suddenly realized something. Let's use the big roulette first. The sooner he used it, the sooner it would CD. I wonder what good things it can give me. Chu felt a flicker of anticipation. Big roulette. Draw. Subsequently, a large spinning wheel continuously rotated in Chu's mind. A spiritual weapon would be good too. He didn't have any spiritual weapons right now. He didn't need a very high grade or rare tier spirit weapon was perfectly sufficient for his current power level. If worst came to worst, a skill would also do. Or another random attribute. Millions of system points. Hundreds of attribute points, he could accept them all. Surely he wouldn't draw a heaven-defying reward like a boost of several major power levels, would he? Straight to the Divine Ability Realm? Ding! Congratulations on drawing, inflatable doll. Chu was still anticipating. A sudden system notification pulled him back to reality. Ha! Chu was completely stunned. He turned his head and saw an exquisite doll on his bed. He was stunned. Are you f***ing kidding me? Chu cursed. He never expected to draw this. What was the use of it? Did he need it? No. It shouldn't be that simple. Chu felt that it was most likely something that seemed absurd but was actually incredibly powerful. That's right. It must be. Chu then quickly checked it. He checked it thoroughly, inside and out, front and back. Chu sat on the edge of the bed, his face dark. He was certain. This was absolutely just a simple, ordinary doll. Damn! You didn't do this on purpose, did you? Chu conversed with the system. Are you taking revenge because I exploited a bug of yours before? Thinking about it, it shouldn't be the case. Chu shook his head helplessly. By the way, Chu, I have a lightning attribute skill here, you can. Lina said as she pushed the door open and walked in. What grade is it? Chu looked at her and asked. But Lina didn't answer. Because her gaze was fixed on the doll on Chu's bed, which Chu had stripped bare. Chu followed Lina's gaze. Holy crap! No, don't misunderstand, this is a... For a moment, Chu didn't know how to explain. Boys are so perverted, Lina's honest thought blurted out. Chu. Lina's beautiful eyes looked at Chu again. Do you lack a girlfriend? That's not right. It was impossible for Chu to lack a girlfriend. So why would he secretly hide this in his room? Oh. Lina suddenly understood. No, this thing, do you think I need it? Lina said, it's fine, I understand. What do you understand? Chu asked. Lina tilted her head slightly, seemingly pondering. There's a saying, after eating too much rich food, occasionally having something plain to change the taste. Yes, that's what it means. Chu. I'll knock next time, I forgot just now. Keep this skill for your cultivation. Lina finished speaking, left the skill, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, she turned around again and asked, that. She pointed at the doll. Do you want me to help you wash it? Chu knew she wasn't making fun of him. She was asking absolutely sincerely. No need. Chu's mouth twitched as he said. Cultivate well. After that, Lina walked out. Chu's face was dark. You scoundrel system. You've ruined me. That evening. In the courtyard of a small villa in Tianhua City. A woman in a white dress was painting, bathed in the glow of the setting sun.
It must be said that the afterglow of the sunset, the beautiful garden, and her stunning figure and face at this moment were like a painting. Ing walked from the living room to the backyard. With a lollipop in her mouth, she leaned against a tree, silently watching the figure. "Hey, anything up?" Ing asked abruptly. She shook her head slightly, "No." Ing then walked over and stood behind Shi Chushue, saying, "You're lucky to be alive, to escape from under the nose of a 5-star divine power realm underworld evil tiger. Luckily, otherwise, I would have lost a rival." Shi Chushue's beautiful eyes gazed at the painting on the table. Her red lips parted slightly. "I was supposed to die." And then what?" Ing raised an eyebrow. Shi Chushue turned to look at her, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. "Someone saved me." "So you weren't meant to die. Where is he?" A hint of melancholy appeared in Shi Chushue's beautiful eyes. "He died." Ing furrowed her brows. "Died? To save you?" Shi Chushue nodded slightly. Ing frowned, her gaze fixed on the painting in front of Shi Chushue. "Is that him?" Ing asked. Shi Chushue stared intently at the painting. I just drew it from memory." "Why did he save you?" Shi Chushue shook her head. Then, she gently closed the painting. "He was only tier 3 mystic body, yet he drew away the nether evil tiger for me. I'll never forget how he ran, even desperately throwing stones at the nether evil tiger." Shi Chushue bit her red lip slightly. Ing patted her shoulder. "So, you don't even know his name?" Shi Chushue shook her head dejectedly. "All right. Don't overthink it, let's go, I'll take you out." Shi Chushue stood up and shook her head. "No. Are your injuries mostly healed? How about going to the demonic beast domain?" Shi Chushue still shook her head. "Are you still the Shi Chushue I know?" Ing shook her head helplessly. Shi Chushue didn't speak. Ing looked at Shi Chushue and asked, "You didn't fall for him, did you?" Shi Chushue didn't speak. Sigh, it's so difficult. To make the famous Shi Chushue fall for someone, one actually has to pay with their life. Chapter 25, New System, Dream-Making System. Time flew by. Another day and a half passed. Chu didn't go to Tianhua Warrior Academy. He quietly refined demon crystals at home. Time quickly approached midnight. Chu had just finished cultivating. Tier 3 Mystic Body 4-star. 1 Divine Power Realm Demon Crystal increased his power level by 4 stars. He finally understood one thing. That's why those from extraordinary backgrounds, as long as their talent isn't poor, usually advance quickly in power level, and it's impossible for it to be low. With background and influence, they never lack demon crystals or elemental spirit crystals for cultivation. How could their power level possibly be low then? So, life is inherently unfair. There is no fairness in this world. The new system is about to activate. I wonder what kind of system it will be this time. Every time a new system was about to activate, Chu was incredibly excited. This was far more exciting than opening a blind box. Just then, someone sent Chu a message. It was from Yu Qianren. "Brother Xian, are you cultivating or asleep?" Ever since he believed Chu, a Tier 2 aperture opening cultivator, had drawn away the divine power realm nether evil tiger to save them, Yu Qianren had been utterly impressed with Chu. He also felt particularly guilty about his previous rude attitude towards Chu. Chu thought this person was someone he could get along with. Loyal and righteous. Chu replied, "Not yet, anything up?" "Yu Qianren, it's like this, Brother Xian, you didn't come to Tianhua Warrior Academy today. That Jin, whose arm you crippled, is back." Chu, oh? Recovered? Yu Qianren, no, he's still in a cast, but after all, his father is with the tribunal, and quite a few powerful wood element warriors helped him with his treatment. He should be fine after some recovery time. Chu, and then? Yu Qianren, he hates you to the core and threatened to find someone to deal with you, so Brother Xian, be careful. Yu Qianren, there's one more thing. Senior Ring said you're too young.
Chu. Chu, why? You Chenrun, apparently, recently you and Senioring have been getting quite close, so people started spreading rumors that Senioring likes you. She then explained that you're too young, and she doesn't like younger guys. Chu. Damn. Chu couldn't tolerate that. This girl was definitely taking the opportunity to get revenge. After all, the first time they met, he also called her small. Chu, alright. Thanks. You Chenrun, you're welcome, I just wanted to let you know. I won't bother you then. Chu put down his phone. Calling me small, I can't stand it. Chu was quite bothered by this. Jean. Then Chu stroked his chin, lost in thought. His father was with the tribunal, and he didn't seem to be an ordinary member. He apparently held some position. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. However, Chu didn't really care. Troubles caused by such status are quite numerous. I need to find an opportunity to get rid of him. Chu pondered. Ding. Instant kill system deactivated. Ding. Congratulations on activating the dream creation system. Oh? Chu raised an eyebrow. What kind of system is this? Dream weaving? Dream creation system, the host can create a dream for a target gene. The host must appear in the created dream. System task, successfully create 2 dreams. P.S. Rewards will only be granted if the real-life plot is largely consistent with the dream content. The system will deactivate after 2 successful dream creations. How does this system work? Simply put, it's about creating dreams for others. The dream content is determined by him. However, he must appear in the dreams he creates for others. After creating a dream, there's a condition to get a reward. Whatever happens between the person whose dream was woven and himself in the dream must also happen in reality. Only then can a reward be obtained. Suppose Chu created a dream for Lina. In the dream, they happily walked hand in hand shopping. Then, if they also walked hand in hand shopping in reality, the task would be completed, and a reward could be obtained. Suppose such a dream was made, but they didn't walk hand in hand shopping in reality. Then there would be no reward. It would just be a dream woven for no specific purpose. What a strange system. He suddenly had an evil thought. Didn't Ning say he was too young? To give her a dream where he did that with her. In the dream, he'd bully her until she couldn't take it anymore. Scare her to death. However, Chu then dismissed the idea. Because that would just be a simple prank, and he wouldn't get any rewards. To get rewards, in reality, they both had to do that. Obviously, that was impossible. The rewards were more important, after all. I've got it. Chu suddenly thought of something. He needed a sword now. Not an ordinary sword, but a spirit weapon. He could create a dream for someone. The dream's content would make them give him a spirit weapon. If, in reality, they actually gave him a spirit weapon. Firstly, he would get a spirit weapon for free. Secondly, he could complete the mission and get rewards. Okay. As long as the dream I create has a realistic plot, maybe in reality, the person might actually come. However, it can't be too outlandish. If I create a dream where someone gives me a sky-tier spiritual weapon, the probability of them actually coming to give it to me would be too low. In that case, there would be no system reward either. I've got it. Chu's eyes lit up. The head of Tianhua City's Bounty Guild possesses a spiritual weapon of rare tier quality called the Blazing Sun Sword. It was inlaid with a powerful fire attribute crystal. A rare tier spiritual weapon. If this were put on the market, its price would exceed 100 million. Moreover, it's something that's hard to buy with money, priceless. Although rare tier spiritual weapons are precious, there are only a few of them in the entire Tianhua City. But it wouldn't be so precious that he'd rather die than part with it, right? Dream target, Zion, president of the Bounty Guild. Dream content, give me the Blazing Sun Sword. Ding. Host, please elaborate on the dream details. Chu then described the dream details to the system. Ding. Dream created successfully. If the target also gifts the Blazing Sun sword to the host in reality, rewards can be obtained. The next dream can only be created after this dream ends. Chu smiled, time to go handle some serious business. For a rare tier Blazing Sun sword, a little trouble is definitely worth it. Early the next morning, Chu headed to Tianhua Warrior Academy. Meanwhile, Chen Ziyan, the president of the Bounty Guild, opened his eyes at home. Who? He gasped for air, his slightly graying temples drenched with sweat. Strange. So strange. Chen Ziyan frowned. He was clearly meditating, so how could he be dreaming? For decades, he had never encountered such a bizarre thing. But this dream was even stranger. A powerful individual had cast a curse upon him. If he didn't give the Blazing Sun sword to someone named Chu, he would die. In the dream, he initially refused to give it, and then experienced excruciating pain throughout his body, wishing he were dead. Ultimately, he couldn't bear it any longer and rushed to Tianhua Warrior Academy to give the Blazing Sun sword to Chu. Only then did the pain in the dream subside. Then he woke up. Maybe I'd been too tired lately. Chen Ziyan shook his head. As the president of the Bounty Guild in Tianhua City, his responsibilities were immense. The Bounty Guild, one of the largest forces on the continent. It could almost be on par with Tianyu or the Divine Alliance. The difference was that the Bounty Guild was more akin to a collection of individual powers. There would be a large number of tasks in the Bounty Guild. Its members could accept tasks and complete them to earn commissions. Commissions were not limited to money. Various spiritual weapons, skills, demon crystals, cultivation grade origin spirit crystals, and so on. As a result, the Bounty Guild grew stronger day by day, and bounty hunters were countless. Opening the door, Chen Ziyan planned to go to work at the Bounty Guild. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he widened his eyes. Chapter 26, He's Tier 4 Mystic Sky, You're in Trouble. Chen Ziyan stared wide-eyed at his front door. On the door, there was a cross pattern. It looked like it was drawn. That's not important. What was important was, in the dream, there was also this cross. According to the powerful individual who cursed him in the dream. When the cross appeared, it meant the curse had taken effect. He had thought it was just a dream. But Chen Ziyan never expected that there really was such a cross on the door of his house in reality. This? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A coincidence? He refused to believe it was a coincidence. It can't be a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence? Chen Ziyan reached out and wiped the cross pattern on the door. It could be wiped off. But it was meaningless. Because this cross had nothing to do with the curse. This was a mark left by the powerful individual who cursed himself, a sign to make him believe he was truly cursed. Who on earth wants to mess with me? Why? Why do you want me to give the Blazing Sun sword to Chu? Chen Ziyan walked out, his mind heavy with worry. Should he go? He had to go. Which is more important, life or a rare tier spiritual weapon? Perhaps, his dream last night was that mysterious powerful individual reminding him. That powerful individual didn't want to kill Chen Ziyan. The goal was merely to threaten him with a curse, making him give the Blazing Sun sword to Chu. If he complied obediently, then Chen Ziyan would be fine. He reached the entrance of the residential complex. He saw two security guards wiping away yet another cross pattern from the wall. Chen Ziyan trembled. In his dream, there was also a cross pattern in this very spot. It wasn't a coincidence anymore. Absolutely not. This cross was the mark that powerful individual left for him, making him believe he had been cursed. Chu, it seems his background is not simple. He actually has such a skilled master helping him. Forget it, forget it. It's just a rare tier spiritual weapon. It's nothing compared to my life. I'll just do as I'm told. Chen Ziyan sighed. But why did this powerful individual choose me specifically? Sigh. Then, he quickly walked towards Tianhua Warrior Academy.
As for the surveillance footage, he didn't need to look at it. It was meaningless. It couldn't have been someone who came over to draw it. This was something that powerful individual could do with just a thought. Surveillance wouldn't capture it. These two cross patterns were specifically drawn by Chu after he finished creating the dream last night. He created the dream for Chenyang. He knew the content perfectly well. He wanted Chenyang to see these two crosses after waking up from the dream. To make him feel that it wasn't a dream, but a warning from a powerful being. He was truly cursed. If he wanted to live, he could only act according to the dream's content. A normal person encountering such a situation would indeed not dare to gamble. It was too exaggerated, too coincidental. How could there be such a coincidence? That could only mean the dream was real. At this very moment, two uninvited guests arrived at the gates of Tianhua Warrior Academy. "Brother Chen, what are we doing here?" the younger brother asked curiously. "Teach that Chu a lesson," Chen Haobin said indifferently. "Chu? Damn it! My ex-girlfriend broke up with me because she liked him. She was my childhood sweetheart." "Ah!" the younger brother said angrily. Chen Haobin smiled. He held no grudge against Chu. But he was good friends with Jean. Jean asked him to help kill Chu. He dared not commit murder, though. The tribunal is watching. Killing people is only allowed in the demonic beast domain or in certain special circumstances. Jean settled for the next best thing, asking him to help cripple one of Chu's arms. And he even gave him a hefty reward. So, he had to help. Because he had heard many stories about Chu himself, and he also disliked this person. Too cocky. Too arrogant. Is something wrong? A mentor looked at Chen Haobin at the gate and asked. Chen Haobin from Tianyang University, here to challenge Tianhua Warrior Academy. Chen Haobin said. Here to challenge? Just you? Chu can come alone to challenge, why can't I? Chen Haobin asked. Come on in. For an academy, such challenges rarely happened. But once they did, they were generally not refused. It concerned the academy's reputation. Where is Chu? Chen Haobin asked. Chu is not a student of Tianhua Warrior Academy. Chen Haobin said, but he is the student of one of your academy's mentors, and I'm here to challenge him. Fairy convenience store, over there. The mentor pointed in a direction. Thanks. The news of Chen Haobin challenging Chu spread rapidly. Many people followed him there. Chen Haobin from Tianyang University, he's challenging Chu? Is that a challenge? That's a bloodbath, isn't it? He's almost tier 4 Mystic Sky, isn't he? An expert from Tianyang University's advanced class, doesn't he find it shameful to challenge Chu? Anyone with eyes can see he's using the guise of a challenge to teach Chu a lesson. Chu must have beef with him. There's a good show coming. Finally, we can see Chu get thrashed. But Chu saved so many people. I don't care. I just don't like him. So what if he saved a lot of people? What's it to me? I just want to see him get beaten up. At this very moment. The small courtyard behind the fairy convenience store. The fairy convenience store isn't very big. Walking through the shop leads directly to a small courtyard. The courtyard was quite dirty. Actually, this courtyard, including the fairy convenience store itself, was abandoned. It was just taken over by Shao Qiyue to open a convenience store. Out front, Shao Qiyue was selling things. Later, Chu was practicing his boxing in the yard. The boxing techniques were taught to him by Shao Qiyue. After letting him practice his punches, he would teach him a boxing skill. Bang bang bang. Chu continuously punched the sandbag in front of him. That's for calling me small. That's for calling me small. Chu punched while muttering to himself. On closer inspection, a photo of Ing was taped to the sandbag. Chu was actually punching her photo over and over again. Called him small.
Chu will remember this for life. Ying is finished. Who? Chu wiped his sweat.
Ying's photo was already beaten beyond recognition.
Awesome. Now he was punching the photo. Soon, he'd be punching the real person. Small? Chu will send her to heaven.
See if she still dared to call him small. At the entrance of the fairy convenience store,
Xiao Chiyue's beautiful eyes lit up. Wow, wow. So many people. She felt like she was going to make a fortune. Chen Haobin walked over. Behind him followed a large group of students eager to watch the show. So beautiful. Chen Haobin couldn't help but gulp as he looked at Xiao Chiyue. Ahem, I heard Chu is here? Chen Haobin asked. Xiao Chiyue smiled and nodded repeatedly. Ah, that's right. He's practicing punches in the back courtyard. Are you looking for him? Yes. Xiao Chiyue said, but he's practicing his punches, he shouldn't be disturbed. I'm here to challenge him. Challenging is not allowed either, you need to pick your time. Chen Haobin frowned. Unless. Xiao Chiyue revealed a sly look. If you spend over 1,000 in my store, this fairy will let you pass.
Chen Haobin directly pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Xiao Chiyue.
I don't need the items, can I go see him now? Xiao Chiyue's beautiful eyes lit up. Waka ka ka. I'm rich. Please come in, please come in. Chen Haobin brought his juniors and walked in. Xiao Chiyue then asked the onlookers, what are you all here for?
To watch them challenge. Xiao Chiyue said, tickets to watch the challenge are 100 per person, oh.
No problem. I'm rich, I'm rich.
Xiao Chiyue's eyes were full of little stars. Chen Haobin, along with his subordinate, passed through the fairy convenience store and entered the courtyard.
Chu wiped his sweat and looked over. Are you Chu?
Chen Haobin looked at Chu, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked.
And you are?
Chen Haobin sneered, let me introduce myself, Chen Haobin.
Xiao Chiyue leaned against the door leading into the yard. She glanced at the situation behind her.
Then, looking at the line of people inside the store, she said, pay here.
Those who've paid can enter the yard, 100 per person.
Excuse me, there's another good show to watch, how lively. Ying, sucking on a lollipop, smiled as she walked past Xiao Chiyue and into the yard.
Chu looked over. Don't look at me, you guys fight, I'm just here to watch the show, Ying said with a smile.
Chu then looked at Chen Haobin and shook his head.
Chen Haobin? Don't know him. You don't need to know me. I heard you're quite arrogant, so I've come to challenge you. Do you dare to accept? If not, crawl between my legs, and this matter will be over. Chen Haobin said. Tisk. Ying had a look of anticipation for a good show. She then walked to Chu's side and whispered in his ear.
Chen Haobin, from Tianyang University's advanced class, probably close to Tier 4 Mystic Sky.
You're in for it. Chu. Damn it.
Approaching Tier 4 Mystic Sky.
He really couldn't beat him.
Ying, on the other hand, looked gleeful.
Then she walked to the side, ready to continue watching the show.
Suddenly, she saw her own photo on the sandbag.
It was hammered beyond recognition. Ying. Chapter 27, Bullying. They're bullying people. Her beautiful photo.
Ying looked at the photo, her heart aching.
Who hammered it? Who hammered her photo into this state? It's clear this person really hates her. Damn it!
Chu was just about to tell Chen Haobin to get lost. Then he saw Ying next to him, trembling with anger, holding the photo.
Oh no! I asked you a question. Are you fighting or drilling?
Chen Haobin frowned, looking at Chu, and asked impatiently. Beside them, more and more students Jean came, ready to watch a good show.
But Chu ignored it completely. He walked over to Ying. Did you do this? Ying asked.
Chu pointed at Chen Haobin and said, him.
Chen Haobin frowned. What are these two doing? Him? Chu nodded repeatedly. I was just admiring your beautiful photo when this guy Jean rushed in and started punching your photo, pang several times. I was stunned. Do you have a grudge against him? Why is he so angry just seeing your photo? Ing frowned, then looked at Chun Haobin again. I'm also wondering, do I have a grudge against him? Chu sighed. Just now, the way he punched your photo, you can tell he really hates you. Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she said coldly, I can tell too. Hey! Ing looked at Chun Haobin. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Chen Haobin looked confused. Ing held the photo. Do I have a grudge against you, young master? Eugene came and beat my photo like this? Bullshit. I didn't hit it. Chen Haobin shouted. Chu pointed at himself. Could it possibly be me? If it's not you, then who is it? Chen Haobin asked, bewildered. Ing glanced at Chu. Chu. Big sister, you know how noble my character is, don't you? I risk my life to save people. Do you think I could do something like this? Makes some sense, Ing said, half believing. But she felt that Chu was perfectly capable of doing such a thing. Fairy mentor, you've been here all along, you saw it, right? Ing asked. Ha? Xiao Qiyue blinked her beautiful eyes. Chen Haobin looked at Xiao Qiyue with expectation. She hadn't moved since Shi Jin came. She saw it. I didn't throw a single punch. She saw it. Xiao Qiyue coughed dryly. It shouldn't be Chu Xian. Chen Haobin? Ing was furious. An aura of malice, even terrifying to Chu, surged forth. A dagger mysteriously appeared in Ying's hand. The dagger spun rapidly between her fingers. You hate me so much, then before challenging Chu, let's settle our score first. Ying's lips curved into a smile that seemed somewhat bloodthirsty. You guys? Chen Haobin pointed at Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue blinked her harmless big eyes innocently. Chen Haobin shouted loudly, Lu Tao, you came Jean with me, tell him whether I laid a hand on her photo or not. The younger brother said, no. Brother Chen didn't even go over there. Ing said, do you really think I'm stupid? You two are in cahoots, can your words be trusted? Shu nodded repeatedly, exactly. My sister Jiang is intelligent as ice and snow, she's not stupid. You. Chen Haobin pointed his hand back and forth between Chu, Ing, and Xiao Qiyue. Damn it! You Tianhua Warrior Academy are bullying people, aren't you? Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed. Forget about bullying or not, let's settle our score. Swoosh. With that, her figure vanished like a ghost. The next second, a black blur was seen continuously attacking Chen Haobin with extreme speed. Chen Haobin had no strength left to fight back at all. In my ear, his screams of being beaten by Ying echoed incessantly. The students next to him, who had paid for tickets and were ready to watch Chu get thrashed, looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't Chen Haobin supposed to beat up Chu? How come it's senior sister Ring beating up Chen Haobin? Cough cough. Chen Haobin coughed. His face was bruised and swollen. Get lost quickly. From now on, I'll beat you every time I see you. Ing stared at him and uttered a line. Son of a bitch. Chen Haobin gritted his teeth. He glared angrily at Chu, who had a smug look on his face. You really think I'm easy to bully, huh? You just wait. Wait for me. My grandpa is the president of Tianhua City's Bounty Guild. Chu, you just wait for me. Chen Haobin pointed at Chu, gritting his teeth. And you, Ing. You're a big shot at Tianhua Warrior Academy, but it's useless. You just wait for me too. Tonight I'll ride you. Damn it. You just wait for me. Bitch. Chen Haobin cursed angrily. Just then, several figures rushed through the crowd. Dean Qin Zhenhai. Next to him stood an old man of similar age, but very sharp. Grandpa. Seeing the newcomer, Chen Haobin's eyes lit up. Grandpa. Look at me, look at how your grandson has been bullied. You must get me justice. Chen Haobin looked miserable. I didn't do anything, those people from Tianhua Warrior Academy conspired to slander me and beat me up like this. This is simply too much. After speaking, he pointed at Chu and the others, his expression turning vicious. You're finished. Chu, you're done for. Damn it. Oh. Xiao Qiyue shrank her head, ready to make a run for it. Then she was blocked by Dean Qinzhenhai. He. Xiao Qiyue gave him a guilty smile. The surrounding crowd also buzzed with discussion. Holy smokes! Chen Haobin's grandpa, the president of the Bounty Guild. His status is pretty much on par with the commanders of our Tianhua City Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain. And he seems to be a Tier 4 Mystic Sky expert, close to the Divine Powers realm, right? If he targets Chu is definitely in trouble. I feel like Senior Sistering is also going to be in trouble. After all, she beat Chen Haobin. He came in person, so he might be prepared. Maybe Chen Haobin is the bait, probably to lure Chu in, and then Chen Zhan will show up to arrest him. Cough, President Chen, about this. Qinzhenhai had a headache. What on earth happened? Chen Zhan rushed to his Tianhua Warrior Academy, specifically asking to see Chu. The headmaster of his Tianhua Warrior Academy was also bewildered. What trouble has Chu gotten into now? To make Chen Zhan come in person? Slap. And the next second, to everyone's dumbfounded surprise, Chen Zhan raised his hand and slapped his grandson, Chen Haobin. This slap was given with absolutely no holding back. It knocked out Chen Haobin's teeth. He spun several times in the air before falling to the ground. Whoa! Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with bewilderment. Ha! The dean was even more bewildered. This? What's going on? Shouldn't he be making a move on Chu? Only Chu smiled inwardly. It seems the dream system is effective. Chapter 28, Strange things happen every year, but especially this year. Everyone's eyes widened, watching the scene before them in disbelief. Just now, Chen Zhan slapped his grandson, Chen Haobin, didn't he? And that slap was too brutal. His blood and teeth were knocked out. This left everyone in disbelief. Strange things happen every year, but especially this year. Why is this? Ha! Ying blinked. She thought something bad was going to happen. How did Chen Zhan turn around and slap his own grandson? Dean Qinzhenhai was also utterly bewildered. When he saw Chen Haobin beaten like this, and then thought about Chen Zhan coming specifically for Chu, he had a feeling that Chu was in trouble. However, the next scene left him completely stunned. This plot isn't right, is it? Chen Haobin was even more taken aback. No way. The person who came was his grandfather, Chen Zhan. So why was he the one being hit? Ha! You bastard! Kneel to Chu and apologize. Chen Zhan pointed at his grandson, Chen Haobin, and roared. The crowd? They looked at each other. Completely dumbfounded. Apologize to Chu? Why should he? And for what reason? Even if they took a step back, no matter what, even if Chen Haobin was wrong, why should he apologize to Chu? And even kneel? Grandpa, I'm your grandson. Chen Haobin. Chen Haobin looked at Chen Zhan in confusion. Slap. Chen Zhan slapped him again with his backhand. Chen Zhan roared, Do you want me to tell you a third time? Kneel down. Apologize to Chu. The crowd? No, why? I'm the one who was bullied. Bang. The next instant, Chen Zhan kicked him from behind, right at his knee joint. Chen Haobin immediately knelt before Chu. I said, apologize. Chen Zhan roared again. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Chen Haobin clenched his fists tightly. Why? Why on earth? What did he do wrong? Even if he did do something wrong, His own grandfather is the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild. He made him kneel and apologize to Chu in front of so many people? Ha! Hurry up! Chen Ziyan roared. Chen Haobin clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and lowered his head. I'm sorry. Everyone looked bewildered. Subsequently, Chen Ziyan looked at Chu, forcing a smile. Ah, Chu, I'm really sorry. My grandson is unruly and spoiled. Please be more understanding if he has offended you in any way. The crowd? Whoa! There was an uproar among the crowd. What the hell? What happened? Who is Chen Ziyan's grandson anyway? Why does Chen Ziyan seem so wary of Chu? Why? He's the president of Tianhua City's Bounty Guild. Does Chu have a background? No, he only has a powerful older sister, that's all. I'm dumbfounded, what the hell? That's Chen Ziyan. Chen Haobin came over to challenge so aggressively, only to end up like this? Chu then said, it's best not to let him run around unsupervised in the future. Chen Haobin clenched his fists tightly. What did he mean? Treating me like a dog? Chen Ziyan wore a placating smile, you're right. Then he angrily reprimanded Chen Haobin, did you hear that? Heard it, Chen Haobin said weakly. Ying's beautiful eyes curiously watched Chu. Interesting. Quite handsome. Ding. Ying's favorability towards you +3. Current favorability, 20. Hurry up and get out. You're an embarrassment. Chen Ziyan scolded again. Chen Haobin's face was dark, he got up and walked away. Then, Chen Ziyan reached out his hand. His spatial ring flashed. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, everyone around clearly felt the temperature rise. Cough cough, Chu, this is for you. Chen Ziyan handed the sword to Chu. Everyone? Ha? Blazing Sun Sword? That's a rare tier 3-star spirit artifact. In all of Tianhua City, besides this Blazing Sun Sword, I don't know of any other rare tier spirit artifact. He gave it to Chu? He just gave it to Chu? What? I'm dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Could it be that Chen Ziyan's wife or daughter-in-law fancies Chu? And to keep Chu away from them, he had no choice? I can only think of this reason to explain everything happening right now. That's highly likely, and it makes sense for it to happen to Chu. Chu feigned ignorance and asked, for me? Yes. For you. Chen Ziyan quickly nodded. Then Chu shook his head and said, I don't want it. Everyone stared longingly at the Blazing Sun Sword. Ha? Someone gives it to you and you don't want it? Qin Shanhai also looked confused. Is he still half asleep? But this is the Blazing Sun Sword, a rare tier 3-star artifact. Chen Ziyan said in a hurry. Chu shook his head, I still don't want it. Why not? Chen Ziyan asked. It's a hot potato, and showing such eagerness for no reason means there's mischief afoot. I wouldn't dare take it, Chu said. Chen Ziyan grew anxious. If he couldn't give this sword away, then the powerful individual who cursed him would surely take his life. When he first arrived, he saw his grandson being disrespectful to Chu. His heart sank with a thump. He was afraid of offending the powerful person behind Chu. That's why he quickly made Chen Haobin kneel and apologize. It was certainly a loss of face. But which is more important, face or life? Chu, please take it. I don't need you to do anything, and I don't need you to pay any price, truly. It's purely because I feel we are fated, and I want to give it to you. Please take it. Chen Ziyan said with a bitter expression. President Chen, do you even believe what you're saying? Chu asked. Really, really? Chen Ziyan was in a panic. Chu, I swear. I swear in front of so many people that I have no ulterior motives, nor any schemes. I'm simply giving you this sword, truly. Ying then secretly pointed at Chu and looked at Xiao Qiyue. The meaning was clear. Did he have an affair with Chen Ziyan's daughter-in-law? Xiao Qiyue shrugged, indicating she didn't know. Still not appropriate. Chu shook his head. Thud. Chen Ziyan directly knelt before Chu. Just take it. I beg you. Please, I'm begging you. Just take it. Everyone's mouths hung open. Ying held out 2 fingers to Xiao Qiyue. Meaning. Judging by the situation, it might not just be his daughter-in-law, but at least 2 people. Xiao Qiyue pondered for a moment, then quietly nodded in agreement. President Chen, there's no need, Chu said. Chen Ziyan urgently said, there is a need. There is a need, please take it. I beg you. All right, fine, then I'll take it. Chu reached out and took the blazing sun sword. Seeing this, Chen Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. This is wonderful. Then Chu looked at the blazing sun sword in his hand and muttered, but I don't need it. I'd rather have a spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziyan quickly pulled out a spatial ring. I have one. Here. Chu scratched his head, then grinned, I'm so embarrassed. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, take it. I, Chen Ziyan, want to be your friend. Chu clasped his fist and said, President Chen is so sincere, I, Chu, will make friends with President Chen too. Whoosh. Chen Ziyan breathed a long sigh of relief. He had finally survived. If there's nothing else, you all continue, I'll be leaving first, goodbye. Chen Ziyan then hurried away, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. This was probably the strangest day they had ever experienced. Chapter 29, Huh? My seniority increased? Everyone watched Chen Ziyan leave with confused looks. Then they turned to look at Chu again. Impressive. Nothing else, just impressive. All right, everyone disperse. Qin Zhenhai called out. Everyone started to leave. Only Chu, Qin Zhenhai, Ying, and Xiao Qiyue were left in the yard. The 3 of them stared at Chu in unison. What's the deal with you and Wang Min? What's the deal with you and Wang Min? The 3 asked in chorus. Chu. Who's Wang Min? Chu asked, puzzled. Chen Ziyan's daughter-in-law, the daughter of a big shot in the Provincial Bounty Guild. Chu. Damn it. I don't even know her, what are you guys talking about? Ying, nothing? Then why would he do that? What other explanation is there besides this? Xiao Qiyue, he must be afraid you'll turn his family upside down and ruin them. Unless he secretly kills you, he knows that threats are useless, and his daughter-in-law would desperately protect you. Qin Zhenhai, I think besides his daughter-in-law Wang Min, there might be one more person involved. Ying and Xiao Qiyue nodded repeatedly, great minds think alike. Chu's mouth twitched. I'm not talking to you guys anymore, I'm going to practice my sword. Outside. Everyone was also shocked and spread the news throughout Tianhua Warrior Academy. Meanwhile, Chen Ziyan caught up with his grandson. Grandpa. Why? Tell me why. I'm the one who was bullied. Why does he, Chu, get special treatment? Chen Haobin was going crazy. Bastard. I saved your life, and you're still asking me why. I'm your grandfather, how could I not want what's best for you? Chen Haobin looked bewildered, huh? Saved my life? You don't need to know the rest. From now on, don't provoke this Chu. Chen Ziyan warned. Chen Haobin gritted his teeth, I'm going to kill him. Don't I want to? Chen Ziyan also gritted his teeth. Then Chen Ziyan said, someone asked me to kill him a long time ago, and I took the job. If there had been a good opportunity, I would have acted already, and we wouldn't be in this situation now. Did someone threaten you, Grandpa? Chen Haobin asked. Chen Ziyan nodded, yes, a master. So, from now on, you behave yourself on the surface, and leave some matters to me. Grandpa, you must kill him. Chen Ziyan's eyes narrowed, I will. This matter was widely spread throughout Tianhua Warrior Academy.
A certain class in the intermediate division was meditating and cultivating. One person suddenly spoke, "Have you heard? Chen Zayan, the president of the Bounty Guild, personally delivered the Blazing Sun sword to Chu, and even knelt before him, asking him to accept it." "Is that for real?" Everyone was skeptical. "It's just hearsay, sounds fake," Wang Xiaozhu said. That person replied, "Zheng Xiaozhu, don't disbelieve me. I saw it with my own eyes. Hundreds of people were there at the time. Why would I lie to you?" Everyone's mouths hung open. Why would that happen? "I'm guessing President Chen's daughter-in-law or granddaughter must have fallen for Chu. He's afraid Chu will turn his family upside down, and at his age, family is so important, so he can only beg Chu for mercy." Everyone nodded. That seems like the only explanation. "I'm just telling you guys, but you absolutely can't tell anyone else." Zhang Xiaozhu, don't worry. Cafeteria. Everyone was eating. Zhang Xiaozhu, who had just gotten his food, sat down beside a few people. "Guys, have you heard about Chu and President Chen?" Zhang Xiaozhu asked. "Heard about it, President Chen gave him the Blazing Sun sword, it's unbelievable." "Why did that happen, though?" "I heard it has something to do with his daughter-in-law, after all, that's Chu, you know how it is." Zhang Xiaozhu gave a mysterious smile, shaking his head, not quite. "Zhang Xiaozhu, do you know some inside information?" A few people quickly asked. Zhang Xiaozhu nodded, "Of course." The few people immediately became interested. "So why did it happen?" Zhang Xiaozhu then whispered, "Let me tell you, the reason President Chen gave Chu the Blazing Sun sword is because Chu has something on him." "Really?" Zhang Xiaozhu chuckled, "Think about it, with President Chen's status and power, what if his daughter-in-law fell for Chu? He has a million ways to solve this, yet he kneels and gives away the Blazing Sun sword? Does that make sense?" The few people exchanged glances. "That makes sense. It must be some kind of leverage, a huge one to make him do that, something that could ruin him." Zhang Xiaozhu, "What kind of leverage?" Yeah, tell us." Zhang Xiaozhu, "Then you have to promise me, absolutely not to tell anyone." Don't worry. "Especially you, Lu Tian, your mouth isn't the tightest." Lu Tian said, "It concerns President Chen, I wouldn't dare to speak carelessly." Zhang Xiaozhu nodded, then whispered, "Do you know the identity of President Chen's daughter-in-law, in other words, Chen Haobin's mother? It seems like she's the daughter of a big shot in our provincial bounty guild, right? I remember President Chen's son married into the family, so Chen Haobin's status is quite something." "Right. Then how much do you think someone like her could embezzle each year?" Hiss. Everyone gasped. Lu Tian's eyes lit up, "I get it, Chu actually has dirt on President Chen's daughter-in-law, and President Chen himself must not be clean. Once the dirt is exposed, President Chen's family is finished." Understood. Afternoon training. Lu Tian went to the restroom with 3 others. Yao Qianrun was among them. "Brothers, did you hear about Chu's situation?" Lu Tian asked while peeing. Yao Qianrun said, "Heard about it." "So awesome." Lu Tian chuckled, "It's not that simple." "Oh? Is there some inside story?" "I just knew Brother Xian wasn't simple." Yao Qianrun's eyes lit up. "The inside story is huge. I'll only tell you guys, and you must not tell anyone else." Lu Tian said. Don't worry, tell us. Lu Tian thought for a moment, then said, "Forget it. I don't dare to say the specifics. I can only say that President Chen and his daughter-in-law, Chen Haobin's mother, are not clean. That's all. I'm going to class." Yao Qianrun exchanged glances with a few people. That night. In the dorm. "Guys, you heard about that thing with Chu earlier today, right? Who hasn't heard? All I can say is that Chu might be in trouble. He has leverage over Chairman Chen, and it's significant leverage. I don't know what it is exactly, I really want to know. I heard President Chen isn't clean." "Really? Is that true?" Yao Qianrun smiled.
Yao Qianrun, what are you smiling at? They looked at Yao Qianrun. I'm laughing because you know too little. Their eyes lit up. What do you know? Tell us. Hurry, hurry. Yao Qianrun then said mysteriously, brothers, how do you understand not clean? Embezzlement, of course. Yao Qianrun chuckled, young, so young. Ah. Is there more to it? Yu Qianrun, I've heard solid inside information it really is dirty. Chairman Chen and Wang Min are both unclean. That's what I said too, what's wrong with that? Yu Qianrun, completely wrong, you've all misunderstood. It's Chairman Chen and Wang Min who are both unclean. That's not wrong either. Yu Qianrun, they're not clean with each other, understand? Several people's eyes widened. Are you saying these two are secretly messing around? His holy crap. That handle is indeed big enough. Yu Qianrun, here's something even more explosive. Chen Haobin is not the son of his father, Chen Shang. To be precise, Chen Shang should call Chen Haobin brother. The crowd? Awesome. Bounty Guild. Night. Office. Chen Ziyan sat beside Chen Haobin, and a person sat opposite them. Li Hu, I promoted you myself, and I trust you immensely. Guildmaster Chen, just say what you need, and I'll definitely get it done. Chen Ziyan, eliminate someone. He pushed Chu's photo in front of Li Hu. Li Hu glanced at it. Then he burned the photo. Besides Guildmaster Chen, Haobin and I, absolutely no fourth person will know. Chen Ziyan nodded with satisfaction. Bang. Just then, the office door was kicked open. A middle-aged man ran in furiously. Son? What are you doing? Chen Ziyan frowned, looking at his son Chen Shang. Dad? Chen Haobin looked at Chen Shang in confusion. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Chen Shang looked at Chen Ziyan angrily. What about it? Chen Ziyan looked bewildered. Everyone outside is saying that Haobin and I are brothers, not father and son. Why do you and Wang Min do this to me? Ah! What did I do wrong? Chen Ziyan? Chen Haobin? Ha? The generation changed? Chapter 30 The Second Dream-Making Target. That night, Chu was cultivating in his room. A surge of aura subtly climbed. His power level reached Tier 3 Mystic Body 5 stars. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first dream-making goal of the dream-making system. You have received the reward, Movement Skill Divine Shadow. Ding! The host can proceed with the second dream-making. Oh! Chu opened his eyes. Divine Shadow, Heaven Tier 1 Star Movement Skill. Minor completion allows for phantom illusions, major completion allows for 1,000 miles in an instant. It's actually a Heaven Tier movement skill. There are many types of skills. And movement skills are considered the rarest. A movement skill that reaches the celestial tier is probably close to the pinnacle of this continent. Among all martial arts, speed conquers all. This saying truly holds water. Why are dark and wind attributes both rare attributes? Because these two attributes are closely related to speed. As for the second dream creation, he hasn't decided yet. He'll think about it later. Chu left the room. Where are you going? Lina, who was cultivating in the living room, opened her beautiful eyes and asked. I'm going out to find an open space to practice a skill. I'll go with you. Lina stood up. No, don't worry. I won't go to the demonic beast domain, I'll just find a suburb. Movement skills don't make much noise anyway. Lina thought for a moment, then nodded, okay. I'm off then, bye-bye. Chu left home and came to a remote new urban area in Tianhua City. Rather than a new urban area, it was more like an unfinished district. This place was originally planned for a new city. But then Tianhai City fell, and Tianhua City was certainly next. The developers abandoned it directly. Even if it were built, everything could be gone overnight. Besides, who would bother developing a city that could be overrun by demonic beasts at any moment? It was sparsely populated here, but the roads had already been built. Shu sat outside a small grove by the roadside, comprehending divine shadow. Heaven-tier spirit skills are difficult to cultivate. Fortunately, he possessed divine comprehension. Time reached 3 o'clock in the deep night. Shu opened his eyes. Mana surged. Divine shadow. Swoosh. Chu's figure dashed forward at a speed far exceeding his current Tier 3 Mystic Body 5-star power level. And behind him, due to the extreme speed, afterimages had already appeared. Shu stopped. Amazing! Thanks to his divine comprehension, he had already achieved minor mastery. The creation of afterimages had been achieved. Activating Divine Shadow, his speed reached 10 times that of a normal Tier 3 Mystic Body 5-star. However, this movement skill also consumed a lot of mana. But fortunately, his mana was also 10 times that of an ordinary warrior. If I exchange for another wind attribute, combined with God's Shadow, wouldn't my speed increase by another level? Shu opened his panel. Host, Shu. Age, 18. Little brother, 18. Race, human. Power level, Tier 3 Mystic Body 5-star. Attributes, thunder, fire, space. Strength, 2100. Speed, 1900. Physique, 200. Mana 200000. Spirit, 1900. Talent, live and die together. Rewards, God level comprehension, God level talent, spirit peering eye, first system mall. System value, 412,000. 4 million system value. System, exchange for wind attribute. Ding. Are you sure you want to spend 500,000 system value to exchange for wind attribute? Yes. Ding, wind attribute exchanged successfully. For attributes, 3 rare attributes. Shu grinned. In the future, he would possess all attributes. He still had a lot of system value, but he needed to keep some in reserve for emergencies. Shu then subtly activated the wind attribute. In the windless surroundings, a breeze rose. Leaves fell, blown by the wind. Wind blade. Shu casually condensed a gust of wind, and a wind blade instantly severed a tree in front of him. Wind, as a rare attribute. It could provide warriors with extreme speed. At the same time, one should never underestimate the destructive power of the wind attribute. Next, I need to find a way to improve my control over lightning, space, and wind attributes. Having attributes but not mastering them much is of little use. Just then, a wind blade suddenly shot out from the shadows towards Chu's neck. Chu frowned. Tier 4 Mystic Sky. He dodged. The wind blade carved a several-meter-long gash in the ground. A man in black emerged from the darkness. Tier 3 Mystic Body? You were only Tier 2 aperture opening a few days ago? Have you been hiding your power level? The man in black looked at Chu in surprise. Who are you? Chu frowned slightly. The one who will kill you. Then, with his wind attribute activated, he instantly appeared before Chu. Just as Chu was about to engage, the opponent's body suddenly froze in place. Chu was stunned for a moment. Subsequently, Chu watched as his body was encased in ice. Lina's figure emerged. Lina. Chu showed a look of pleasant surprise, followed by a wave of emotion. She must have been worried about him, secretly following him and silently protecting him all along. Lina walked to the ice sculpture, preparing to finish him off. Chu quickly said, "No, let's question him first." Lina nodded. Afterward, the ice on the figure's head melted. Chu pulled down his mask. "Speak, who sent you to kill me?" "Chen Zion?" Chu asked indifferently. The man's eyes were filled with the fear of not wanting to die. I'll tell you, just don't kill me, don't kill me." "Speak." "Jean." Chu raised an eyebrow. It seems this person needs to be dealt with. But there's an awkward point. The city was filled with people from the tribunal and various major factions. It's too difficult to kill someone. Once you're found out for murder, the consequences are severe. This person in front of him could only act due to his Tier 4 Mystic Sky power level and their remote location. The next second, he was frozen solid again. Subsequently, the ice sculpture shattered. His entire body was split into countless pieces along with the ice sculpture. I'll find an opportunity to help you get rid of him. Lina looked at Chu with her beautiful eyes and said calmly. Chu smiled, no need, I have a plan. Lina tilted her head slightly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chu then saw a badge next to the dead man. Lina picked it up. Someone from the Killer Alliance. Could this Jean also be a member of the Assassin Alliance? Lina, you have no proof. The Killer Alliance is an evil force among humanity. It's very powerful. Their members hide among the populace. Perhaps your classmate is a member of the Killer Alliance. Even your family members could be part of the Killer Alliance. Members of the Killer Alliance make a living by taking on assassination contracts. At the same time, they would kill other warriors in the demonic beast domain to seize their treasures. You should know that Killer Alliance members are hidden within cities. You have no idea who they are. Perhaps when you venture into the demonic beast domain for training, one of your teammates might be a member of the Assassin Alliance. You're fighting with peace of mind, unaware that in their eyes, you're a target they're looking for an opportunity to kill at any time. Various major factions are constantly searching for and eliminating Killer Alliance members. Otherwise, people would be living in fear. Let's go back first. Back home. Chu entered the bedroom. System, start the dream creation. Dream target, Li Weiman, a member of the Slayer Alliance. Although 99% of the Killer Alliance members are hidden, there's always a small portion whose identities have already been discovered. This Li Weiman is one of them. A relatively powerful member of the Killer Alliance. And currently one of the most wanted individuals by various major factions. And Chu's goal was to have Li Weiman kill Jean, without having to act himself. This way, the tribunal would never trace it back to him. It's not that he couldn't kill Jean, but how could he possibly do it within the Academy? Using the system made it much simpler. Ding. Please begin detailing the dream. Chapter 31, Killer Alliance member, Li Weiman. At the same time. Before dawn. Within a forest in the demonic beast territory. A figure appearing to be 50 years old leaned against a rock, resting. Beside him, a bonfire burned. The remains of a gnawed-clean rabbit lay to one side, along with an empty flask of wine. Suddenly, Li Weiman startled awake, gasping for breath. Jean! Jean! Li Weiman's eyes narrowed, gritting his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent. He had just had a dream. In the dream, at Tianhua Warrior Academy in Tianhua City, there was a student named Jean in Class 8 of the Intermediate Division. He had insulted his deceased mother. In the dream, he went to kill him. He even reached that Jin's presence, and Jean was still verbally abusing him. After killing Jean, another person named Chu stepped forward to challenge him. He was very weak. But in the dream, Li Weiman couldn't bring himself to harm him. As for why, he didn't know. But that wasn't important. The important thing was that Jean insulted his deceased mother. Was this just a dream? No. He was already a Tier 6 law power level. How could he possibly dream? For decades, he hadn't had a single dream. And this dream felt so real. Whether it was true or false, he had to investigate. Because his mother was his forbidden scale. Li Weiman pulled out a tattered little notebook. Several sentences were scrawled crookedly in the notebook, some words he didn't know how to write, so he used pinyin. 1. Mama said always eat well. 2. Mama hopes I find a good girl to marry. X. 3. Mama hopes I will be a good person.
4. Find the Chu family who saved Mama 35 years ago.
X. 5. Kill 10,000 demonic beasts to avenge Mother. Mom, I've been listening to you.
Even though I'm already Tier 6 law, I still eat well every day, never missing a single meal. Also, even though your son has joined the Killer Alliance, your son never kills innocent people. All those your son kills are people who deserve to die. Your son is eliminating scum from society, so your son should also be considered a good person. The Chu family who saved you back then, I haven't found them yet.
They must be alright. I will repay them well for you. Li Weiman gently caressed the notebook as if it were a treasure.
Then, he silently added another sentence.
6. Kill everyone who insulted Mom. X. Mom, I'm going. Although it's just a dream, I must find out what's going on. With that, Li Weiman's eyes narrowed. His figure vanished into the darkness. The next morning, Chu arrived at Tianhua Warrior Academy. Chu. Jean, who was not far away, was stunned to see Chu completely unharmed. Didn't he tell me last night that he had seen Chu in the suburbs and could assassinate him at any time? How is he now safely appearing at Tianhua Warrior Academy?
Jean frowned deeply.
It didn't make sense.
He had spent a fortune hiring a Tier 4 Mystic Sky expert from the Slayer Alliance online to kill Chu.
He's fine?
Chu glanced at Jean from among the crowd.
Jin's pupils constricted.
Then, he watched as Chu walked over.
What do you want?
Jean, with one hand bandaged, backed away cautiously, his face alert.
Slap.
Chu backhanded him, sending him to the ground. Then, he walked straight away.
Jean gnashed his teeth. Chu. Damn you. Just you wait. Meanwhile, Chu arrived at the ferry convenience store. Is that so? Little Chu Xue has been so down lately? Xiao Qi said. Ing nodded repeatedly. Yes, she's a martial arts fanatic, yet she's no longer interested in the demonic beast domain. Sigh. Xiao Qi, that's normal, she hasn't gotten over it yet.
Think about it, when she was on the brink of death and despair, a boy appeared and saved her, only to lose his life because of it. It would be strange if she could get over it in such a short time. Can't find anything, and frankly, seeing her like this makes me uncomfortable, Ing lamented. Chu walked Jean in at this moment. Xiao Qiyue's beautiful eyes lit up. Xu Xian, come, come, come. Then she proactively poured Chu a cup of tea. Drink tea, he. Mentor Xiao. Xiao Qiyue smiled. Call me Fairy Mentor. Alright, Fairy Mentor, about that sealed dust heavenly evolution art you promised me before, can you teach it to me now? Ing cleared her throat. She stealthily glanced at Xiao Qiyue. The great master of empty promises. Ah, the sealed dust heavenly evolution art, that, that, you're not ready for it yet. Chu, damn it. You said you'd teach me after I passed the 3-day assessment period, were you just stringing me along? Xiao Qiyue gave an awkward smile. Relax. Ing, you're just realizing that now? Xiao Qiyue, our Tianhua Warrior Academy's famous great master of empty promises. Chu. Damn it. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm out of here. Chu waved his hand, preparing to leave. Hey, don't go. Xiao Qiyue quickly hooked her arm through Chu's. It's not that this fairy won't teach, including little Ying and little Chushua, this fairy can teach them all, it's just that they aren't suitable to learn. Really? Ying asked. Of course. Actually, whether it's you or little Chushua, this fairy has already secretly taught you, but you just couldn't learn it. Ying pondered for a moment. Huh? So that time before, you were teaching me the dust-sealing heavenly evolution art? Xiao Qiyue nodded. That's right. Then she looked at Chu and said, this spirit technique, currently, I haven't found a second person on the entire Blue Star who can learn it. Even Xu Xian's sister can't learn it. Isn't that still an empty promise? Teach me, I'll try, Xu said. Alright, sit down then. Xiao Qiyue said.
Chu sat in front of her. I'll first transmit the first layer of the dust-sealing heavenly evolution art to you. If you show even a glimmer of potential, this fairy will teach you. Chu nodded. Ying propped her chin in her hand, watching the show from the side. Xiao Qiyue didn't really hold out much hope. After the transmission, she told Chu to go to the yard to see if he could practice. She, meanwhile, was entertaining customers who came to buy things. A short while later, a surge of mana suddenly emanated from the yard. And a familiar aura. Xiao Qiyue was stunned. She rushed over. Zzzzz. At this moment, lightning swirled around Chu's body. And his aura was rising. Holy smokes! Xiao Qiyue's mouth dropped open, her face a mix of bewilderment and shock. Ying was beside her. Is this a success? Ying asked. Xiao Qiyue, it's more than just a success, he's already mastered the first layer. Ying. That simple? How come I always feel like you're tricking me, fairy instructor? Ying grumbled. Xiao Qiyue? She was confused too, wasn't she? Back then, this spirit skill, she took a month to barely master the first level. Did Chu have an hour? Ha! Chu then retracted the lightning, looking at Xiao Qiyue with surprise. I seem to have achieved a minor success in the first stage. Xiao Qiyue. Cough, cough. She couldn't help but cough. I can only say that you're suited to cultivate this spiritual technique, so this fairy can consider teaching you. Chu, but I don't think it's as difficult as you said. It's only been an hour, and I've already achieved minor success. Cough, cough. Xiao Qiyue said, do you think you're impressive? When this fairy achieved minor success in the first stage of the Heaven's Secret Sealing Scroll, it only took 5 minutes. Chu, so that's how it is. Then how long did it take for full mastery? 3, cough, cough, 3 days, just 3 days. Xiao Qiyue said. I'll try. Then Xiao Qiyue led Ying back to the convenience store. Fairy mentor, didn't you tell me that it took you 3 months to achieve major success in the first stage, and about a year for the second stage? Bah. This fairy never said that. Another hour passed. In the courtyard, another aura emerged. I've achieved full mastery of the first layer. Chu shouted. Xiao Qiyue? Chapter 32. What kind of monster is he? Xiao Qiyue ran into the courtyard, dumbfounded. Look! Chu unleashed the first layer of the Dustfall Heavenly Origin art. His momentum rapidly soared. Xiao Qiyue was stunned, holy moly! Is he really a major success? It took her 3 months to achieve major success in the first stage. What kind of monster is he? Chu looked at Xiao Qiyue with a smile and said, you're not good enough, you took 3 days to achieve full mastery, and I only took an hour, right? Humph. This fairy said that to reduce your pressure. In reality, this fairy achieved major success in only 30 minutes. Xiao Qiyue argued stubbornly. Ying looked at Xiao Qiyue, then secretly shook her head. Her beautiful eyes stared at Chu. So impressive. Truly extraordinary. Ding. Ying's favorability towards you has reached 30. Reward obtained, Wind Attribute Mastery plus 30%, System Value plus 500,000. Then can you teach me all of it? Chu quickly asked. Teach. This fairy will teach. Xiao Qiyue said, annoyed. Arg. She considered herself a genius. How can Chu be so much better? This is too outrageous, isn't it? And Chu was very excited. This Xiao Qiyue really wasn't boasting. The Dustfall Heavenly Evolution art has only one effect. The effect is extremely simple. Increase power level. Upon achieving mastery of the first layer, his power level directly rose from Tier 3 Mystic Body 5-star to Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star after activation. Does that mean the second layer increases by 2 stars? The third layer by 3 stars? And the 7th layer? Holy crap! Is this truly a spirit art that can exist on Blue Star? Ordinarily, a powerful amplification spirit skill like this that raises power level by 1 star is already very impressive. After the power level increases, this 1 star gap becomes enormous. This sealed dust heavenly derivation art, with a total of 7 layers, can increase power level by 7 stars? Isn't that too exaggerated? No wonder Shao Chiyue could repel a tier 6 law while in the divine ability realm. At the same time, Li Weiman had arrived at the entrance of Tianhua Warrior Academy. A few students walked out. Li Weiman stopped them and asked, "Excuse me, is there a student named Jean at Tianhua Warrior Academy?" "Jean?" "Yes, there is." Li Weiman frowned deeply. "There really is? Is he in Class 8 of the intermediate level?" "Yes." "Class 8, intermediate level. Do you need him for something?" Crunch, crunch, crunch. Li Weiman clenched his fists. It's true. Exactly like in the dream. This is clearly unreasonable. But the truth was right before his eyes. Since these things in reality are exactly the same as in his dream. So, that means Jean insulting his deceased mother is also true. It must be. He could only think of one explanation. Someone used some method to tell him this through a dream. As for who this person is, it's not important. Li Weiman suppressed his anger. "Please tell your Tianhua Warrior Academy's dean that Li Weiman requests a meeting." Li Weiman. The person was stunned for a moment. Holy hell? Li Weiman of the Assassin Alliance? Ha! Are these people so arrogant these days? Please wait a moment. Soon, Xin Shanhai hastily led people to the entrance of Tianhua Warrior Academy. When he saw Li Weiman, he couldn't help but be shocked. It really was him. What's going on? I am Qin Shanhai, the principal of Tianhua Warrior Academy. May I know what business you have? Jean is a student at your school, right? Class 8 of the intermediate class. Li Weiman asked coldly. Qin Shanhai, fearing that he might do something to threaten the students, said, "Yes, but I advise you not to act rashly. I estimate that powerful individuals from the Divine Alliance, Heavenly Domain, and others are already on their way." Damn Divine Alliance, Heavenly Domain, I don't care. Now, I order you to take me to Jean. Immediately, otherwise, I will make everyone in the entire Tianhua Warrior Academy perish with him. Qin Shanhai frowned tightly. Please follow me. He dared not refuse. Because this Li Weiman is a tier 6 law. At the moment, the only way was to appease him first and ensure everyone's safety. And wait for the arrival of the powerful individuals from the Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain. Thank you. Li Weiman said. Jean Gu. Jean Gu. Hank ran towards Jean. Damn it. It's you again. Jean got annoyed just by looking at Hank. Hank quickly said, Jean Gu. Li Weiman is here. He's looking for you. What? Li Weiman? Is it Li Weiman from the Slaughter Alliance? Jean looked bewildered. That's right. Holy shit? Jin's face was filled with horror. Why is he looking for me? And calling me by name? Did you tell anyone about me cursing his mother before? Everyone knew that Li Weiman was an evil person, but also a mama's boy. His mother was his inverse scale. Hank raised his hand. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. Jean bro, I didn't tell anyone. If I told anyone, I'm a dog. Jean frowned. Then why is he looking for me? He's from the Kill Alliance. He should be hiding, let alone openly coming to Tianhua City? Hank asked, is there a possibility that he's here to take you as his disciple? Otherwise, how do you explain him specifically asking for you by name? Are you sure you didn't tell anyone about me cursing his mother? Jean asked. If I told anyone, may my whole family perish. If I had, do you think I'd be standing in front of you now? Jean then said, then maybe he really does want to take me as his disciple. Perhaps he saw some talent in me, but he's from the Kill Alliance. If I train with him, won't I also be wanted?
Hank, Jin bro, Tier 6 law.
If he can train you, who cares if he's from the Kill Alliance? You can explicitly refuse first, then secretly.
Shoo.
Jin said.
Yes, yes, yes.
Understood.
Please, Jin bro, when you become successful later, don't forget about me.
Jin nodded, revealing a smile, of course.
On the other side, Shu could sense through the system that the dream-making target was getting closer and closer.
He stood up. There's a good show coming.
According to Li Weiman's character, his dream-making content would definitely involve killing Jin.
Killing him at all costs.
And to receive the reward, he himself needed to appear in Li Weiman's dream. So, in his dream, Shu challenged him. But he specifically gave him a subconscious thought, making him reluctant to inflict serious harm on himself. As long as, in reality, he also actively challenged Li Weiman in a moment. And, just like in the dream, lost to him. Then he would receive the reward.
Shu ran out. Hey, where are you going? Xiao Qiyue called out. To watch a good show. A good show? Xiao Qiyue's beautiful eyes lit up.
Little shadow, mind the shop for this fairy.
Xiao Qiyue said and then ran off. Ying silently locked the door. A good show? She couldn't miss it either. Meanwhile, Xin Zhenhai and the others nervously led Li Weiman.
They had already secretly notified the Divine Alliance and the Heavens Domain.
They only hoped to stall for time. Nothing must go wrong.
But thinking about it, even though Li Weiman was from the Kill Alliance, he was quite principled in his actions. Just the fact that he didn't barge in at the main entrance to get to Jin, but instead had someone notify him, was already telling.
This is where Class 8 of the intermediate classes, Xin Zhenhai said.
Many students had gathered around.
Xin Zhenhai frowned. Damn it! Were these students not afraid of death? Not running away, but staying here to watch a show? Where's Jin? Li Weiman shouted.
At this moment, Jin, with a smile, walked out of the classroom.
Senior Li Weiman.
Jin cupped his fist. Li Weiman looked at him.
It's him. It's him. Exactly like Jin in the dream. Damn it. You motherfucker. He's still smiling now?
He insulted my deceased mother.
He's still smiling? Ah, damn it. Li Weiman roared internally. Jin then said, Senior Li Weiman, I'm truly sorry. Although you are indeed a master I admire, there's a difference between good and evil. Regarding taking me as a disciple, I'm afraid I cannot agree. Li Weiman? Chapter 33, If Heaven Wants You Dead, You Have No Choice But to Die. Li Weiman was furious.
Not only was he still smiling at him,
he was also humiliating him? What does he mean? Taking him as a disciple? He actually thought he had come to take him as a disciple? Chu arrived among the crowd. What a show, what a show! He grinned. What a show, what a show! Xiao Qiyue moved behind her. Let's watch the show. Ying also came closer.
Seeing Li Weiman unmoved,
Jin thought that he had disappointed him by refusing. Then Jin continued, Senior Li Weiman, are you listening? The next second, Li Weiman glared at Jin. Jin! He pointed at Jin and roared, You insulted my deceased mother. Do you dare to admit it? What? Jin's expression changed.
Everyone else's faces also changed.
Holy crap! This Jin is really ruthless. He actually dared to insult Li Weiman's deceased mother? Who doesn't know that Li Weiman's inverse scale is his mother?
Although he's a member of the Slaughter Alliance, a wanted master, when it comes to filial piety, he's been on the list of Blue Star's top 10 most moving figures for years.
Jin is finished. He actually insulted Li Weiman's deceased mother.
Given Li Weiman's style, even if he's captured by the major forces, he'll still seek revenge for his deceased mother.
My deepest condolences to Jin in advance. This? Xin Shanhai was also dumbfounded. Did this Jin insult Li Weiman's deceased mother? Damn it! Even if he wanted to protect him as a dean, he couldn't. This was his own doing, he deserved to die. It couldn't be Li Weiman slandering Jin, could it? He could slander, but he would absolutely not use his deceased mother to do so. Moreover, what reason would a strong individual of his caliber have to slander a mere student? Then it can only be true. Chu grinned. I didn't. Jin swallowed, his face filled with terror. You insulted the neighbor, Hank. Damn you. You're trying to get me killed? He glanced at Hank. Hank looked utterly confused. He hadn't done anything. He really hadn't told anyone. Li Weiman's eyes narrowed. Good. So you admit it. I promised my mother that, besides demonic beast, I would not kill anyone who shouldn't be killed. As for truth and falsehood, I will judge it myself. You should know about light-attributed illusions. With your power level, once you're caught in my illusion, you can only speak the truth. With that, Li Weiman unleashed his light attribute directly at Jin. Jin froze on the spot. Damn it! Chu frowned. He was so cautious just to kill a petty thief. Under the illusion, Jin's eyes also lost their luster. Li Weiman stood there with his hands behind his back. I ask you, did you insult my mother? Li Weiman asked. Jin, yes. The crowd? Chu. All right. Then your death is not unjust. It truly is a case where if heaven wants you to die, you have no choice but to die. You. Li Weiman gnashed his teeth. Good. Ah. The next second, Li Weiman roared, and the terrifying Tier 6 law might erupted. A monstrous killing intent surged forth. Everyone swallowed hard, their faces filled with terror. Is this the terrifying might of Tier 6 law? Insult my deceased mother, whoever blocks me, I kill. Ah. Then, Li Weiman charged at Jin. No! Don't kill me! Jin snapped back to reality, looking at the terrifying Li Weiman with a face full of horror. Dean, save me! Jin roared. Xin Shanhai frowned. No matter how despicable Jin was, as a student of his Tianhua Warrior Academy, he, the principal, couldn't just stand by. Zzzzz. Xin Shanhai, radiating terrifying lightning, charged towards Li Weiman. Get lost! Li Weiman's dreadful aura directly sent Xin Shanhai flying. How could the divine ability realm contend with Tier 6 law? Crack! The next second, Li Weiman directly snapped Jin's neck. Bang! Then, he stomped and crushed his head. Some girls couldn't help but scream. Those who insult my mother shall be killed without mercy. Li Weiman's eyes narrowed. Ying said, serves him right. Even if he were saved today, he'd still eventually be killed by Li Weiman. Xiao Chiyue, indeed, if he were saved today, then it wouldn't just be Jin who dies. Xin Shanhai sighed. Crucially, he couldn't actually get into a real fight with Li Weiman. They were all students. If they really fought, everyone would die. However, he genuinely felt that Li Weiman was a person of deep feeling and integrity. He was clearly different from those in the Killer Alliance. Li Weiman, now you have another life on your hands. The Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain will not let you off, Xin Shanhai said, looking at him. Thank you, Dean, for the reminder. Having killed this person, it's time for me to go. Li Weiman said. Chu raised an eyebrow. That won't do. His mission wasn't completed yet. Wait. Chu called out. Everyone was stunned and looked at Chu in confusion. Chu then walked towards Li Weiman. Li Weiman turned his head and frowned tightly. Isn't this the person named Chu who appeared in his dream? In the dream, after he killed Jin, Chu stepped out to challenge him. But Li Weiman couldn't bring himself to harm him. The reason was unknown. In reality, this scene actually happened? May I challenge you, senior? Chu looked at him and said. The crowd? Whoa. At Chu's words, everyone was shocked. What the heck? What is it? Crazy? Chu challenging Li Weiman? He's lost his mind. What on earth does he want to do? Wait a minute, he didn't see Jean killed by Li Weiman, and then challenged Li Weiman to stand up for Jean, did he? Does he have such noble character? Oh right, he saved an entire class 3. Oh wow. He has a grudge against Jean, and seeing Jean killed, he actually stepped out to right the wrong? Isn't he looking for death? Is he crazy? Xiao Qiyue's small mouth slightly parted. This world is truly getting stranger and stranger, huh? Ing also said. Qin Shanhai looked utterly bewildered. Big brother, what are you doing? You want to challenge me? Li Weiman looked at Chu, his brows furrowed, and asked. Yes. Why? Li Weiman asked again. If I had to give a reason, it's probably because I'm a person of loyalty and integrity, flesh and blood, and kindness. Shu said. Everyone. Although I have a grudge against him, you came to Tianhua Warrior Academy and killed him in broad daylight. I still want to stand up for him. Shu said. Shu! Get out of here! Dean Qin Zhenhai pointed at Chu and roared. Wait! Li Weiman suddenly remembered something. Shu? Shu? Your surname is Chu? He frowned, staring at Chu. Yes. Ha ha ha. Li Weiman suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. I know. I understand. I understand. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down his cheeks. Mother! Is that you? It's you, right? Shu showed a puzzled expression. Big brother. Let's do it just like in the dream. I challenge you. Then you can't bear to strike. You defeat me casually, then you quickly slip away. How simple would that be? What are you doing? Why are you crying? Chapter 34, Such Clumsy Acting. Li Weiman understood. He knew the reason for everything. It was his mother. This dream wasn't some powerful being telling him that someone was insulting his mother. Instead, it was his mother, personally sending him a dream. His mother told him that someone was insulting her. So, he came and killed Jean. As for why there was a Chu in his dream who challenged him for no reason, he never understood. He didn't understand what his mother's dream was trying to convey regarding this part about Chu. Now he understood. His name is Chu. His surname is Chu. Many years ago, a family surnamed Chu saved his mother's life. So, this Chu in front of him is a descendant of that Chu family. Therefore, his mother had the Chu segment in her dream. Therefore, his mother told him in the dream not to be too hard on Chu, because he is his benefactor. Mother! Your son understands your good intentions. Mother! Li Weiman muttered to himself. Then he wiped away his tears and looked at Chu. Good. I accept your challenge. Everyone swallowed hard. Although they didn't understand. But they knew Chu was finished. Tier 6 law against him, there's no need to even lift a finger. His mere aura could kill Chu. Is this person crazy? Excuse my rudeness. Chu then gathered lightning, hoping that, just like in the dream, he wouldn't have the heart to strike me hard. But Chu dared not gamble. So he was always ready to use the dodge card. Swoosh! Following that, Chu, with lightning, charged towards Li Weiman, striking him with a palm. Meanwhile, Li Weiman stood still. In everyone's eyes, it made sense. A Tier 6 law wouldn't need to dodge at all. Bang! Chu's palm struck Li Weiman's chest. Everyone shook their heads. Useless. Even if Li Weiman didn't block, this lightning-infused palm strike wouldn't cause him any harm. What is he doing? Qin Shanhai frowned. However, the next second,
Li Weiman suddenly clutched his stomach, his body continuously retreating, his face appearing exceptionally painful. Such terrifying power.
I actually couldn't withstand your strike. Ah! I lose. Chu. The crowd?
Everyone stood dumbfounded.
So bizarre.
This was the thought that popped into everyone's mind at that moment.
It was simply bizarre. Incredibly bizarre.
Recently, the entire Tianhua Warrior Academy has been shrouded in an eerie atmosphere ever since Chu arrived.
Chu, a Tier 3 mystic body, defeated a Tier 6 law with one palm? Ah, damn it. What's going on? Isn't it obvious that Li Weiman was faking being defeated by Chu? Everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch.
Xiao Qiyue and Ing, who were previously worried, saw this scene and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths.
Such terrible acting. Qin Shanhai was even preparing to save Chu.
The scene before him made him wonder again if he was dreaming.
And Chu.
He felt terrible.
No way.
Big brother.
What are you doing? Why did he intentionally pretend to be defeated by me? Chu had to lose.
Only by losing could the plot match the dream, and only then could he receive the reward.
He didn't want to win. And besides, my big brother. I hit your chest, you damn it. What's with you holding your stomach, looking in pain?
Meanwhile, Li Weiman clutched his stomach, his body bent, and secretly peeked at the reactions of others. Seeing them all with wide, surprised mouths,
he smiled inwardly.
They must all have been fooled by his acting. They must have thought Chu was incredibly powerful, defeating himself with a single move, their mouths agape in shock.
This is excellent.
After all, he's his benefactor. He couldn't possibly let his benefactor lose face. Even less so could he harm his benefactor.
Clap, clap, clap. Someone, somewhere, started clapping. The next second, there was a thunderous applause. Amazing, amazing. Everyone said in unison. They admired Li Weiman's acting.
Li Weiman thought that everyone's praise of powerful was an exclamation about Chu's prowess in defeating him. He also joined in, clapping, and said, amazing.
Strange?
Xiao Qiyue looked at Ing and asked. Lately, I feel strangeness radiating from everywhere, Ing grumbled.
Chu twitched the corner of his mouth and said. That didn't count. Everyone can see you were letting me win. Doesn't count, doesn't count. Let's go again. Li Weiman, however, said, letting you win? How could that be? That was my full force strike. Everyone? Senior is Tier 6 law, I'm Tier 3 mystic body, how is that possible? Chu said, bewildered. Really? On the surface, your power level doesn't seem high, but in reality, it contains terrifying might. I can feel how powerful this might is. I am no match for you. Li Weiman said. Chu. No, no, no. No way. Let's do it one more time. Last time. Chu said. This. Li Weiman frowned. Could it be that his benefactor didn't feel satisfied enough? That meant he, Li Weiman, hadn't let him show off enough. All right. Then again.
This time, please make the first move, Chu said, looking at him.
All right. Li Weiman's aura then surged. Everyone's heart tensed again. Take this. Swoosh. In an instant, Li Weiman appeared before Chu, swinging a punch. Everyone's pupils contracted. He's serious? Chu's pupils also constricted. Holy crap. It's for real.
He was about to use the evade card. The mission had to be completed, and he couldn't get hurt either.
But the next second, Li Weiman's fist was about to land on Chu's body. And he himself seemed to be continuously pushed back by an invisible force. What kind of power is this? I can't even get close to you. This? Li Weiman's eyes widened in shock. His body retreated repeatedly. The next second. Swoosh! Li Weiman seemed to be pushed by a powerful force. He flew backward. He flew several meters away and fell to the ground. Afterward, Li Weiman looked at Chu. I told you that you are very strong. I can't even get close to you with that power. I'm no match for you. I lost. I'm completely convinced. Everyone, Sigma A. Chu. Chu couldn't take it anymore. What? What was going on here? He needed to lose. That's how he would get a reward. Chu walked up to Li Weiman, grabbing his hand. Brother! Let me lose. Let me lose. Li Weiman, I'm no match for you, how can I let you lose? Hit me. Come on. Punch me. Quickly. Chu motioned for Li Weiman to punch him. But Li Weiman kept pulling his hand back. Just once. Please. Just hit me once. Everyone. What a bizarre scene. What a cheap request. Then, all right. Li Weiman lightly touched Chu's chest. Just a slight touch. Swoosh. Chu jumped backward. He flew several meters away and fell to the ground. The crowd gasped. Did Li Weiman really make a move? However, Chu clutched his chest. Ah! I lost. The crowd? This person's acting. What's even more insane is that it's heavyweight. Chapter 35, I can only say, serves him right. Everyone seemed to have forgotten Jin's death. Jin's body was still on the ground. His head had been trampled to a pulp. But now, everyone's attention was on Chu and Li Weiman. Are these two trying to pull a fast one? Huh? Is it that bizarre? Li Weiman, aren't you a member of the Assassin Alliance? A mere Tier 3 mystic body challenges you. Shouldn't you feel that your dignity has been insulted? What do you mean? What did this Chu mean by that? Actors, please take your positions? Confused. Ding. Congratulations on completing the second dream-making mission. Mission rewards, 500 freely allocable attribute points, second system mall, activated. Ding. All dream-making missions completed, dream-making system, closed. Please host, wait for the new system to activate. After hearing the system prompt, Chu got up. Indeed, although I wanted to avenge Jin, I didn't have the ability. The chasm in power level is insurmountable. With that, Chu cupped his hands and said, good and evil cannot coexist, but I still thank Senior for showing mercy. Li Weiman was about to say something. Suddenly, he sensed several auras. Li Weiman's pupils contracted. He looked at Chu and said, Kid, your courage in challenging me is commendable, and your standing up for others shows noble character, but... He changed his tone. I said I wouldn't kill innocent people, so I won't kill you. Hearing this, everyone seemed to suddenly realize. This Li Weiman indeed had strong principles. Because of this, he didn't strike Chu with a heavy hand. It seemed quite reasonable. Li Weiman, however, if you continue like this in the future, I will certainly not spare you. With that, he vanished from the spot. Leaving these words behind was also due to his sudden realization. If he treated him too specially, wouldn't others think that Chu was colluding with him? That wouldn't do. So, before leaving, he explained in front of everyone. Why didn't he kill him, despite being Tier 6 law? Presumably, everyone would be convinced and wouldn't doubt him, right? After Li Weiman fled, he could clearly feel several powerful forces chasing after him. Son. Jin's father, accompanied by several Divine Alliance members, appeared before everyone. Son. He knelt there, his hands trembling. The next second, he grabbed a Divine Alliance member's arm and shouted excitedly. Kill Li Weiman. You must kill him for me. Kill him. We will. Chu. Jin's father then pointed at Chu. It's him. It must be him colluding with Li Weiman. He definitely has ties to the Killer Alliance. Take him away. I want to investigate him personally. Xin Zhenhai stood in front of Chu. Captain Li, we understand your grief over losing your son. Chu and Jean indeed had a feud, but this matter has nothing to do with Chu. Jean was killed because he insulted Li Weiman's deceased mother. You should be very clear about how important Li Weiman's mother was to him, shouldn't you? Many girls nearby nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Brother Chu certainly had a grudge against Jean, but do you know what he just did? He bravely stood up, challenged Li Weiman, and championed justice for Jin's death. Yes, you should be thanking him, yet you're still suspicious of him. Truly, good intentions are being taken for ill will. You are also a member of the Divine Alliance, you're supposed to uphold justice, how can you be so impulsive? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Chu then said, everyone, let's not say any more. After all, his son died, so we can't blame Captain Li. He specifically put emphasis on the 4 words son died. Chu then continued, a son raised for over 20 years, and he was the only child. Now he's suddenly gone, his head stomped open, his brains spilling out. It's too tragic. No one could be rational in his place. I understand, Captain Li, please accept my condolences. Chu knew that unless Jean was a member of the Assassin Alliance, it would be difficult to find a Tier 4 Mystic Sky Assassin Alliance member to kill himself. Jin's father must have been involved in this. Disgust you to death. Cough cough. Hearing Chu's words, Jin's father was overcome with anger and couldn't help but cough a few times. You. Isn't this man rubbing salt in his wounds? He did it on purpose. He absolutely did it on purpose. Good. You just wait. He pointed at Chu furiously. Chu frowned. I'm asking if you have any shame? Being a member of the Divine Alliance makes you great? I kindly stood up for your son, and you tell me to wait? Screw you. Then I can only say, serves him right. What a piece of work. With that, Chu turned and walked away. Well said. Exactly. Is that the kind of person a Divine Alliance member is? Expel him. He's disgracing the Divine Alliance. Even if Chu isn't your family's benefactor, at least you should thank him for his trouble, right? What kind of attitude is that? Although I don't like Chu, whether it's saving people or this matter, he's truly a man and worthy of respect. The Li family, bah. What a disgrace. Chu. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Jin's father clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, Chu walked home happily. Xiao Chiyua had taught him her spiritual skill, sealing dust heavenly derivation art. He needed to cultivate this diligently. The sealing dust heavenly derivation art has a total of 7 levels. Xiao Chiyua said she had practiced it for 20 years and was only at the 6th level. With his divine comprehension, Chu naturally wouldn't need that much time. System, put all attribute points into strength. Ding. Attribute points added successfully. Chu immediately felt his strength increase. Although he was at Tier 3 Mystic Body 5-star, he felt that his pure strength was as high as Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star. Fighting across ranks, easy peasy. Open the second system store. Second system store. Attribute exchange, you can use system points to exchange for attributes. Each 1000 system points can be exchanged for 1 attribute point. Dope card, as the name suggests. Effective against Tier 4 Mystic Sky and below. System value cost, 10,000. Attribute immunity card, after use, specify an attribute power. For the next hour, you will be immune to all attacks of that attribute. 1 card usable per day. System value cost, 100,000. Psionic Blast, after redemption, you can condense a Psionic Blast, which can instantly kill anything below Tier 6 law. System value cost, 500,000. Redeemable once per month. Salty Lollipop, a lollipop that tastes salty and astringent. After consumption, it increases the host's favorability by 20. Usable only once per target. System value cost, 500,000. Divination card, exchange for a divination card to divine whatever you wish to know. The simpler the question, the more detailed the divination result. Cost, 1 million system value. Talent skill exchange, after exchange, you will randomly acquire one unique system talent skill. Cost, 1 million system value. Heavenly Venerate card, after exchange, you will possess a power level of Heavenly Venerate Realm 1 star for the next minute. Cost, 10 million system value, redeemable once in a lifetime. I won't talk about the others for now, but don't blame me for having strange thoughts about this savory lollipop. Chu muttered to himself. Another talent skill exchange. I thought there could only be one, but it turns out each system shop can have one. He recalled the Born Together, Die Together he had obtained earlier. This was still what Chu was most looking forward to. He didn't hesitate to spend 1 million system value to exchange for the talent skill. I wonder what kind of random talent it will be this time. Chapter 36, Warrior Tournament of the Two Great Academies. Chu was still very much looking forward to the power of the talent skill. Although it was random. But what if he randomly got something like, Born Together, Die Together? Wouldn't that make him even more invincible? If he got another one of that level, he would truly go fight demon gods. Ding! Congratulations on randomly obtaining the talent skill, Regeneration. Feels a bit disappointing. Chu glanced at the effect of the talent skill, Regeneration. Regeneration, after using this talent skill, the host's status will instantly return to peak condition including mana. Cooldown, 1 month. This is pure survival maximized. Chu sighed. But it had to be said, this regeneration was indeed extremely outrageous. From now on, as long as regeneration wasn't on cooldown, he would fight recklessly. Who could defeat him? Chu then returned home. Lina seemed to be in the demonic beast domain and hadn't returned yet. However, dinner had already been left for Chu. After eating a little, Chu went back to meditate. 12 o'clock midnight. Ding! Congratulations on activating a new system, Battle Power Doubling System. Battle Power Doubling System, while this system is active, the host's battle power is doubled throughout. During this system's active period, a reward will be granted for each target defeated. Remaining time, 1 day 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Chu opened his eyes. What a pile of crap. Compared to previous systems, this system was truly awful. It just doubled his battle power. He was Tier 3 Mystic Body 5-star. Even with his battle power doubled, he wouldn't reach Tier 4 Mystic Sky. What was the use of that? And it only lasted for 2 days? He was too lazy to go to the demonic beast domain. Every other moment, there were Tier 4 Mystic Sky demonic beasts, netherworld evil tigers of the divine ability realm. Relying on this system, he wouldn't even know how he died. It's better to just cultivate honestly. I'll endure these 2 days with this system and then activate a powerful one. During the day, Lina returned. Seeing Chu cultivating, she did not disturb him. Another day passed. It wasn't until early the next morning that Chu finished his cultivation. Awesome! The power level reached Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star. That's not important. What's important is that the Sealed Dust Heavenly Evolution art had reached its 3rd layer mastery. Now, activating the Dust Sealing Heavenly Derivation art, his power level directly soared to Tier 3 Mystic Body 9 stars. Coupled with his attributes, which were already stronger than others at the same power level, he should have no problem fighting across tiers against Tier 4 Mystic Sky. The system would only change at 12 tonight. Chu wondered if he should just cultivate until the new system activated. However, even with his divine comprehension, it would be difficult for him to reach the 4th layer of the Sealed Dust Heavenly Evolution art in a short time. Let's go check out Tianhua Warrior Academy. If there's a chance to defeat others, I shouldn't pass up rewards. The cooldown for the Grand Roulette had also ended. Activate the Grand Roulette. Ding! You have successfully obtained the rare tier 8-star skill Dragon Roar Fist. Only a rare tier skill, pretty ordinary. Chu got up and walked out. Lina had prepared breakfast. Leaving a note, she had gone to the demonic beast domain for further training again. Lina must be trying to break through to the divine ability realm. Unfortunately, I can't help her. Chu mused. Afterward, Chu arrived at Tianhua Warrior Academy. Today, Tianhua Warrior Academy was a little special. Many students were gathered around, as if watching a show. After Chu walked over, he could see many girls showing excited expressions. "Hi, Brother Xian." Yu Qianran ran over with a cheerful smile. "What's going on?" Chu asked. Yu Qianran said, "Today is the day our Tianhua Warrior Academy spars with Tianyang University." Chu remembered this tradition. It was also a very important day. For warrior academies, it concerned honor and the university's reputation. Tianhua Warrior Academy earned its title as the #1 warrior academy in Tianhua City through countless sparring matches. However, its peak was during the generations of Lina, Ying, Song Shuhong, and Shi Chushui. Up to the current intermediate and beginner classes, Tianhua Warrior Academy was already on the decline. Chu had an idea. He could use this as a perfect excuse to challenge people from Tianyang University and complete a system quest. But Chu didn't think much of it. He truly had no need to join an academy like Tianhua Warrior Academy anymore. Learning Space and Lightning from Shao Chiyue was probably enough. "Brother Xian, I should head back quickly too. I was lucky enough to be chosen to join the challenge team," Yu Qianren said with a scratch of his head, smiling. Each year, Warrior Academy only selects 30 individuals from each grade to participate in sparring challenges. The academy would definitely select the strongest from the current beginner and intermediate classes. "Alright, go ahead." Yu Qianren then ran off. A boy walked up to him. "Chu, the dean is looking for you." "Got it, thanks." Dean's office. "Oh, what do you say we do?" "What can we do?" Tianhua Warrior Academy is definitely going to be surpassed by Tianyang University this year. Qin Jinhai paced back and forth constantly. Several instructors from the academy stood before him. "Dean, there's nothing we can do about this. After geniuses like Shi Chushue, Ying, and Song Shuhong, the overall enrollment quality of our Tianhua Warrior Academy has been lower than Tianyang University. It's because Tianyang University suddenly received support from the Provincial Senior Warrior Academy a few years ago. Their teaching staff is indeed a cut above ours." Qin Jinhai sighed. "My Tianhua Warrior Academy, an intermediate class, can't even find 20 Tier 3 Mystic Body Warriors. Won't we be completely crushed by Tianyang University? Normally, warriors in an intermediate class have a power level of Tier 2 Aperture Opening. Jean is Tier 2 Aperture Opening 7-star. He's the 20th strongest in the intermediate class. Tianhua Warrior Academy's intermediate class currently has only 15 Tier 3 Mystic Body Warriors in total. Whereas Tianyang University is known to have 25 Tier 3 Mystic Body Warriors. Dean, what's even more outrageous is that Zhao Shiji, the top student in Tianyang University's intermediate class, is now Tier 4 Mystic Sky. There's no way to compete. Qin Jinhai, that bid Zhao Huayang, he's Tier 4 Mystic Sky but isn't assigned to the advanced class. Is he doing this to annoy us? Dean, there's no choice. Zhao Shiji was the strongest genius of that cohort. In 2 years, he might not be weaker than Song Shuhong. He entered with our intermediate class at the same time, so it's quite reasonable for him not to be in the senior class yet. Alas, I know. Qin Jinhai sighed. In this battle, Tianyang University is bound to win. They are just waiting to surpass Tianhua Warrior Academy and become the #1 warrior university. Qin Jinhai knew this clearly. It's impossible to win. But he didn't want to lose too badly. Has Chu arrived? Qin Jinhai quickly asked. He should be here soon. We must let him join Jean, otherwise, the loss will be too ugly. Let Chu join the 30-person lineup of Tianhua Warrior Academy's intermediate class. At least that would add one more capable individual. At least they should be able to win one more match, right? It's impossible to beat Tianyang University overall. But he just hopes they don't lose too badly. I wonder what's up with Chu. He couldn't get into university a while ago, and now he seems to be Tier 3 Mystic Body? Qin Zhenhai waved his hand, never mind that for now. Hey, if he can come and help Tianhua Warrior Academy win a match, it would look a little better. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Dean, you called for me. Chu replied. Chu, come here, quick. Qin Zhenhai immediately approached him with a fawning expression. Chu. Something's fishy. Chapter 37, Truly Treacherous and Cunning. Despicable. Chu looked at Qin Zhenhai's eager face and couldn't help but take a step back. What the hell? What are you doing? Chu eyed him warily. What are you thinking? Sit down, would you like some tea? Qin Zhenhai asked. Chu said, just tell me what you need. It's like this, I want you to join Tianhua Warrior Academy's intermediate class and compete with Jin from Tianyang University, Qin Zhenhai said, looking at Chu. What's in it for me? Chu asked straightforwardly. He couldn't be bothered to mention that he wasn't a student of Tianhua Warrior Academy. Qin Zhenhai knew, and he could certainly come up with an explanation. Coincidentally, Chu also wanted to seize the remaining time of the combat power doubling system to earn some rewards. A rare Tier 10-star Thunder attribute skill, Qin Zhenhai said. Actually, a rare Tier 10-star skill is pretty much the ceiling in a place like Tianhua City. Except for top-tier individuals like Lina, Shichushue, and Ing. For other warriors, the most powerful skill they possess is usually around this level. Plus 30,000 yuan, Chu added. Qin Zhenhai. Do you know the value of a rare Tier 10-star Thunder attribute skill? And you still want 30,000 yuan? The key was, Qin Zhenhai's purpose was simply for Chu, a Tier 3 Mystic Body, to bolster their intermediate class's prestige. Winning one match would be best. This kid wanted money too? 30,000 yuan is for showing up, and the skill is the price for my services. Seems reasonable, doesn't it? Chu grinned. Damn you. Don't you think, because of you, my granddaughter transferred schools? Otherwise, Tianhua Warrior Academy would have one more Tier 3 Mystic Body. You should fill that vacant spot. Chu. For a moment, he was speechless. Alright, Chu nodded. Qin Zhenhai grinned and patted Chu's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't ask you to do much. If you can defeat one person from the other side, Tianhua Warrior Academy will look a little better. Tianyang University. Qin Zhenhai, leading his group, had already arrived at the arena. Xiao Qiyue also came to join the fun. At this very moment, everyone's attention was on Chu. He was surrounded by a group of female students from Tianyang University. He looked just like a celebrity. Chu shouted, "Who are you all going to cheer for later?" "Brother Chu." "Alright then. Later, when you cheer for me, whoever shouts the loudest, I'll agree to go on a date with them, how's that?" "Wow. Yay. Nobody try to steal him from me." The crowd? Everyone around watched this scene, absolutely fuming. Damn. Is that Chu? He's really showing off. Damn it. Is anyone going to do anything? My girlfriend is in his arms. Is anyone going to do something? This is just too damn much. I can't take it anymore. I really want to kill him. Ah. No, isn't Chu not a student of Tianhua Warrior Academy? Can he also participate in the Academy martial arts competition? Get him out of here. Isn't this great? He attracts all the hatred, then gets beaten up. Don't you want to see him get a good beating? Qin Zhenhai saw that Chu had enchanted the female students of Tianyang University to no end, and his face was beaming with joy. Tianhua Warrior Academy is indeed going to lose. But But first, they'd deliver a spiritual blow to Chenyang University. Having Chu come was really the right decision. Son of ABTCH. Zhao Huayang, the dean of Chenyang University, trembled with anger. The female students from their own academy, one by one, surrounded that Chu. And they were going to cheer for him? Those were his academy students. Arg arg arg. This old geezer. Zhao Huayang stared at Qin Zhenhai, who was in front of the Tianhua Warrior Academy students. Playing these games with me? Damn it! Treacherous and despicable. Then, Zhao Huayang pointed at Qin Zhenhai. Qin Zhenhai, what do you mean by this? Qin Zhenhai said, Dean Zhao, what do you mean by that? Zhao Huayang pointed at Chu. Is he Chu a student of your Tianhua Warrior Academy? Qin Zhenhai said, but he Chu was a student of my Tianhua Warrior Academy's mentor, Xiao Qiyue. Good. Good. I won't argue with you. I hope you don't regret it. Zhao Huayang was furious. Fine. So, Qin Zhenhai, you want to play this game? Then you just wait. You want Chu to compete, right? Coincidentally, he had a belly full of anger towards Chu with nowhere to vent it. This counted as an opportunity for him. Among the crowd, Chen Haobin's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze landed on Chu. Chu! Crunch, crunch, crunch. He clenched his fists tightly. Because of this Chu, he almost lost everything. His grandfather, Chen Zion, the dignified president of the Bounty Guild, was almost dismissed. It was all Chu's fault. Zhao Shiji. Chen Haobin called out to someone passing by. Young Master Chen, is something wrong? Zhao Shiji asked. If you encounter Chu in the competition, please teach him a good lesson for me, Chen Haobin said. Zhao Shiji smiled. Young Master Chen's request must be granted, don't worry. Thanks. Don't mention it, I'm getting ready for the fight. Zhao Shiji glanced at Chu, his eyes also narrowing. Showing off. Just you wait. Zhao Huayang and Qin Zhenhai stood together. Then Zhao Huayang said, the annual Academy Martial Arts competition officially begins. Now it's my Tianyang University against Tianhua Warrior Academy. Dean Qin, please announce the competition rules. Qin Zhenhai said, the rules are simple. The junior class and intermediate class are divided into two separate arenas, with 30 people from each university's respective class. The competition will adopt a random 1v1 mode between the two universities. The loser is eliminated, and the winner advances. The competition continues until all members of one university are defeated, then the other side wins. After speaking, Qin Zhenhai sighed inwardly. No matter what the format, it was impossible for their Tianhua Warrior Academy to win. In terms of student strength, they were completely outmatched. Moreover, Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University was even Tier 4 Mystic Sky. The strongest student in his Tianhua Warrior Academy's intermediate class, Lu Hao, was only Tier 3 Mystic Body 8 stars. They simply couldn't fight. Now, both sides, please look at the big screen. The first round of martial arts contests will randomly proceed. The big screen scrolled. Tianyang University's Li Dazhu versus Tianhua Warrior Academy's Lu Xiaoji. The two walked onto the arena. Tianhua Warrior Academy's Lu Xiaoji, Tier 3 Mystic Body 1 star, please give me your guidance. Tianyang University's Li Dazhu, Tier 3 Mystic Body 1 star, please give me your guidance. Swoosh. The two charged directly at each other. I announce, Tianyang University's Li Dazhu wins. Lu Xiaoji clutched his chest and walked away dejectedly. Zhao Huayang smirked. You lost even in a martial arts contest at the same power level. What will your Tianhua Warrior Academy use to fight? Qin Zhenhai frowned tightly. Next match, Tianyang University's Xie Dagan versus Tianhua Warrior Academy's Huang Xiuzhen. I declare Xie Dagan of Tianyang University the winner. Next match. The more matches they fought, the uglier Qin Zhenhai's expression became. After 4 matches, their Tianhua Warrior Academy only won 1. They were about to be crushed. Next up, Chu from Tianhua Warrior Academy vs Chui Xiaoxing from Tianyang University. I'm up. After Chu finished speaking, he walked onto the arena. As Chu stepped onto the stage, a group of female students shrieked at the top of their lungs. Ah! Go Chu! Go, Brother Chu! Brother Chu, I love you! Zhao Huayang, the dean of Tianyang University, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, shut up! Which university do you belong to? He pointed at the group of female students from Tianyang University and roared angrily. Meanwhile, Qin Jinhai frowned deeply. Damn it! Chui Xiaoxing, Tier 3 Mystic Body 7 stars from Tianyang University. What bad luck, to run into someone so strong. I was still thinking Chu could win a round for Tianhua Warrior Academy. Beside him, Xiao Qiyue said with a smile, don't worry, Xu Xin won't lose. Qin Jinhai looked at Xiao Qiyue in confusion. Xiao Qiyue explained, Xu Xian just pointed her out to me and said she looked familiar. Familiar? Qin Jinhai was stunned. Then he looked towards the arena. Chapter 38 What a disaster! On the arena. A beautiful girl walked up. Zhao Huayang from Tianyang University looked at Chu with disdain. Chu! You scoundrel who played with my granddaughter. And you, Qin Jinhai, you actually wanted Chu to come and disrupt the morale of my Tianyang University. It's useless. This title of the top university in Tianhua City is mine to take. The surrounding students from Tianyang University also wore expressions of schadenfreude. This Chu has really bad luck, encountering Chui Xiaoxing. Chui Xiaoxing is Tier 3 Mystic Body 7 stars. Won't Chu be soundly beaten? I still feel it's a bit of a shame. If Chu had encountered a male student from our Tianyang University, he would have been beaten even worse. It would have been even funnier if he met Lu Shiji, what a pity. It doesn't matter, Chui Xiaoxing will still beat Chu Yun. Damn it, show off. Keep showing off. The duel begins. Chu looked at Chui Xiaoxing in front of him. Chu, Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 stars, please enlighten me. As soon as Chu's words fell, the crowd was in an uproar. What the heck? Chu, Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 stars? Are you kidding? Didn't he not even get into college before? What's going on? He's even higher than my power level? Huh? He really stepped in dog poop. Lina must have helped him, otherwise it's impossible. Doesn't matter, Chui Xiaoxing is 7 star. And she has the thunder attribute, she's sure to win. Zhao Huayang frowned deeply. Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star. But it doesn't matter. Chui Xiaoxing is Tier 3 Mystic Body 7 stars, lightning attribute. Moreover, although she's a girl, her combat power ranks among the top 10 in the intermediate class. She can still crush Chu. Chui Xiaoxing looked at Chu. She bit her lip slightly. Tianyang University's Chui Xiaoxing, Tier 3 Mystic Body 7 stars, please enlighten me. After speaking, she pouted her small mouth. Her eyes instantly reddened. Before this, it seemed she had been suppressing her emotions for a long time. The next second, Chui Xiaoxing ran towards Chu, crying. She directly threw herself into Chu's arms. Whoa whoa. Brother Chu, I missed you, whoa whoa. The crowd? Zhao Huayang? Everyone's mouths dropped open, eyes wide, looking completely bewildered. Huh? What the hell? What is this? This actually works? Xiao Qiyue said to Qin Jinhai, see? This fairy told you, he looks familiar, so she must be an ex-girlfriend, he can't lose. Qin Jinhai swallowed. Then, a smile appeared on his face. This rascal, this actually works? On the dueling stage. Chui Xiaoxing pulled away from Chu's embrace, wiping away her tears. I won't lay a hand on you, Brother Chu. Then she shouted, I surrender. After speaking, she jumped off the dueling stage. The crowd? Zhao Huayang? Cough cough. He coughed a few times, staggering backward a step, clutching at his heart. What a sin! Whoa! There was an uproar among the crowd. Holy crap! What the hell? How is this even possible? So Chu wins? Huh? I can't accept this. Damn it! Chui Xiaoxing, my goddess! Ah! Chu, I really want to kill you. Damn it! Son of a bitch! Chen Haobin clenched his fists. This is truly infuriating. At this very moment, Chu was conversing with the system. 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 Reward. Ding. Under the combat power doubling system, the host needs to defeat the opponent to receive a reward. Chu, how many times now? Do I still need to remind you? She surrendered, I won, so haven't I defeated the opponent? Any problem with that? System. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating a Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star opponent. Reward received, system value plus 500,000. Chu grinned. Awesome. At this moment, the female referee from Tianyang University looked at the dean, somewhat flustered. I announce. Tianhua Warrior Academies Chu wins. Brother Xian is awesome. Yu Qianrun shouted. Ha ha ha. You flatter me. Qin Jinhai said with a laugh, cupping a fist at Zhao Huayang. Hoo hoo. Zhao Huayang panted several times before calming down. Next group, he yelled. Hold on. Chu called out. Everyone looked at Chu in confusion. Chu said, Two deans, how about we speed things up? What do you say? How do we make quick work of it? Zhao Huayang asked angrily. Let's skip the random matches and go straight to a ring competition. If I defeat everyone from Tianyang University, then Tianhua Warrior Academy wins, right? The crowd? Holy crap! How arrogant! Damn it! Why do I want to beat him up so badly? I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it. How can there be such a cocky person? Ah! He's infuriating me. Damn it! Qin Shanhai frowned tightly. What is this kid trying to do? What a damn idiot! Chen Haobin uttered. Zhao Shiji sneered, Clown! What power level are you to dare be the ringmaster? Do you think you're me? But to be fair, when it comes to showing off, you still have to learn from this Chu. Zhao Huayang snorted disdainfully, what an arrogant Chu. Fine. I agree. Dean Qin, what do you think? It's not impossible. Ha ha ha. Good. Chu, you take the ring. So now, the big screen will randomly match someone from my Tianyang University to challenge you. Start matching. Zhao Huayang folded his arms. This kid. Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star, thinking he's so great? Even if you beat his Tianyang University's Chui Xiaoxing, did you win by skill? And sit on the stage as champion? I'll grant your wish. The big screen stopped scrolling. Chu versus Yang Wu. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Still acting as the champion? You're killing me, Yang Wu will completely take you down. Although Yang Wu was a Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star like Chui Xiaoxing, Yang Wu was even more formidable than Chui Xiaoxing, with dual attributes of water and wind. Is this a joke? This champion, he's going to be knocked off the stage in the very first match, huh? I'm dying of laughter. Everyone looked on with schadenfreude. Why is my luck so bad? Can't I just encounter someone below Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star? Qin Shanhai frowned. He just became the champion, and he's going to be knocked off the stage in the first round? That's a huge loss of face. Relax, relax, Xiao Qiyue said with a smile. Qin Shanhai looked at Xiao Qiyue in a daze, he wouldn't tell you. Yang Wu also looks familiar, would he? Indeed, Xiao Qiyue nodded. Qin Shanhai. Yang Wu walked onto the stage. Zhao Huayang snickered in his heart. You, the champion? And you're going to defeat everyone from their Tianyang University? Ridiculous. However, Brother Chu. Yang Wu ran directly to Chu and also threw herself into his arms. I missed you too, boo-hoo-hoo. Zhao Huayang's sneering expression suddenly stiffened. The crowd? Holy hell? Everyone's eyes widened again. What the hell? No way? Oh my god. Qin Shanhai's lips moved. Although there was no sound. But the shape of his mouth was clearly awesome. Mwah! Yang Wu stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chu. Seeing you is enough, Yang Wu said. Zhao Huayang came to his senses. Yang Wu, you. Yang Wu shouted at the same time, I concede. Then she jumped off the arena. Cough cough. Zhao Huayang clutched his heart and staggered back several steps. What evil karma did he, Zhao Huayang, accumulate in his previous life? Ah! Ding! Defeating a Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star opponent earns a reward, system value plus 500,000. Chu then shouted, next! Crunch, crunch, crunch. Everyone glared at Chu on the stage, grinding their teeth in frustration. Match me! Zhao Huayang roared. The big screen began to scroll. Chu versus Xiao Yufan. Qin Shanhai looked at Xiao Qiyue, this Xiao Yufan. Xiao Qiyue smiled and nodded, also looks familiar. Qin Shanhai, Omega Omega. Xiao Yufan walked onto the arena. Everyone began to whisper. There's no way this Xiao Yufan is also, right? That would make this Chu too heaven-defying. Xiao Yufan, also a Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star. Known as one of the three major female powerhouses of the intermediate class, alongside Yang Wu and Cui Xiaoxing. Dealing with Chu should be no problem, I'm just afraid that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He, Chu, can't be defying heaven. Ah! My goddess. My two goddesses are gone, Xiao Yufan goddess can't possibly be, boo-hoo-hoo. Zhao Huayang pointed at Xiao Yufan and yelled, Xiao Yufan. I don't care what your situation is, if you dare to concede. I'll expel you. Hearing this, the boys breathed a sigh of relief. It's confirmed that there's no problem now. Qin Shanhai frowned. Now, something's happened. But that's good enough. Chu had already secured two strong opponents for their Tianhua Warrior Academy. It's already good enough. Xiao Yufan bit her lip slightly. Something's not right. Seeing her bite her lip, everyone immediately felt a bad premonition. Xiao Yufan, wreathed in cold energy, said, Big Brother Chu. Crack. At this moment, how many hearts were completely shattered? He, Chu, was defying heaven, holy crap. Chu looked at Xiao Yufan. Xiao Yufan continued, the dean has spoken, I can only take this seriously with all my strength. Come on. Chu said. Here I come. Ha! Xiao Yufan let out a delicate shout. Then, her punch, imbued with cold energy, surged directly towards Chu. Lightning condensed around Chu. Then, he met her punch. Bang! The two fists collided. The next second, Xiao Yufan covered her stomach, retreating repeatedly with a painful expression. Then she half knelt on the ground. You're so strong. I'm no match for you. Ah, I lost. Zhao Huayang? The crowd? Zhao Huayang retreated repeatedly. Fortunately, a mentor caught him. Dean, are you alright, Dean? Zhao Huayang had a tragic expression. What a sin. I've sinned. Ah. You two just exchanged one punch. And you're no match. Fine. No problem. Can't I just believe it? Why are you covering your stomach with a painful expression, you damn cat? Did he, Chu, touch your stomach? Ah. Chapter 39, One Move. Chu consecutively defeated 3 Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star warriors from Tianyang University. Never mind how he won, as long as he won. At this moment,
completely opposite to Zhao Huayang was Qin Zhenhai. The smile on his face had simply become somewhat maniacal. This kid! This kid! Wahahaha! Qin Zhenhai really couldn't control himself. Tianhua Warrior Academy was sure to lose. He had already prepared for that. They originally sought out Chu, thinking that letting him win one match would at least make Tianhua Warrior Academy's record not look too dismal. Now it's great. Chu won 3 matches. Even if Tianhua Warrior Academy lost, their record already looked much better. Qin Zhenhai was satisfied, anyway. Everyone's mouths hung open. This seemed to be the most outrageous thing they had ever seen in their lives. Who can handle this? Is this a plot that can exist in reality? The key is, they're not ordinary girls, they're warriors, and they're even top-ranked in Tianyang University's intermediate class, future powerhouses. 1 is fine, but 3 in a row? Chu Sheng, my dream. Ah. Although we hate Chu, I really want to switch roles with him. Ah. ND, is this for real? Chen Haobin was stunned. This was too outrageous, wasn't it? He really couldn't stand it anymore. Why wasn't he in Tianyang University's intermediate class? At this very moment, he actually resented himself for having advanced to Tier 4 Mystic Sky so early. Tianyang University Dean Zhao Huayang came back to his senses, revealing an angry expression, and roared. Keep matching for me. The large screen then began to scroll. Tianhua Warrior Academy's Chu vs Tianyang University's Guahao. Seeing this, everyone looked furious. Guahao! Finally, a man has arrived, I can't take it anymore. Guahao, teach him a good lesson. I can't stand it. He's too arrogant, too presumptuous, take him down for me. Although Guahao's power level is Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star, the same as Chu's, his combat power is very fierce. Before, Chu was just lucky. This good for nothing, with the same power level, is enough to defeat him. Guahao! Zhao Huayang looked at his student. Dean. Guahao replied. Zhao Huayang said, if you dare to surrender, I'll expel you on the spot. Guahao's mouth twitched. Dean, I'm a man. A man. I don't care, give it your all. Guahao, yes. Then he walked on to the arena. Qin Zhenhai looked at Xiao Qiyue next to him and asked, did Chu say he found him familiar too? Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue's mouth twitched. Dean, what are you thinking? You don't actually believe anything could still happen between Chu and that boy, do you? Qin Zhenhai gave an awkward laugh, mainly because it's already ridiculous enough if it gets a bit more ridiculous, I'm thinking it's not impossible. Xiao Qiyue. On the arena. Guahao glanced at Chu. His eyes held disdain and arrogance. Chu, if you're smart, get down on your knees and kowtow and surrender now, yield the arena master position to me, and let me defeat everyone from your Tianhua Warrior Academy. I'll go a bit easier on you later. But if you don't kneel, I'll make your life a living hell. Hearing Guahao's words, those who had been disgruntled for a long time were all excited. Cool. Such good taunting. Damn it. So satisfying. Not enough trash talk. Keep going. Chu, hurry up and kneel, ha ha ha. You were lucky in the previous 3 matches, do you really think it was your own skill? Meanwhile, Chu glanced at Guahao. He slowly raised his right hand. Then extended his index finger. He said faintly, one move. Guahao's brow furrowed. The crowd? Ha 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 ha. The next second, the surrounding boys burst into laughter. Holy cow, what did I just hear? Chu said one move? He's going to defeat Guahao in one move? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. What a damn show off, he doesn't really think he won the previous 3 matches based on his strength, does he? What a dumbass, the clown. Laughable. Lu Shiji couldn't help but smile. Qin Zhenhai frowned slightly. One move? How is that possible? They are at the same power level. On stage, Gua Hao came back to his senses. Ha ha ha. He then threw his head back and burst into laughter, his nostrils aimed at Chu. Then, suppressing his laughter, he looked at Chu. What did you say? You mean, you'll defeat me in one move? Otherwise? Chu said calmly. Awesome, awesome. Gua Hao couldn't help but applaud. When it comes to showing off, it still has to be you, Chu. It's not shameful to lose normally, but now, you're making such outrageous claims. If you lose now, you'll be truly humiliated. With that, a golden light enveloped Gua Hao. Come, come, let me see how you'll defeat me in one move, ha ha ha. Swoosh. Subsequently, Chu, enveloped in thunder, charged towards Gua Hao, then swung a punch. The speed was very fast. So fast that Gua Hao was somewhat surprised. But? Clown, do you think having lightning attribute makes you invincible? Gua Hao gathered mana in his right fist and met the blow head on. Lightning attribute is indeed powerful. But they are at the same power level. Moreover, Gua Hao is of the metal attribute. When the metal attribute is activated, defense and strength are maximized. You, Chu, haven't even unleashed a skill yet. So, in a fist-to-fist confrontation, how can you possibly defeat his metal attribute? In fact, with this punch, Gua Hao even intended to break Chu's fingers. Thinking that activating lightning makes him invincible, going fist-to-fist with a metal attribute user? Isn't that just plain stupid? Lu Shiji, the only Tier 4 Mystic Sky student in Tianyang University's intermediate class, looked nonchalant, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. Bang! The next second, their fists collided. At that instant, a colossal force erupted from around their bodies. Then, A.H. A scream, accompanied by Gua Hao's figure flying off the arena, was heard. Thud. Following that, Gua Hao crashed heavily onto the ground. A.H. Gua Hao clutched his arm, groaning in agony with a pained expression. Whoa! At this moment, everyone's eyes widened, revealing expressions of disbelief. What? One move. Truly, one move. What the hell? How is that possible? They're at the same power level, and Chu didn't even use a high-grade lightning attribute skill. Gua Hao even has a metal attribute. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. At the same power level, a single punch wrapped in lightning instantly took down Gua Hao, who was using a metal attribute. By all accounts, Gua Hao should have one. Lightning is indeed strong, but its strength lies in destructive power. In terms of punching power, metal-attributed warriors are invincible. How did he do it? So handsome. The girl screamed madly. What? Zhao Huayang frowned, staring at Chu. How is that possible? Even if you brought the strongest warriors in Tianhua City today, like Shi Chushui or Ing, there's no way they could instantly defeat a metal-attributed warrior of the same power level with a single move like that. If he had unleashed a powerful skill, it would be understandable, but the key is he didn't unleash one. At this moment, Qin Jinhai's smug laughter rang out. Dean Zhao, I apologize. Thank you for letting me win. My Tianhua Warrior Academies Chu has won 4 consecutive matches, ha. You. Zhao Huayang pointed at the smug Qin Jinhai, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Gua Hao stood up. It doesn't count. I was careless, it doesn't count. Let's go again. Although he was shocked by Chu's strength, he genuinely believed it was due to his own carelessness. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. If Gua Hao was indeed careless, then it was somewhat comprehensible. That scared them. He had thought this Chu was really something. Zhao Huayang angrily said, Are you not ashamed to be defeated by someone of the same power level with one punch? Do you want to be humiliated again? Gua Hao gritted his teeth but couldn't say anything. Chu felt great. The system only rewarded system points, but each time it was hundreds of thousands. Wouldn't this trip net 3 or 4 million? Next. Chu picked his ear and said with a breezy expression.
Hearing Chu's tone and words, everyone was furious. At this moment, a boy walked up to Guahao and said disdainfully, "He's a damn good for nothing." A metal-attributed warrior got instant killed by someone of the same power level with one punch. From now on, you'll sit at the kids' table at banquets. You! Guahao gritted his teeth and glared at him, but didn't know what to say. Swoosh! Then, he leaped onto the arena, and said to Zhao Huayang, "Dean, since it's an arena battle, there's no need for the big screen to randomly select opponents. Whoever thinks they can beat him can just go up." Zhao Huayang nodded. "Alright, Lu Shang, don't be careless, give it your all, you must win." Lu Shang scoffed, then looked at Chu. "If I lose, I'll cut off my own head." "Lu Shang is awesome. Lu Shang, crush him for me." "Damn it. Chu, how are you going to fight Lu Shang? He's tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star, and he's even defeated a tier 3 Mystic Body 9-star warrior." "You're finished, I told you not to show off. Chu, be smart and surrender quickly and get down there." Everyone clamored. It was as if they could already see Lu Shang brutally crushing Chu. Chu looked at Lu Shang, who stood before him with a confident and arrogant expression, then smiled. Following that, Chu still raised his hand, extended his index finger, and his lips moved slightly. "One move. Everyone?" Chapter 40, Tier 4 Mystic Sky? "One move, 2. As Chu's voice fell, the scene immediately became dead silent. What followed was another burst of uproarious laughter. Everyone was doubled over with laughter. "Ah, I can't take it anymore. IF King can't stand this idiot. He's showing off too much, isn't he? Defeat Lu Shang in one move? That's Lu Shang, man. Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star, 1 star higher than you, and he's even defeated a Tier 3 Mystic Body 9-star warrior as a Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star. You, one move? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Guys, look at me, look at me. If this Chu can defeat Lu Shang in one move, I'll drink the entire septic tank of Tianyang University on the spot. I mean it. Count me in, ha ha ha. Count me in too, ha ha, he's such a King show off, I'm dying of laughter." Even Xiao Qiyue, who generally trusted Chu, couldn't help but worry when she heard that. This Lu Shan was quite famous. It's rare for someone at Tier 3 Mystic Body 5 stars or above to defeat an opponent 2 stars higher. In a sense, Lu Shang could even be defined as Tier 3 Mystic Body 9 stars. Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 stars defeating Lu Shang in one move? How is that possible? Zhao Huayang said to the several mentors beside him, "This is a typical nouveau riche mentality." They stumbled upon some opportunity, awakened, and even advanced to Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 stars, and now they think they're invincible. Clearly, they've never suffered a loss before. It's good for them to experience a setback now. The several instructors nodded repeatedly in agreement. Everyone treated Chu like a joke. Put. Lu Shang was stunned for a moment, then he really couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out. "You? One move? Defeat me?" Lu Shang looked at Chu as if watching a joke, asking. Chu asked, "Are you deaf?" Ha ha ha. Lu Shang laughed again. "Good. Alright, come on, let me see how you defeat me in one move." Having said that, Lu Shang's thunder surged. Rare Tier 10 star skill, Thunderclap Fist. He was seen gathering power with his right arm pulled back. Thunder instantly gathered on his right fist. Seeing this scene, Zhao Huayang felt even more assured. At least, Lu Shang wasn't careless. Flames swirled around Chu's body. A fire dragon materialized, then surged into Chu's fist. Rare Tier 8 star skill, Dragon Roar Fist. Everyone's eyes widened. Fire attribute? Dual lightning and fire attributes? Damn it! Why him? Why does he have dual attributes, damn it? This world is too unfair, isn't it? He's so handsome, and they still give him dual attributes? Ha! No, what are you showing off? So what if he has dual attributes? You clearly have a stronger lightning attribute but aren't using it, instead you use fire attribute? Isn't that asking for death? And one move? One move, my foot. Everyone was shocked by Chu's dual attributes of lightning and fire. Dual attribute warriors weren't unheard of. There were over a dozen of them in their Tianhua city. They were indeed stronger. But for it to be Chu, they found it very hard to accept. Lu Sheng sneered, so it's dual attributes, but you clearly have a stronger lightning attribute yet you choose to use the fire attribute? What's the meaning of that? Oh, I get it. You know you can't defeat me in one move, so you use the fire attribute. That way, you can explain it later, and it won't be as embarrassing, right? Ha ha ha. Lu Sheng chuckled, then charged towards Chu with a thunderous punch. Chu pushed off with his right foot. The martial arts stage under his feet cracked. He met it with a punch. Bang! A collision of lightning and fire. Everyone expected the next scene to be Chu instantly defeated by Lu Sheng's thunderous punch. Or at least utterly defeated. However, swoosh! Several girls' hair fluttered wildly. They froze in place. Just now. Something seemed to have flown past them at an incredibly high speed. Boom! Followed by a loud bang. Behind the crowd, Lu Sheng had created a crater in the ground. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked over. Gulp! In that instant, many people unconsciously swallowed. Just now. If they weren't mistaken. The moment their powers collided, Lu Sheng was sent flying directly. He flew out at an extremely high speed. That was because the impact he sustained was too strong. And then, he made a large crater. Chu blew out the flames on his fist and said indifferently, I overestimated you after all. The battle power doubling system, combined with his fully controlled fire attribute, plus his inherently much higher power level. Even if the skill's grade was slightly lower and the attribute was weaker than lightning, it was still such an overwhelming victory. On site, there was dead silence. The entire Tianyang University seemed to have been turned into a library, quiet as can be. The next second. Whoa! The scene was once again filled with shock. Everyone's eyes widened again, dumbfounded. Ha! What happened? Instant kill in one move? No. I don't understand, how is that possible? The fire attribute is inherently weaker than the lightning attribute, Chu's power level is 1 star lower, and his opponent is someone as formidable as Lu Sheng. Such an overwhelming victory? Unreasonable, completely unreasonable, how is this possible? Is he Chu not Tier 4 Mystic Sky? No, he is Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star. One move? Really just one move? Ha! Ah! Chu Gij is so handsome. Where are those people who said they'd drink from the septic tank just now? Step forward, drink it. Cough cough. Zhao Huayang clutched his heart and staggered back several steps again. His face also showed disbelief. How is this possible? How can this be? He muttered to himself, eyes wide. Even he, a Shengtong realm expert, couldn't comprehend the scene before him. How is this possible? Zhao Shiji, the top master of Tianyang University's intermediate class, frowned. Even he admitted he couldn't do it. What exactly is going on? Is his Chu's power that strong? Or did he secretly activate other skills? Or does he have some spirit tool enhancing his power? Otherwise, it's impossible. Good. Good. Gua Hao, who had previously lost to Chu, cheered repeatedly. Damn it, you want me to sit at the kids' table at the banquet? You idiot, weren't you also instantly defeated? Then you can sit at the kids' table with me, ha ha ha. Xiao Chiyua's small mouth slightly parted, wow, so cool? Qin Shanhai was also stunned. He didn't know how to explain it either. Damn it! Why didn't he admit him back then? How do I feel that this Chu might actually become a strong figure? But, can he really be blamed? At that time, during the college entrance exam, he really didn't awaken successfully, so how could he be admitted? Was he faking it, or did something happen these days? After the shock. Ha ha ha. Qin Jinhai couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Dean Zhao, ha ha ha, you let me win, you let me win. Chu has 5 consecutive wins, ha ha ha. Cough cough. Zhao Huayan was shaking with anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! His Tianyang University, which ranks as the #1 warrior university in Tianhua City, couldn't possibly be ruined by this Chu, could it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm coming. Another figure shouted. Zhao Huayan looked at him and said, stand down. Dean, I'm not afraid of him. I'm Tier 3 Mystic Body 9-star. Zhao Huayan roared again, stand down. Then, Zhao Huayan looked at a figure, Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji said, here. You come. I'll let you defeat him and then stay in the arena to defeat everyone from Tianhua Warrior Academy. Can you do it? Zhao Huayan asked loudly. Zhao Shiji said calmly, simple. Good. Go. Zhao Huayan said. He glanced at Chu on the stage. He's a bit strange. It's necessary to have Zhao Shiji, a Tier 4 Mystic Sky, go on stage. Otherwise, if others lost again, his Tianyang University's reputation would be damaged. Zhao Shiji, Tier 4 Mystic Sky. There's no way he could lose. Zhao Shiji must defeat Chu, and then defeat everyone else from Tianhua Warrior Academy with an overwhelming advantage. Only then can they reclaim the prestige that Chu made them lose. Qin Jinhai frowned. Chu has already brought him too many surprises. That was enough. Zhao Shiji, Tier 4 Mystic Sky. There was no way he could win. Zhao Shiji then calmly walked onto the arena. Although everyone was shocked by Chu's combat power. However, seeing Zhao Shiji step onto the stage, they truly felt confident this time. Zhao Shiji, the only Tier 4 Mystic Sky genius in the intermediate class of the 4 major academies this year. His talent is no less than that of Song Shuhong and others. Damn it, a Tier 4 Mystic Sky can't possibly lose, right? This Chu is truly outrageous. He actually defeated Lu Sheng in one move and even forced Zhao Shiji out. I originally thought that Zhao Shiji wouldn't even need to make a move to win overwhelmingly in this competition. It doesn't matter anymore. With a Tier 4 Mystic Sky here, Chu is bound to lose. But he has already successfully shown off, he really solved Kwa Hao and Lu Sheng in one move. Even if he loses to Zhao Shiji, it's nothing. Losing to a Tier 4 Mystic Sky is not embarrassing. Everyone gnashed their teeth. Zhao Shiji looked at Chu in front of him. Then, he slowly raised his hand. Like Chu earlier, he extended his right index finger and said indifferently. One move. Chu raised an eyebrow. What the heck? Showing off right in front of him? Imitating me? Chu looked at Zhao Shiji with a smile on his face. It's not important, what's important is that it really only takes one move. Zhao Shiji said calmly. Chu smiled, some bees, you just can't pull off. Chapter 41. You call that a dimensional attack from Tier 4 Mystic Sky? Chu couldn't stand it. It's one thing for you, Zhao Shiji, to show off. But to plagiarize his showing off routine? You also one move? And as for Zhao Shiji imitating Chu, faintly saying one move. Everyone felt it was nothing. Tier 4 Mystic Sky against Tier 3 Mystic Body, isn't it supposed to end in one move? Though this Chu was indeed outrageous. One move defeated someone of the same power level, and also defeated Lusheng, a Tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star. But, this was as far as it went. Ah, some bees I can't pull off? Could it be that you, a Tier 3 Mystic Body, can? Zhao Shiji laughed, looking at Chu with disdain. Then, Zhao Shiji confidently looked at Chu and continued to ask, I just want to ask you, how many moves will it take to deal with me? Chu smiled, slowly raised his hand, made a one gesture, and said, one move. Whoa! As Chu's voice fell, everyone was in an uproar again.
Then came the familiar roar of laughter.
He's crazy. One move for Tier 4 Mystic Sky too? Ha ha ha.
I admit he's quite impressive, but right now I can only say, a clown, a stubborn clown.
I'm dying of laughter. A Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star, saying he can take out a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 1 star in one move? Ha ha ha. Even Shi Chu Shue wouldn't dare to say that. How many people on the entire Blue Star can do it? He's really putting on a show, damn it. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shiji burst out laughing. Zhao Shiji smiled and said, "One move? To defeat me?" After speaking, he stood there and continued. Then come on, let me see it. No, no, no. Chu, however, smiled and shook his head, saying, "You go first, didn't you keep saying you'd take me out in one move? Come on." Zhao Shiji said, "If I defeat you in one move, you won't get a chance to defeat me in one move, remember that." Chu said indifferently, "Come on, but I must warn you, if you can't take me out in one move, that would be very embarrassing." Zhao Shiji laughed heartily. "Ha, I remember a guy saying earlier that if you could defeat Lu Sheng in one move, he'd drink the entire septic tank of Tianyang University, right? How about this, never mind about embarrassment, if I can't defeat you in one move, I'll drink it for him, how's that?" Ha ha ha. Below the stage, many male students from Tianyang University burst into laughter. This laughter was mocking Chu, implying that in front of Zhao Shiji, he was a waste, a clown. After speaking, Zhao Shiji unleashed a powerful surge of wind energy. This wind energy made the hair and clothes of students far away flutter. Zhao Shiji's hair and clothes danced wildly. Let me show you what a dimensional attack from a Tier 4 Mystic Sky is. Gale Force. Immediately, a terrifying wind attribute skill swept towards Chu. Wherever it passed, wind blades scraped the ground of the arena, instantly leaving several scratches on the scattered stones. Then, Zhao Shiji simply stood there, quietly waiting for his attack to instantly annihilate Chu. Flames wrapped around Chu's body. Dragon Roar Fist. Then, Chu launched Dragon's Roar Fist from a distance. A fire dragon flew to meet it. "Tisk, idiot." Zhao Shiji sneered dismissively. His formidable Tier 4 Mystic Sky 1 star skill, Gale Force, and you're using such a rare Tier Fire attribute skill to contend with it? Is this a joke? Almost everyone wore a gloating smile. Zhao Huayan let out a breath. It was finally coming to an end. I almost really messed up because of this Chu. Fortunately, there was Zhao Shiji, otherwise, something serious would have happened. Bang! The two forces collided. But it wasn't as everyone imagined, where the wind devours clouds would instantly extinguish the fire dragon of the Dragon Roar Fist. These two forces actually stalemated for a moment. The smile on Zhao Shiji's face suddenly froze. What? He frowned abruptly. How was that possible? He's Tier 4 Mystic Sky and even used a skill, how could it not be a complete domination? Although the flames of the Dragon Roar Fist were still swallowed by Wind Devours Clouds. However, half of the power of Wind Devours Clouds had also been eroded. He arrived in front of Chu with a whirlwind. Chu stood still, merely releasing his defensive mana. Then, he bravely endured the power of Wind Devours Clouds until it dissipated. He stood there unscathed. Holy shit? Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with bewilderment. This wasn't logical. That was a Tier 4 Mystic Sky Wind attribute skill. He, Chu, is Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star by all accounts. He should have barely been able to block that move, even fighting with all his might. How could it have been so easy? Just a fire attribute skill, plus a defensive mana release, and he blocked it unscathed? Ha! How strong was his power? What? Zhao Huayang, the dean of Tianyang University, widened his eyes. Not resolved? This wasn't logical. Qin Shanhai was utterly shocked. What's the deal with this Chu? Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star, with such strong combat power? Outrageous. Oh. Chu looked at Zhao Shiji with a half smile. This is the dimensional reduction strike of Tier 4 Mystic Sky? Are you kidding me? You! Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth, pointing angrily at Chu. Shoo! Below the stage, many girls started booing. Yu Qianrun burst out laughing, so pathetic, ha ha ha. Is this all Tier 4 Mystic Sky is? And a dimensional reduction strike? Don't make me laugh. Another person from Tianhua Warrior Academy's intermediate class shouted, I'm dying of laughter, so he's a paper tiger after all. Don't even try to explain yourself, you've already released a Tier 4 Mystic Sky Wind attribute skill, so don't say you weren't serious. What a piece of trash, damn it. Is this what they call the top genius in Tianhua City after Shi Chuxue and her group? Ha! Is this all there is? And just one move? Hearing the girls' boos and the mockery from those people at Tianhua Warrior Academy, Zhao Shiji's eyes filled with resentment, and he clenched his fists. Embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. If he hadn't mimicked Chu and said one move, it would actually have been fine. But he did. And he failed to deliver. Even, Chu was completely unharmed. At this very moment, he was a clown. Chu picked his ear and said indifferently, I said, some boasting isn't something you can pull off. Your Tier 4 Mystic Sky isn't enough either, clown. Hey, clown, I'm talking to you. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth, snarling, damn you. Ha ha, the clown's pissed, what a damn embarrassment, he swaggered in with one move, and didn't even rip my clothes. Still Tier 4 Mystic Sky? Ha ha ha. Chu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Below, many people also burst out laughing. You come. Didn't you also say one move? You come. Zhao Shiji broke down, pointing at Chu and roaring. Chu waved his hand with a smile, hold on, clown, don't be so anxious yet. Before that, shouldn't you fulfill your promise from earlier? If you couldn't defeat me in one move, you'd drink all the sewage from Tianyang University's septic tank? How can you fight me if you're not full? Get full first, right? Chu finished speaking and grinned at him. Damn you! Zhao Shiji roared, his powerful aura completely erupting. Heart of wind. Leaves of gale. Following this, in a fit of rage and with his defenses broken, he roared and charged at Chu. Aleph King kill you. Meanwhile, Chu's smile slowly faded. A rare tier, 1-star skill, Thunder Tribulation. ZZZZZ. A terrifying lightning, seemingly even surpassing Zhao Shiji's aura, surged forth. Then, Chu, enveloped in lightning, rushed forward. Damn it! You dare to come up! Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth. Boom! Two powerful forces collided. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave sent nearby students flying several meters. Won't you die? Some girls showed worried expressions. It was clear that Zhao Shiji was holding nothing back. Although they didn't know why that move just now hadn't harmed Chu. Zhao Shiji was a genuine Tier 4 Mystic Sky 1-star. And Chu was indeed a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star. Zhao Shiji's powerful skill, used without holding back, could easily kill a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star. Chen Haobin's eyes lit up, his face contorted in a sneer, die. You'd better die. It was best that Chu had enraged Zhao Shiji. This way, there was a chance Zhao Shiji might impulsively kill Chu. It was clear that, although Chu had shocked everyone, no one believed he could emerge unscathed against a full-powered Zhao Shiji. Qin Shenhai frowned. Xiao Qiyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Isn't he going to release the Sealing Dust Heavenly Evolution art? Because she saw that Chu hadn't used that move to boost his combat power, she was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that unnecessary? It was also because Chu possessed the Heaven's Genesis seal, so Xiao Qiyue believed that at the very least, he wouldn't be in mortal danger. The next second. Swoosh! A figure flew out from the dust. Everyone's gaze collectively swept over. The next second, everyone's pupils constricted. Then their eyes widened. Chapter 42, One Man's Power, Turning the Tide. Everyone looked in disbelief at the figure flying out, charred black, and heavily smashing onto the ground. That was Zhao Shiji? Ha! The entire scene fell into stunned silence.
Zhao Shiji struggled to his feet from the ground.
Although charred and somewhat injured, he hadn't lost his fighting capability. Ha ha ha. And you thought you could defeat me in one move? Who do you think you are? Trash.
After cursing, Zhao Shiji then tried to rush up and continue fighting Chu.
However, just as he was about to move,
he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right.
How was the arena so far from him? He looked down at himself, then at what was in front of him. He froze. He had been knocked out of the arena?
Zhao Shiji stood frozen. Only at this moment did he seem to feel the searing pain radiating from all over his body.
He lost? Whoa! The scene immediately erupted into chaos. Ha! Zhao Shiji lost? What? Chu defeated Zhao Shiji in one move? Crazy! This is insane! Has this world gone mad? How is he, Chu, a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star, able to do this? What the F? Oh my god! How is this possible? Zhao Shiji clearly used almost his full power just now. A full power strike from a Tier 4 Mystic Sky was defeated by a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star in one move? What kind of monster is this Chu? What the F? Everyone's eyes widened, trembling slightly from disbelief. What the hell is that?
Chen Haobin frowned, in disbelief.
Xiao Chiyua's small mouth was slightly agape, her beautiful eyes also wide with shock. This exaggerated?
He hadn't even used the Heaven's Genesis seal that she had taught him.
What terrifying combat power! What kind of monster? How strong was his power exactly? This simply defied common sense. Zhao Shiji was Tier 4 Mystic Sky. And he even went all out. What the F? Xin Zhenhai couldn't help but curse. His Tianhua Warrior Academy had found a treasure. No, damn it. Chu wasn't from the Tianhua Warrior Academy. No. He had to recruit him to the Tianhua Warrior Academy no matter what. With this terrifying combat power, he has even surpassed Shi Chu Shui and the others, right? Zhao Huayan's eyes widened as he watched the scene unfolding before him. He looked utterly disbelieving. Cough cough. The next second, Zhao Huayan lost his balance and landed directly on his backside on the ground. Dean! Several instructors quickly helped him up. Lost, he lost. Zhao Huayan couldn't believe his eyes. Zhao Shiji, a Tier 4 Mystic Sky Warrior from Tianyang University's intermediate class. After Shi Chushue, Ying, and others, he was the strongest genius in Tianhua City. Chu. A cripple who didn't even successfully awaken during the college entrance exam. For some unknown reason, he was now Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star. No problem, he could accept that. But, Chu, a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star, defeated the genius Zhao Shiji in one move. Crucially, he watched with his own eyes as Zhao Shiji unleashed powerful skills and strength. Even if he hadn't revealed his trump cards, he had definitely used his full power. He was instantly defeated by one move? The dust settled. Chu stood there and mocked. I told you, some boasts aren't for you to make. Even your Tier 4 Mystic Sky won't do. What the hell are you, showing off in front of me? Ha! Crunch, crunch, crunch. The utterly humiliated Zhao Shiji clenched his fists tightly, growling in his throat. Chu! He was biting his teeth so hard they nearly bled. Yu Qianrun came back to his senses, then excitedly shouted, Xiangu is awesome, holy crap! Clap clap clap. At the scene, a lot of applause broke out. Xiangu is awesome. Xiangu, you're awesome. The students of Tianhua Warrior Academy all shouted in unison. Ha ha ha. Xin Zhenhai burst out laughing and looked at Zhao Huayan. My apologies, Dean Zhao, 6 consecutive wins, just a moment. Suddenly, Xin Zhenhai realized something. Chu won against Zhao Shiji of Tianyang University, didn't that mean his position as arena master was secure? Who else could defeat him? Didn't that mean Tianhua Warrior Academy won? Tianhua Warrior Academy, thanks to Chu, had kept its title as the top university in Tianhua City? Ha!
When Qin Jinhai thought of this, he was stunned.
Holy hell?
He had originally asked Chu to come over, hoping they might win at least one match.
That way, even if Tianhua Warrior Academy lost, they'd still save a little face. And
Chu, by himself, defeated 6-star, defeated 7-star.
Defeated Xian Tian in one move. As if entering in unmanned territory. Turned the tide for Tianhua Warrior Academy? Ha! Ah ha 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 ha. Qin Jinhai's hearty laughter carried far. But in Zhao Huayan's ears, the laughter was particularly grating. Zhao Shiji roared, "It doesn't count. I was careless, let's go again."
With that, he charged towards the martial arts stage.
"Get down!" Zhao Huayan roared.
Zhao Shiji looked at Zhao Huayang, his eyes bloodshot, and shouted, "I was careless."
"Aren't you embarrassed enough?" Zhao Huayang roared back.
Zhao Shiji clenched his fists, then pointed at Chu, shouting, "He must have powerful combat spirit artifacts on him, it's unfair."
"Any fool knows, how could I, a tier 4 Mystic Sky, possibly lose to a tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star?
And while others found it hard to accept.
How could they not know better? In the aura just now, where was the power of spirit artifacts intervening?
Losing is losing, don't talk about those useless things.
With that effort, diligent cultivation is better than anything, Zhao Huayang said. Zhao Shiji lowered his head, secretly clenching his fists.
Chu grinned, Dean Zhao is right.
But when you're diligently cultivating, remember to drink all the septic tank liquid at Tianyang University.
If you think it's too much, you can break it into small goals, a little bit each day.
You!
Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu in anger.
Then Chu shouted, "Is there anyone else?" There was dead silence. Zhao Huayang deflated. Who could have imagined? He looked at Qin Jinhai. It was clear he hadn't expected it either. Qin Jinhai cupped his fist, "Dean Zhao, thanks for the concession." "Dean." The female host looked at Zhao Huayang nervously. Zhao Huayang let out a breath, then nodded weakly. "Female host, I announce that in this sparring match between Tianhua Warrior Academy and Tianyang University, Tianhua Warrior Academy wins."
Qin Jinhai, beaming, led the students of Tianhua Warrior Academy back.
At this moment, many students and instructors of Tianhua Warrior Academy were waiting at the entrance. Their expressions were quite dejected.
The vice dean and others had already thought about how to comfort everyone. Seeing those who returned bouncing with joy, they were also stunned for a moment.
An instructor walked up to Qin Jinhai and said, "Dean, it's okay." "What's okay?"
Qin Jinhai said with a smile.
Yu Qianran looked at everyone and shouted, "Everyone! We won! We won! We won! Ha ha ha! Holy cow! Can you believe it? We won! Brother Xian is awesome! Brother Xian is amazing! Ha!" Everyone at the entrance of Tianhua Warrior Academy was dumbfounded. Won? Their Tianhua Warrior Academy could win? Ha! Brother Xian is awesome? What was going on now?
You don't know, Brother Xian sat the ring and defeated Zhao Shiji, a tier 4 Mystic Sky cultivator, in one move.
It was so freaking cool. Holy cow? Defeated Mystic Sky in one move? Ha! Behind the crowd,
Song Shuang stood there, his eyes narrowing slightly.
That day, the news of Chu defeating Mystic Sky in one move spread rapidly throughout Tianhua City like a bomb blast. No, not just Tianhua City. This news also caused quite a stir on the internet.
A tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star defeating a tier 4 Mystic Sky 1-star in one move. That was quite explosive, even across the entire Blue Star.
Chu returned home. He earned a fortune in system points today.
Unfortunately, if today had been the show-off and face-slapping system, or the shock system, the earnings might have been even higher.
Click. Chu opened the door. Lina, I'm home, are you there? Chu called out with a smile. He wanted to tell Lina the good news. Suddenly, he frowned. There was a faint scent of blood. Chapter 43, A Half-Humanoid Demonic King. There was a faint scent of blood in the house? Chu's brow furrowed sharply. This was his home. Only Lina was home. Lina! Chu called out urgently. Then he quickly walked towards Lina's bedroom. Just as he was about to open the door, Lina opened the door from inside the bedroom. You're back. Lina looked at Chu and said softly. It was clear she was trying to pretend nothing was wrong. But, even without mentioning the bloody smell, her slightly pale face immediately told Chu that something was wrong. Are you hurt? Lina then said, just a small injury. Chu looked at Lina. While it's normal for warriors to get injured. However, seeing Lina's pale face, Chu couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Should he exchange for wood element to heal her? There are many wood element warriors more powerful than him. Didn't you go find a wood element warrior for treatment? Chu asked. Lina walked out and then sat on the sofa. I've been treated. I just need to rest a bit more, you don't need to worry. Is it mainly internal injuries? Lina nodded, How did you get injured? Lina looked at Chu with her beautiful eyes and said, during my training, I encountered a Tier 6 Law Demonic King that was already half-humanoid. Demonic beasts generally need to reach the heavenly venerate realm to transform into human form. That is, to transform into human form. However, there are indeed some exceptions where transformations can succeed before reaching the heavenly venerate realm. It might be due to bloodline, or some serendipitous encounters, allowing them to transform earlier with the help of some spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. And any demonic beast that has already transformed into human form must be very powerful. A Tier 6 Law Demonic King that has already transformed into a half-humanoid form is quite rare. Unless their bloodline is exceptionally strong, they must have achieved their transformation earlier through some fortunate coincidence. After speaking, Lina's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Recently, there have been more and more powerful demonic beasts outside Tianhua City. I always feel like the second demonic god temple is about to make a move. Where did you encounter it? Chu asked. Nanhai Town. Nanhai Town is a small town in Tianhai City, which has already been overrun by demonic beasts. It's also 40 to 50 kilometers away from Tianhua City. Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Damn it. If it were just one demonic beast, that would be one thing. But it was a half-humanoid demonic king. This made Chu feel even more angry. Chu glanced at Lina. He could sense the disorder and weakness in her aura. She was badly injured. Unless it's a top-tier wood or water attribute warrior, the healing effect isn't that strong. You rest up well. I'll go find the dean and see if we can find a quicker way to treat you, Chu said softly. Lina shook her head slightly. It's nothing. Humph, don't pretend. This injury of yours will hurt for half a month. If it can make you hurt for less time, that would be for the best. Lina looked at Chu, revealing a happy smile. Then, if you can. Of course. I'm leaving now, you get some good rest. Chu then left the house. The moment Chu closed the front door. Put. Lina spat out a mouthful of black blood. And Chu, standing at the door, hadn't actually left. Using his Tier 3 Mystic Body's 6-star hearing, he heard the commotion inside the house. Chu frowned. No. I need to hurry. Her injuries were much more severe than he had imagined. Dean. Chu hurried to Qin Jinhai's office. I say, don't you know how to knock? You're just like Xiao Qiyue. Qin Jinhai rolled his eyes. Dean, my sister is injured, Chu said urgently. I know, I'm making calls, Qin Jinhai nodded. Chu asked, have you contacted a powerful wood attribute warrior? The strongest one I can contact is at the divine abilities realm. Is the divine ability realm not enough? Shu asked. Xin Jinhai paused for a moment. Enough? Enough, I'll be right there. Shu frowned. Dean, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? Oh, what could I possibly be hiding from you? Xin Jinhai said with a laugh. Which university did Yao Yao go to again? Xin Jinhai. Xin Jinhai immediately became anxious, pointing at Shu. You scoundrel! What are you trying to do? Shu smiled and said, Dean, don't be angry, I'm just teasing you. I just want to know what exactly happened to my sister. Sigh, she wouldn't let me tell you. Shu sat down in front of him, his gaze serious. I should know, and besides, I'm not the Chu I used to be. Oh. Xin Jinhai sighed again. He looked at Shu and said, your sister's injury is actually a minor issue, the main problem is the poison. Poison? Shu frowned. She was injured by the transformed form of a semi-humanoid thousand poison blood dragon. Thousand venom blood jiao, an incurable poison. Shu frowned. Yes, currently humanity has not yet developed an antidote for the thousand poison blood dragon's venom. Shu sat there, head bowed, pondering something. But I remember, even if an antidote for the thousand poison blood dragon's poison can't be developed, there's supposed to be a way to cure it without an antidote, right? Xin Jinhai nodded. The thousand poison blood dragon's poison is difficult to research because the poison of each thousand poison blood dragon is unique and too complex. There is one method, and it's the simplest one. What is it? Xin Jinhai looked at Shu and said, the demon crystal of the thousand venom blood jiao, and it must be from that specific thousand venom blood jiao. If you kill another thousand venom blood jiao, it won't detoxify her. Xin Jinhai then said, I'm making calls. If we can get a tier 6 law to help, there's a good chance. But Shu knew that it would be difficult for a single Tianhua city to contact a tier 6 law powerhouse. Even if they could be contacted, why would they help? Unless they could be offered sufficient benefits. However, since they've already reached tier 6 law, the people of Tianhua city couldn't offer benefits that would impress him. Shao Qi Yue? Shu asked. A voice came from outside, remember, you should call me fairy mentor. As he spoke, Shao Qi Yue walked in. Here she is. Xin Jinhai glanced at Shao Qi Yue. Shao Qi Yue sighed, sat on a chair, and said, this task isn't easy to help with. Clearly, she already knew the full story. Shao Qi Yue then said, a tier 6 La Thousand Venom Blood Jiao. This goddess, at the divine ability realm, can try to fight it, but it won't be easy to get a hold of it. If it's determined to escape, it can't be stopped. And once he fails, if he hides and can't be found, then Lina will surely die. So this is a one-shot deal, and it has to succeed, which is difficult. Shao Qi Yue shook her head. If she were a tier 6 law, it would be fine. But she wasn't. If we can't hire a tier 6 law, then you and I will have to find a few more helpers and force our way in to try. Xin Jinhai frowned. Shao Qi Yue glanced at Shu and said, don't worry too much. This fairy has already repelled a tier 6 law 2 years ago. With a few more expert helpers and spirit tools, we have a good chance. Don't worry, you go back, we'll handle this. This is trouble. It's nothing, just treat us to a meal when you get back. Shu nodded, then walked away, his mind heavy with worry. Chapter 44, Are you King playing me? Shu walked through the night in Tianhua City. The entire Tianhua City had very few permanent tier 6 law powerhouses to be found. The known commander-in-chief of the Divine Alliance's Tianhua City branch is a tier 6 law. But how could he possibly intervene? His mission was to hold down Tianhua City to deal with emergencies. And, it must be ensured that he succeeds. What about the Grand Divine Origin Pill? Shu pondered. Great Divine Origin Pill, grade, level 10, effect, after consumption, even if one has only one breath left, it can bring them back from the brink of death. Ding! The Great Divine Origin Pill can save those on the verge of death, but it cannot detoxify. 2. Isn't this a scam? Why didn't you specify that beforehand?
No, this doesn't count, so this pill must have the function of detoxifying and saving lives.
Ding.
Host, please do not continue to exploit glitches. The Grand Divine Origin pill is a physical item, and its medicinal properties are fixed and cannot be altered.
Then get me an antidote instead, Shu said. There was no reply. Damn it! It can save people but can't detoxify? Shu cursed. Then I'll have to go myself. He could ensure success.
He had a Celestial Venerable card.
But
Heavenly Venerable card, after redemption, grants 1 minute of Heavenly Venerable Realm 1-star power level.
System value cost, 10 million. Redeemable once in a lifetime. His current system value is insufficient to redeem this Heavenly Venerable card. Spiritual Energy Inferno might also be worth a try, at least it could severely wound him, right?
Psionic Flame Burst, after redemption, can condense a Psionic Flame Burst, capable of instantly killing anything below Tier 6 law.
System value cost, 500,000. Redeemable once every month. But the problem now was Nanhai Town, 40 to 50 kilometers away.
It was already a dangerous area.
This area is frequently infested with Tier 4 Mystic Sky Demonic Beast. Divine Abilities Realm creatures might also be encountered. He couldn't deal with these. Let's see what kind of system will be activated. 12 o'clock midnight.
A system prompt appeared in Shu's mind.
Ding. Congratulations! You have randomly activated the Even Match system. Chu. Even Match system. During the existence of this system, the host will be an even match for any opponent.
With the help of the system, the damage capability, defense capability, etc., of the party with lower power level will be elevated to the level of the party with higher power level. Visual aspects remain unchanged. During the existence of this system, killing opponents will grant rewards, which are related to the power level of the defeated enemy. System remaining time, 1 day 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds.
Chu. This system. Should you say it's strong or useless? The meaning is simple, an even match with anyone.
Chu is currently Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star.
If he were to encounter a demonic god at the Heavenly Tao realm.
During the existence of this system, even if Chu's power level remains unchanged, he would be able to fight a demonic god at the Heavenly Tao realm to a standstill.
The damage he inflicts would be effective against a Tao of Heaven realm demon god.
And he wouldn't have to worry about being instantly killed by the opponent's casual pressure. However, for an ordinary Tier 1 Chi refining person, the damage he inflicts on himself will also increase. To be promoted to the level of Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star.
It means Chu can kill anyone, and anyone can kill Chu.
Right now, if an ordinary person comes along, they might even be able to kill him. And if he were to kill that ordinary person, all his power exerted on that ordinary person would be the power of a normal ordinary person.
However, Chu frowned. He suddenly thought of something.
That means he can now also fight the Tier 6 Law 1000 Poison Blood Dragon to a standstill. On top of that, he has the 9 Tribulation Dark Thunder, spatial attributes, and the Dust Sealing Heavenly Evolution art. So now, I just need to get the Dean and the others to take me there, and I'll deal with the 1000 Poison Blood Dragon myself.
Chu pondered for a moment. He quickly called Xiao Chiyue. Busy signal. He called the Dean again. Also a busy signal. They've already set off. Chu frowned.
This can only mean they have already ventured deep into the demonic beast territory, which is why there's no signal.
What to do then? Chu needs someone to take him there.
Because now, encountering even a Tier 1 Chi refining demonic beast outside poses a life-threatening risk to him. He and a Tier 1 Chi refining demonic beast are in a 50-50 situation. It would probably take him days to cover these few dozen kilometers.
Chu thought of someone. Hello, big brother, don't you check the time? Why are you calling? Ying's voice came through. Chu, do me a favor. Go on. Chu, take me to Nanhai Town. Ying.
Big brother, I rarely go there for training.
What do you want to do? Ing asked, bewildered. Just take me there, no need to do anything else. I can offer the Sunfire Sword as payment and owe you another favor, Chu said. Ing thought for a moment on her end. She could tell Chu was very anxious. No need for the blazing sun sword, but a favor, I'll take that. Where are you? Outside Wuyue Plaza. Beep beep beep. The other party hung up. Not even a minute had passed. Then someone tapped him from behind. Chu turned his head and saw it was Ing. Is this the dark attribute? The king in the night. Chu smiled. Nonsense, let's go. Ing said indifferently. Thanks. Ing showed a hint of a smile, then walked forward. In the shadows. A figure walked out. His gaze followed the two receding figures. And he was, indeed, Song Shuhong. Chu. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then, Song Shuhong took out his phone. The person you want to kill has already gone to the demonic beast territory. If you want to make a move, do it as soon as possible. Afterward, Song Shuhong removed the SIM card from his phone, crushed it, and tossed it aside. By the way, what are we doing? Ing asked as she hurried along. There's a half-transformed thousand venom blood dragon in Nanhai town, and my sister was poisoned by it. Ing knitted her brows slightly. She stopped and looked at Chu with her beautiful eyes. Wait a minute, a semi-transformed thousand poison blood dragon, tier 6 law? You? Ing helplessly rubbed her forehead. What sin have I committed? What if something happens to you? Wouldn't that mean I harmed you? Chu said, I'm not stupid. I definitely have a way. Besides, Xiao Chiyue, the dean, and the others are all on their way. Ing frowned, then shook her head helplessly. Honestly, let's go. She found it quite strange. It was a very unreasonable thing, but for some reason, she felt that Chu really had some ability to deal with a tier 6 law creature. Then why didn't you let them take you? Ing asked. They left too quickly. I couldn't reach them when I tried. Alright then. The next second, Ing activated her dark attribute. The two disappeared into the darkness. When they reappeared, they had already left Tianhua City. Ing also used her dark attribute, rushing Chu quickly all the way to South Sea Town. Ing stopped. No, my mana consumption is too great. We've already gone over 10 kilometers deep into the demonic beast territory. If I don't conserve some mana, encountering danger will be too troublesome. Understood. Chu nodded. Then, the two rushed forward on foot. A few seconds later, they both stopped simultaneously. A wild boar, 2 meters long with blood-red eyes, blocked their path. This is a demonized demonic beast, tier 2 aperture opening 3-star. You deal with it. Ing said indifferently. Chu. Chu cleared his throat and said, you do it. Bro. I'm struggling to take you to South Sea Town, and I still have to be your muscle? A tier 2 aperture opening 3-star? Do you need me to make a move? You're at least tier 3 mystic body, alright? Alright. Chu then walked towards the demonized wild boar. Honestly, with such a huge power level advantage, aren't you just effortlessly taking it down? Yet you want me to step in. Ing grumbled, then unwrapped a lollipop and put it in her mouth. And then... She froze for a moment. Bang bang bang. In front of her, Chu was engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the demonized wild boar. As the two forces collided, Chu staggered back several steps, almost losing his balance. Ing was stunned on the spot. You made me take you to South Sea Town in the middle of the night, wanted me to be your muscle, and when I disagreed, you act like this against a tier 2 aperture opening demonized wild boar? Chapter 45, Fallen, Deeply Fallen. Ing watched in confusion as Chu battled a tier 2 aperture opening demonic boar. If this wasn't an act, then what the heck was it? But you're someone who can instantly kill a tier 4 mystic sky existence. Now, you're going back and forth with a tier 2 aperture opening? Making it seem like this demonized wild boar could take your life at any moment. And Chu was also quite helpless. What could he do? The equal split with anyone's system was just like that. What a scam! But Chu was Chu after all. As he unleashed a rare tier skill, Thunder Tribulation. He also instantly killed the demonized wild boar. Ding! You killed a tier 2 aperture opening demonic boar, gaining a reward of 10 freely assignable attribute points. Ying's mouth twitched slightly. From Ying's perspective, it was very strange. Chu's every move clearly carried the power of a tier 3 mystic body 6 star. But he just couldn't defeat the tier 2 aperture opening demonic boar. In the end, a tier 3 mystic body 6 star still needed a rare tier lightning attributed skill to defeat a tier 2 aperture opening demonic boar? Big brother. Ying walked over, still confused. Don't act for me, you easily insta-kill a tier 4 mystic sky, and yet you're going back and forth with a tier 2 aperture opening demonic boar? Chu rubbed the tip of his nose. He didn't know how to explain it either. Chu grinned, it's better to be cautious. This isn't about being cautious or not, you're clearly acting for me. What's wrong? You wanted me to act, I refused, so you put on a show for me? Chu quickly said, absolutely no way, I'm just a bit off my game recently. Ying, so off that fighting a tier 2 aperture opening is this difficult? Yup. Get lost. Ying rolled her eyes. Alright, can't I just take action then? Ying couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chu again. Heh, how about this, for tier 4 mystic sky or above, I'll handle it. Ying looked at Chu with a puzzled expression. It's a struggle just to fight a tier 2 aperture opening, and you expect me to take on tier 4 mystic sky and above? You do it. She shook her head helplessly. Let's go. Here it comes. Chu followed. Ying looked at the offline map. Nanhai town should be about 7 kilometers ahead. Chu, hurry up. Wait a moment. Ying uttered a sentence. Then Ying motioned forward with her chin. Chu looked over. It was very hard to spot. A giant spider hung on the rock face. Spirit peering eye activated. Blood-sucking poisonous spider, power level, description? The spirit gazer couldn't detect it. It can only be said that this blood-sucking poisonous spider is at least a tier 4 mystic sky 7 star. Ying stepped forward, saying indifferently, let me handle it, a tier 4 mystic sky blood-sucking poisonous spider. Chu, on the other hand, said, I'll do it. Ying looked at Chu with intrigued beautiful eyes. Before, he had let her handle even a tier 2 aperture opening demonic wild boar. Now encountering a tier 4 mystic sky demonic beast, he actually took the initiative to go? Never mind. It's at least a tier 4 mystic sky 5 star, you'll be instantly killed, Ying said. But Chu rushed forward the next second. As he charged, Chu summoned the blazing sun sword from his spatial ring. Thunder Tribulation. The blazing sun sword condensed lightning, and Chu instantly flickered past. Hey! Ying called out. She really couldn't understand Chu's thought process. Hey, be careful. Ying saw Chu rushing forward like that, seemingly underestimating the tier 4 mystic sky blood-sucking poisonous spider. The next second, the giant blood-sucking poisonous spider, as if teleporting, suddenly appeared behind Chu. A black light flashed, and its prehensile claw directly stabbed towards Chu. Oh no, this is probably a tier 4 mystic sky 8 star blood-sucking poisonous spider. Ying rushed over, but she saw Chu actually blocking the blood-sucking poisonous spider's attack. Ha! Ying was stunned for a moment. What the hell? A tier 3 mystic body 6 star blocking the attack of a tier 4 mystic sky 8 star blood-sucking poisonous spider? A flash of fire. One of the blood-sucking poisonous spider's legs was cut off by Chu. Ying. The bloodthirsty venomous spider let out a sharp cry of pain. It pulled back, seemingly also unable to believe how a tier 3 mystic body could do such a thing. Normally, with one leg missing, it should have run away. But, in its eyes, this human was too weak. It could be instantly killed. So, The bloodthirsty poisonous spider condensed a black beam of light. "Be careful, Death Ray," Ing warned. This bloodthirsty poisonous spider's Death Ray demonic skill was very powerful. Its destructive power was extremely low, but its lethality was extremely high. Even a Divine Ability Realm 1-star should not easily try to block the death ray of a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 8-star blood-sucking poisonous spider. It could easily pierce through the body directly. However, Chu condensed lightning and charged straight over. "Are you a reckless fool?" Ing released a dark attribute ability, rushing over to help. The next second, she stared in disbelief as Chu's lightning actually withstood the death ray. Ing. She was shocked. This was a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 8-star. You are a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star. You, a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star, defeated Zhao Shiji, a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 1-star, in one move. Ing can slightly accept that. But how was she to comprehend what was happening before her eyes? Swoosh! As Chu charged forward and sliced off the head of the bloodthirsty poisonous spider with a single sword, Ing finally snapped back to reality. "Ah, this?" She watched with her own eyes as Chu extracted the demon crystal. Chu then turned his head to look at Ing. "Let's go." "Ah, oh." Ing followed him. "Big brother, what's going on? Who exactly is the Tier 4 Mystic Sky 8-star?" This had exceeded Ying's understanding. A Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star killing a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 8-star. Still so relaxed? Actually, Chu had been very nervous after acquiring this system. He could be instantly killed if he wasn't careful. But he could also instantly kill any other existence. He also had a Heaven Grade 10-star skill Burning Sky in his possession. Because its grade was too high, it consumed an immense amount of mana. So, he was saving it for the 1000 Poison Blood Dragon. Burning Sky, this skill was difficult to evade. Chu said, "The stronger the opponent, the stronger I become." Nonsense. Ing didn't believe a single word of Chu's nonsense. "How exactly did you do it?" Ing asked. How did it feel like she might not even be able to defeat him? Ing muttered to herself. "This is too outrageous, isn't it?" Chu, when you become curious about a man, that's the beginning of your downfall. Ing. Then Ing blinked at Chu. "Then this young lady has already fallen for you. Can you explain?" "Fallen?" Chu asked. Fallen so deeply I can't get out. Let's see Nana first." Ing. "Oh, really? How about I gouge out your eyes first and let you see up close?" A dagger appeared in Ying's hand. Swoosh! Chu immediately sped towards South Sea Town. "Don't run! I'll show you, if you dare, don't run!" Ing gritted her teeth and chased after him. In the shadows, a teen followed closely behind. "Captain, isn't that Chu?" "Yes." The figure's eyes narrowed. Then he said, "Brothers, you've been with me for so many years, and I've never asked anything of you. This time, I owe you a favor." "Captain, what are you talking about? Young Master Jean must have died because of Chu." "Don't worry, we'll handle this beautifully, and absolutely no one else will know." Jin's father, Li Hai, patted their shoulders. "Thank you, brothers. Let's proceed according to our previous plan." Understood. Chapter 46, A Masterful Scheme. Meanwhile, the outlines of human houses had already appeared in Chu's line of sight. Although 10 years had passed, everything was dilapidated. But some houses still stood there. Ing pointed, "That's South Sea Town ahead. From now on, we need to be extremely careful. As you said, if the 1000 Poison Blood Dragon is here, then it can only mean that the former overlord of South Sea Town was dealt with by the 1000 Poison Blood Dragon. Now, the 1000 Poison Blood Dragon is the king of South Sea Town." Chu nodded. Ing glanced around and said, "It's very quiet. Either it's over, or it hasn't started yet. What do you think?" Chu shook his head. "I'm not sure, I don't even know when they left. However, if they were to act, they'd need extreme caution and great certainty.
Most likely, they haven't fought yet, they might have secretly snuck in.
Ing said, that's hard. South Sea Town isn't small. Who knows where the 1,000 poison blood dragon is? We'd definitely be discovered while looking for him.
Being discovered doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't know we're targeting him. If he just takes us for warriors who came here to train, then he won't run away, Shu said.
Ing glanced at him, but you still have to be able to beat him. If we've come, there's definitely a way. All right then. Suddenly, Ying's delicate brows furrowed. Movement. She immediately pulled Chu into the darkness, concealing them.
Li Hai and 3 others quietly sneaked over.
Damn it, where are they? Li Hai frowned.
He had received a call from a mysterious person.
He said Chu went to the demonic beast domain.
He didn't know who the other party was, but it was clear that they were Chu's enemies.
An enemy's enemy is a friend. He was willing to be that weapon.
He was determined to kill Chu to avenge his tragically killed son, Jin.
Li Hai was the captain of a warrior team from the Divine Alliance in Tianhua City.
These 3 were his most trusted teammates. Has Jin gone in? A Divine Alliance member asked.
With so many ruins, trees, and vines here, he might have slipped in under the cover of night. But I see a girl next to Chu. Who is she?
Li Hai said, I couldn't see clearly, nor did I see her act.
Could it be Lina? If it's Lina, how could we kill Chu right under her nose? Li Hai smiled, don't worry, it's not Lina. She's injured.
The dean of Tianhua Warrior Academy even came to the Divine Alliance to find someone to treat her.
Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Hai continued, there are 4 of us Tier 4 Mystic Sky. As long as that person isn't Lina, it doesn't matter who she is, it'll be useless.
Besides, our plan doesn't require us to confront them directly. After gaining their trust, we kill Chu and leave immediately.
Avenging my son is enough. Gaining trust is very simple.
Encounter them, then tell them that they are members of the Divine Alliance, here to carry out a secret mission, and that it's dangerous here, so they'll act together. They wore masks and casually explained that their mission was a secret operation and wearing masks was an order from their organization.
Understood. Let's go.
The few people stealthily infiltrated Nanhai town.
And in the night not far from them, Chu and Ing were actually hiding right there.
They heard every word of their conversation.
Chu, damn, they followed me here for revenge? Ing, Jin's father, right? Li Hai, the captain of a warrior squad from the Divine Alliance in Tianhua City. Chu, we have to get rid of them. Ing, difficult.
For Tier 4 Mystic Sky, and they're from the Divine Alliance, so they definitely have many tricks up their sleeves.
If we're going to deal with them, we must leave no one behind, and that's not easy for me either. It wasn't easy for Chu either.
His original goal was the 1,000 Poisons Blood Dragon.
Now there's a system where everyone is equally matched. Fighting these 4 would be troublesome.
Suddenly, Chu thought of something.
I do have an idea. Let's try it. Help me conceal myself. Afterward, under the concealment of dark attribute, the 2 stealthily entered Nanhai City.
Around them, many demonic beasts hid in the shadows, concealed within houses or ruins.
What do you want? Ing asked in a low voice.
Use the 1,000 Poisons Blood Dragon to kill them, Shu said.
Ing. Where are they? Where are they? Why are they gone? Li Hai was extremely anxious. They came to Nanhai town, surely for training, right? Then there should at least be some sounds of battle, right?
It had been half an hour since they lost track of them, and there was no sound at all. Initially, they thought it didn't matter if they lost track. Wherever a battle broke out, it was highly likely that Chu was there.
But there was absolutely no sign of trouble. And what was Chu doing at this moment? Ing restrained a Tier 4 Mystic Sky demonic beast.
Chu's blazing sun sword rested against the throat of this shadow demon cat.
Speak! Where is the 1,000 Poisons Blood Dragon of Nanhai town? The shadow demon cat dared not move. It just shook its head. You won't talk? Then I'll kill you. Chu moved his sword forward, piercing its skin. The shadow demon cat dared not resist. Because Ing, who was by Chu's side, could kill her at any moment. At Tier 4 Mystic Sky, demonic beasts already possessed considerable intelligence. Some could understand human speech. Because they were striving towards human transformation. Then, the shadow demon cat pointed in a direction. Are you sure? Chu asked. The shadow demon cat nodded. This time, our divine alliance is determined to eradicate it. Immediately contact the other 4 teammates and head southwest to kill the Thousand Poisons blood dragon. Ing nodded, yes. Chu then put away his sword. Scram! Swoosh! The demonized civet instantly transformed into a black light and sped away. This scene, this half an hour, the two had already done many times. He intentionally let several Tier 4 Mystic Sky demonic beasts escape. Can it work? Ing asked. Chu said, there's a chance, if someone truly knows the location of the Thousand Poisons blood dragon and reports it. That way, the Thousand Poisons blood dragon will be found, and it can also help us eliminate those 4. Ing nodded. On the top floor of a dilapidated apartment building in Nanhai Town. A thin figure sat there with closed eyes. Overall, it looked like a human. However, its skin still bore green and black striped patterns. Its head still resembled a snake's triangular head, but it already had human facial features. By his side were the remains of some eaten demonic beasts. Swoosh! A dark shadow rushed in. You're courting death. Its eyes narrowed, and it reached out, directly grabbing the shadow demon cat. Under its hand, the shadow demon cat struggled desperately, emitting sounds incomprehensible to humans. The Thousand Poisons blood dragon frowned. A small team from the Divine Alliance, on a secret mission to kill me? The Thousand Poisons blood dragon's eyes immediately turned red. It tossed the shadow demon cat aside. Mere ants, dare to come and kill this king? After speaking, he glanced at the shadow demon cat, waved his hand, and tossed over several demon crystals of no low grade. You've rendered great service, this is your reward. With that, it transformed into a blood mist and vanished from the spot. No movement yet? Where are they? Are they dead? Lehigh gnashed his teeth and growled. Captain, why don't we split up and search, a member suggested. Lehigh nodded, that works too. Keep in touch. Wang Meng, you go west. Yes. Xiao Si, you go east. Understood. Li Shan, you go north. Li Shan? You go north, did you hear me? Lehigh frowned and turned his head. Li Shan behind him, his eyes were wide, and thick fresh blood continuously gushed from his mouth. And his chest was pierced by a hand with green and black patterns. Lehigh's pupils contracted. He saw a figure standing behind Li Shan's corpse. Weren't you here to kill this king? Now that this king has arrived, go on, kill me. The Thousand Poisons blood dragon revealed a bloodthirsty smile, its forked tongue flicking out. The next second, a terrifying scream erupted from somewhere in Nanhai Town. At the same time, Chu and Ing both looked over simultaneously. It's over there. Swoosh. Chu charged directly. Ing watched Chu with brilliant eyes. What a genius. Hey, that's the Thousand Poisons blood dragon. Are you going to your death? Ing chased directly. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Nanhai Town, Xin Jinhai, Xiao Chiyue, and a few others had been quietly searching for the Thousand Poisons blood dragon, so as not to alert it. The scream that broke the silence instantly caught their attention. Look! Their gazes followed from the building's upper floor to the distant sky. A green light, seemingly accompanied by the phantom of a giant snake, appeared there. Thousand Poisons blood dragon. Let's go! Swoosh! They sped off. Chapter 47, Who is harming me? Meanwhile, the Thousand Poisons blood dragon licked the fresh blood on its hand with its serpentine tongue.
Li Hai's screams echoed before him. One of his arms had been brutally torn off by the Thousand Poisons blood dragon. And the other two people who were alive just moments ago had already been torn to shreds by the Thousand Poisons blood dragon. They were brutally killed just like that. A gruesome sight. This is a small gift this king wants to give you so-called human guardians, members of the Divine Alliance. How is it? Do you like it? The Thousand Poisons blood dragon looked at Li Hai before him with a sneer. A few tier 4 mystic sky dare to come and kill this king? Just with you? Li Hai? No. No. Did you perhaps misunderstand something? We weren't trying to kill you, no. Li Hai shook his head repeatedly. What? This Thousand Poisons blood dragon thought they were here to kill him? Why would he think that? He really wasn't. He was here to kill Chu. No? Heh, lowly ants. Weren't you, the Divine Alliance, very arrogant? You even threatened the tier 4 mystic sky demonic beasts in Nanhai town, asking them where this king was. What? Now that this king is here, you say it's not true? Li Hai? He looked utterly bewildered. What? How could anyone from the Divine Alliance do such a thing? Who harmed him? Ah! The Thousand Poison blood dragon sneered, quite arrogant, aren't you? After inquiring about this king's whereabouts, you even dared to release them. The Thousand Poison blood dragon sneered, quite arrogant, aren't you? After inquiring about this king's whereabouts, you even dared to release them. To disregard this king so utterly. This king thought you were some formidable group, but it turns out you're nothing more than this? Li Hai? No. I didn't. The Thousand Poison blood dragon's eyes narrowed. If you dared to admit it, this king would have respected you as a man, perhaps only crippling your arms and sparing your life. But since you're a coward, this king shall simply kill you. With that, the Thousand Poison blood dragon gathered a burst of power. No! Your Majesty, Demon King, I swear. I swear on everything I have, my objective was not you. I was here to kill a human. He killed my son. I am here to avenge my son. Li Hai stammered in fear. Oh? Avenging your son? Yes. I am avenging my son. It's not because of you. The Thousand Poison blood dragon's power subtly dissipated. If that were truly the case, he could indeed spare this person's life. The reason was simple, he wanted to let someone escape and return to tell the people of the Divine Alliance. This was the consequence of provoking him. RIP. The next second, Li Hai's second arm was torn off. You are fortunate. This king believes you. Now, begone, ant. The Thousand Poison blood dragon said disdainfully. Although Li Hai had both arms torn off, at least his life was saved. He shakily stood up, wanting to leave quickly. Just then, several powerful auras sped from the horizon. Several divine power realm cultivators. The Thousand Poison blood dragon's eyes narrowed as he sensed these auras. He reached out, and Li Hai, who had just been preparing to flee, was instantly pulled towards him and grabbed by the neck. You almost tricked this king. Indeed, there are more of you from the Divine Alliance than just a few. This king almost believed you, considering you were just a few tier 4 mystic sky. But it turns out there are several divine ability realm cultivators as well. Li Hai struggled desperately. No, it's not. Stop. Qin Jinhai roared. Several divine power realm experts landed in front of the Thousand Poison blood dragon. Beast! Let him go! Qin Jinhai pointed at the Thousand Poison blood dragon and yelled angrily. Go, you guys go, who are you? I don't know you. Li Hai said with difficulty, his neck clutched. Damn it! Why did human experts suddenly appear? He was just about to be rescued. Captain Li Hai, we will do our best to save you. An expert said. Li Hai immediately felt his blood pressure surge. They do know.
The thousand poison blood dragon's eyes narrowed, then it asked, "Are you here to kill this king?" "Of course," Jinxed said. Swoosh. The next second, the thousand poison blood dragon's other hand directly pierced through Lihai's chest. "Ah!" Lihai screamed in agony. "You've ruined me, you've ruined me!" Lihai roared. The next second, his internal organs were crushed by the thousand poison blood dragon. "Bastard!" Jinxed's eyes narrowed. Xiao Qiyu frowned slightly. Why would he say we ruined him? They were clearly planning to save him as well. If they couldn't save him, there was nothing they could do, but that didn't mean they ruined him, right? Thud. Lihai's corpse was thrown aside. The thousand poison blood dragon licked the fresh blood off its paws. "A few god tier experts, yet you dream of slaying this king?" Jinxed said, "Fight." Yes. Subsequently, the powers of several divine ability realm cultivators were unleashed simultaneously. "You're courting death." The eyes of the thousand poisons blood dragon coiled, and the terrifying pressure from Tier 6 law erupted. Dust sealing heavenly evolution art. Xiao Qiyu instantly flashed in front of him. Bang! The moment the two forces collided, the ground within 100 meters instantly shattered. At the same time, Chuaning rushed to the scene. "It's the headmaster and the others," Ing said. Chu looked at the corpses on the ground. He grinned. Ing naturally saw them too. He actually managed to pull it off? Ing then looked at the scene before them. Several god tier experts might be able to fight the tier 6 La Thousand Poisons blood dragon, but to kill him, it's difficult. If he is outmatched and wants to flee, he is unstoppable. Even if Fairy Instructor possesses spatial attributes, she can't stop him. After speaking, Ing looked at Chu and asked, "Didn't you say you had a plan?" Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu also rushed forward. More people. The thousand poisons blood dragon pulled away, his gaze falling on the rushing Chu and Ing. He sneered, "It seems you've prepared quite thoroughly." However, the thousand poisons blood dragon pointed at Chu. "Is your divine alliance so short of people? You even bring a mere tier 3 mystic body? Ha ha ha." The thousand poison blood dragon couldn't help but burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. "Chu! What are you doing here? Quickly retreat." Jinxed pointed at Chu and reprimanded him. Several people frowned deeply. Chu stood there and said, "Of course, I'm here to kill him." "You? Kill this king?" The thousand poisons blood dragon laughed again. Chu then said, "Do you still remember that human woman you injured yesterday?" "Remember, she was truly beautiful, but what does it matter if I didn't keep her?" the thousand poison blood dragon asked disdainfully. "Chu, she's my sister." "So that's it. Those so-called ethics and morals of your human race are truly laughable, ha ha. So, you, a mere tier 3 mystic body, are here to avenge your sister?" Chu pointed at him, "I'll kill you and take your demon crystal." Ha ha ha. The thousand poisons blood dragon let out a loud laugh. Jinxed and others frowned. What is Chu going to do? Interesting, interesting. So, take this. Flames then ignited on Chu's body. The thousand poisons blood dragon felt that Chu genuinely possessed the might of a tier 3 mystic body, and he burst out laughing. Ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. This king, will stand right here without moving. What can you possibly do? Ha ha ha. Heaven flame. Subsequently, Chu unleashed his fire attribute Heaven tier 10 star skill, Burning Heaven. Instantly, flames erupted on the thousand poisons blood dragon. But he wasn't flustered at all. No matter what kind of technique you use. Could a tier 3 mystic body really turn the sky upside down? But the next second. Boom! The flames exploded on him. One arm was blown off. Everyone? Chapter 48, Elemental Body Fire. Everyone stared, stunned, at the thousand poisons blood dragon's mangled, blown-off arm. Ha! What? This was the Thousand Poisons Blood Dragon, Tier 6 Law 1 star. Chu, Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star. What skill did you unleash that blew off the Thousand Poisons Blood Dragon's arm? Holy crap! Ying's small mouth slightly agape, she watched Chu before her. Just now, she hadn't understood. Why did Chu waste so many words with the Thousand Poisons Blood Dragon? Even laying his cards on the table. He said he was here to save Lina, which is why he came to kill him. It seems now that he used his identity as Lina's younger brother, combined with his Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star power level, to make the Thousand Poison Blood Jiao relax its guard, allowing this move to hit. But the question remained, how did he do it? What? Xiao Qiyue also wore a look of astonishment. But they had no time to ponder why this happened. Almost simultaneously, several Divine Ability Realm cultivators charged forward, giving the Thousand Poisons Blood Dragon no chance to catch its breath. Swoosh! The Thousand Poisons Blood Dragon flickered to the side. It wasn't just that an arm had been blown off. His entire body was charred black. Even his chest was almost completely blown through. If his power level hadn't been so high, he would probably be dead already. But now, it was already at the end of its strength. It can only be said that, after all, Burning Heaven is a celestial Tier 10 star skill. With such a high grade, although it's mostly due to the skill's instant cast, its power should absolutely not be underestimated. Despicable. Despicable human. Put. The Thousand Poisons Blood Dragon spat out a mouthful of green blood. Its body swayed as it half knelt on the ground. How could it have imagined this? A Tier 3 Mystic Body with an instant cast skill is one thing. Why did a single skill almost kill him? I'm coming. Chu summoned the blazing sun sword and charged forward directly. Hey! Xiao Qiyue called out. However, next, was she to watch as Chu and the Thousand Poison Blood Jiao fought back and forth? Ha! Although the Thousand Poison Blood Jiao was severely injured, it was still a Tier 6 Law 1 star. Xin Jinhai's mouth hung open, this kid. This was too outrageous. He had already found it outrageous when Chu Yunxian defeated a profound heaven realm in one move. Now, a Tier 3 Mystic Body 6 star is fighting back and forth with a Tier 6 Law? There's a gap of Tier 4 Mystic Sky and Divine Ability Realm, two major power levels, between them. Normally, a single aura from a Tier 6 Law could instantly kill a Tier 3 Mystic Body. You're courting death. The Thousand Poisons Blood Dragon roared. A terrifying green light illuminated half of Nanhai town. You're still charging up your ultimate move for me here? Chu then, once again, condensed Burning Heaven. Burning Heaven instantly cast. In an instant, the green light disappeared. A scream followed. In this state, the Thousand Poison Blood Jiao had already lost the ability to dodge an instant cast skill. It could only let Burning Heaven explode on itself. The dust settled. A streak of green light sped off into the distance. It was clear that the Thousand Poison Blood Dragon wanted to flee at this very moment. But Heaven Flame. Another Burning Heaven. This time, its body was directly blown apart. Ding! Killed Tier 6 Law 1 star, obtained reward, Elemental Body Fire. Several people stood stunned in place. They exchanged glances. That simple? This was a Tier 6 Law Thousand Poison Blood Dragon. They formulated a series of plans. Yet, they feared alerting the enemy. Chu came over, and with a few inexplicable skills, he instantly killed it? I don't understand, absolutely don't understand, Xiao Qiyue said, shaking her head. Xin Jinhai said, as if anyone could understand it. Then, they walked together towards the corpse of the Thousand Poison Blood Flood Dragon. Chu had already extracted a green demon crystal from it. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. He had still underestimated the powerful instant cast of the skill Burning Heaven. At the same power level, if the opponent was even slightly careless, they would be directly injured. Let's go, Chu said hurriedly. Go. They then returned to Tianhua City. Although everyone carried endless doubts in their hearts, they didn't ask much on the way. It was nothing more than him possessing some top-tier spiritual artifact. And having obtained it through some fortuitous encounter at some point. Otherwise, how could it be explained? Chu quickly opened the door to his home. Lina was sitting in the living room. At this moment, her condition was already very poor. Her lips began to turn purple. Seeing Chu, she instinctively wanted to get up. "Don't move." Chu quickly walked over and took out the demon crystal. "This is..." Lina frowned. "It's the 1,000 poison blood dragon's demon crystal, absorb it quickly." Lina showed a look of surprise, yet also watched Chu with concern. "What are you looking at? You don't think I could have gone and killed it myself, do you?" It was the dean and the others. Lina nodded slightly. "You absorb it, I won't disturb you anymore." After speaking, Chu returned to his room. Now, he was completely at ease. He had killed a tier 6 law and even received a reward. Elemental body fire, fire attribute power permanently doubled. This is formidable. Chu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Too bad it wasn't lightning. So now, my fire attribute power must be stronger than my lightning attribute, unless the lightning attribute releases the 9 tribulation dark lightning. Chu calculated in his mind. Subsequently, Chu also Jin entered cultivation. He should soon be able to advance to tier 3 mystic body 7-star. It's dawn. Chu successfully advanced to tier 3 mystic body 7-star. The system only has half a day left, better not act rashly. The significance of the system's existence had reached its peak. It had saved Lina's life. For the remaining half-day, Chu didn't seek to obtain any more rewards. He would just wait for the new system to activate at midnight tonight. A surge of power emanated from the living room. Chu walked out. Lina was very beautiful at this moment. Her hair was dancing. After a while, she let out a long breath and opened her beautiful eyes to look at Chu. "Have you advanced to the divine ability realm?" Chu asked happily. Lina nodded, then stood up. "Then if anyone bullies me in the future, you must teach them a good lesson." Lina nodded slightly. "Of course, I'll go make you food." Chu held her back. "You're still injured. You should rest." "I'll do it." Lina looked at Chu, who had walked to the kitchen, and a faint smile appeared on her face. "I say, big sis, are you still painting here?" Ing arrived at Shichushue's house, sucking on a lollipop. Her gaze fell on Shichushue, who was sitting and painting, and she couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "Nothing to do," Shichushue said indifferently. "Going to train in the demonic beast domain, huh?" Ing said. Shichushue shook her head slightly. "Don't want to go for now." Ing also sighed helplessly. A martial arts fanatic, because of that incident, now he doesn't even go to the demonic beast territory anymore. Ing sat beside her. "Recently, a formidable character emerged in our Tianhua city. Chu, have you heard?" Shichushue nodded. "Yes, I've heard. Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star, defeated Xintian in one move. Don't want to meet him? He's very handsome, I'll introduce him to you." Shichushue, "No need. I say, big sis, people are already dead. You can't keep being so depressed. What's the point of staying home every day? If you want to know who he was, can't you go investigate? After finding out, you can thank his family too." Hearing this, the pen in Shichushue's hand stopped. She stood up, her beautiful eyes looking at Ing. Exactly. Chapter 49, Talk Without Substance. After Chu and Lina finished breakfast, they went to stroll around Tianhua Warrior Academy. In any case, he owed the dean and the others a favor. They had put a lot of effort into Lina. Going to Tianhua Warrior Academy actually didn't have much of a purpose. More than anything, he wanted to learn about space from Xiaoqiyue. AI. Ing. Chu's gaze fell upon a figure walking down the street in front of him. She seems to be handing out flyers? Ing also saw Chu, then walked over. Is Lina alright? Yes, she's fine. Ing nodded. That's good. Here. Ing handed Chu a flyer. What's this? Chu glanced at it, muttering, missing persons notice. Ing, exactly. Helping Chu Shua find someone. Chu, who? The person she can't let go of, her beloved, Ing said helplessly. Chu was about to look at the missing person's notice but stopped when he heard that. Holy cow! Isn't she an ice queen? She fell for someone else? Chu asked, bewildered. She did, Ing nodded. Chu, what an ice queen, nothing but a name. Ing smiled, looking at Chu. She's just on the next street. Want to go see her? See her? If it were before, I really would have wanted to see her, but now. Chu slapped the missing person's notice into Ying's hand. No way. Let her come be my dog, and I might consider it. With that, Chu walked away. Ing looked at Chu, bewildered. Then she shook her head helplessly. Every day, am I the only normal one? Chu arrived at the ferry convenience store. You're here. What would you like to drink? Xiao Qiyue asked. Chu shook his head. No more drinking. I want to learn something from you. Xiao Qiyue, all this fairy can teach you right now are some combat skills. I can also teach you swordsmanship. Which one first? Chu, I want to learn space. Xiao Qiyue's delicate body paused. Space? She looked at Chu with a strange expression. Chu then condensed space attributes. His figure vanished from the spot, then reappeared a few meters away. Xiao Qiyue. Holy crap! Fire, lightning, and space, 3 attributes? Her mouth slightly agape, she stared at Chu in astonishment. Can you teach me? Chu asked with a smile. Xiao Qiyue looked at Chu and said, whether I teach you or not is beside the point. First, answer this immortal's question, how did you manage to not get into university? Chu shrugged, is there a possibility that I didn't want to be too brilliant? Was it intentional? Put. Xiao Qiyue burst out laughing. I'd believe anything else you say, but with your show-off personality, Tianhua Warrior Academy girlfriends even came to the tryouts, and you're telling this immortal that you didn't want to be too brilliant? Xiao Qiyue folded her arms and glanced at Chu. Forget it, forget it. Space, right? Learning about space is very, very difficult. With that, Xiao Qiyue extended her hand and grabbed something from the air. From the water cabinet, a bottle of water appeared in her hand. For just that one move, I practiced for 3 months. Chu held out his hand, and a bottle of water appeared in it. This isn't difficult, Chu said. Xiao Qiyue. Then what about this? After saying that, Xiao Qiyue made a squeezing motion in the air towards a chair not far away. The chair seemed to be subjected to immense pressure and began to deform. This is spatial compression. Then, she released another surge of space. Outside, a patch of space directly exploded. This is spatial detonation. This is spatial collapse. This is spatial. This is... Xiao Qiyue demonstrated each one. Teleportation is the most basic form of spatial ability, while spatial leap is an advanced version of spatial teleportation, covering long distances. You should also be aware that when a city is typically attacked by the demon race and its people are in peril, there are often spatial wormholes. Entering these allows direct access to a safe place, which is the most convenient method for long-distance evacuation of civilians. Chu nodded. This is a spatial gate. The principle is essentially opening a spatial tunnel between 2 distant locations. Just teach them one by one, Chu said. All right. At the same time. Tianhua City First People's Hospital. The nurse entered the ward. You two can be discharged, hurry up and complete the procedures. After speaking, the nurse left. Hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Chenyang looked at Tang Xiaosan in the next bed and said, I heard Jean is dead. Tang Xiaosan nodded, yeah, I heard that too. Then Tang Xiaosan gritted his teeth and said,
I don't care about any of that, I just want to kill Chu to avenge my brother.
Chenyang asked, are you and Jean that close?
Tang Xiaoshan glanced down at himself.
I'm talking about this brother of mine.
Chenyang gritted his teeth, damn it. I also need to avenge my brother.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Tang Xiaoshan clenched his fists tightly, if I don't kill Chu, I swear I'm not human. Chenyang's eyes narrowed, don't worry, I've already found someone.
Tang Xiaoshan looked at Chenyang excitedly. Kill Chu? Chenyang nodded, that's right.
Who did you find?
Tang Xiaoshan asked. The Killing Alliance. Chenyang's eyes narrowed. The Killing Alliance.
He's dead for sure.
Chenyang said, that's right.
I paid a hefty price for Chu's life this time. As for how it's done, that depends on Killer Alliance's plan. Tang Xiaoshan, but I heard this Chu is quite formidable now. In the Warrior University Grand Competition, his Tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star defeated Lu Shiji, a Tier 4 Mystic Sky 1-star, in one move.
Will Killer Alliance fail to kill him? Nonsense. Tang Xiaoshan lowered his head and glanced down, can't talk nonsense, it's gone. Chenyang. I say, that's nonsense. Killer Alliance can't kill a Tier 3 Mystic Body?
I don't care how he did it, Killer Alliance can kill him easily.
Just then, the nurse walked in again.
A patient is coming soon, stop chatting for now, hurry up and clean up.
Oh, okay.
The nurse then walked out.
Another nurse grumbled, what are those two in the room doing? Just chatting, and we still have to change the sheets and covers. The patients are already waiting outside.
Who cares about them, I urged them, those two were just talking nonsense. Chu spent half a day with Xiao Qiyue learning various applications of spatial power. And indeed, he gained a lot. With his god-level comprehension, he had already mastered quite a bit in a short time.
It also stunned Xiao Qiyue. It was late into the night.
Chu sat in his room cultivating, waiting for the new system to activate. Suddenly, in the dead of night, something in the distance almost lit up the sky.
Chu immediately went to the window. It was very far. It seemed something had happened in the demonic beast territory. What is this?
Chu looked into the distance. A blue beam of light seemed to connect heaven and earth.
Chapter 50, European God System. Chu looked at the blue beam of light that seemed to connect heaven and earth. He had no recollection of such a thing happening before.
Crucially, this was in demonic beast territory, and definitely not close.
Could it not have been something humans created?
He walked into the living room, where Lina was also standing and watching.
Lina, what is that?
Chu asked curiously. Lina shook her head slightly, I'm not sure, but what's certain is that it's a burst of some kind of power. It doesn't look like a skill or a demonic ability.
Could it be that the demon race is really planning something big? Chu frowned.
Lina shook her head slightly, not sure, but recently it hasn't been very peaceful outside Tianhua City. 10 years have passed since Tianhai City fell, so logically, the demon race might indeed be planning to make a move.
Chu looked over, it's gone.
This sudden beam of light only lasted for about 10 seconds. Lina looked at Chu with her beautiful eyes, if you go to the demonic beast domain in the future, you must be careful.
Lina also knew that although she worried about Chu,
but training in the demonic beast domain is something a warrior must frequently experience.
Don't worry. Let's cultivate. 12 o'clock midnight. Ding.
That can go head-to-head with anyone's system has been shut down.
Ding. Congratulations on activating the new system, European God System.
European God System, during the existence of this system, the host's luck will be off the charts.
No system tasks. System remaining time, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds.
No system tasks, huh?
Chu mused.
Just better luck, but what good is good luck to me in Tianhua City?
Buy a lottery ticket? Although money is useful, for the current Chu, it's not really of much use. For a moment, he really didn't know what benefits this European God system could bring him. Big roulette, draw. Ding. Congratulations on drawing, rebound card. Ricochet card, after use, the next attack suffered will be reflected. Effective below the heavenly venerate realm. Uses, 1. It's a good item. Early the next morning. The sound of cooking came from outside. Shu walked out. Sis, do you know what happened last night? Shu asked. Lina shook her head. There's no accurate information on Tianhua City's forum, but last night, people from Tianyu, Shenmeng, and others went to investigate. I don't know what they'll find out. Shu nodded and said, you shouldn't go to the demonic beast domain these 2 days. I've already advanced to the divine ability realm. I'll consolidate my cultivation first. After breakfast, Shu left home. Since the European god system was activated, he certainly couldn't waste it. Time to visit the black market. The black market is a place that exists in every city. Inside the black market, you can find all sorts of things you desire. Demon crystals, spiritual artifacts, skills, and some indescribable things. It's called the black market because there's a large amount of fraudulent merchandise there. Moreover, most of the items are obtained through illicit means. Perhaps someone killed to seize treasures, then brought them here to sell or trade. However, you have no evidence to prove that they killed for treasures. Moreover, the black market did, to some extent, facilitate the circulation of treasures among warriors in a city. So, the authorities usually turn a blind eye. In the black market, there are generally 3 ways to trade. Money, origin spirit crystals absorbed and refined by warriors, and bartering. For warriors whose power level is not very high, money is still very important. Oh, Xu Xian! A voice came from behind. Xiao Qiyue then ran to Chu with a smile and casually linked arms with him. Xiao! Fairy instructor? What are you doing here? I, slept at Xiao Chishue's place last night. I was on my way to Tianhua Warrior Academy when I ran into you. Shi Chu Xue, huh? That's right, want me to introduce you? Chu shrugged, doesn't she already have someone she likes? Who are you, Chu? You're the famous Casanova of Tianhua City. Isn't it easy for you to shift a girl's affection to yourself? Xiao Qiyue and Ing discussed this method all night. Since Shi Chu Xue had fallen for the person who died saving her, there was only one way. To let another man enter her heart. And wasn't Chu the best candidate? No, she already has someone else in her heart. I'm not interested. She's the #1 beauty in Tianhua City, on par with your sister. Then I'd rather have my sister. Xiao Qiyue's small mouth slightly parted. Wow! How wicked! You've exposed yourself. Chu shrugged. Let's go to the academy. Xiao Qiyue linked arms with Chu. She was used to doing this. You go ahead, I have something to do. Xiao Qiyue thought for a moment, then sweetly smiled. Where are you going? This fairy will accompany you, I'm so bored lately. Aren't you going to check on your store? Damn it! If you're not there, there's no business at all, okay? Xiao Qiyue said bitterly. That works. Although there weren't many strong cultivators in the black market, it was still quite dangerous. Taking her alone, as a bodyguard, wouldn't be bad at all. Then, Chu walked into a scratch-off lottery shop. What's he doing? Xiao Qiyue mumbled and followed him in. Boss, 3 scratch-off tickets, please. Chu handed over 30 yuan. Xiao Qiyue stood by, hugging her chest, and scoffed, You still play this? This is all leftover from this fairy. You can't make money from this stuff. The boss said, You can't say that. The special prize is 100,000 yuan. Although it's not a lot, the cost is low, and you can claim the prize on the spot. After he finished speaking, the boss took 3 tickets from a stack of scratch-offs and handed them to Chu. Want to play? Chu handed one to Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue sneered, I don't play. You can't scratch off money, and even if you do, it's only 5 or 10 yuan.
Then, Xiao Qiyue said to the boss, "You can fool outsiders with that, but this fairy has been playing for years and has never even gotten a third prize." At this moment, Chu handed a scratch-off ticket over. "Boss, first prize."
"What the FCK?" The boss took it, bewildered, and glanced at it. "Holy crap! It really is the first prize. 50,000 yuan. Xiao Qiyue, Omega Omega." Xiao Qiyue cleared her throat, and newbie protection period, it's always like this. "When I first started playing, I also scratched off a SP5 cough cough, fourth prize." No sooner had she finished speaking. "Boss, special prize." Chu handed over the second scratch-off ticket. "Boss? Xiao Qiyue? 2 consecutive ones, a special prize and a first prize?" The boss's eyes widened. He had been running this shop for over 10 years, when had he ever seen such a thing? Xiao Qiyue trembled all over. Her gaze was fixed on that special prize scratch-off ticket. If she hadn't remembered incorrectly, wasn't this the one Chu gave me when he asked if I wanted to play? 100,000 yuan. Gone? Want another one? Chu handed the third scratch-off ticket to Xiao Qiyue. I don't want it. This fairy won't believe you can still." Before Xiao Qiyue could finish speaking, she watched Chu scratch off the first character in that spot. This character was special. Wait. Xiao Qiyue's mind began to race. Are there any special considerations? Are they all just "thank you for your patronage"? Then it must be a special consolation prize. Is there? Or, a special thank you for your patronage. That must be it. It couldn't possibly still be. Chu, boss, another grand prize. Boss? Xiao Qiyue, Omega Omega. Chapter 51, sorry, just too lucky. Xiao Qiyue couldn't help but swallow. 3 scratch cards. 2 grand prizes, 1 first prize? Can this really happen? Forget a stack of a few hundred cards. You wouldn't even scratch a grand prize out of tens of thousands. Did the vendor have a bug? Out of billions of scratch cards, there might be a few grand prizes, distributed among various stores across the Blue Star. Did you accidentally put them all in one stack? Ha! The boss also swallowed. 3 more. Chu said. Is it still from this stack? The boss asked. Chu nodded. Just pick 3 at random. The boss randomly gave Chu 3 tickets. Xiao Qiyue stared intently. First prize. Chu handed them over. Xiao Qiyue, Omega Omega. The second one. Another first prize. Xiao Qiyue, Omega Omega. Just as Chu was about to scratch the third one, Xiao Qiyue shouted, "Wait!" She looked at Chu, a hint of reverence in her eyes. "Brother, let me try. I, this immortal fairy, have never scratched a first prize in my life." Chu, then your wish is going to be unfulfilled. Why? Chu handed over the scratch-off ticket, grand prize. Xiao Qiyue, Omega Omega. Boss? Gulp. The 2 of them swallowed nervously. Boss, another. Before Chu could finish speaking, Xiao Qiyue shouted, "Wait! I'll do it! I'll do it!" Xiao Qiyue handed over a few hundred yuan. "Keep the change, just that stack, yes. Give them all to me." The boss woodenly handed them over. Wahahaha! I'm rich! I'm rich! Xiao Qiyue's expression was almost insane. It must have been a mistake by this scratch-off company. They must have accidentally put a bunch of winning tickets into one stack. She was going to be a millionaire. Waka. The first one. Thank you for your patronage. The second one. Thank you for your patronage. The third one, thank you for your patronage. Xiao Qiyue was sweating from all the scratching. After scratching over 200 tickets, she scratched out 35 yuan. Then, she stood there in a daze. That, beauty, this is normal, the boss said to Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue then forced a smile at the boss. Boss, I just said to keep the change, but maybe you should give me my change back after all. Chu walked out, pleased, holding a bank card. Xiao Qiyue followed behind him dejectedly. 45 million, is money that easy to come by? Chu grinned. Big brother, is this your first time playing? Xiao Qiyue asked, bewildered. That's right. You only scratched 6 times, and got 3 grand prizes and 3 first prizes? Didn't you say it? Beginner's protection period, Chu laughed. Xiao Qiyue. What are you going to do next? Xiao Qiyue asked. Go to the black market. Xiao Qiyue, are you going to look for treasures? Chu nodded. 45 million isn't enough. Chu pondered for a moment, you're right, huh? Do you know any casinos? Hearing this, Xiao Qiyue immediately became energized. Follow this ferry. Inside the casino. A group of gamblers, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, looked very high. The simplest is guessing high or low, Xiao Qiyue introduced to Chu. Chu nodded, handing her the card, help me convert the money inside into chips. Xiao Qiyue scurried away excitedly. Soon, she came over with 450,000 in chips. Hee hee, Chu Xian, if we make money. I'll give you 20%, Chu said. Yay! Xiao Qiyue was overjoyed. With Chu's luck, making money was a certainty. Chu walked up to a gambling table. Bet big or small, no more bets once placed. Just as everyone else was considering betting a few thousand or 10,000. 450,000, all in on big, Chu said calmly. The gamblers looked at Chu in astonishment. The next second, they all collectively bet small. Xiao Qiyue was stunned for a moment. No, Chu Xian, you generally can't do that. If you lose like that, then. Congratulations, brother. Big. Xiao Qiyue. Chu looked at her, huh? What did you say? No. Nothing. Xiao Qiyue swallowed. 450,000 became over 800,000 in one hand. Bet small, all in. Bet big, all in. All in. All in. In just 5 minutes. Chu's chips had already turned into 5 million. Xiao Qiyue was dumbfounded. Huh? Is this even possible? Then, she once again showed a mad smile. 2/10 are hers. Wouldn't that mean? Holy crap! At this very moment, in the casino's surveillance room. Motzi, go, win those 5 million from him. A man said. Yes. The man took a drag from his cigarette, going all in every time, winning several hands in a row. His luck is really good, but it's useless. Chu was about to continue betting. Motzi walked over. Brother, want to play around? Chu looked at him. 5 million, wanna play? Chu asked. What a coincidence, I just happen to have 5 million in chips. Let's play for fun, 1 round to decide the winner. Chu nodded, let's do it. Then they sat on opposite sides of the gambling table. A large crowd gathered around them. Xiao Qiyue diligently poured Chu a glass of water. Chu Xian, have some tea. I'll give you a shoulder rub. Then Xiao Qiyue stood behind Chu, smiling as she massaged his shoulders. Clatter. The beautiful dealer finished shaking and placed the cup upside down on the table. Brother, you go first, Pockmark said, smiling at Chu. Chu pushed the chips to the center of the table, 5 million, all in, small. Motzi laughed, 50-50 chance, then I'll bet big. With that, Motzi pushed his chips to the center of the table. Then he exchanged glances with the beautiful dealer. The beautiful dealer knew whether the 3 dice inside the cup were big or small. She had the skill to roll the desired numbers. Right now, it was indeed small. However, she had a mechanism. Her glasses and the dice cup were specially made. She could see through the dice cup.
Subsequently, the beautiful dealer's hand went into her pocket, pressing a remote control. After pressing the remote control, the dice inside would suddenly roll. Meaning, everything was under her control. However, she pressed it a few times, but the dice inside the cup didn't move. The beautiful dealer's brows furrowed. Oh no! Was the battery dead, or was the remote control broken? And Motzi didn't know this. He was full of confidence. Open it, he said lightly. The beautiful dealer shot him a look. Pockmark didn't look at her, but rather at Chu with a teasing gaze. Open it! Motzi impatiently barked at the beautiful dealer. She had no choice. She slowly opened it. 111. Small. Around them, the gamblers gasped in surprise. What? Motzi's eyes widened, and he stood up, looking utterly disbelieving. Then he glared at the beautiful dealer. Xiao Chiyue's mouth hung wide open. We hit the jackpot. Chu grinned, sorry, brother, just too lucky. Chapter 52 Assassinating Chu. Chu could only say that this god of fortune system was indeed a bit mindless. Far more outrageous than he had imagined. He simply couldn't lose. And the pockmarked man watched Chu take away the 5 million chips from in front of him. He was still somewhat in disbelief. It wasn't until he saw the beautiful woman, with a flattering expression, hook Chu's arm and the two walked away triumphantly, that he came back to his senses. Damn it! Motzi cursed. He then glared at the beautiful dealer. Do you want to die? Motzi growled. My remote, it seems to be broken, the woman replied, somewhat terrified. Damn it! You're dead meat. Motzi pointed at her, delivering a harsh threat. Just then, his eyes caught sight of a man. Boss. Seeing that person, Motzi quickly walked over. So handsome. Chu Xian, you're too handsome. Xiao Chiyue held Chu's arm, praising him incessantly. Chu smiled, just about to say something, when a man stood there smiling in front of him. Brother, fancy a gamble? The man asked with a smile. Motzi, who had walked over from not far away, also let out a long sigh of relief at the sight. Since the boss intended to handle it personally, there would be no problem. Chu said, no when to quit, I'm not playing anymore. Chenjia, however, was unhurried. You have 10 million chips, right? I'll bet 20 million against your 10 million in a shove. How about that? Chu and Xiao Chiyue exchanged glances. Xiao Chiyue leaned into Chu's ear and whispered, it's a trap. It was a game of luck. Why would he spend an extra 10 million to gamble against them? That meant he was confident he could win. But, in a game of luck, who could say they were sure to win? Unless he has some trick up his sleeve. Chen Jie smiled, don't misunderstand, my luck is also very good today, I'm just this confident. How about it? Do you dare? Chu nodded, then let's do it. Xiao Chiyue's delicate brows furrowed slightly. This isn't good. Isn't this obviously a trap? Generous. Please. Chen Jie chuckled, then turned around. Bang. Just then, a girl bumped into him. I'm sorry, the girl apologized repeatedly. Chen Jie's face showed anger, watch where you're going. I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry to withdraw money. Let's go. After Chen Jie finished speaking, he and Chu sat on opposite sides of the gambling table. Still the simplest game of guessing high or low, how about it? Chen Jie looked at Chu and asked with a smile. Chu nodded, no problem. Rattle, rattle, rattle. After the beautiful dealer shook the dice, she covered them on the table. You go first? Chen Jie asked, smiling at Chu. If you're willing, then no problem, Chu said. Then you go. Chu pushed out 10 million chips. All in, bet big. Xiao Chiyue's face showed worry. This is clearly a setup. Chu was bound to lose. Chu Xian, how about we just call it quits? Xiao Chiyue reminded him again. It's fine, Chu shook his head and said. Chen Jie adjusted his glasses. His glasses were also specially made. They could also see the pips inside the dice cup. 4, 5, 6, it was indeed big. But Chenyang smiled confidently and pushed out 20 million chips. 20 million, then I'll just have to bet small. Then, he crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and a slight smirk played on the corner of his mouth. He naturally put his hands into his coat pockets. Suddenly, he frowned. His hands fumbled in his pockets several times. Where is it? Where was the remote control in his pocket? Ha! He had planned to keep his hand in his pocket, press the remote control button, and change the pips on the dice inside. But, how did his remote control disappear? He had kept it in his pocket all this time. He even confirmed it just now. It's still there. Chenyang was visibly flustered. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He seemed to have thought of something. That woman. The woman who accidentally bumped into him just now. She's a thief. Did she accidentally steal the remote control from his pocket? Crunch, crunch, crunch. His hand clenched tightly in his pocket. The dealer didn't hesitate and opened it directly. 4, 5, 6, big. The beautiful female dealer looked utterly bewildered. How could it be big? Shouldn't the boss have changed the points inside to small? Whoa! The gamblers around them stared wide-eyed, looking on with envy. Ha! Xiao Chiyue was also bewildered. She glanced at the man in front of Chu. Are there really such naive fools these days? Did he really dare to bet 20 million against 10 million just because he felt lucky? He didn't use any tricks, did he? Ha! Chu smiled and pulled all the chips in front of him. Oh, it seems your luck is ultimately a bit worse than mine, buddy. Continue? Chenyang asked. No, I have something to do. Before long, Chu walked out happily with a 30 million card and Xiao Chiyue. Boss, the money. Pockmark asked quietly beside Chenyang. Chenyang's eyes narrowed. You go follow him, find an opportunity to take him out, and bring the money back. Yes. At this moment, a figure walked over. Brother. Chenyang called out to Chenyang. Mum. Chenyang nodded. What did Chu come here for? Chenyang asked. Chu? You know him? Chenyang looked at his younger brother. Chenyang gritted his teeth, looking down at his lost little brother. He's the one who made me like this. Chenyang suddenly understood. It's him? Perfect, then. Motzi has already followed him. Find a chance to take him out, Chenyang said. Chenyang's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, I also hired people from the Kill Alliance to take him out. It cost me a lot of money, but it's been several days, and there's been no action. They're probably looking for an opportunity too, Chenyang said. Then I'll tell Motzi to come back, Chenyang said. Chenyang shook his head. Brother, no need. If Motzi can succeed, that would be great too. Who is that woman next to him? Chenyang asked. Didn't get a clear look. Don't you know Chu? Has he ever liked women around him? Chenyang nodded. That's true. Although Chu once defeated Xiantian in one move, and Motzi is only Tier 3 Mystic Body 9-star, if he found an opportunity for a sudden attack, he could easily instantly kill Chu. Exactly. Chenyang's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. Wah ha ha ha. Chu Xian, 30 million. 30 million. Xiao Chiyue's eyes were sparkling. Chu smiled and asked, is this enough for the black market now? That depends on what you want to buy. Give your hand to this immortal fairy. Chu extended his hand, puzzled. Afterwards, Xiao Chiyue rubbed Chu's hand repeatedly. To share in the good fortune, he. Chu. Let's go first. So handsome, so handsome. At this moment, in the shadows, a man wearing a baseball cap sat on a bench, smoking. A member of the human race's evil organization, the Kill Alliance. He belonged to the same faction as Li Weiman, the villain of Blue Star.
However, 99% of the people in the Kill Alliance usually live ordinary lives in the city. They are impossible to pick out in a crowd. The man's gaze, however, was on Chu. Then he spoke into his earpiece. Chu has departed. A voice came from the earpiece. Destination? Not sure yet. Keep tracking him. The employer wants him dead, and it's already been delayed for days. It must be done today. The man in the baseball cap said, they seem to be going to the black market. The black market? Not many people there. Go find an opportunity to take him out. The man in the baseball cap muttered to himself, what method should I use? His power level is less than tier 4 Mystic Sky. At this power level, without releasing defensive mana, his physical strength is limited. Bullets are the simplest method. Then, the man in the duckbill cap stood up and walked over. Chapter 53. Is this even possible? Chu and Xiao Qiyue arrived at the black market. In fact, the so-called black market was not a secret underground place. The black market was located in a district of Tianhua City, openly and legitimately. This was an old commercial pedestrian street. However, the houses on both sides of this commercial pedestrian street were dilapidated, looking like a place about to be demolished. There were people in every shop. On both sides of the road were hawkers selling goods from stalls. But the stalls here were not ordinary stalls. The items sold on the stalls were varied. There weren't many people on the black market street, but certainly not few either. Brother, want to see this ancient parchment scroll? I found it 3 years ago by chance in the demonic beast domain. According to appraisals, it marks the hidden location of the Demon Emperor's blade, a divine artifact wielded by our human blade emperor over 100 years ago. This warrior, a rare tier 3-star spiritual artifact, the Blazing Sun Sword, are you interested? I'm also on the verge of promotion and lack the elemental spirit crystals needed for cultivation, which is why I'm reluctantly letting it go. Rare tier spiritual artifacts are almost impossible to find on the market. Those vendors called out to passers-by. Xiao Qiyue's beautiful eyes looked around, then she said, there are indeed a lot of good things, but many of them are fakes. Look, that parchment scroll, the Blade Emperor's Demon Emperor's blade, isn't that silly? Why doesn't he go himself? This one is even more ridiculous, the Blazing Sun Sword, isn't it in your hands? It really looks alike. There are even flames burning on the surface. Xiao Qiyue couldn't help but laugh. Chu shrugged. The black market was indeed absurd. But why would these people still sell them? Because this world never lacks fools. Wow! A rare tier 3-star spiritual artifact, the Blazing Sun Sword? Is it real? A man asked. You can try. Following that, the man picked up the sword and swung it twice. Mana is abundant, it can significantly enhance my combat power. What's the price? Chu. Can't he tell it's fake? Chu asked Xiao Qiyue. Xiao Qiyue replied, through special methods, mana is pre-injected into the sword. When wielded, it indeed feels full of power, but once it's used up, it's just a piece of scrap metal. Chu nodded. The two continued to walk forward. Matzi, wearing a mask, also followed. He was looking for an opportunity to eliminate this person with one strike. He had also received news from Chen Jie. This person was Chu. His power level was tier 3 Mystic Body 6-star, possibly already tier 3 Mystic Body 7-star. But Matzi didn't care. He was going to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack anyway. Even if Chu had a decent power level, he wouldn't have time to react. Meanwhile, not far away, the member of the Assassin Alliance wearing a baseball cap had already arrived at a dilapidated rooftop in the black market. The rooftop was only 3 stories high. He leaned there, assembling a sniper rifle. Hot weapons like guns are still very effective against warriors whose power level isn't that high. After I finish this job, I can officially join the Assassin Alliance, easily. The man in the baseball cap chewed gum, revealing a confident smile. It was very simple. Aim, pull the trigger. One shot, one kill. Even Tier 3 Mystic Body is not good enough. He wouldn't have time to react and release mana at all.
Then, the man in the baseball cap quietly aimed at Chu, waiting for a fatal opportunity.
What do you want to buy? Xiao Qiyue asked.
Chu replied, I'll try my luck to see if I can find any skill or spirit artifacts suitable for me. If not, buying some primordial spirit crystals to absorb and refine will do. In a place like the black market, you can indeed encounter some skills that, while not of very high grade, are quite effective, Xiao Qiyue said.
Gentlemen, would you like to play ring toss?
A hawker called out to Chu and his companions.
Ring toss?
Chu looked at the street stall in front of him. It was the kind of ring toss he knew. On the stall, there were all sorts of things. There were spirit artifacts, recovery potions, skills, and primordial spirit crystals. The hawker said, over here, we even have rare tier 10 star skills, and even a rare tier skill book. The origins of these items were certainly dubious. As for rare tier skills, he either couldn't use them or had already learned them. In any case, he certainly wouldn't dare to sell them on the market. If he had killed someone and seized treasures, he would be quickly tracked down.
How much does it cost?
Chu asked.
It's 200,000 for one ring, just like the one in my hand.
The steel needle next to each item and the ring signifies that it's yours.
Is it that small?
The ring was probably only about the size of the mouth of a regular glass cup.
Brother, don't you see what kind of items I have here? What if you manage to ring a rare tier skill? You should know its value, right?
Any rare tier skill is worth at least tens of millions, and it's practically priceless. The worst case scenario is an intermediate recovery potion, which costs 10,000 on the market.
Even if you ring this rare tier 1 star spirit artifact, it's worth $1 million.
Chu nodded. It really was worth a lot. But the ring was too small, and he had to get it around the small steel needle standing there.
10 of them, Chu said. 2 million. Card or cash?
Chu took out his card, and the hawker also took out his POS machine.
The only rule is, no using mana.
Chu nodded and took the 10 rings he handed over. Matzi was not far away, disguised as a passerby browsing the black market.
Good opportunity.
His eyes lit up. Chu planned to play ring toss. His attention would be focused entirely on the game. If Matzi approached him disguised as a passerby, a fatal blow wouldn't be a problem.
On the 3rd floor.
The man in the baseball cap from the Killing Alliance had already locked Chu's head in his sniper scope. He was waiting for Chu to stand still and start playing ring toss, then he would deliver a fatal shot.
Too easy.
The duckbill cap man smirked.
He even leisurely lit a cigarette.
With the cigarette in his mouth, he aimed again. The sniper scope slowly followed Chu's head. At this moment, Chu stood there motionless.
Now! The duckbill cap man pulled the trigger.
The silenced sniper rifle made a sound, but it wasn't loud. The gunshot was almost drowned out by the noisy black market.
Matzi's eyes gleamed, seizing the momentary opportunity. Now! A dagger appeared in his hand.
Swoosh! The next second, Freckle, a few meters behind Chu, gripped a dagger, increased his speed, and leaped forward. The dagger, once it fell, would pierce directly through Chu's skull, killing him instantly. And under the duckbill cap man's sniper scope. The moment he fired, he saw a person behind Chu rush forward, pull out a dagger, and leap. And that person's position at this very moment was exactly in the path of the bullet.
No!
The duck-billed cap man's pupils contracted.
The next instant, a bullet pierced Matzi's back. Ah!
Matzi screamed, his body hitting the ground.
What the heck? This is even possible?
The duck-billed cap man cursed in anger.
Chapter 54, This is the power of the lucky god system.
Chu turned his head for a look. A man was lying behind him. Blood was gushing from his back. Bad luck, the injury was right to the heart. And on the ground next to his hand, there was a dagger. This scene unfolded so suddenly.
Yet it didn't cause too much of a stir. What kind of people are in the black market? Unclean warrior. Those who came to browse were also warriors. How could they be scared by this scene? Chu's gaze moved upwards to the upper floor. The figure was already gone. Xiao Chiyue saw Matzi on the ground clearly, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. It's him. Chu nodded. It seems the person from the casino, who won their money, has come to kill me. Xiao Chiyue, then who killed him? After speaking, Xiao Chiyue also looked towards the top floor of the third story. The bullet was fired from his back. That should be the location. Do you have any friends secretly protecting you? Xiao Chiyue asked curiously. Chu shrugged. No, not really. Your sister? You wouldn't use a gun, would you? Chu said. That's true. Xiao Chiyue rubbed her delicate chin. For a moment, she couldn't quite wrap her head around it. This person definitely came to kill Chu. Then he was sniped by someone in the dark. Saved Chu's life. Isn't it obvious that someone is secretly protecting Chu? But no matter how she thought about it, it just didn't seem quite right. Strange, very strange. I've already called the tribunal. A girl said. Everyone around continued their business as if nothing had happened. The peddler, seeing someone had died, also seemed quite indifferent. Brother, still playing? Chu nodded. Play, since the money's paid, we definitely play. Hurry up. Chu then casually threw all 10 rings in his hand at once. The peddler smiled and said, Brother, I told you to hurry, but you don't have to be like this. This makes me earn these 2 million from you, with no sense of accomplishment at all, huh? Before the peddler finished speaking, his eyes widened, and he stared at his stall in disbelief. Xiao Chiyue was just about to say Chu was squandering 2 million for 10 rings, and you just tossed them randomly? And then she was also stunned. She saw that all 10 rings had steadily landed on the steel needles. Rare tier skill caught. Rare tier 10-star spirit tool caught. 1 earth grade primordial spirit crystal was ringed. In the tier 4 mystic sky demon crystal set dot. Almost all of them were the best items he had. Huh? The peddler was dumbfounded. Although these items were indeed obtained by him through killing and plundering. However, if he stayed a little longer, he could attract more people to play the ring toss. He could earn more. And now all these good things were gone in an instant? Damn it! Your luck, are you cheating? Xiao Chiyue looked at Chu in bewilderment. How many times has it been today? Is this even possible? With his luck, wouldn't that mean if he went to a mixed-gender water park and shot 2 times in the water, all the girls in the water would get pregnant? Could it really be that extreme? The corner of the peddler's mouth twitched. Damn! Your luck is too fake, isn't it? He stared at Chu in a daze. Boss, I didn't unleash any mana. He nodded. I know, with your luck, you should go buy a lottery ticket. Chu bought it, grand prize. Then go to a casino. I did, 30 million. Peddler? Damn it! Consider myself unlucky. Take it. Chu grinned, then put everything away. What he cared about most was definitely this rare tier skill book. Wind Attribute Rare Tier 1 Star Skill, Swift Wind Blade. Xiao Chiyue, Wind Attribute Rare Tier Skill, valuable but scarce. You don't have Wind Attribute, so it's useless to you. But you can't sell it on the market. Either you secretly sell it privately, or dispose of it, otherwise it's a hot potato. Chu nodded, then placed it in his jean space ring. He had the Wind Attribute. He could cultivate it. At this moment, an annoyed voice came from ahead. Damn it! You're selling a fake, and I'm not even allowed to say it, am I? Chu and Xiao Chiyue looked over. You Qianrun? The two of them walked over to him. The hawker was an old man. You're talking nonsense. The old man pointed at Yu Qianrun, trembling with anger. How can it be a fake? This is a sword I found in an ancient cave during my experience in the demonic beast domain, along with a skeleton. How can it be a fake? What's wrong? Chu leaned over and asked. Oh my god. Brother Xian, fairy mentor, it's you too. Yu Qianren then pointed at a sword on the ground. Don't you think this person is stubborn? He insists this sword is a heaven-tier spirit tool, even though it has no mana. I said it's a fake, and he wasn't happy. The old man said angrily, nonsense. How many times have I told you, this sword is sealed? As long as the seal is broken, it will definitely be a heaven-tier spirit weapon. Because it's sealed, that's why I'm selling it for a mere 10 million. If you don't want to buy it, get lost and don't disturb my business. Yu Qianren looked annoyed. I'd believe a ghost before I believe you. Sealed? A skeleton in a cave? A sword stuck in front of a skeleton? You've read too many fantasy novels, haven't you? Heaven tier? I haven't even seen a heaven tier spirit weapon in real life. Xiao Qiyue asked, is this your first time at the black market? Yu Qianren nodded, isn't that the truth? My dad usually doesn't let me come, but I wanted to find a spiritual artifact to use, so I came over. That's quite common, Xiao Qiyue said. Is that so? And Chu stared at that sword. He didn't know if it was real or fake. But all he knew was that he now had the ocean system. He couldn't possibly end up with a fake, could he? If it was real, this was a genuine heavenly rank spiritual artifact. 10 million, right? Chu asked. Yes. Card, Chu said. Ha? Brother Xian, you believe him? Yu Qianren asked, utterly bewildered. Xiao Qiyue also looked at Chu with confusion. Chu smiled, anyway, it's free money, so consider it supporting this old man's business. The old man said, you're an interesting young man. How about this, I'll give you another demonic beast's demon crystal of the divine ability realm. Divine ability realm demon crystal? Isn't that worth tens of millions on the market? Yu Qianren asked, dumbfounded. The old man glanced at him, regretting it now? Too late to regret, I've already sold it to him. I regret it? The demon crystal is probably fake too, right? Yu Qianren rolled his eyes. The old man didn't answer, but said to Chu, it's swiped, here's your card, the sword, and the demon crystal. Thanks. Chu took the sword. It was a bit heavy. Much heavier than he had imagined, perhaps even 10 times heavier. This heavy? Then Chu asked, Senior, you said this sword is sealed. What does it need to be unsealed? The old man said, on Blue Star, what can usually unseal it is pure Yang heavenly crystal, but a fire-attributed treasure crystal of that level, pure Yang heavenly crystal, is almost extinct. I saw no possibility of obtaining it, which is why I took this sword out to sell. Chu nodded, then waved it, testing the sword. On the same road. Don't run! Beast! Don't run! Quick, chase him! A furious roar. Then, a dozen figures were chasing a person at extreme speed. The person being chased seemed to be a vendor from the black market. He was incredibly fast because he was a wind attribute warrior. His speed was so great that even after images appeared. The man turned his head for a look. Humph, you think you can catch me? Then he looked ahead, preparing to shake them off. However, at that instant, his pupils contracted. Swoosh! His throat was instantly pierced by the sword in Chu's hand, who was testing it. It was cut through. Chu stood there, utterly bewildered. Holy shit? Next to him, Yu Qianren was also stunned. Xiao Qiyue was taken aback as well. Ha! Chu watched in a daze as the figure clutching his neck, blood gushing, fell down. He killed someone? Holy crap! Won't the tribunal arrest him for this? He was just testing his sword. That guy rushed over like a gust of wind. He committed suicide. Behind them, over a dozen figures rushed over. Dead? The leading middle-aged man's eyes widened. Then he looked at Chu. Young man, did you do this? Well, Then, the middle-aged man hugged Chu, continuously patting his back. Thank you so much. Otherwise, he really would have escaped. Thanks. Many thanks. Chu. Then he pointed at the corpse and said, I'm from Linhai City. This person killed my son in the demonic beast domain, snatched my son's spatial ring, and then took the contents to sell on the black market. I finally found him, and he almost got away. If it weren't for you, missing this opportunity, I might never have been able to avenge my son in this life. Xiao Qiyue and Yu Qianrun stared with wide eyes. This is even possible? Such a dramatic plot. Thank you. Chu coughed dryly, it's nothing. Lu Meng. The middle-aged man called out. Give him the item. Then, a man handed Chu a spatial ring. The middle-aged man said, inside is a pure yang heavenly crystal, passed down from my ancestors. I promised that whoever avenges my son would get this pure yang heavenly crystal. Now, it's yours. Chu. Xiao Qiyue? Yu Qianrun? Old man? Chu swallowed. What the heck? Is this the ocean system? Does it have to be so absurd? Ha! Chapter 55, Seal Lifted, Celestial Phenomenon. Several people stood stiffly in place. Chu stared at the spatial ring in a daze. This is the ocean system, holy crap. Xiao Qiyue's small mouth was slightly agape, staring blankly at the scene. Huh? Can it be like this? Yu Qianrun's mouth hung open. Damn, pure yang heavenly crystal? And the old man who had just sold the sword to Chu swallowed, his eyes wide as he watched the scene before him. He just sold it. But on second thought, never mind. There's no need to snatch it away. Because he truly exaggerated. This sword, he thought, was merely a rare tier spirit weapon. Approaching heaven tier at most. Certainly not heaven tier. If he truly thought it was heaven tier. Even if it was almost impossible for him to get the pure young celestial crystal to unseal it. He wouldn't have sold it. What if? Chu took the spatial ring and said, then I won't be coy. It's only right. The man said, then commanded, bring his body back to me, and make him kneel before Yenner's grave. Then they left in a hurry. Brother Xian, pure young celestial crystal? Yu Qianrun asked. Chu nodded. Then unseal this sword now, Yu Qianrun said, glancing at the old man, and continued. If it's fake, make him return the money on the spot. The old man said, it absolutely cannot be fake. It's at least a rare tier spiritual artifact. Even if it is just rare tier, 10 million is definitely not a loss. As for the pure yang heavenly crystal, only a trace of its power was used. Damn it! Didn't you just say it was at least heaven tier? Yu Qianrun pointed at him. I have other matters, I'm not wasting time with you here. With that, the old man slipped away directly. Damn it! Brother Xian, isn't this clearly a guilty conscience? Yu Qianrun was utterly bewildered. Xiao Qiyue toyed with the demon crystal and said, but this old man does have some conscience. This demon crystal is at least real. Chu smiled, it doesn't matter, a rare tier spiritual artifact is also worth it. In fact, he was more inclined to believe it was heaven tier. It was just that the old man couldn't be sure either. There was indeed an element of exaggeration before. With the European god system, Chu always believed that he must have found a bargain. This trip also concluded. Chu had already profited too much. He arrived at a remote abandoned factory in Tianhua City. The unsealing of a spiritual artifact of considerable grade should unleash significant power. Chu took out the pure yang heavenly crystal and the sword. Let's try it. Rare tier is not a loss, heavenly tier is a huge profit. The pure young celestial crystal, at first glance, was actually a red crystal the size of a ping pong ball. However, its value was extremely high. Especially for fire attribute warriors, this was a supreme treasure. Once a pure young celestial crystal was refined, control over fire attribute would significantly increase. But for Chu, it was useless. Because his fire attribute was already maxed out. Just this small piece contained an incredibly vast amount of power within it. Subsequently, Chu released mana to activate the pure yang heavenly crystal. A red power slowly entered the sword. Ha! 2 seconds later, Chu was stunned. Logically speaking, a mere wisp of power from the pure yang heavenly crystal should have been enough to unseal this sword. However, the sword was still continuously absorbing the power of the pure yang heavenly crystal. Is it really a heaven-grade item? Chu grinned. He truly hit the jackpot. Wait a minute. Chu frowned. Still absorbing? The sword, due to some special power, was suspended in mid-air. And the pure yang heavenly crystal was getting smaller and smaller. Gradually, a piece of pure yang heavenly crystal was almost completely absorbed. Chu frowned. Still not unsealed? As the last wisp of power from the pure yang heavenly crystal entered the sword body, the pure yang heavenly crystal disappeared. It was completely absorbed. Meanwhile, a blue and white pillar of light shot up into the sky. Chu stood there. The overwhelming aura made his hair and clothes dance wildly. Before his eyes, the blue and white light pillar was probably more than 10 meters in diameter. A colossal entity. Meanwhile, above the void, the pillar of light made the clouds above churn. Amidst the clear blue sky, the area around here suddenly grew dim. There were even snowflakes falling. Chu! Heaven and earth anomaly, what the hell is this? Chu was stunned. The unsealing of a sword caused a heaven and earth anomaly. Although it wasn't summer, it was just early autumn. Yet it was snowing? This pillar of light was just like the blue pillar of light that appeared in the demonic beast domain that night. No, it's different. The two are unrelated. Meanwhile, the entire Tianhua city was shaken. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the blue and white pillar of light connecting heaven and earth. A heaven and earth anomaly appeared in the sky. And snowflakes were falling. It looked both beautiful and terrifying. Holy cow! What is that? What happened? It even caused a heaven and earth anomaly? Did some big shot come to our Tianhua city? This looks like some kind of power explosion? It's snowing, is it making snow? Making snow, my ass, this is a heaven and earth anomaly. Tianhua Warrior Academy. Xinjianhai stood by the window upstairs, looking at the blue and white pillar of light connecting heaven and earth in the distance. What is this? A rare treasure appearing? It even caused a heaven and earth anomaly. He frowned slightly. What's wrong with Tianhua City recently? A pillar of light just appeared in the demonic beast domain last night, and now there's one inside Tianhua City too. Throughout Tianhua City, from all directions. The Divine Alliance, the Celestial Domain, the Bounty Guild, and some warriors. They were all approaching the pillar of light at the fastest speed. At this moment, Chu was extremely anxious. Hurry up, that's enough already. No sooner had she finished speaking. The power dissipated. The sword fell, landing on the ground. And the ground was rapidly freezing. Clearly, this was a sword with extremely strong cold power. At this moment, the sword had almost transformed. It was very handsome, bathed in a blue and white glow. Looking at the rapidly spreading frozen ground, Chu retreated again and again. It felt very dangerous. System, convert to ice attribute. Ding. Exchange successful. Subsequently, Chu released his cold power. At the moment the cold power was released, the sword seemed to sense something and flew directly towards Chu. Chu stretched out his hand and grasped the sword. So cold. He quickly put the sword into his space ring and then left the spot at the fastest speed. Not long after he left, many people had already gathered there. People from the Divine Alliance. People from the Heavenly Domain. And a large number of warriors. It's right here. Their gazes swept around. Nothing? Search. Meanwhile, Chu had already pretended to be a passerby and arrived at the street outside. He grabbed a shared bicycle and rode off. Back home. Lina was also gone. She was probably attracted by that light too. Chu was still thinking of trying his luck while the European god system was still active, to see if any other outrageous benefits would fall upon him. But this sword dispelled his notion. At this moment, his hand was already iced over. The spatial ring was also covered in frost. How the hell am I supposed to hide this? Chu muttered to himself. No doubt, this sword surpassed the heavenly grade. Otherwise, its unsealing wouldn't have caused such a celestial phenomenon. This European god system was too outrageous. Chapter 56, Spirit Realm. Chu opened the spatial ring and once again took the sword into his hand. The sword gave Chu a certain feeling. With a single flick, the power unleashed would be terrifying. But generally, no matter how powerful, its energy wouldn't endlessly gush out. He should be able to control it. Is there such a thing as blood binding? Chu mused. Then he searched for it online. Question: can spirit artifacts be bound by blood? Yes, a spiritual artifact must reach the Saint Forbidden level and develop a weapon spirit to do so. Known holy artifacts are almost all crafted by the demon race, other demonic races, or top-tier powerhouses. Over thousands of years, humanity is known to currently possess 5 Saint Forbidden artifacts, all of which are nation-protecting holy artifacts. 2. Question: what is a tool spirit? Theoretically, after this world is filled with mana, everything has the potential to develop sentience. An ordinary tree, nourished by the mana of heaven and earth, could become a tree demon. As for weapon spirits, due to the extremely high grade of materials required to forge a Saint Forbidden spiritual artifact, and the need for sacrifice to complete its creation, there is an extremely low probability that a sliver of the sacrificer's sentience combines with the spiritual artifact after the sacrifice, thus forming a weapon spirit. At this moment, Chu suddenly remembered something. The human race has a Saint Forbidden level holy artifact called the Evil Soul, which is a spear. It is said that this malevolent soul was forged by sacrificing a malevolent dragon. 1,000 years ago, a heavenly Tao realm expert of the human race encountered a malevolent dragon, also of the heavenly Tao realm. After slaying it, he used its dragon blood and dragon soul to cultivate and create the sacred artifact, the malevolent soul. When the malevolent soul was wielded, a dragon's roar would echo through the sky. Good heavens! A sacred artifact. Chu was secretly startled. Above heavenly tier spiritual artifacts were divine artifacts. And above divine artifacts were sacred artifacts. The human race knew of only 5 sacred artifacts. All 5 of these sacred artifacts were in the hands of the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain. They were used as guardian sacred artifacts for the nation. Of course, it wasn't impossible for someone to possess a sacred artifact without others knowing. It's just that people weren't aware of it. Chu then searched for known holy artifacts again. Including the 5 known to humanity, there were also 18 known to the demon race and other demonic races. There wasn't a single one with such astonishing cold power. None. Chu meticulously searched a lot more. There were indeed some spiritual artifacts related to ice. But their level didn't reach that of a sacred artifact. And only a sacred artifact could possess a weapon spirit and require a blood-binding ritual. Could it be my imagination? It doesn't require a blood-binding ritual? Or is it just because I'm too weak to control this power? It's possible. Randomly acquiring a sacred artifact was indeed a bit outrageous. Perhaps it was just a divine artifact. Why not give it a try, Chu mused. Subsequently, Chu bit his finger and dripped blood onto the sword. A blue-white light connected Chu and the sword. Then, Chu clearly perceived that some kind of connection had formed between himself and the sword. Holy crap! It really can be blood-bound. Is it really a sacred artifact? Chu showed a look of pleasant surprise. It was just too absurd. After about a few minutes, that chilling power disappeared. With a thought from Chu, the sword on the ground flew into his hand. Cool. Afterward, Shu put the sword back into his spatial ring. There was no more cold power leaking out. What's its name? This sword definitely had its own name, but he didn't know it. Never mind, I'll figure it out later. Shu stood up and walked to the living room, looking outside. Many people entered the community together. Clearly, they had all run out just now to see what that pillar of light was. They hadn't seen anything, so they were just now coming back. After a while, Lina returned. Lina, Shu called out with a smile. Did you see that pillar of light in Tianhua City just now? Lina asked. I did. Lina said, I went to take a look. Many people from the Divine Alliance and the Celestial Domain also went, but for some reason, there was nothing. After speaking, she sat on the sofa, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. The area around Tianhua City is becoming increasingly unstable lately. Oh, by the way. Her beautiful eyes looked at Chu. Have you seen the trending topics? It was just released by the official Divine Alliance. Chu shook his head. Lina said, that pillar of light last night was a spiritual realm appearing in the world. Spiritual realm? Chu frowned. Yes, the scale seems to be very large. I heard it's going to open in a few days. Chu, what is a spiritual realm? Lina explained. You can think of it as a tomb. A powerful individual, feeling their end was near, used powerful divine abilities combined with spatial power to create an independent space, and then entered their spiritual realm to undergo their final meditation and transformation. Chu, an independent space? Lina nodded, yes. You can understand it that way. This space is all around us, but we can't see it, touch it, or even pass through it. Only when this space merges with the space we are in, will this independent space be seen and entered by us. Chu nodded, I understand. Lina continued, many years later, the power of the spirit realm gradually weakens, and the two spaces slowly converge. At this time, it is what is called the spirit realm manifestation, and one can enter the spirit realm to obtain the treasures of that powerful individual from before their death. Chu, is this the only scenario? Lina said, more or less, because usually, only in this situation would someone create a spirit realm, otherwise, it would be meaningless. It's very rare. The last spirit realm appeared 8 years ago, and the one before that was 90 years ago. Makes sense when you think about it. Reaching such a high power level is difficult in itself. And then one must also possess the ability and spatial power to create a spirit realm. Most powerhouses, when they die, they just die. They certainly don't have the means or capability to create a spirit realm for themselves. Wouldn't going in disturb the dead? Would they let us off the hook? Lina said, in 99% of cases, a powerful individual creates a spirit realm hoping that someone will enter it many years later, allowing a fated person to fulfill their dying wish. Is there a possibility that they just want peace for their deceased self? Yes, that's also called a dead realm. Those who enter it have no way out. 8 years ago, the spirit realm south of Tianhua City was a dead realm, Lina said. 8 years ago? How come I didn't know? Chu blinked. Because the dead realm appeared in the demon race's territory, within the demon domain of the second demon god, who is closest to our Tianhua City. Lina continued, according to the information we've received, countless demon race powerhouses who had already transformed entered it at that time and were all annihilated. It's said that this is why the second demon god's forces were greatly depleted, which is why they haven't attacked Tianhua City for 10 years. Chu suddenly understood. What about this one, then? Lina said, according to the investigations by the God Alliance and Tianyu experts over the past 2 days, it should be a spirit realm belonging to one of our human race powerhouses. For thousands of years, spirit realms created by the human race have never been dead realms. Are you going? Chu asked. Lina nodded, yes. Then I'll go too. Lina's delicate brows furrowed slightly, it's very dangerous. I'll follow you, Chu grinned. All right, Lina nodded slightly. At that time, we can go together with the dean and mentor Xiao, so we can look out for each other. Chu nodded. Rest up. Just wait for the spirit realm to open. Alright. That night, Chu's power level increased to Tier 3 Mystic Body 8 stars. At the same time, a system notification arrived. Ding! Ocean system closed. Chu felt a pang of reluctance. He thought, if he had the ocean system in the spirit realm, wouldn't he be invincible? What a shame. Why couldn't the ocean system last a few more days? Let's see what new system opens. Open a powerful combat system, one that can be used in the spirit realm. Chu rubbed his hands in anticipation. Ding! Congratulations on opening the misfortune system. Chu. Chapter 57, The Walking Plague. Chu was instantly dumbfounded. Misfortune system? He had just been thinking that with the ocean system gone, he could get another combat system to help him in the spirit realm. He calculated everything, but didn't account for a misfortune system. Wasn't this going to be the death of him? Misfortune system, while the system is active, people around the host will randomly and irregularly suffer misfortunes of varying degrees. For each person who triggers the misfortune system, the host will receive a reward. The reward is related to the degree of misfortune. System remaining time, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chu. The moment he saw the system's introduction, Chu let out a long sigh of relief. So, the so-called misfortune system didn't mean he himself would be unlucky. Instead, it was the people around him who would randomly suffer misfortunes. Well, that was fine, he could accept that. Then he glanced at the duration again. So many systems had been activated up until now. He had never expected that this system would be the first major system to last for 7 days. Then why couldn't the God of Fortune system last for 7 days? What good was this bad luck system in the spirit realm? On the contrary, it would only harm the people around him. Then I can't stay at home, otherwise Lina would be in trouble, wouldn't she? Chu called out, Lina, I'm going out for a couple of days. Click. Lina opened her room door and looked at Chu. Is there any danger? Chu smiled, just going to play with a few sisters. Remember to send me a message. Chu made an okay gesture and quickly left, afraid that something unexpected might happen to Lina. Where should I go? Chu pondered as he walked on the road. He was now a walking plague god. Although the misfortune was random, someone might be by his side and never encounter an accident. But who could guarantee it? Chenyang, Tang Xiaosan. These two had a grudge against him. He'd go bring trouble to them. Hi, brother Xian. Behind him, a voice came. Chu turned his head to look at Yu Qianrun, who was walking towards him. This guy, he wouldn't be coming to offer himself up, would he? Cough cough, what a coincidence. Chu smiled. Hee, it proves that Brother Xian and I are destined. Brother Xian, have you heard about the spirit realm? Chu nodded, MHM. Are you going? Yes. Yu Qianrun, I'm going too. For a warrior with less talent like me, it might be a great opportunity. But there's also danger. Yu Qianrun nodded, yes, but if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? If you're afraid of this and that, you'll never achieve anything in this life. Chu nodded, looking around. There are quite a lot of people. Yeah, with the spirit realm appearing, people are coming from all major cities, Yu Qianrun said. Whir. A motorcycle sped past them. Someone sitting behind him casually swiped the wallet from Chu's jacket pocket. Damn! Yu Qianrun instantly got fired up at this sight. Assholes, a biker gang? You dare snatch my brother Xian's wallet. Just as Chu was about to say something, Yu Qianrun said, Don't worry, brother Xian, leave it to me. Then, Yu Qianrun accelerated and charged right after them. Chu rubbed the tip of his nose. There were only a few dozen yuan in that wallet. No cards, no ID. The wallet was even sent to me for free after I haggled it down to 1 yuan when I first registered on Pinduoduo. There wasn't really any need to go back and get it. Nothing bad will happen, right? Chu felt a little worried. What if Yu Qianrun was cursed by the bad luck system and went to help him get his wallet back? And then those two snatchers might be even stronger than him, accidentally hurting or killing him? Then Chu would feel very guilty. After a while. Ding. Bad luck system triggered, received reward, system value plus 30,000. Chu frowned. Could it be that something really happened to Yu Qianrun? Just then, Yu Qianrun walked towards him, smiling cheerfully. Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Xian, here. Yu Qianrun slapped the wallet into Chu's hand. You actually got it back? Chu smiled and took the wallet. Huh? Why is it so bulging? He opened the wallet and looked inside. There was at least 3,000 yuan in it. That's not right. His wallet just now only had a few dozen yuan in pocket money. Yu Qianrun said proudly, of course. I rushed over and kicked their motorcycle flying. They fell to the ground and started begging for mercy, then quickly returned the wallet to me. But I took a look, and there were only a few crumpled tens of yuan in the wallet. They were still very stubborn, claiming that there was only that much money in the wallet to begin with. Bah! My mighty brother Xian, only a few tens of yuan in his wallet? Clearly, they had hidden the money in the wallet beforehand. Chu's mouth twitched. And then? Chu asked. Yu Qianrun chuckled, then I beat them up. They wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin. Only then did they take out several thousand yuan and give it to me. Chu! What a sin! The first victim of the bad luck system turned out to be someone from the biker gang. Chu grinned, patted his shoulder, thanks, man. Heh, no big deal. Brother Xian, are you going to Tianhua Warrior Academy? Let's go. Alrighty. The two chatted as they walked towards Tianhua Warrior Academy. At this very moment, on the rooftop of an office building next door, a figure held a sniper rifle, aiming the scope at Chu. Hiss hoo. He took a breath and exhaled a smoke ring. Yesterday, Chu was lucky in the black market. Suddenly, some idiot popped out and took the bullet for him. Otherwise, Chu would have already been shot in the head by him. He had already completed the assessment task and joined the Assassin Alliance. But it didn't matter. It's the same now. He sensed the wind direction, wind speed, and aimed at Chu's head. Go to hell. The man pulled the trigger. Bang. The gun backfired. He clutched his right ear, which was shattered by gun barrel fragments, and screamed. Ding. Bad luck system triggered, received reward, attribute points plus 30. Chu scratched his head, looking left and right to see who was so unlucky. But he didn't see anyone. Tianhua Warrior Academy. Due to the emergence of the spirit realm, starting today, there will be no classes at Tianhua Warrior Academy. And today, the most discussed topic was whether or not to go to the spiritual realm. Whether students went to the spiritual realm was their freedom. They had the right to go to the spiritual realm to become stronger. However, they also had to bear the risk of dying inside. The academy does not support students below the advanced class entering the spiritual realm. Their parents also disagreed. Normally, they wouldn't dare either. Hi. Ying greeted and approached Chu. Senior sister Ying, Yu Qianrun called out. Ying nodded, then looked at Chu and asked, are you going to the spiritual realm? Yes, Chu nodded. Perfect, then our Tianhua Warrior Academy will go with the dean and the others, it'll be safer. Understood. Not far away. Song Shuhuang's eyes slightly narrowed. He had just been about to go and greet Ying. Unexpectedly, he watched Ying approach Chu. You deserve to die. Song Shuhuang gnashed his teeth. A young lady shyly walked over. Brother Song, can I get your contact information? Song Shuhuang turned to her, and his expression instantly revealed his classic Song-style smile. Okay. Song Shuhuang nodded slightly. Thank you, you're really handsome, and you're an exceptionally good person. I truly believe you deserve the title of the handsomest boy after Chu. Seriously, I think even Shin Jun isn't as handsome as you. The young lady said with a serious expression. Song Shu-hong. Damn it. He still smiled and nodded, thank you. Then Song Shu-hong glanced at Chu, who was not far away, and walked over. Chapter 58, That Woman is Still Smoking. Chu chatted with Yu Qianrun and Ing. There was no sound of the misfortune system triggering. Did that mean these two were lucky and wouldn't trigger the misfortune system? Chu wasn't sure. Ing Chu. Song Shu-hong walked over and said with a smile. Senior Song, Yu Qianrun called out. Song Shu-hong nodded. Hello, senior brother, Chu also said. Song Shu-hong smiled and asked, going to the spiritual realm? Yes. Song Shu-hong, let's go together, we can look out for each other. Sounds good. Song Shu-hong smiled. Since it wasn't so easy to succeed here. In the unknown spiritual realm, there must be a way to deal with Chu, right? Ding. Misfortune system triggered. Chu. Who? Yu Qianrun or Ing or Song Shu-hong? Bang. A basketball flew over and hit Song Shu-hong directly in the face. His glasses were knocked flying. Ding. Obtained reward, system value plus 10,000. Chu. A few people ran over, showing panicked expressions at the sight. Senior Song, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Song Shu-hong lowered his head, his eyes filled with killing intent. When he looked up, he displayed his characteristic Song family smile. He picked up the basketball and threw it back to them, be more careful next time. Thank you, Senior Song, we're really sorry, you're so kind. Song Shu-hong said with a smile, after all, it wasn't intentional. Go on and play. Alrighty. The somewhat disheveled Song Shu-hong picked up his broken glasses. He, a bit unlucky. After saying that, he glanced at Ing. Mainly, it was quite embarrassing in front of Ing. Indeed, but Senior Song is really a good person. If it were me, I'd definitely teach them a lesson. Yu Qianrun said. Song Shu-hong, after all, it wasn't intentional, was it? The few of them continued walking forward. Around them, many female students looked at Chu with adoration. Wow! So handsome. He's really handsome, I feel like he and Ing are a perfect match. Who cares, it doesn't matter if he has a girlfriend, I'm willing to be a side piece. I can't stand it, I'm going to ask for his contact information. I'm going to. At this moment, Song Shu-hong's brows suddenly furrowed. There was a feeling in his lower abdomen. Pain. He wanted to fart. But Ing was beside him. However, if he slowly squeezed it out, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, they were outside in an open space, they definitely wouldn't smell it. Then, as he walked, Song Shu-hong carefully squeezed. Nothing came out. Wait, he felt it now. It was this gas. Quite a big one. It should be silent. Put. Song Shu-hong's body suddenly stiffened. Oh no! He gambled and lost big. Ding. Misfortune system triggered, obtained reward, system value plus 100,000. Chu was stunned. Huh? What happened now? He took a look. Nothing seemed to be wrong. Chu, can I have your contact information? Chu, you're so handsome. Ah! A group of girls ran over. Then, almost simultaneously, they paused and covered their mouths. It smells so bad. What a disgusting smell, where is it coming from? Huh? What? Stinky? Yu Qianrun scratched his head. Song Shu-hong froze, not daring to move. Oh, Senior Song, why is your butt wet? Did you sit in water? A girl exclaimed in surprise. Song Shu-hong's mouth twitched. He was extremely nervous. Ugh. The girl behind him immediately started retching. Senior Song, ugh. Chu. He couldn't be blamed for this, could he? What the heck, could the misfortune system make him take a dump? And Song Shuhan was already utterly disgraced. How could this happen? And Ing was still beside him. Damn it! Cough cough. Several girls all discovered the source of the stench and understood what was happening. They cleared their throats, too embarrassed to speak. Maybe someone played a prank and secretly spilled some stinky water on my pants. Song Shuhong explained with difficulty. I'll go take care of it. Then he tried his best to walk normally and quickly left. That's ridiculous, Yu Qianran said awkwardly. Indeed ridiculous. How could this happen? How could this happen? In the bathroom. Song Shuhong's face was extremely grim. He took a dump right in front of Ing. And he got caught. He wanted to leave Tianhua City. Arg arg arg. He felt like he could never win Ing over now. Chew. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Song Shuhong's eyes narrowed. He didn't care. He just blamed Shu. It was him. Ever since he appeared, nothing had gone right for him. In the spirit realm, I must kill you. 2 days passed in a flash. These past 2 days, Shu had been very low-key. That night, he stayed in a hotel. Otherwise, where would he go? He had wanted to stay at Ying's house, as he had been in contact with her for a long time and she hadn't been affected by the system. But she refused. Shu had no choice but to cultivate in the hotel, waiting for the spiritual realm to open. Dawn broke. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Coming. Shu opened the door, and Lina stood there beautifully. The spirit realm is about to open. Let's go. Shu put on his jacket and walked out of the room. At the door next door, a girl was squatting there, crying. Lina saw her crying when she arrived. She subconsciously thought that this girl had spent the night with Chu last night, and Chu had done something to her. Are you okay? Lina still asked with concern. It was just her personality that made her tone very flat. The girl looked up, her eyes tearful. Lina handed her 2 tissues, here. Thank you. She wiped her tears and stood up. Lina glanced at Chu. Chu shrugged, indicating it had nothing to do with him. Lina finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? She asked softly. The young lady couldn't help but sob again. Woo-woo, I'm not in a good mood. My brother is very good at comforting girls. If you tell him, he can comfort you, and maybe he can also give you some advice. Chu. The young lady looked at Chu. Thank you, you're both so kind. The young lady sobbed twice and said, It's like this, my boyfriend and I just started dating not long ago. Yesterday, we went out to play, and when we stayed at a hotel, my boyfriend said we absolutely had to get 2 rooms. He said we weren't children anymore, and he couldn't joke with my reputation. Chu scratched his head, Isn't your boyfriend quite good? The young lady said, feeling wronged, but last night, in the middle of the night, he was taken away by the police from the room next door. Chu. No wonder the system suddenly sounded in the middle of the night last night. Of course, Lina knew the reason. This man, instead of wanting his girlfriend, was calling a prostitute in the next room. It's okay, luckily you weren't bullied. Find a better boyfriend later, Lina consoled. But the young lady shook her head. No, I just cried it all out and thought it through. I've decided he's the one. Lina and Chu exchanged a puzzled glance. Women are really foolish, Chu sighed. Why? Don't you know what kind of person he is? Lina asked with a frown. The young lady said, When he was being taken away, I secretly peeked. My boyfriend's cigarettes were all gone, and that woman was still smoking in bed, so I decided he's the one. Chu, Omega Omega. Lina? Chapter 59, What a Sin. Chu pulled Lina out of the hotel. These days, you find all kinds of strange people. Lina is the best after all. Chu grinned at Lina. Lina blinked and asked, What did she mean by that? You don't understand? Chu smiled, men smoke, women twitch. Lina still looked puzzled. Then why would she convulse? Because they were doing that kind of thing. Lina, why does she twitch when she does that? Chu. This. Cough cough, never mind, let's go first. The two arrived at Qingmu County, on the outskirts of Tianhua City. This was a small county town. Beyond this small county town lay the demonic beast domain. And this place was the closest to the spirit realm. Therefore, a small town, not very big and not very populated, was now completely packed with people. These people came from Tianhua City, from surrounding cities, and even from cities thousands of kilometers away. Currently, Qingmu County's shopping malls were overflowing, with every single store having queues of hundreds of tables. Hotels and inns were fully booked, and prices had increased several times over. Internet cafes and all kinds of places offering accommodation were completely full. Who knew how many people couldn't even find a place to stay today? So many people. Chu wiped his forehead. But they had to come today. Because the spirit realm might open today. Only on the front lines, and only after the spiritual realm opened, could one be among the first to Jin enter. If one arrived late, with so many people already Jin gone in, they might not gain anything. After all, every spirit realm was different. No one knew what the situation inside would be like. Chu glanced at his phone, then said to Lina. Xiao Chiyua managed to snag a small hotel room with 2 beds. She's there with Ing. She's asking if you want to squeeze in with them. Lina, what about you? They strictly forbid me from going over, Chu shrugged. Then I won't go either, Lina shook her head. I don't care. Do you believe that if I go to a crowded place and yell out, there'll immediately be girls willing to take me in? Chu looked confident. Lina. Then you go, I'll go find them. Lina had absolute faith in Chu's abilities. Afterward, Lina left. Oh well. Guess I'll go find a young lady to take me in for the night then. Chu stretched. Not far away, a man had his arm around a girl's waist. Honey, how about we try something exciting tonight? I've even bought the collar. The boy said with a beaming smile. Oh, stop it. There are so many people in Qingmu County today, we'll be seen. No way, the girl said coyly. Oh, it's fine, that's what makes it exciting. Still no. Suddenly, the girl's gaze fell upon Chu not far ahead. She immediately turned around. Ria frowned. Why Chu again? Actually, Ria also regretted it. When Chu didn't get into university, she proactively asked to break up. But she never expected Chu to suddenly mature so much. She hated it. What about it? Zhao Shiji asked. I ran into an old enemy, Ria said, gritting her teeth. An enemy? Zhao Shiji's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a puff from his cigarette. Yeah, Chu. Hearing that name, Zhao Shiji's eyes also narrowed. Chu. He's my enemy too. Zhao Shiji gnashed his teeth. He was the sole Tier 4 Mystic Sky in the intermediate class of Tianyang University. Was hailed as the strongest genius after Shi Chushua, Song Shuhuang, and Shin Chenjun. Then he was instantly killed by Chu in one move. He had been subjected to much ridicule lately. You know him? Ria nodded. I was ignorant in high school and dated him for a few days, but don't worry, I didn't do anything. I'm still a virgin. Of course I know, after all, you gave your first time to me. Zhao Shiji put his arm around her and chuckled. He didn't know that during this time, after Ria transferred to Tianyang University, she had a minor reconstructive surgery. You must teach him a lesson, Ria said, looking pitiful. Zhao Shiji, don't worry, although it's not good to resort to violence, finding a way to teach him a lesson is no problem. You go hide for a bit, leave the rest to me. With that, Zhao Shiji walked over. Chu, what a coincidence. Chu looked at Zhao Shiji. It's you. Zhao Shiji smiled and extended his hand. I didn't expect to see you here, let me reintroduce myself, Zhao Shiji. Chu nodded, I know. Last time I lost to you,
at first I was very unconvinced. During this time, I've reflected deeply, hoping to find an opportunity to win against you again. Chu, so you're here to fight me? Ha ha ha. Zhao Shiji chuckled, then continued, we're all adults now, there'll be plenty of opportunities later. Honestly, I admire you a lot and consider you a formidable opponent. Chu didn't know what Zhao Shiji was up to. Thanks. Polite, why? Haven't found a place to stay? Zhao Shiji asked. Chu nodded. Come on, my hometown is Qingmu County. My dad opened a hotel here. I'll arrange a room for you. No need, Chu shook his head. What's the big deal? What? Looking down on me? Don't worry, I'm not that kind of narrow-minded person. Chu didn't believe it. After that incident, Zhao Shiji was ridiculed to death. If he didn't take it to heart, how magnanimous would he have to be? He definitely had an ulterior motive. If he went, and the system didn't trigger on him, wouldn't he be in trouble? Let's just forget it, Chu said. He chose caution. After all, this system was unstable. Don't be like that. Is it that hard to get to know you? Zhao Shiji asked with a smile. Chu smiled and said, I'm cursed with a lonely star. Bad things happen to those around me. You're so enthusiastic, it would be terrible if I brought harm to you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shiji laughed aloud. But inwardly, he felt a wave of disdain. Did he think he was a fool? Today, he was absolutely determined to get Chu to his hotel. On his own turf, he had plenty of ways to teach Chu a lesson. Zhao Shiji chuckled, since your destiny is cursed with loneliness, that's perfect. I'm not good at much else, but I'm incredibly resilient. I've been through too many life and death situations since childhood, and I've always pulled through. With a destiny as tough as mine, should I be afraid of a lone star like you? Let's go. Chu. Yo-ho? Tough luck? Then come on. Let's see who's tougher. All right. Chu nodded. Ha ha ha, let's go. The two arrived at a hotel. The hotel was quite large. It felt like at least a 3-star. How is it? Zhao Shiji asked. Rich guy. Zhao Shiji smiled and said, I'm not exactly rich, my assets aren't a lot, but they've allowed me to live pretty well for the past 20-odd years. Then Zhao Shiji looked at the busy figure at the front desk. Dad. Xiaojie. Zhao Shiji patted Chu's shoulder and said, This is my good brother Chu. There's still an empty room, right? Yes, I specially saved 2. Zhao Shiji said, then arrange one for my brother. But my brother says he's fated to be a lone star, Dad, no problem, right? Ha ha ha. Zhao Shiji's father also chuckled, ha ha ha. No problem, our family is tough fated, ha ha ha. Come here and swipe your ID card. Although there was a smile on his face, he cursed inwardly, what an idiot. He'd have to ask his son later how he became friends with such an idiot. Fated to be a lone star? Is he an imbecile? Chu walked over, holding his ID card. Zhao Shiji revealed a sneer from behind. The moment Chu swiped his ID card. Ding! Misfortune system triggered. Chu! Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang came from upstairs. Then came the sound of glass and other objects shattering. What happened? Zhao Shiji's father's pupils constricted. Run! Many people rushed down from upstairs. Damn! What's wrong? Zhao Shiji also panicked. 2 people have a grudge, they're fighting upstairs. After yelling that, the person quickly ran out. Don't fight in my hotel. Zhao Shiji's father looked distressed. 5 minutes later. Boom! The massive hotel collapsed with a roar, turning into ruins. Ding! Obtained reward, system value plus 500,000. Zhao Shiji next to Chu stared blankly. His family's hotel, which had been open for over a decade, just gone. This was his family's main source of income.
My hotel! My hotel! Zhao Shiji's father, with a devastated expression, grabbed the enforcer's hand. You absolutely must catch those two who destroyed my hotel. Don't worry, we'll do our best. Ahem. Chu, looking heartbroken, patted his shoulder. My apologies, Chu said. It's not your fault. Zhao Shiji gritted his teeth and continued, no one expected two Divine Realm experts, who were sworn enemies, to happen to stay in my hotel. It has nothing to do with you. Born under a lone star? He didn't believe it. Bullshit. How was that possible? It was just a damn coincidence. But, why has nothing happened for over a decade, and now that Chu is here, something does? Could it actually be true? Zhao Shiji began to ponder again. My condolences. I'll go find another place to stay then. Chu patted his shoulder and walked away. Zhao Shiji didn't stop him. Because he was genuinely a bit scared. Chu wandered aimlessly for 2 hours. Until he got hungry, he decided to find a place to eat. It was also past mealtime, so there should be fewer people. Outstanding grand restaurant. Chu looked at the restaurant in front of him, then walked Jean. Click. He pushed open the door. Xiaojie, serve table 8. Coming. Zhao Shiji, helping out, carried the dishes to the doorway. Brother, here for a meal? There's still space upstairs, you can just. Zhao Shiji's voice suddenly stopped. Because he saw that the one walking Jean was Chu. In that instant, his expression froze. Clatter. The dishes in his hands fell to the ground. Chu was also startled when he saw Zhao Shiji. What a coincidence! He wasn't intentionally trying to harm Zhao Shiji, really. What a sin! Chapter 60 The Spiritual Realm opens. Zhao Shiji looked at Chu. He even completely forgot that the vegetables in his hands had fallen to the ground. Gulp! He couldn't help but swallow. He didn't know why. For some reason, his back and scalp felt a little tingly. Chu touched the tip of his nose. Should I leave? With that, he turned around, ready to depart. Wait! Zhao Shiji called out to Chu. Are you here to eat? Zhao Shiji asked. Yes, I'm hungry, Chu said. Come on in, Zhao Shiji said. He still didn't believe Chu was some harbinger of misfortune. Bullshit. There's no such thing. The hotel collapsing was just a coincidence. Since Chu came knocking again, Zhao Shiji couldn't be blamed. He'd slip something into his food later. Just wait. Chu chuckled inwardly, but on the surface, he feigned concern, saying, but I'm afraid something else will happen. What ill-fated nonsense! Zhao Shiji roared. I'm not an idiot, it was just a coincidence. Am I going to blame you? All guests are welcome. If you're here to eat, how can I turn you away? What would you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen make it. This is my family's restaurant, you don't need to be polite. Chu nodded, alright then, I was worried you'd think it was my fault. Zhao Shiji said, how could that be? Chu walked towards an empty table. Ding! Misfortune system triggered. Chu! What a sin! This Zhao Shiji is truly creating bad karma. In that very instant, a man eating nearby clutched his stomach with a pained expression. Ah, my stomach! It hurts so much. What's wrong? What happened to you? Zhao Shiji quickly asked. At the same time, many people covered their stomachs. Ah, my stomach hurts so much. Waiter, why does my stomach hurt so much? Is there something wrong with your food? It hurts so much. My stomach, quick, take me to the hospital. Zhao Shiji was dumbfounded. Half an hour later, Zhao Shiji and his father stood at the entrance of the restaurant. He watched helplessly as a sealing order was slapped on the shop. Are you the owner of this shop? The person from the relevant department looked at Zhao Dashan, Zhao Shiji's father. Yes, I am. Staff, damn it, your stuff is quite poisonous. Even a tier 3 mystic body warrior got food poisoning. No, that's not it, there must be a misunderstanding. Zhao Dashan stammered, at a loss. Forget about misunderstandings. Can a misunderstanding cause everyone who ate at your shop to get food poisoning? Your shop is suspected of multiple illegal activities, including food safety risks, hygiene violations, and illegal operations, leading to 32 people being hospitalized with food poisoning. We are now implementing a permanent closure of your shop, maximum fines, and other penalties. Just wait for the execution order. After speaking, the staff member walked away. What a sin, what a sin! A hotel, a restaurant, my blood, sweat, and tears of over 10 years. All gone. Chu gently patted the dumbfounded Zhao Shiji's shoulder, then walked away. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. My life is so tough. It's impossible. Zhao Shiji looked blank. It seems that people who harbor ill will towards me are very likely to trigger the misfortune system. Chu seemed to have found this pattern. But it was hard to say for sure. Did Song Shuang also harbor ill will towards him? Perhaps harboring ill will towards me only increases the probability of triggering bad luck. Strangers have a chance, but those with good intentions towards me have no chance at all. That should be reasonable. Chu mused for a moment. So, that means this Zhao Shiji really hates me to the bone. Chu walked for several hours with his thoughts. He triggered the bad luck effect over a dozen times. All were passers-by. But the bad luck varied in severity. This also largely confirmed Chu's ideas. And it was already dark. Chu was too lazy to find a young lady to spend the night with. His gaze fell upon a small shop in front of him. The shop's name was Anywhere's Good Foot Massage. Why don't I go for a massage and just spend the night there? Thinking of this, Chu walked over. Xia Jie. Zhao Dashan, Zhao Shiji's father, looked as if he had aged a decade. The family is bankrupt. Zhao Shiji frowned. How could we go bankrupt? We've saved a lot of money over the years, haven't we? Zhao Dashan said, the hotel is gone, and the losses are immense. The restaurant's maximum penalty alone will likely be hundreds of thousands. All 32 people are hospitalized, and various expenses will be several million at least. If I don't go to jail, I'll need at least a few million for bail. After all that, there's not much money left. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Zhao Shiji clenched his fists tightly. Why is this happening? Tell me, is that Chu really destined to be a lone star? I don't know anymore. Zhao Shiji said, his head bowed. Oh, what a disaster. Over 10 years of painstaking effort, ruined in a single day. Zhao Dashan sighed. He then looked at his shop. This is the only shop our family has left. Although business isn't great, we can still make some money every month. When the time comes, I'll pick another batch of prettier girls, and hopefully, we can make a comeback. Zhao Shiji said, we definitely can. Zhao Shiji then let out a sigh. How did he suddenly go from a rich kid to a broke kid? Click. Just then, the shop door opened. Chu walked in and said, Boss, are there any technicians available? I'd like a massage. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Shiji then turned around and looked over. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply. His heart suddenly thumped. Chu was also stunned and asked, are you two also here for a massage to relax? Zhao Shiji swallowed, this is my family's shop. Chu. Ahem, your business is quite extensive, so I'll try another one, Chu said. What a damn mess. He really didn't follow Zhao Shiji on purpose. Why did he just happen to enter their shop? Chu even felt a bit sorry for this guy. He almost couldn't bear it, ha 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 damn. Stop. Zhao Shiji called out to Chu. Chu stopped. A massage, right? I'll arrange it for you. We have technicians,
I'll find you the prettiest one, Zhao Shiji said. Bullshit, Jinx. Bullshit. Bullshit, I say. He doesn't believe it. Yu Chu crashed into it for the third time. Then don't blame Zhao Shiji anymore. Once or twice, you got lucky. The third time, how will you escape? What about the price? How can I charge you? Go upstairs. Shu, one thing at a time, it's not easy for you either, the money still needs to be paid. Just then. Ding. Misfortune system triggered. Knock, knock, knock. Upstairs, a man ran down in a hurry. Poisonous. It's poisonous. Damn, it's poisonous. The man shouted angrily as he ran down. Ha! Brother, what's poisonous? Zhao Shiji was confused. The man pointed to his swollen lips. Look at my lips. That woman's O is poisonous. She poisoned me into this state. Zhao Shiji. You. Black shop. I'll F your mother. I'll smash your shop. The man roared, and thunder erupted. 1 minute later. Shu stood at the entrance of the foot massage shop. The foot bath shop had already turned into ruins. My shop. My last shop. Zhao Dashan knelt there, his face full of misery. Zhao Shiji trembled all over. He believed it. He really believed it. Shu. You're a plague incarnate. Shu rubbed the tip of his nose. Get out. Zhao Shiji pointed into the distance and angrily shouted at Shu. Shu, don't be too. Go. I'm going. Shu then left. What a sin. What sin have I, Zhao Shiji, committed? Zhao Shiji cried out to the sky. However, at this moment, the demonic beast domain outside Qingmu County. Suddenly, a familiar blue light shot up into the sky. At the same time, everyone looked over. The spirit realm has opened. Quick. The spirit realm has opened. Let's go. Shu raised an eyebrow. It's finally open. Chapter 61, Entering the Spirit Realm. Around Shu, a large number of people rushed towards the demonic beast domain. Shu's phone rang. Lina's voice came, the spirit realm has opened, where should we meet? Shu said, that stone tablet in Qingmu County. After Chu hung up the phone, he walked towards the demonic beast domain. Behind him, Zhao Shiji watched as the last remaining family business turned into ruins. He clenched his fists. Chu! A harbinger of disaster. This is definitely a lone star of calamity. Even if it's a coincidence, it can't be like this, right? It's too terrifying. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. Dad. Zhao Shiji then said, I'm going. If I can get some opportunities this time, I'll at least be a celestial venerable in the future. Zhao Dashan nodded, go, but be sure to pay attention to safety. Zhao Shiji then walked away. Son. Zhao Dashan couldn't help but call out. Dad, is there anything else? Zhao Dashan cautioned, after you get to the spirit realm, you must, absolutely must, not stay with that Chu. Stay as far away from him as possible. This person is a jinx, getting too close to him is life-threatening. Zhao Shiji felt a slight chill down his spine. I know, I won't be with him. I'll definitely stay far away from him. The spirit realm is already full of dangers, I can't joke with my own life. Zhao Dashan nodded, that makes me feel relieved. Go, and be sure to pay attention to safety. All right. Meanwhile, Shu waited by the stone tablet in Qingmu County. Around him were people leaving Qingmu County and heading to the spirit realm. After a while, Lina, Ying, and Xiao Qiyue walked over. Ying looked at Shu and said with a smile, this spirit realm opening couldn't have come at a worse time, otherwise you could have shared a bed with a young lady tonight. Shu rolled his eyes, you talk too much. Xiao Qiyue stretched, saying, let's go. We'll meet up with the dean and the others at the spirit realm. The four of them walked towards the demonic beast domain together. Soon, they arrived at the crowded location. Blue and white light shimmered around them. A vast crowd gathered all around. So many people, there must be at least tens of thousands. Ing secretly clicked her tongue. Xiao Qi said, not only that, many more are on their way. It's normal for the spirit realm to gather hundreds of thousands of warriors, after all, spirit realms are too few. With billions of people on the entire blue star, everyone wants opportunities and treasures. Hundreds of thousands already count as a small number. The spirit realm is that big? Can it hold hundreds of thousands of people? With hundreds of thousands of people vying for unknown treasures, what's the probability of anything falling into our hands? Chu grumbled. Little brother Chu, you don't know much about spirit realms, do you? Ing looked at Chu with a half smile. Lina explained to Chu, generally, for those capable of creating a spirit realm, most of what's inside is a mini-world. The spirit realm might not seem big, but it could be even larger than Tianhua City inside. What exactly is in there depends on what the owner of this spirit realm created. I see, Chu nodded. Then, Chu's gaze shifted. The spirit realm seemed not to have opened yet. Only that light remained. But this light was converging. Many experts have arrived. Isn't that the dean of Tianlin University in Linen City? Tier 6 Law, Ing commented. Xiao Qi said, more than that. From the Light God Alliance and Tianyu factions alone, who knows how many Tier 6 Law experts have come? I estimate there will probably even be realm-level powerhouses. What about Heavenly Venerate Realm? Chu asked. Xiao Qi explained, there are most likely no Heaven Venerate Realm experts, or only a very few. Even if they come, they're probably powerhouses from a certain faction or powerful family, here to protect their juniors. This is because spirit realms can't attract Heaven Venerate Realm experts. They're already at that level, there's no need for them to come to such a place. Qin Zhenhai led some people over to their side. Song Shuhong stood not far away, he didn't come over. After that incident, he was too embarrassed to stand in front of Ing for a short while. At this moment, the crowd stirred. It's opening. The entrance to the spirit realm is opening. Quick, quick, quick. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This time, I'm going against the heavens. Don't push, don't push. Are you rushing to your deaths? The light converged into a massive portal-like entrance. The crowd entered one after another. They were eager because everyone was worried that the entrance might close at any moment. Follow me after you go in. Lina said to Chu. Okay. Chu nodded. Following the crowd, they also entered the huge teleportation gate together. The moment they touched it, the portal rippled like the surface of water. After entering, everything went white. Chu instinctively closed his eyes. The air changed. It was very refreshing, lacking the subtle scent of blood that permeated the demonic beast domain. Chu opened his eyes. The group of people around them also looked at each other, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. Lina. Chu called out. No. Lina wasn't by his side. Ing, Xiao Qiyue, the dean, none of them were there. All around him were strangers. They had clearly entered together, standing side by side. Why were they separated? Huh? Bro, where are you? Didn't you come? Zhang Wei. Li Fei. Where are the people? There were many shouts all around. It was clear that many people had come together. But like Chu, even though they entered together, they didn't arrive at the same place. It seems that everyone who enters the spirit realm is randomly assigned to different locations. This is a method created by the spirit realm's master. Chu mused. This spirit realm was even more magical than he had imagined. He then immediately scanned his surroundings. Surrounded by mountains. The mountains were very high, so high that their tops were out of sight. All of them were enclosed.
This space was still very large. Shu quickly scanned the area. No new people were arriving. That meant that from now on, for the next leg of the journey, it would be just these people traveling together. There were about 500 people. Out of hundreds of thousands, only about 500 were assigned here. Many people immediately felt insecure. They began to discuss amongst themselves. Oh no, oh no. Why are there only a few hundred of us together? If we encounter danger, our combat power won't be enough, right? I'm only Tier 2 aperture opening 5-star. I was hoping to follow the main force of tens of thousands, just mixing in and picking up scraps. There are only a few hundred people here? It's over, I'm going to die. Is there any big brother who can protect me? If you can protect me, anything goes once we get out. Miss, can I inspect the goods first? I'll protect you after the inspection. Because there were too few people, only a few hundred, and most of them were not very strong to begin with. This caused many people to immediately regret coming. Shu was looking for acquaintances. Killing Alliance, Huang Qianli. A roar broke Chu's observation. What? Huang Qianli of the Killing Alliance. Oh no, oh no. Why are we so unlucky? Huang Qianli of the Killing Alliance, a master of the Domain Realm, who has killed countless people, and has been wanted by the Divine Alliance, Heaven Realm, and the Tribunal for 15 years without being caught. He's actually with us? Ah. It's over, it's over. The crowd's pupils constricted. How could they be with such an evil person? Wouldn't they be finished then? Chapter 62 Zhao Shiji, holy crap! Shu! Everyone looked at that figure in horror. Among the more than 500 people, a significant portion were ordinary warriors who weren't afraid of death and came to try their luck. Their power level wasn't high. And the name Huang Qianli had appeared on television multiple times. In their eyes, he was an evil person. Wouldn't staying with Huang Qianli mean they were going to die? Shu looked over. A not tall middle-aged man slowly took off his baseball cap. Group leader Wang, you really can't get me out of your mind, can you? Among so many people, you recognize me at a glance. Huang Qianli sneered. A man was enveloped in lightning. In an instant, more than a dozen figures walked over and surrounded Huang Qianli. What? Are the people from the Divine Alliance and Heaven's Domain so eager to make a move on me? Huang Qianli smiled playfully. Humph. Group leader Wang Huaiguang, dispersed his lightning, his eyes narrowing. You'd better be honest with me. If you dare to harm the innocent, I will kill you. Evidently, Wang Huaiguang was aware of the strength of Huang Qianli of the Killing Alliance. Domain Realm. If they really started fighting, he was worried that many of the people present would die by his hand. So he dared not act rashly. Everyone comes to the spirit realm for opportunities. I don't have the leisure to harm the innocent, do I, Group Leader Wang? Huang Qianli sneered. It had better be. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were still some strong individuals from the Divine Alliance and Heaven's Domain who could contend with Huang Qianli. Otherwise, they would all be reduced to fodder. Wang Huaiguang scanned the crowd, then shouted, Everyone, I am Wang Huaiguang, the leader of the first group of the Divine Alliance in Tianning City, Power Level Domain Realm 1-star. The current situation in the Spirit Realm is beyond everyone's expectation. We didn't expect everyone to be separated. This is now a foregone conclusion, so for the road ahead, we need to travel together. Therefore, whether it's for obtaining something or increasing the probability of survival, please be cautious and obey orders. Another man nodded. Team leader Wang is right. I am Zhou Fan, leader of Tianyu Group 3 in Bohai City, a 1-star power level domain realm expert. Next, we need to travel together. Before that, I need to know your general strength, so, please, all warriors of Tier 4 Mystic Sky and above, step forward. Among the more than 500 people, about 200 stepped forward. Zhou Fan nodded. Our overall strength is quite good. We have over 200 warriors of Tier 4 Mystic Sky and above,
and more than a dozen Tier 6 law masters whom I even recognize. Then Zhou Fan continued, please, members of the Divine Alliance and Heaven's Domain, step forward. More than 20 people walked out. Although these are all unfamiliar faces, the duty of our Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain is to protect humanity, to protect everyone. Here, it is still the same. I hope everyone will actively cooperate. Zhou Fan said. Yes. Wang Huiguang also said, next, I hope everyone can follow the arrangements made by team leader Zhou and me. The spiritual realm is extremely dangerous. Only by doing so can we increase the probability of each of us surviving and have a better chance of encountering some opportunities. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Chu muttered to himself, 2 domain realm experts, over a dozen Tier 6 law masters. Although it's only a little over 500 people in total, the lineup is quite formidable. Chu is only a Tier 3 mystic body 8-star. He definitely had to stick with them. At this moment, behind the crowd, Zhao Shiji spotted a figure. Song Shuhong? Song Shuhong looked at him. You know me? It really is Song Shuhong. Of course I know you, Song Shuhong from Tianhua Warrior Academy, so famous. I'm Zhao Shiji from Tianyang University, Zhao Shiji said excitedly. Song Shuhong smiled, ha, Zhao Shiji, then I know you. Hello. Hello, what incredibly good luck to meet someone I know. Zhao Shiji shook his hand repeatedly. Song Shuhong smiled. Brother Song, please take good care of me going forward. I'm also Tier 4 Mystic Sky, but only 1 star, Zhao Shiji said. In the current situation, finding someone he knew and sticking with them was always safer. Moreover, Song Shuhong was notoriously a good person. Being with him gave him a great sense of security. No problem, but don't think of me as too powerful. I haven't even advanced to the divine ability realm yet, Song Shuhong laughed. Your brother Song, ha ha ha. Song Shuhong smiled and said. See if there's anyone you know. It's safer if people who know each other stick together. Let me see. Zhao Shiji's gaze swept over the crowd one by one. The next instant, he saw a figure. Holy cow! Zhao Shiji's eyes widened, and his scalp and back instantly tingled. Noticing Zhao Shiji's reaction, Song Shuhong asked, what's wrong? Zhao Shiji swallowed hard, pointing at Chu. It's him. Holy crap! It's Chu. Holy crap. Chu? Song Shuhong frowned and looked over as well. It really was Chu. It seemed heaven was giving Song Shuhong a chance to kill Chu. But why did Zhao Shiji react as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Chu? Wasn't it just that he was defeated by Chu in one move? Could he really be this scared? It's over. Brother Song, we're finished. If he's with us, we'll all die, not a single one of us will survive. Zhao Shiji looked terrified. Clearly, he had developed chuffin phobia. Damn it. He had even been thinking about definitely avoiding Chu, this jinx. After entering, everyone was randomly assigned. Alright, no problem then. Out of tens of thousands of people, Chu just happened to be among their group of over 500, huh? Is God trying to kill him? Why are you so afraid of him? You just lost one match, he's actually a very good person. Song Shuhong patted Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji quickly said, Brother Song, you don't know, this Chu, he's a jinx. Anyone who gets close to him will encounter misfortune. If they travel with us, we're finished, we'll all die. A jinx? Hearing this, Song Shuhong couldn't help but laugh out loud. I mean, what era is this, and you still believe in this stuff? It's true, Brother Song, believe me, because of him, I've suffered so much. Zhao Shiji looked devastated. No. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. I want to get out. Where do I get out? I want to get out. Otherwise, I'll die. Zhao Shiji yelled in panic, frantically searching for a way out. I want to get out, I want to get out. Everyone was observing their surroundings, everything was pretty quiet. Zhao Shiji's actions broke that silence. Everyone's gaze also turned towards him. Chu also looked in the direction of the voice. Then he saw Zhao Shiji. Chu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn it! Why is it him again? Chu was completely bewildered. Out of hundreds of thousands of people, their group of 500 arrived at this place. And Zhao Shiji just had to be with him? This guy, he's a bit pathetic. Chapter 63, Spirit Realm, Highest Difficulty. Zhao Shiji's panic once again brought fear back to the group, who had just calmed down. Wang Huaiguang frowned at the sight. You! Wang Huaiguang pointed at Zhao Shiji and sternly said, quiet. Don't disturb others. But Zhao Shiji was like a madman, muttering incessantly, I want to get out. I want to get out, otherwise, I'll die here. Shut up! Wang Huaiguang roared. That roar instantly snapped Zhao Shiji back to his senses. Wang Huaiguang said, since you're so scared, why are you here? Zhao Shiji, with a bitter expression, pointed at Chu and said, Team Leader Wang, you don't know, this person, he's a harbinger of doom. If we're with him, we'll all be unlucky, we'll die. Everyone was stunned and looked at Chu. Ha ha ha. The next second, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This guy is scared silly, just like that? A jinx? This young master here is an unbeatable dual pupil body, and I also have a supreme bone. Haven't you read too many fantasy novels? What an idiot, I'm dying of laughter. Seeing that everyone didn't believe him, Zhao Shiji quickly said, it's true, just today. Afterwards, Zhao Shiji told everyone what had happened that day. Enough. Wang Huaiguang reprimanded again. There's no such thing as a lone star of disaster. Aren't all these things you're talking about just coincidences? Coincidences concentrated in one day make a lone star of disaster? Alright, stop burdening everyone unnecessarily. Quiet. Zhao Shiji lowered his head and remained silent. Song Shuhuang walked over and patted Zhao Shiji's shoulder, saying, don't overthink it. Don't worry, I'll protect you too. Thank you, Brother Song. After speaking, Zhao Shiji secretly glanced at Chu. Chu then said, I was just joking with Zhao Shiji, and he took it seriously. Everyone, I'm sorry for causing unnecessary trouble. How ridiculous. Huang Qianli of the Kill Alliance glanced at Chu, a harbinger of doom? Then Huang Qianli pointed at Zhao Shiji, are these the students you so-called warrior universities teach? Just like this? Team Leader Wang, Team Leader Zhou, if your Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain are filled with such characters in the future, how will you defend humanity? Ha 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 ha. Wang Huaiguang frowned, Huang Qianli, you'd best shut up. Yes. I'll heed Team Leader Wang's words. Huang Qianli sneered. Song Shuhuang walked up to Chu and said, I'm sorry, Zhao Shiji is my younger brother. There might be some misunderstanding between you two, please don't take it to heart. It's fine, my luck is pretty good, being able to be with Senior Song, Chu smiled. Song Shuhuang smiled, ha ha, since we've met, let's walk together later and look out for each other. In his heart, his true thought was to gain Chu's trust, then walk together, and eventually have an opportunity to get rid of him. Chu nodded. Ding. System triggered, received reward, system value 10,000. Chu. The next second, Song Shuhuang's brow furrowed. Damn it. Why did his stomach hurt again? That feeling again. To release or not to release? A gamble? Forget it. Hold it back. No gamble. Chu, however, was somewhat strange. According to his deduction, the system was more easily triggered by those who harbored ill will towards him. This Song Shuhuang has triggered it several times. Could it be that he's a hypocrite? Chu became vigilant from then on. Song Shuhuang then smiled and said, Shiji, come over and say hello to Chu. Zhao Shiji shook his head, I'm not going, I really can't go. Song Shuhuang smiled helplessly and said to Chu, it seems this misunderstanding is quite big.
You can say that again.
Just then, someone observing the surroundings shouted, "Everyone, there's something going on here."
Hearing this, everyone gathered around.
There was a stone table there. 10 cards were placed on the stone table.
And a line of text.
That person read aloud, "There are 10 cards on the table, corresponding to 1 to 10 respectively.
Please send one person to draw a card. The card drawn will be the difficulty of your first stage in the spirit realm. 1 is the easiest, and 10 is the most difficult."
How interesting, Shu raised an eyebrow.
Song Shuheng said, "This is my first time in the spirit realm too."
The contents of the spirit realm are all created by the master of the spirit realm himself, so whatever he wants it to be, as long as he has the ability, that's what it will be.
"Should I draw?" the girl asked softly, looking at everyone. "Wait a moment." Divine Alliance team leader Wang Huiguan called out to her.
Then, Wang Huiguan pointed at Shu and said, "Let this younger brother come."
His idea was simple.
Because of Zhao Shiji's incident, a certain fear had once again enveloped everyone.
This situation was not good. He had to do something. Wasn't he said to be a bringer of misfortune? Then let him do it. As long as he didn't draw a 10, then the lingering fear everyone felt should completely disappear, right? Ha! Me?
Shu pointed to himself.
Zhao Shiji's pupils contracted. No! No way! Leader Wang, you can't let him come! Zhao Shiji shouted loudly. Zhou Fan, leader of the Heavenly Domain team, said, "Brother, that's enough." Leader Wang's meaning is very simple. Haven't you always been calling him a harbinger of doom?
You're scared to death, and that's greatly affecting the morale of all of us.
So, let him draw. As long as he doesn't draw a 10, won't you stop worrying? He will definitely draw the highest difficulty, 10. He's a bringer of misfortune. Zhao Shiji shouted. Many people around burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Still a bringer of misfortune? Then let him come, let him do it. Ha ha ha, I agree. If he's so capable, let him draw a 10 for us, ha ha ha. Come on. Is it Chu? We agree, go ahead. Everyone spoke up. Chu. No, I'm under a lot of pressure. Wang Huiguang smiled and patted Chu's shoulder, saying, "It's fine, no matter what number you draw, no one will blame you."
Right, everyone said one after another.
Alright, then I'll just give it a shot. Shu walked over. Gulp. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. Wang Huiguang was still quite confident. What kind of star of doom was there? A 1 in 10 chance, you couldn't possibly actually draw a 10, could you? Shu stood there. Spirit Peering Eye.
He activated the Spirit Peering Eye, wondering if he could see through these 10 cards. However, there was no effect. Then he could only gamble on luck. The doom system was meant for others.
It was ineffective on himself. He couldn't possibly draw a 10, could he?
Then, Shu casually placed his hand on a card.
This one.
Subsequently, the other 9 cards suddenly burst into flames and burned to ashes.
Ding. System triggered. Chu. Ha? System triggered? Why would the system trigger? He, Shu, chose it himself. Wait a minute. This choice applied to everyone.
That meant, although he chose it, someone else triggered the effect.
Shu just happened to be along for the ride. But, the system must be on his side, right? Even if it's a 10, he should be fine, right? Open it and see, Wang Huiguang said. Shu then opened the card. The number on it was 10. 2. Everyone. Zhao Shiji, WW. Chapter 64, I'm a Tier 4 Mystic Sky, and I got tripped up? Gulp.
When everyone saw that Chu had drawn the highest difficulty, 10,
they couldn't help but swallow. And then, the crowd was furious.
As indifferent as they sounded then, that's how devastated they were at this moment.
10? He actually drew the highest difficulty? Oh my god. The spirit realm is already unknown, who knows how dangerous it is, and he even drew the hardest one for our next level. Arg. He's not really cursed with loneliness, is he? Oh my god. It's over, it's over. Am I seriously going to die here? This is it. This is really it. Zhao Shiji yelled, pulling at his hair in frustration. I told you, didn't I? I said he was a jinx, didn't I? You didn't believe me, do you believe me now? The corner of Divine Alliance leader Wang Huaiguang's mouth also twitched. Of course, he didn't believe in any jinxes. He still doesn't believe it now. But a 1 in 10 chance. Big brother. And you actually drew it? Damn it. Huang Qianli of the Killing Alliance's eyes narrowed. You bastard. I'll kill you. With that, Huang Qianli's aura surged. In an instant, Wang Huaiguang, Zhou Fan, and dozens of other masters stepped forward. Wang Huaiguang pointed at Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, how dare you? Huang Qianli, with killing intent, stared at Chu, bastard. Seeing Huang Qianli retract his aura, Wang Huaiguang shouted, all right. Quiet. Everyone, quiet. The crowd also gradually quieted down. Wang Huaiguang said, there's no such thing as a harbinger of doom, it's just a coincidence. What era is this? Still talking about harbingers of doom? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? A 1/10 probability is actually quite high, it's very normal. Zhou Fan nodded, exactly, when he was drawing cards, your eyes should have been on the 10 cards on the table, right? Many of you probably also intended to pick the one he chose, right? It's a very normal thing, don't think too much into it. Song Shuhuan also said, what the two leaders said is right. My gaze was also on that card, wanting to pick it. 1/10, the probability is still quite high. Moreover, Shu and I went to the same university. He has a sister, he has friends, he has a lover. If he were a harbinger of doom, wouldn't that mean everyone around him would die? But as far as I know, his sister is a leader in her generation in the entire Tianhua city. So, there's no such thing as a harbinger of doom, it's all just coincidence. Everyone nodded. Thank you, Senior Song, Shu said. Song Shuhuan smiled, no need to thank me, I'm just stating a fact. At this moment, a portal appeared before them. It seems this is where we're going to face trials and dangers, everyone. Wang Huaiguang, being the steady leader of the group, continued. Difficulty 10 just means it's the hardest, it doesn't mean it's a death trap. Everyone just needs to be more careful. Let's go. Subsequently, everyone stepped into the portal. After Jean entered, they arrived at a brand new map. Ahead was a small patch of woods. There were many slippery-looking vines on the ground. It seemed unremarkable. But the next second, suddenly, everyone realized something was wrong. Those trees in the woods. Why the hell did they have eyes? Red eyes, staring straight at them intently. Then, countless vines began to writhe, lunging at them. It was quite similar to a wood attribute, wood entanglement skill. Damn it! Tree demons? Tree demons actually exist in this world? Although it's said that all things can have spirits, I've never seen a tree become a demonic beast. They do exist in reality, but they're extremely rare. They shouldn't be strong, right? Wait, we're on difficulty 10, so they shouldn't be weak. Domain Realm Tree Demons. Feeling the pressure, Wang Huaiguang's pupils constricted. He had never encountered tree demons before. And he had no combat experience with them. There were several hundred of these tree demons. A few individual ones were in the domain realm. There were also a dozen or so tier 6 law ones. Mostly tier 4 mystic sky dot. There were also tier 3 mystic body, but only a few. Wang Huaiguang said, everyone choose your own combat targets. Safety is paramount. Squad leader Zhou Fan. Our target is the domain level tree demon. Zhou Fan nodded. Huang Qianli, you can't possibly not contribute, can you? Wang Huiguang looked at domain-level Huang Qianli and said.
Humph. Huang Qianli snorted coldly, fire swirling around him as he charged forward. The overwhelming vines rushing towards him were instantly incinerated.
Go! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Everyone also released their mana and attributes, preparing to engage in battle.
Just then, Huang Qianli leaped, landing on the head of a domain realm tree demon.
Dragon roar of 5 heavens.
From above, he unleashed a palm strike.
5 terrifying fire dragons surged towards the tree demon. Feeling the formidable power of a domain realm expert, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Too strong. I don't think it's a big problem.
The domain-level treant instantly conjured a dense mass of vines overhead.
Is it useful? Huang Qianli sneered. The flames incinerated the vines. Mediocre. Huang Qianli snorted coldly and charged forward with the flames. However, the incinerated vines suddenly regrew. Countless vines from all directions immediately enveloped Huang Qianli. Thunder crackled on the vines. Huang Qianli, encased in a ball, shrieked from within. Subsequently, the flames broke free. Huang Qianli, charred all over, immediately distanced himself. It seems it won't be easy. Spirit Peering Eye. Chu activated his spirit gaze. Bloodlust Tree Demon, power level, tier 4 Mystic Sky 3 stars, attributes, wood, lightning. Weakness, fire. Chu didn't know this kind of demonic beast. It's probably not even recorded in the outside world. Perhaps the master of the spiritual realm cultivated them here many years ago. But it was indeed a demonic beast, and it also had lightning attributes. Then let's give it a try. Chu condensed flames. With flame mastery maxed out, and an elemental body fire, the treant's weakness was still fire.
The damage Chu could inflict on it was very significant.
Swoosh. Gripping the blazing sun sword, with raging flames surging, Chu charged forward.
The vines were easily sliced off.
Although powerful, this demonic beast's weakness was its limited mobility.
As long as he could get close, he could take it down.
Chu's combat power was incredibly astonishing.
His speed, physique, and strength had all received multiple rewards, with stats far exceeding tier 3 Mystic Body 8 stars. The intensity of his flames easily dealt with the vines blocking him, and then he rushed in front of that treant.
Swoosh!
His sword slashed down from the treant's head, splitting it in two, and it burst into flames.
However, the next second, countless vines converged around Chu, attempting to bind him. Be extremely careful, absolutely do not get bound by the vines. Once bound, without rescue, the treant's lightning attribute will be unleashed, and you'll die. Zhou Fan shouted. Chu quickly pulled back. Meanwhile,
Song Shuhuang saw that Chu, a tier 3 Mystic Body 8 stars, actually resolved a tier 4 Mystic Sky level tree demon just like that.
He was very unconvinced. Then his goal must be the divine ability realm.
Shiji, still scared?
Song Shuhuang looked at Zhao Shiji.
Brother Song, you don't know, Zhao Shiji said with a bitter expression.
Song Shuhuang said, alright, I'll go fight too.
With that, he unleashed his wind attribute, carrying countless wind blades, and charged at a divine ability realm treant with extreme speed. The wind blades sliced off all the numerous vines rushing towards him.
Beasts are just beasts. Song Shuhuang's speed didn't diminish, he kept slashing and rushing forward quickly. Ding! System triggered. Thud! The next second, Song Shuhuang tripped.
Due to his excessive speed, after tripping, he flew for 20 to 30 meters. He fell directly in front of that treant.
Song Shuhuang? Zhao Shiji? Chapter 65. This battle is so strange. Song Shuhuang was stunned.
He had experienced so many years of battles.
Whether sparring with people or fighting demonic beasts outside.
He had never stumbled in the middle of a battle before.
And he even fell directly in front of this tree demon? Zhao Shiji's eyes widened. Ha! The distinguished Tier 4 mystic Sky, Song Shuhong, who was about to advance to the divine ability realm. He fell down during a fight? Fell directly in front of the tree demon. Isn't that just asking to be killed? Ha! Is that even possible? Brother Song! Zhao Shiji shouted loudly. After Song Shuhong fell, his first instinct was to get up and create distance. But how could the tree demon ignore Song Shiji, who had fallen right in front of it, offering himself up? Dozens of vines swiftly bound Song Shuhong. Song Shuhong struggled frantically, but couldn't break free. Damn it! Damn it! Song Shuhong cursed twice furiously. He was tripped. Aha, damn it! He was tripped by a rock? On the vines, lightning surged. Ah! Song Shiji's scream echoed. Help! Help! Song Shuhong roared with all his might. What was the most terrifying part? A vine pierced through his pants from behind. It was actually drilling into his butt. Ah! Shu saw it. But he didn't go over. Because Song Shuhong kept triggering misfortune effects. He seriously suspected that this person harbored ill intentions towards him. Swoosh! A Tier 6 law expert rushed over and instantly killed the tree demon. Only then did Song Shuhong manage to struggle free. Are you okay? The powerhouse asked. Thank you, big brother, for your help, Song Shuhong said gratefully. Be careful, I watched you trip over with my own eyes. How could a warrior close to the divine ability realm make such a low-level mistake? After speaking, he sped away. Song Shuhong gritted his teeth, then pulled a vine out from behind his butt. It was even streaked with blood. Hiss. Pain. Damn it! Song Shuhong's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he was thoroughly exasperated. Damn it! Stabbing me! Song Shuhong was furious beyond measure. He could only take out his anger on the tree ants. Die! He erupted with powerful force, charging towards another Tier 4 mystic sky tree demon. It's good that he's okay. Zhao Shiji let out a long sigh of relief from afar. However, in the next second, Zhao Shiji's pupils contracted. He watched, wide-eyed, as the incredibly enraged Song Shuhong, who was charging at full speed towards the tree ant, fell down again. His head hit the ground with a direct thud. Above, a black object flew up, then landed beside Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji took a look. It was Song Shuhong's shoe. But, the soul was gone. Zhao Shiji understood why Song Shuhong had fallen again. He had charged forward at such high speed, and yet. Suddenly the sole of his shoe slipped. The sole detached. With such a slip, and at such speed. How could he not fall flat on his face? Ah! Song Shuhong roared in a breakdown. His shoe sole had come off. Over 20 years. This was the first time he had tripped during a battle. The first time the sole of his shoe detached and made him slip during a sprint. Fortunately, the opponent wasn't a beastly demonic beast, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Song Shuhong quickly returned. Brother Song, are you alright? Zhao Shiji asked. Damn it! My shoe sole came off and made me slip, Song Shuhong said, clenching his fists. Brother Song, haven't you noticed? First tripping, then the soles of shoes coming off, isn't it weird? It's Chu, he's cursed with a lonely star, Zhao Shiji said excitedly. Stop being superstitious. There's no such thing. It's just my first time in the spirit realm, and I'm nervous, Song Shuhong said. He wanted to kill Chu, but that didn't mean he believed in such things. Shiji, do you have any extra shoes in your spatial ring? Song Shuhong asked. Zhao Shiji shook his head, no. Song Shuhong said, not wearing shoes affects me too much as a wind attribute warrior. You probably aren't fighting temporarily, right? How about you let me wear your shoes for a bit? Zhao Shiji lifted his right foot. Brother Song, do you still want shoes without soles? Zhao Shiji asked. Song Shuhong? How did your souls disappear too? You weren't fighting just now, were you? Song Shuhong asked, bewildered.
Zhao Shiji said helplessly, they just fell off as I was walking.
Song Shuhong. Ding. System triggered. Ding. System triggered.
The system, which had been silent for a long time, kept sounding system prompts.
Shu came to Song Shuhong's side. Zhao Shiji tactfully stepped aside. Senior Song, are you alright? Shu asked. Song Shuhong shook his head, it's quite embarrassing.
I tripped, my soul fell off, and I almost got myself killed without doing anything.
First time in the spirit realm, nervous? Song Shuhong nodded, Just then. Ding. System triggered.
Rewards obtained, power level plus 2 stars, strength plus 500, mana plus 50,000, spatial attribute control plus 10%.
Shu was stunned. This reward was pretty good. What happened? He looked over. Above the void.
Wang Huaiguang held a sword, gathering terrifying lightning.
With this move, I don't believe you won't die. Wang Huaiguang roared. Lightning flashed.
Then, a terrifying lightning sword chi struck towards the domain realm tree demon.
But... swoosh. Huang Qianli of the Killer Alliance flew over from somewhere unknown. And the path he took as he flew through the air. It was precisely the path of Wang Huaiguang's sword strike. Wang Huaiguang's pupils contracted. Damn it!
Get out of the way, he roared. This sword strike was meant to kill the tree demon.
Damn it! This Huang Qianli from the Killer Alliance unexpectedly flew into the path of this sword chi? He really did want to kill Huang Qianli. But now, Huang Qianli was a realm-level expert, a powerful combatant they couldn't afford to lose. Killing the realm-level tree demon was the top priority. As Huang Qianli was flying through the air, he heard that sound and turned his head to look. He watched helplessly as the terrifying lightning sword chi rushed towards him. He wanted to dodge it. But just a second ago, he had been struck flying by a lightning attack from a realm-level tree demon. He was still in the inertia of being propelled through the air. He needed at least another second to stabilize himself. He couldn't dodge. Huang Qianli watched helplessly as he flew directly into the path of the lightning sword chi. His lips moved. Reading his lips. It was clearly. Damn it! The next second. Huang Qianli screamed, directly hit by Wang Huaiguang's lightning sword chi. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he slammed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Chu personally witnessed Wang Huaiguang unleash a powerful ultimate move. He also witnessed Huang Qianli being hit by the tree demon's lightning and flying out at the same time. And he then witnessed Huang Qianli flying into the path of the lightning sword chi and being hit by it again. What a mess! Chu muttered to himself. Wang Huaiguang rubbed his forehead, looking completely bewildered. I swear I didn't mean to. Chapter 66, Huang Qianli sanctioned by the system. Cough cough. Severely injured, covered in burns and blood, Huang Qianli crawled out. Wang Huaiguang. He pointed at Wang Huaiguang and roared. Are you FING messing with me? Damn it! I'll kill you. With that, Huang Qianli, enveloped in flames, charged towards Wang Huaiguang. Bang bang bang. The two realm-level experts immediately started fighting. Huang Qianli, are you crazy? Wang Huaiguang roared. You set me up first. I knew it, you definitely wanted to find an opportunity to kill me. Wang Huaiguang said, didn't I fucking warn you? I was fucking attacking the tree demon. Who knew you'd get hit and happen to fly into the path of my skill? Can you blame me for that? Huang Qianli roared, punching the ground. He directly created a crater over 10 meters deep. He knew it too. He realized it. It was indeed a coincidence. And Wang Huaiguang had already warned him. It can only be said that he was unlucky. He was hit by the tree demon's attack, flew out, and then coincidentally caught Wang Huaiguang's attack. Damn it! Huang Qianli raged impotently. Wang Huaiguang said, "Go find Lu Mingjun to treat you. Getting rid of the tree demon is the top priority." Song Shuhuang also saw this scene and said, "This was indeed an unintentional act by leader Wang." Shu nodded, "Yeah, it was just a coincidence." Indeed. Song Shuhuang also nodded. More than an hour passed. All the tree demons were finally dealt with. We won. We won. It seems, the hardest part wasn't that hard after all. Leader Wang and his team are impressive. Luckily, there are several domain realm experts and more than a dozen tier 6 law warriors. Ha 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 ha. The spirit realm isn't all that impressive. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. But Huang Qianli's distraught cries came through. Everyone looked over. Damn! Wang Huaiguang was startled. How could this Huang Qianli be so severely injured? His sword strike had indeed gravely wounded him. But afterward, a wood attribute tier 6 law warrior helped him heal. Plus his own healing methods. Recovering 30% in a short time shouldn't have been a problem. Yet now, he was even more seriously injured than immediately after that sword strike. Huang Qianli, what's wrong with you again? Wang Huaiguang asked. Damn it! Go ask that scoundrel Zhou Fan. Huang Qianli roared. Wang Huaiguang looked at Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan gave a dry cough. Just now, I condensed a skill attack on the tree demon, but it was blocked, and the force bounced off. The flying skill hit Huang Qianli. Wang Huaiguang. Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed, saying, "You goddamn did it on purpose. Isn't this all clearly accidental?" Wang Huaiguang said. Zhou Fan also said, "You've committed too many sins in your daily life, your hands are stained with the blood of too many compatriots. This is all retribution from the heavens. Why else would it not happen to others?" Cough, cough. A figure limped over. He also seemed to be seriously injured. "I haven't committed any sins, so why did misfortune befall me too? Lu Mingjun, what's wrong with you?" Wang Huaiguang asked. Ask that scoundrel Huang Qianli. Lu Mingjun gritted his teeth. Blame me? Then Huang Qianli said, "It's already hard enough for me to fight the tree demon with my injuries, and I still have to be persecuted by you." What did I say? Lu Mingjun then said, "At that time, I was fighting a tree demon, and I was condensing a big move. This Huang Qianli flew out from nowhere and hit me, causing the skill to hit both of us. This Huang Qianli, without distinguishing right from wrong, chased after me to fight. Is it my fault? Isn't it your own fault for being too weak and being knocked into me by the demonic beast? I even helped you heal. People from the Killing Alliance are indeed heartless." Huang Qianli angrily said, "I was accidentally injured by the three of you. What am I supposed to think? Coincidence? Can there be so many coincidences? What am I supposed to think? How can I not be angry?" This battle was truly frustrating, a tier 6 law expert said. And there's something even more frustrating. I watched as a space attribute warrior performed a space jump and just happened to land in front of another warrior who was releasing a skill, getting directly hit. What's that? I watched as a warrior was sprinting, and his shoe sole suddenly flew off. The flying shoe sole just happened to hit another warrior's face who was fighting. The person who was hit lost their sight, and in a panic, their skill flew out and blasted another person. Song Shuhong coughed and said, "It slammed into me. It's really one strange event after another. Could there really be such a thing as a lone star of calamity?" Then, everyone's gaze simultaneously turned to Chu. Chu. Alright. Wang Huaiguang said, "High-intensity combat inherently has many accidents, and with so many of us, not being a well-trained team, lacking any coordination, and fighting without order, such unintentional friendly fire is too normal." Zhou Fan nodded, "Indeed, there's no such thing as a lone star of misfortune. Don't be too superstitious. What era are we in? There's really no need to believe in such things. Chu nodded repeatedly. Exactly, exactly, it's the seniors with high power levels who see things clearly. Then how do you explain so many people's shoe soles falling off? Can that be a coincidence? Someone asked. Song Shuhong said, actually, I'm also a victim here, but if you think about it, everyone, look at the ground. The ground is covered with slippery vines. Warriors move fast, so if they suddenly slip, isn't it inevitable for their soles to fly off? That seems plausible. Chu nodded repeatedly, exactly, exactly. And in just this 1 hour, Chu had gained an unimaginable amount of benefits. Various system values, various attribute points. His power level also rose to Tier 3 Mystic Body 10 star. He might even advance to Tier 4 Mystic Sky in a moment. Joe-fan said, everyone, let's first recover our stamina and injuries, and then we'll set off again. A few hours passed. As the powerful individuals leading the group stood up, everyone else also gathered. There's a path ahead. Let's go. Let's go. The crowd surged forward. Zhao Shiji leaned closer to Song Shuhong and said, Brother Song, do you still think it's not Chu's fault? Such frequent accidents, isn't that unreasonable? Song Shuhong said, didn't I explain it already? The soles flew off because it was slippery. As for the other accidents, it's because everyone wasn't cooperating, fighting without a plan, and the skills have a large range, so friendly fire is quite normal. But... Alright, I've experienced several accidents myself and don't think there's a problem. You don't need to be suspicious. Understood. Zhao Shiji nodded. This was a canyon. After passing through the canyon, a total of 6 diverging paths appeared before them. 6 diverging paths, a choice must be made. Everyone frowned deeply. Chu's heart skipped a beat. Another choice? Everyone, there are words here, a young lady shouted. Chapter 67, could it be that this door pulls outwards? 6 diverging paths. Everyone was at a loss as to which way to go. Fortunately, just like before, there were words left behind. The crowd gathered closer. Wang Huaiguang summarized, then said, It's like this, there are 6 paths before us, and each path can be taken. Each path leads to a spirit hall, and in each spirit hall, there are many things he left behind, possibly skills, spirit artifacts, crystals, primordial spirit crystals, and so on. Everyone's eyes lit up. Didn't they come here for these very things? Wang Huaiguang continued, however, one of these 6 paths is the most dangerous, and once we enter a certain path, there's no turning back. Everyone, my suggestion is to go together. The crowd discussed animatedly. 6 paths, one most dangerous, but each path has a spirit hall, and inside each are treasures. Going together, with so many people, we might not get many treasures, right? If we're a bit greedy and split up, we could indeed get more treasures, but it would also be much more dangerous. Yes, stepping back 1,000 paces, even if nothing goes wrong, the subsequent journey after leaving the spirit hall, without these powerful allies from the Divine Alliance and the Heavenly Domain to lead us, would likely be fraught with peril. Right. To be safe, we still need to go together. Moreover, we've only just entered the spirit hall, so the treasures within shouldn't be of very high grade. The further we go, the more likely we are to encounter good treasures. Together. I agree. I also agree to go together. Everyone spoke up. Song Shuhong also nodded, saying to Zhao Shiji beside him, Shiji, let's still go with them. Zhao Shiji nodded. Chu, what about you? Chu said, definitely together. I haven't even reached Tier 4 Mystic Sky yet. If I don't follow these experts, it's too easy for something to go wrong. Song Shuhong nodded. Going together would be fine. He could always find an opportunity to deal with Chu. Then which path should we take? After all, one of them is the most dangerous. Wang Huaiguang looked at Chu. Chu. No. Chu waved his hands repeatedly, Leader Wang, please don't make me choose again. I really can't handle the pressure. Zhao Shiji, you can't let him choose. Wang Huaiguang looked at Chu and said, Chu, right? I think you should still be the one to choose. Chu. Wang Huaiguang continued, just now you chose 10. Most people will certainly think it's a coincidence, but a few must have believed something. I think it's still necessary for you to prove yourself. It's good for everyone. Chu, this time, with a 1 in 6 chance, I really can't choose. Let someone else do it. You choose. Yes. Let you choose. Otherwise, that Zhao Shiji will keep being noisy. You prove it. I certainly don't believe it. Come on, everyone wants you to. Chu said helplessly, what if I draw the most dangerous one again? Wang Huaiguang patted Chu's shoulder, don't worry, I'm here. This is everyone's decision, so just choose with confidence. Song Shuhuang also said, come on, this is everyone's unanimous decision. Even if the most dangerous one is chosen, it's a shared responsibility. Zhao Shiji, I haven't decided. I haven't decided yet. Seeing that he couldn't argue, Chu nodded. Huang Qianli of the Killing Alliance pointed at Chu, if you pick the most dangerous one again, I'll kill you. Chu, no, I won't pick. Huang Qianli. Wang Huaiguang snapped. Humph. Huang Qianli snorted coldly and said nothing. Come on, Wang Huaiguang said to Chu. Chu pointed randomly at a path, then this one. Ding. System triggered. Chu. Alright, no problem. Then everyone marched grandly into the path Chu had chosen. Zhao Shiji didn't want to go with Chu anymore. But, for safety's sake, everyone chose to go together. He couldn't possibly go down a different path by himself. That's even more dangerous. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow the main group. They walked for over 10 minutes without anything happening. In the distance, a rather large castle appeared in everyone's sight. Wang Huaiguang smiled and said, isn't it fine? We haven't encountered any dangers on the way. Does that mean little brother Chu has chosen the safest path for us? Many people also smiled and nodded. So, as they say, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. Someone's managed to make our entire team panicky. That person said, looking at Zhao Shiji. Zhao Shiji lowered his head and remained silent. Song Shuhuang said, in any case, everyone, don't be superstitious. We still need to believe in science. Everyone arrived in front of the castle. Wow, the owner of this spiritual realm has quite the grand taste. He built a castle within his own spiritual realm. No. This ancient castle must have been moved in directly by the owner of the spirit realm, using spatial attributes from the outside world. So that's how it is. Huang Qianli walked to the castle door and pushed hard. It didn't budge. He frowned, then released mana, pushing hard with the power of a domain realm expert, but it still didn't move. Strange, I can't push this door open, Huang Qianli said, puzzled. Zhou Fan said, then let's just blast the door open. With that, he gathered his strength and directly struck the door. The dust settled. The ground in front of the door shattered. But the door was unharmed. Damn it! I'm a domain realm expert, and I can't break this door? Zhou Fan frowned. At this point, everyone felt a little nervous. Huang Qianli said, clearly, this castle is not just a simple building as we understand it. It must have been imbued with some kind of power by the owner of the spiritual realm. Our strength isn't enough, so we naturally can't open it with brute force. There must be some specific way to open it. Song Shuhuang asked, are there any mechanisms? Chu activated his spirit-peering eyes. He saw no mechanisms. Or perhaps, it requires a certain crystal as its power core, to be placed in a designated slot to open? But there are no slots here either. How odd. About we all try pushing it together? Because we really haven't found any other way to open this door. Huang Qianli nodded, alright then, all those in the domain realm, tier 6 law warriors, come over here together and push this door open with all your might. Alright. Subsequently, a dozen or so people gathered around and unleashed their mana.
They pushed the massive door in front of them together.
It didn't budge. How strange. So many of us can't push this door open? What kind of power did this expert leave on this door?
Huang Qianli frowned deeply. Everyone else also looked serious.
That,
Shu said. It's just, is there a possibility, perhaps, that this door isn't meant to be pushed, but pulled outwards?
Everyone.
Huang Qianli, nonsense. Even a domain-level expert can't smash this door.
Isn't it obvious that some force is acting on it?
It has nothing to do with pushing or pulling.
Click.
The main door slowly opened. Wang Huaiguang said, "Jean, it is."
Huang Qianli turned around, his eyes wide. How did you open it?
Pulled it open.
Huang Qianli.
Chapter 68, You're actually quite nice.
Everyone passed by Huang Qianli and entered the ancient castle.
Huang Qianli clenched his fists.
Damn it.
He glanced at Chu Jin's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing.
Then Huang Qianli also followed him in.
Whoa! The first floor of the ancient castle was very large. Most striking was a statue of a dragon in the center. Many items were scattered around, and there were also a great many shelves.
Holy SHT!
We're rich! We're rich!
Good heavens! So many treasures?
Rare tier 8 star skill. Rare tier 3 star skill. Rare tier 6 star skill.
Ha 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 ha.
This sword is probably rare tier.
This gun is at least rare tier.
Holy crap!
They're all mine, all mine.
Many people, looking at those items, began to snatch them up one after another.
Wang Huaiguang and the others frowned deeply. Don't act rashly. Wang Huaiguang shouted.
Everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked towards Wang Huaiguang in unison. The next second, they were again engrossed in snatching treasures.
I said. Don't move around. There might be danger. Wang Huaiguang shouted again. What danger is there? Aren't you just afraid that we'll snatch all the treasures and you won't get much?
Exactly, exactly. Since we all came here together, everyone has a share.
Whoever snatches it, it's theirs. We've already been through danger.
This is a reward from the spirit realm master to him. These are trash, but to us, any rare tier skill is a treasure.
Wang Huaiguang frowned.
Unless Chu had chosen the completely safe, least dangerous path.
Otherwise, something bad will definitely happen if this continues. Oh, human nature. Song Shuhuang's gaze fell upon a sword. This might be close to a heaven rank grade, right?
Song Shuhuang sensed it for a moment, then mused, and then reached out his hand.
Brother Song, don't. Be careful, there might be danger. Zhao Shiji warned him.
Song Shuhuang smiled, pointed to the chaotic scene, and said, "Look at how frantically they're snatching things.
What danger could there be?"
After speaking, he reached out his hand. Suddenly, a scream shattered the joyous occasion. A man's arm was suddenly corroded by a green mist, leaving only bone.
What? The crowd's pupils constricted.
At the same time, screams erupted one after another.
Some lost an arm, some a leg, some their chest. All flesh and blood were corroded away. Bang! Then, by some unknown force, their bodies instantly exploded into countless blood spatters, splashing onto many who were unharmed. Ah!
In an instant, screams, terrified shouts, and cries filled the entire first floor of the ancient castle.
Chu frowned. It seemed
everyone who had snatched the so-called treasures here had met with disaster.
No! But not everyone.
Chu saw some people holding skills and spiritual artifacts in their hands.
But why weren't they dead? Clatter. A boy holding a sword watched in horror as many people around him exploded into bloody foam.
He quickly dropped the sword in fear. I'm going to die, he mumbled fearfully, his eyes vacant. But he was unharmed.
Holy cow! Song Shuang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow. He quickly pulled back the hand he had reached out for the sword. In just that instant, out of over 500 people, more than 100 died. Ugh! Many couldn't help but dry heave. Chu was surprised. Why was there no danger at all? As expected. I want out. I want out. Many terrified warriors were about to run out of the ancient castle. However, they looked and saw that the gate had closed at some unknown time. They pushed and pulled with all their might, but couldn't open the gate. I told you not to move around, but you didn't listen. Wang Huiguang said through gritted teeth. At this, everyone dared not act rashly. Humph. This is the price of greed. A bunch of idiots, the human race relies on you? Huang Qianli snorted coldly. There are words here, a girl shouted. Nian. Wang Huiguang said with a solemn expression. Unfortunately, everyone has chosen the most dangerous path. The crowd? But what is the danger? It's a secret. An hour later, those who survive can leave the hall. Good luck to you all. Swallowed and looked at everyone. That's all. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened. Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu and roared, I told you, he's cursed with a lonely fate. He chose the most dangerous path for us again. It's him. We're going to die, we're all going to die. Holy crap! It's the most dangerous again? I thought it was safe, this? Could it really be a jinxed individual? Even if everyone didn't believe in superstitions before, they're starting to believe it now, more or less. Song Shuhong glanced at Chu. This time, he didn't say anything. Damn it! I'm really going to kill you. Huang Qianli rushed towards Chu. Enough! Wang Huiguang shouted, I'll say it again, there's no such thing as a lonely star of doom. They died because they were greedy. Why are the 400 of us safe? Didn't I warn you not to move around? If they weren't greedy and listened to me, would they have died? Zhou Fan said, you can see that the ones who died were all fighting over treasures. But many people also got treasures, and they're fine. Song Shuhong said, it's simple. Some of these treasures can be taken, while taking others will lead to death. It's up to each person's choice, but the price is gambling with their life. So, does that mean if we don't touch anything here, we can leave after an hour? Song Shuhong nodded, most likely, if there are no other unforeseen circumstances. So? Wan Huiguang looked at Zhao Shiji and said, although this is indeed the most dangerous path, their deaths have nothing to do with the choice, it was caused by their own greed. What are we supposed to do now? Yeah, what should we do? Wang Huiguang said, let's look around first. The master of this spiritual realm has trapped us in the ancient castle, so he must have his reasons. But you've all seen what's happening, it's best not to act rashly unless you plan to gamble with your lives. Everyone cautiously dispersed. Wang Huiguang walked over to Zhou Fan. What do you say? Zhou Fan sighed, to be honest, I'm also starting to waver a bit. I'm really starting to wonder. Wang Huiguang patted his shoulder, most likely not. He had also gone from definitely not to most likely not. He was also starting to waver. Team leader Wang, wait a moment. A boy called out to Wang Huiguang. Everyone's gaze followed. He pointed his finger at the giant dragon statue in the center of the ancient castle. It looks like this giant dragon has something in its mouth. Really? Many people crowded over. It really does. A dragon ball? What? A dragon ball. At this, the Tier 6 law, domain realm experts present were no longer calm. If it really was a dragon ball, this item could potentially help them easily break through to the celestial venerable realm in the future. This was an unimaginable treasure. Ha ha ha! It's mine! Huang Qianli burst into laughter and charged straight for it. No one contended with him. Huang Qianli's hand was already reaching for the dragon pearl. Suddenly, he noticed no one was moving. He felt something was off. Logically speaking, powerful individuals like Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan must also be extremely eager for it. Why weren't they fighting for it? Did they not want it? Wait a minute. It's not that they didn't want it. It's that they didn't dare to take it. Taking it meant gambling with their lives. Bet wrong, and die instantly. Bet right, and risk it for others, only for others to find an opportunity to act against him and seize the dragon pearl. No matter how he thought about it, it was a losing proposition. Huang Qianli landed on the ground, coughing. Ahem, I actually don't want it that much either. It's fine, I really don't want it, Wang Huaiguang said. Zhou Fan, I don't want it either. The domain realm is quite good. Indeed. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. I think Huang Qianli is, after all, a wanted man. If you get this dragon pearl, you'll have the chance to advance to the celestial venerable realm in a short time, which will also guarantee your own safety. I'm happy to do such a benevolent deed. Indeed, after spending some time with Huang Qianli, I actually feel he's a pretty good guy. Huang Qianli, you take it. That's right, you take it. You seem like a pretty good person. Huang Qianli. 2. Chapter 69, This plot is all wrong. Huang Qianli stood there, gritting his teeth. Damn it! My brother, we're supposed to be of one heart, but you're playing mind games with me? He wasn't an idiot. The dragon pearl was indeed a supreme treasure for those in the domain realm, and even celestial venerable realm powerhouses. But who dared to take it? Everyone knew the dragon pearl was incredibly alluring. And then a dragon pearl was just sitting there. It was as if it was saying, "Come and get me, hurry up and get me." Isn't that eerie? Cough cough. Huang Qianli stood there with his hands behind his back. No matter what, I'm a member of the Kill Alliance, a wanted criminal hunted by the God Alliance and the Celestial Domain. What right do I, a wanted criminal, have to take such a treasure? After speaking, he looked at several people. Team Leader Wang, Team Leader Zhou, you are both renowned figures. Only by obtaining the Dragon Pearl and gaining an upgrade can you better deal with the Killing Alliance, and confront the demon race and the demonic tribe. Zhou Fan's and Wang Huaiguang's mouths twitched. Are those words that a villain from the Kill Alliance like you can even say? Ahem, anyway, I don't want it, Wang Huaiguang said. Zhou Fan, I don't want it either. I just feel this thing is destined to be yours, Huang Qianli. Hee, I'm not worthy, Huang Qianli said with a chuckle. Among those present, who didn't want it? But who dared to take it? Song Shuhong hesitated. He still gave up. Risking their lives, who would dare? What's more? Some people's gazes turned to Chu, who was off to the side. This kid is a bit strange. At first, he didn't believe it at all. But now, he was somewhat suspicious. Seeing them unresponsive, Chu walked over. Since none of you want it, if I get my hands on it, it should be mine, right? Everyone's eyes were on Chu. Of course. Huang Qianli said. Song Shuhuang and Zhao Shiji's eyes lit up. If you're not benevolent, then don't blame me for being unjust. What a greedy Chu. You want to gamble with your life, huh? Come on. Die quickly. This time, Zhou Fan and Wang Huaiguang also didn't refuse. Because they also hoped someone would dare to give it a try. If he died, they would completely give up. If he didn't die. With a dragon pearl in the hands of a Tier 3 mystic body warrior, they had ways to get it. In a place like this, what if they were members of the Divine Alliance and Celestial Domain? Such is human nature. How many can truly resist temptation, care for others, and be selfless? Please, everyone is human. Heaven and earth destroy those who don't act for themselves. Moreover, Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan were already somewhat wavering. They actually wished Chu would die. A Tier 3 mystic body wouldn't be much help to their team. Instead, he would drag them down. So many people had already died. What difference would another dead Chu make? Chu asked, if I get it, you guys won't try to snatch it, right? Of course not, whoever gets it, it's theirs, Wang Huaiguang said. Zhao Shiji anxiously said, Shu, hurry up and take it. If you can get this dragon pearl, this trip will have been completely worth it. This is a dragon pearl. If I wasn't specifically letting you have it, I would have wanted it myself. Take it quickly. Go die. Shu then walked over. He leaped onto the dragon's head, then reached his hand into the mouth of the giant dragon statue. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Shu. Die. Die. Just die. Zhao Shiji was extremely agitated. He was finally going to get rid of him. Although Song Shuhong's expression was calm, he secretly also wished Shu would die. Shu held out his hand. No system prompt sounded. Subsequently, he grasped the dragon pearl and pulled it out. Swoosh! Shu jumped down. Is this thing the dragon pearl? Shu asked, looking at the dragon pearl in his hand. The crowd frowned. Nothing happened? It's safe? Ha! Then I'll take it. Following that, Shu, in full view of everyone, put the dragon ball into his spatial ring. Many people exchanged glances. A life or death gamble, and he won? No. Huang Qianli frowned. Isn't this clearly bait? Using such a precious dragon pearl to tempt people who can't resist. Whoever takes it will die. Isn't that obvious? How could it be safe? Ha! Zhao Shiji's expression stiffened. He's fine? Song Shuhong also frowned deeply. Damn! He got the dragon pearl? However, doesn't matter. Do you really think you'll live to take the dragon pearl out of here? Wang Huaiguang also frowned. He took the dragon ball? No way. I need to find an opportunity to get my hands on it. Why did he, a tier 3 mystic body, possess a dragon ball? However, he, Wang Huaiguang, was the leader of the Divine Alliance. He couldn't possibly snatch Chu's dragon ball in front of everyone. If word got out, how could he face anyone? Or, he could just kill everyone. That way, no one would ever know. Ding! System triggered, gained reward, system value 100000. Be careful, Leader Wang! Zhao Shiji shouted loudly. Wang Huaiguang was deep in thought. Hearing the sound, his reaction was a little slow. The giant dragon statue directly crashed onto him. A cry of pain escaped Wang Huaiguang. Bang! The next second, he pushed the statue away and got up, his face contorted in pain, looking like he had been severely hit. Why did it suddenly fall? Wang Huaiguang's brows were tightly furrowed. It's him! He's a lone star of misfortune, everyone around him will be unlucky. And he himself will unknowingly absorb our luck, but he'll be fine, so we're the ones who will suffer. Zhao Shiji pointed at Chu and said. Many people instinctively took 2 steps back. That's easy. Wouldn't it be fine if I just killed him? Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed. He had wanted to make a move for a long time. Now, he even got the dragon ball. Just dealing with him would allow him to snatch the dragon ball. There's no such thing as a lone star of calamity, right, Leader Wang? Chu looked at Wang Huaiguang and said. Exactly. Wang Huaiguang nodded, then looked at Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, I'm warning you, as a member of the Assassin Alliance, don't even think about laying a hand on any human in front of the Divine Alliance and members of the Heavenly Domain. Otherwise, don't blame us for acting against you. Humph. Huang Qianli snorted. Thank you, Leader Wang. Shu said. He, this is what a member of the Divine Alliance should do. Wang Huaiguang said. The crowd also dispersed one after another. I suspect there's really something to it. Even if he's not a lone star of misfortune, he might have used some secret technique. He gets the luck, and we get the bad luck. I think so too, it's too strange. At first I didn't believe it, but how many times has it been now? It's better to believe it than not. Some people were also whispering in discussion. Wang Huaiguan walked over to Huang Qianli. What? Something wrong? Huang Qianli asked with an unfriendly tone. Wang Huaiguan said, Don't you want to kill him? Didn't you say no to killing him? In front of so many people, I'm from the Divine Alliance. If I don't care about this now, how can I still get by after I leave? Ha ha ha. Huang Qianli let out a laugh. Leader Wang, oh Leader Wang, so you're also a villain. Wang Huaiguang said, Every man for himself, or heaven and earth will destroy him. In these turbulent times, who wouldn't want to raise their power level? What do you plan to do? Wang Huaiguang, I'll take Zhou Fan in the opposite direction. You go deal with him. After you've dealt with him, give me the Dragon Ball. I'll help you clear your wanted record and give you a false identity, which will at least ensure you can move freely among humans. Do you think that's enough to tempt me? Wang Huaiguang, think carefully. According to the information I've received, the Divine Alliance plans to close in on you. How will you hide when large numbers of realm level and even heavenly venerate level experts besiege you? I can help you. Huang Qianli frowned and pondered for a moment. Alright, but if you trick me, I will expose your actions today. Don't worry. Subsequently, Wang Huaiguan turned and walked away. Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed slightly. Idiot, do you really think I'm stupid? Chapter 70, Questioning Zhao Shiji, Understanding Zhao Shiji, Becoming Zhao Shiji. Meanwhile, Chu followed a group of people down a passage. On both sides of the passage walls were numerous shelves. There were many spiritual artifacts, skills, and crystals above. Holy cow! Heaven Tier Spirit Artifact. This is a Heaven Tier Spirit Artifact. A male student couldn't help but swallow his saliva, looking at a sword on a shelf. Heaven Tier. Several people gathered around, their eyes glued to it. Who among them had ever seen a Heaven Tier Spirit Artifact? A male student clenched his fist. How about, we take a gamble? No. Brother, this is gambling with your life. Zhao Shiji then said, Besides, there's a lone star of misfortune among us. Do you dare to gamble? After speaking, he glanced at Chu, who was at the back of the crowd. This is a Heaven Tier Spirit Artifact. If I get it, I'll defy fate and change my destiny. My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. What kind of nonsense is a lone star of misfortune? He can take the Dragon Pearl, so what's wrong with me taking a Heaven Tier Spirit Artifact? Damn it! I'll gamble. After saying that, he gritted his teeth and grabbed the sword. Ha ha ha. It's fine. I won the bet. I won the bet. Ha ha ha. However, in the next second, the sword in his hand trembled violently, and he couldn't hold on to it at all. Then, the sword flew out and directly pierced his heart. Thud. The man's body fell down. In an instant, the surrounding people quickly retreated. Zhao Shiji, I told you. I told you, with a lone star of misfortune present, you'll never win any gamble. At this, everyone looked at Chu and quickly put some distance between them. Don't come any closer. A male warrior pointed at Chu, his eyes filled with apprehension. What's wrong? Can this also be blamed on me? Chu asked. This really wasn't his fault. His system hadn't even reacted. Whoever is with you won't have good luck, don't follow us. Exactly. You go somewhere else, just don't follow us. Better safe than sorry. Chu asked, You guys wouldn't actually believe that, would you? A male voice said, Bro, it's not a matter of believing or not believing. With all the strange things we've experienced today, we have no choice but to believe. For safety's sake, you really shouldn't follow us. Behind them, Huang Qianli also followed a group of people over to this side. Damn it! Why waste so much breath on him? Why not just kill him directly? A male's aura suddenly surged. You're right. This is a spirit realm. Instead of being anxious, doubting this and that, it's better to eliminate the source. But if we do that, we'll be committing a crime. The tribunal will come after us. What the hell are you afraid of? We're in the spirit realm. Besides, if he doesn't die, we will. And we don't even know each other, so what's there to be afraid of? Makes sense. Stop dawdling. All of you are scared of this and that. I'll do it if no one else will. A Tier 4 Mystic Sky Warrior walked towards Chu. Brother, I'm really sorry. Anyway, you're only Tier 3 Mystic Body. You're definitely going to die if you continue, so why don't I send you on your way? With that, he conjured flames. Beside him, Zhao Shiji showed a hint of a smile. Everyone finally believed. They were finally making a move against him. This is wonderful. Mana surged through Chu's body. Ding. System triggered, gained reward, 500 attribute points. Everyone scattered, giving them enough space to fight. Zhao Shiji stepped back and accidentally bumped into a shelf. On top of the shelf was a bottle. The bottle shattered right at the feet of the warrior who was about to attack Chu. After it shattered, a green mist emerged, directly wrapping around his leg. What's going on? His pupils contracted. Then, he screamed. In just 2 seconds, only bones remained of his right leg. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Zhao Shiji swallowed hard. Not my fault. Not my fault. He shook his head repeatedly, then pointed at Chu. It's him, he caused everything. Chu smiled. I say, Zhao Shiji, everyone saw that you knocked over the bottle. How can you blame that on me? Everyone looked at each other. Can it really be such a coincidence? There have been too many strange coincidences today. Damn it! It must be him. He put a curse on us. Shit. I don't believe in this evil. I'll do it myself. Another Tier 4 Mystic Sky Warrior unleashed his might and charged directly at Chu. Ding. System triggered. The next second, a giant crystal chandelier from the ceiling fell, directly crushing the head of the warrior charging at Chu. He instantly bled profusely and fell unconscious. Hiss. Everyone gasped again. They once again widened their distance from Chu. Song Shuhong's pupils contracted. Damn it, it really is eerie. Damn it. It's this guy. Too many coincidences. Too many unlucky things. A warrior roared, pointing at Chu. It must be him. I said all day today that everything felt weird. Who else could it be if not him? Right before our eyes, in such a short time, 3 times. Can there be so many coincidences? He's a lone star of misfortune, holy crap. So everything Zhao Shiji said was true. Question Zhao Shiji, understand Zhao Shiji, become Zhao Shiji. Their gazes at Chu were filled with fear. Chu rubbed the tip of his nose. Well, this was too obvious. Zhao Shiji then shouted, everyone, I suggest we all work together to deal with him first, otherwise, something bad will happen to all of us. Agreed. Agreed. Let's all attack together. I refuse to believe anything else unexpected can happen. Chu looked at Zhao Shiji and said, Zhao Shiji, if you slander me like this, be careful of retribution. Zhao Shiji shivered all over. No. Something bad is going to happen to me, I'm definitely going to get into trouble. Zhao Shiji looked terrified. He quickly turned and ran, trying to get away from Chu. How could it be so absurd? Something happens to you just because he said something? What the hell? Everyone's eyes widened. Zhao Shiji, who was fleeing, crashed into Huang Qianli, who was watching the show behind him. Are you blind, you dog? Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed, and he kicked him. This kick sent him flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily against the wall. Then, he stopped moving. Holy cow! Everyone swallowed hard. Is it really that exaggerated? Song Shuhong also felt a chill down his spine. He silently retreated a few steps. Did you just agree to kill me? Chu looked at a male student. I didn't. Clatter. He bumped into a wooden shelf. A bottle fell and smashed on his head. Green mist appeared, instantly corroding him. The crowd? Gulp. They couldn't help but swallow, their eyes wide. Even Huang Qianli was startled. Holy crap! So mysterious? Anyone who shows hostility towards him will be punished in various ways? Chu then looked at Huang Qianli and said, I remember you said several times you wanted to kill me, right? Kid. What do you mean? Huang Qianli's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Chu. Chu stared at Huang Qianli, asking faintly, you must have seen what just happened, right? Are you threatening me? Huang Qianli's eyes narrowed slightly. Chu smiled. Huang Qianli snorted coldly, what kind of black magic? Do you think it works on me, a domain realm expert? You dare to threaten me, prepare to die. After speaking, Huang Qianli's right hand formed an eagle claw and he charged directly at Chu. Chu frowned. Ding. System triggered. System reward, power level upgraded to Tier 4 Mystic Sky 1 star. Then, Huang Qianli, who was charging, seemed to have stepped on some mechanism. The ground beneath his feet suddenly opened up, and he fell straight down. Everyone? Chapter 71 Wang Huaiguang, God Alliance is garbage, Heaven's domain is awesome. Gulp. Everyone swallowed nervously. Huang Qianli's screams came from below. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Huaiguang and Zhou Fan, they actually saw everything unfold. Holy cow! Wang Huaiguang couldn't help but swallow. Is this kid really a lone star of misfortune? Zhou Fan's eyes widened. It was hard to say before, but you and I saw this series of events that just happened. How else can you explain it? Even if he's not a lone star of misfortune, it must be some kind of curse. Zhou Fan, in short, it's very clear right now that anyone who attacks him will definitely encounter misfortune. Even Huang Qianli, a domain realm expert, couldn't escape it. Gulp. Wang Huaiguang swallowed. Team leader Wang, did you make Huang Qianli attack him? Zhou Fan asked. Wang Huaiguang replied. You might be in danger. Wang Huaiguang said, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I didn't do anything. Even if he has some kind of curse on him, what does that have to do with me? Zhou Fan stroked his chin and said, you told Huang Qianli to kill him. I suspect this curse will also affect you. No response. Team leader Wang? Zhou Fan turned his head to look. A sinkhole appeared where Wang Huaiguang had just been standing. He had already fallen. Then, Wang Huaiguang's screams came from within. Holy cow! Zhou Fan couldn't help but swallow nervously. Beside Chu, everyone had already run away. They looked at Chu in horror. Song Shuhuang also swallowed nervously. Damn it! That's scary? Swoosh! Huang Qianli flew out, covered in blood. He gasped for breath, his gaze containing a hint of fear as he looked at Chu. Eerie. It was just too damn eerie. This kid definitely had some kind of cursed power on him. Even he, a domain realm expert, couldn't escape it. Anyone who tried to lay hands on him would meet with misfortune. And anyone he specifically named would also meet with misfortune. At this rate, he's going to die. Gulp. Huang Qianli swallowed hard. Damn it! I don't believe in this evil. Huang Qianli conjured flames. This time, he wouldn't charge over. Could he remotely instantly kill this Chu? What else could go wrong? As he was conjuring flames, the ground beneath his feet suddenly opened up again. He once again vanished before everyone's eyes. The crowd? Huang Qianli's screams came again, and he flew out, engulfed in flames. There was even more blood on his body. Thud! The next second, Huang Qianli immediately knelt before Chu, his face filled with terror. He believed it. He completely believed it. Brother, big brother. Big brother, I was wrong. Huang Qianli looked at Chu miserably. Please spare me this once. Really, just this once. Before, I was just joking with you. Everyone swallowed hard. This was Huang Qianli, a domain realm expert. Could he be this miserable in front of Chu? Are you kidding? Chu asked. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Qianli nodded repeatedly. Actually, I admire you a lot, really. Chu shook his head. I can't tell you're kidding. I feel like you genuinely want to kill me. No, no, no. Absolutely not. I truly treat you as a brother, really. Huang Qianli said anxiously. Can you prove it? Chu asked. Huang Qianli thought for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. I can. Then he took out a spiritual artifact. My fondness and admiration for you, my brother, are like a surging river, continuous and endless. This is a rare tier 10-star spiritual artifact, the lightweight feather robe. Wearing it can withstand high-intensity attacks. I intend to give it to you to prove my admiration for you. Chu took it. Since Senior Huang Qianli said so, then I definitely believe you. Huang Qianli gave an embarrassed smile. Thank you. He wiped the blood and sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. The gate is open. At this moment, shouts came from a distance. Everyone rushed over. Quickly get away from Chu, this plague god. Swoosh. Huang Qianli also ran off immediately. Ha! Team leader Wang, what's wrong with you? Chu asked, looking at Wang Huaiguang, who was covered in blood. Gulp. Wang Huaiguang swallowed and said. Fell accidentally. Chu, I thought team leader Wang had some ill intentions towards me and got cursed. Clunk. Wang Huaiguang's heart trembled violently. No. Of course not. I especially like you, I especially admire you. My admiration for you is even more like a surging river than Huang Qianli's. As proof of my admiration for you. Wang Huaiguang, with trembling hands, took out a jade pendant. This is a rare tier 5-star spiritual artifact, the warm spirit jade. Wearing it can help you recover mana relatively quickly. Here, take it. Consider this my proof of appreciation for you, won't you? Chu accepted it. I am truly flattered by team leader Wang's favor. He, you're welcome. Then Wang Huaiguang took off running. Everyone left the ancient castle one after another. Outside the ancient castle, things had already changed. 4 paths had appeared. Evidently, it was time to make a decision again. Everyone, still lingering with fear, gathered at the entrance. Huang Qianli watched the miserable Wang Huaiguang running away, which further solidified his thoughts. That kid, there's something wrong with him. There must be something wrong. A harbinger of disaster. A curse. The most infuriating thing was that he could have easily killed him. But he just couldn't. Whenever he had such a thought or was about to act, an accident would invariably occur. He could only swallow his anger. He didn't even dare to make a move. Chu walked out. They glanced at him, couldn't help but gulp, retracted their heads, and dared not even breathe loudly. Ha. This is great. Heaven is helping me. A boy burst out laughing. Why was this the case? As long as there wasn't just one path, it was fine. If there was only one path, he would have to walk with that harbinger of disaster. Who could handle that? But now there were 4 paths, and he just needed to not walk with Chu. Who cared if there was danger or not? It had to be safer than having a harbinger of disaster by your side, right? Cough. Huang Qianli secretly glanced at Chu, then cleared his throat and pointed to the leftmost path, saying, I plan to take this one. At this, everyone chimed in. Me too. I'll take this one too. Coincidentally, I was also planning to take this path. Together. We're of one mind. I'll take this path too. What kind of villainous butcher alliance guy is Huang Qianli? Compared to Chu, he was a lump. They would rather follow Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli nodded, alright, enough people are following my path. The rest of you choose the other 3 paths. His meaning was simple. The rest of you, including Net Chu, take the other 3 paths. Wang Huaiguang said, then I'll take the path next to this one. Team Leader Wang, I'll follow you. I'll follow you too, Team Leader Wang. Me too, me too. Zhou Fan said, then I'll take this one. He chose the 3rd path. Team Leader Zhou, I'm coming, I'm coming. Me too. 3 paths were chosen. Only the last unchosen path and the choiceless Chu remained. Their meaning was simple. Chu, why don't you just take the rightmost path by yourself? And the reason they didn't move forward, staying put, was because they all wanted to confirm whether Chu Yunxian would enter their path. That's because they all wanted to confirm if Chu would enter their path. Which one should I choose then? I can't just take the rightmost path by myself, can I? That would definitely be very dangerous, Chu mumbled. Then, his gaze turned to Wang Huaiguang. Wang Huaiguang's heart trembled. Team Leader Wang, you're a Divine Alliance team leader. I feel safe following you. Wang Huaiguang shivered all over. Zhou Fan? Zhou Fan? Wang Huaiguang, I'll fool you. Zhou Fan glared at Wang Huaiguang through gritted teeth. Zhou Fan glared at Wang Huaiguang through gritted teeth. Wang Huaiguang. Brothers are heart to heart, but you play games with your brothers? Seeing Chu Yunxian wanting to follow you, you turn around and push him to me? Damn it! Seeing that Chu wanted to follow you, you pushed him back to me? If you're not benevolent, then don't blame me for being unjust. Hearing Wang Huaiguang's words, Chu Yunxian looked at Zhou Fan, then nodded, that works too. The God Alliance, the Heavenly Domain, we're all family, so following Team Leader Zhou is fine too. Hearing Wang Huaiguang's words, Chu's gaze shifted to Zhou Fan, then he nodded, that works too. Divine Alliance and Heavenly Domain are one family, so I can follow Team Leader Zhou as well. Who the hell is family with the God Alliance? Zhou Fan glanced at Wang Huaiguang. Who the hell is one family with the Divine Alliance? Zhou Fan glanced at Wang Huaiguang. Then Zhou Fan looked at Chu and said, brother, in terms of strength, I'm similar to Team Leader Wang Huaiguang, both at Domain Realm 1 star, but it's better for you to follow him. Wang Huaiguang shivered again. Why? Chu asked. Zhou Fan said, Team Leader Wang Huaiguang has a powerful spatial spirit artifact called the Spatial Jade Plate. Wang Huaiguang frowned. Zhou Fan continued, although the Spatial Jade Disc isn't of a high grade, if you encounter danger, releasing its spatial power can teleport you to a safe location. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Huaiguang and told Chu, so, Brother Chu, if you follow Team Leader Wang, he can protect you more easily. Chu looked at Wang Huaiguang and nodded, that makes sense. I think it's safer to follow Team Leader Wang. Wang Huaiguang clenched his fists. What a Zhou Fan. Playing this game, are we? Playing mind games, are we? Fine. No one's getting off easy. Wang Huaiguang then said, if that's the case, Team Leader Zhou, you have a royal spirit jade in your hand. Zhou Fan shivered. Damn Wang Huaiguang. Wang Huaiguang continued, Brother Chu, do you know the effect of this royal spirit jade? Worn on the body, it can block one blow from a celestial venerable. Zhou Fan's eyes narrowed. Fine. Oh, what a Wang Huaiguang. Playing this game, are we? Zhou Fan then took out the royal spirit jade and handed it to Chu. Brother Chu, don't say I don't look out for you. I'm giving you the royal spirit jade. Wear it on you, and follow Team Leader Wang, he'll be better able to protect you. After speaking, Zhou Fan glanced at Wang Huaiguang. Come on. Let's hurt each other. Wang Huaiguang? Ruthless. To talk about ruthlessness, you, Zhou Fan, are truly ruthless. To get rid of Chu, to push Chu onto his path, you'd even give away a royal spirit jade. What a Zhou Fan. Chu, this. Team Leader Zhou is too good to me. Zhou Fan, after all, you're my little brother. If I don't look out for you, who will I look out for? Alright, if that's what you, team leader Zhou, say, Shu is still my brother. I just said, our relationship is like a surging river. After speaking, Wang Huiguang took out a spatial jade disc and handed it to Chu. Brother, here's the spatial jade disc for you. Then Wang Huiguang continued, brother, now you have the spatial jade disc and royal spirit jade to protect yourself. But look at me, I'm seriously injured, while team leader Zhou is in good condition. Clearly, if you follow team leader Zhou, he's more capable of protecting you. Zhou Fan? The next second, Zhou Fan raised his hand, and mana surged. He slapped himself in the chest. Put! Zhou Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd? Wang Huiguang? Zhou Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Chu, and said, Brother Chu, I'm more injured than team leader Wang now. Cough cough. Clearly, you're safer following team leader Wang. After speaking, Zhou Fan sneered at the bewildered Wang Huiguang. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? Ha! Everyone was secretly shocked. It was so difficult. These two were really having a tough time. They just wanted to survive. What wrong did they do? Wang Huiguang swallowed. Bring it on! A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and a dagger appeared in his hand. Then he plunged it into his waist. The dagger brutally buried itself into his body. He. Wang Huiguang laughed triumphantly, looking at Zhou Fan, and said, Now, I'm even more injured. You! Zhou Fan pointed at Wang Huiguang, gritting his teeth. Then come on! After saying that, he raised his hand again, directly grabbed his left arm, and forcefully twisted it. Snap! It sounded like a bone breaking. Everyone gasped. So ruthless. Team leader Wang. Zhou Fan's lips curled into a sneer. Now that one of my arms is broken, how can I protect Brother Chu? So, Brother Chu still has to go with you. Wang Huiguang. Damn it! Who's afraid of whom? Wang Huiguang drew a sword, placed his arm on a stone block, looking as if he was about to chop it off. Zhou Fan. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Huang Qianli stifled a laugh. If you're not benevolent, then don't blame me for being unjust. You two can hurt each other. It has nothing to do with him anyway. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Wait. Zhou Fan was startled and quickly stopped Wang Huiguang. Damn it. Who could handle that? Team leader Wang, there's no need. We're not the only two in the domain realm, Zhou Fan reminded him. Wang Huiguang's movements paused. Then, both of them looked at Huang Qianli simultaneously. The smile on Huang Qianli's face instantly froze. Wang Huiguang, that's right, Huang Qianli is also in the domain realm, and his physical condition is clearly better than ours. So, Brother Chu, you have the spatial jade disc and the royal spirit jade, and both team leader Zhou and I are seriously injured. You'll be safer following Huang Qianli. Huang Qianli, #@%. Huang Qianli swallowed hard. Damn you, dog thieves Wang Huiguang and Zhou Fan. Don't forget, I'm from the Slaughter Alliance. Huang Qianli said. Wang Huiguang, what? Are you saying, Huang Qianli, that you don't intend to properly protect Brother Chu? Zhou Fan, I remember you, Huang Qianli, saying repeatedly back then that you felt an immediate kinship with Brother Chu and held him in high regard. Your feelings are so deep, what does that have to do with your identity as part of the Slaughter Alliance? You'll surely do your best to protect Brother Chu. In the current situation, everyone knew what was going on. Whoever Chu follows, whoever will probably die. But he couldn't be disrespectful to Chu. Chu knew this full well. No need to even act. And still had to be polite to Chu. Chu nodded and looked at Huang Qianli. What both group leaders said is true. Senior Huang Qianli indeed said that we hit it off at first sight and he particularly likes me. So even if Senior Huang Qianli is from the Killing Alliance, I feel very safe. Huang Qianli shuddered all over. Brother Chu.
Huang Qianli, we're the best of friends, Huang Qianli said, looking at Chu.
Chu nodded, so I feel safer following you.
Wan Huiguan, exactly, your relationship is so good, Huang Qianli, you'll definitely go all out to protect Brother Chu.
Zhou Fan, with Brother Chu following you, we're also at ease. Huang Qianli. Damn it! Huang Qianli swallowed hard. He gritted his teeth and pulled out an ancient stone. Brother Chu, this is a spirit seal stone, which seals a powerful being's imprint. If you crush it, you